Eternal Heart Chapter 155 to Chapter 205. If it's just holding him back in close combat, there seems to be someone who can do it. The armored man, Yuan Li, seemed to have thought of something. A figure suddenly appeared in his mind. He had once used his powerful physique to resist his blade and was not injured at all. Almost at the same time, Mei Chongqing and Yuan Li looked at the Yunhui gate. Watch out! Sensing Mei Chongqing's gaze, all the Yunhui sect disciples' faces were filled with panic and fear. Huang Fulin, Chang Xian, and the others felt their hearts sink. Even though Mei Chongqing lost to Lu Zhua, his Qi transformation realm strength was enough to sweep through any of the three sections. But soon, Huang Fulin and the others noticed that Mei Chongqing's gaze was fixed on Qinyu. Qinyu offended Mei Chongqing and is being hunted by him. Looks like it's true. On the other hand, Huang Fulin was gloating. Mei Chongqing would not start a massacre in front of a great enemy. This should be targeted at Qinyu. Brother Mei, how have you been? Feeling Mei Chongqing's gaze, Qinyu smiled faintly. If it was before he achieved copper bones, he would have been wary of Mei Chongqing. However, after achieving copper bones, his physique, especially his defense, had increased by more than a little. Even if he could not defeat Mei Chongqing, he believed he could protect himself. Qinyu's calm appearance shocked the people of the three sections. If it was any of them, they would feel uneasy facing Mei Chongqing, who was at the Qi transformation realm. They would not dare to be so careless. Brother Chen, let's not talk about the past. Shouldn't you do your part now that the enemy is here? Mei Chongqing transmitted his voice. Oh? Brother Mei wants me to restrain this person? After giving it some thought, Qinyu understood the crux of the matter. There was no one in the Bone Demon Palace who could deal with Lu Zhua in close combat. Be it physique strength or speed, they were far inferior. Although Mei Chongqing could fight Lu Zhua head-on, he was unable to do so in close combat. As long as we can defeat this person, I will give you a small share of the 10,000-year Blood Soul Flower. Mei Chongqing made a heavy promise. Haha. Many thanks for Brother Mei's good intentions. This Chen will act according to the specific circumstances. Qinyu did not refuse, nor did he agree. On the way to the Blood Void Palace, he had heard about the effects of the 10,000-year Blood Soul Flower from Huang Fulin and the others. One of the most mysterious and special effects of the flower was its ability to create a Blood Soul avatar. Once he succeeded. Apart from the main body, he could have a second body. Moreover, the Blood Soul Doppelganger was a special kind of energy doppelganger that was immune to most physical attacks. Because it was an energy clone created by a 10,000-year-old Blood Soul flower, its energy was immense. It was nearly indestructible. Even if it was chopped into pieces, it would not die. Just this effect alone was already heaven-defying, able to move the hearts of Void Sea realms. Of course, this ability was basically useless to those below the Origin realm as they didn't have the ability to do so. However, aside from this ability, the flower also contained an enormous amount of pure blood essence and blood soul power. If an Origin realm expert were to consume it, it would increase the chances of breaking through to the Void Sea realm. For disciples like Qinyu, even if they were to consume a small piece of it, they would be able to strengthen their life potential, nurture their soul, and have an overall qualitative improvement of their lives. Simply put, it could increase one's life force and soul potential. For example, a person's normal potential could only reach the Qi transformation realm or the postnatal realm. If one's life force and soul potential were increased, they might be able to break this shackle and advance to the Qi transformation realm or higher. Chen, don't tell me you promised Mei Chongqing to help us fight for the Blood Soul Flower? Chang Xian frowned and was slightly worried. Just now, Qinyu and Mei Chongqing communicated via voice transmission. The smiles on each other's faces attracted the attention of the disciples of the three sections. Huang Fulin's expression was uncertain as he vaguely realized something. Senior Chang, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. The Blood Soul Flower is a hot potato. If we really get it, it will be a disaster for our Yunhui gate. Qinyu transmitted his voice. He didn't think of occupying the Blood Soul Flower and didn't believe Mei Chongqing's promise. At this moment, the dark-skinned youth arrived at the edge of the blood pool and stood there for a moment with a pondering expression. Glancing at the people behind him, Lu Zhuo had a cold expression. Swish, with a leap, Lu Zhuo directly flew towards the 10,000-year-old blood soul flower in the middle of the blood pool. But the many blood-colored stalks in the blood pool shone at the same time, forming a violent blood-colored wave accompanied by waves of blood-colored ripples. Even a normal postnatal stage cultivator might not be able to withstand the violent impact. Bang, the dark-skinned youth shouted, and a layer of black iron-like patterns appeared on the surface of his body, flashing with a metallic luster. The power of this bloodline has actually achieved the same effect as my bronze statue skill. Qinyu had a look of envy on his face. Lu Zhuo's bloodline power was of a much higher grade than Shangguanqi's, and the degree of awakening was also higher. With his peak viscera refinement realm cultivation and this bloodline, he could fight against a postnatal stage cultivator. Whoosh, another layer of black aura appeared on Lu Zhuo's body, mixed with inner breath and true qi. It seemed that because of the power of his cultivation technique, this power was comparable to a postnatal stage cultivator. The power of the bloodline and the black aura had already surpassed a normal postnatal stage cultivator. It wasn't over yet. Activate. The beast skin armor on the dark-skinned youth's body merged with the black aura, and a thick layer of purple-black light appeared on the surface. The layer of purple-black light not only covered his body, but also his head and limbs. High-grade artifact armor. Huang Fulin, Fei Letian, and the others couldn't help but exclaim. A organ's refinement realm cultivator can activate the defensive power of a high-grade artifact armor. This seems to be related to this person's bloodline. Qinyu had a look of surprise on his face. That beast skin armor was very similar to the bloodline aura of the dark-skinned youth. He couldn't help but feel. Qinyu was filled with envy and jealousy. This Lu Zhuo was really blessed by the heavens. Puff, puff. Puff. The blood-colored waves and ripples in the blood pool and some residual restriction power hit the dark-skinned youth. However, the dark-skinned youth's defensive power was too strong at the moment, comparable to a postnatal stage cultivator. The purple-black light on the surface of his body suddenly dimmed, and the black iron patterns on his skin also flickered. In the end, Lu Zhuo successfully reached the 10,000-year blood soul flower, grabbed the flower stem and pulled it up. Puff, along with the blood-colored soil, the magnificent blood soul flower that was like a work of art was pulled up. Oh no! He got the blood soul flower. There was an uproar in the crowd. Whether it was Demon Bone Palace or the three sects, many disciples were extremely unwilling. The blood soul flower could increase one's life potential. It was a priceless treasure. Everyone present wanted to obtain it. Attack! A cold glint flashed in Mei Chongqing's eyes. 2 scarlet-black beads appeared in his hands. They were Yin fire beads. Not only him, but Jiang Ping, battle armor Yuanli, and the cold-faced man each took out a Yin fire bead. A total of 5 beads. Qinyu felt a headache coming on. It seemed Demon Bone Palace was also forced into a corner. They felt that Lu Zhuo had reached a point where they could not kill him head-on. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a total of 5 Yin fire beads turned into 5 black dots and quickly smashed in front of Lu Zhuo. Oh no, Lu Zhuo's expression changed. He immediately activated the power of his bloodline to the limit. The black iron patterns on the surface of his body flickered with metallic light. At the same time, a purple-green ancient beast shadow appeared on the beast skin armor on his body. Bang, his entire body shot out of the blood pool like a cannonball. Rumble, a deafening explosion accompanied the roar of a whirlwind-like scarlet flame engulfed a radius of more than a dozen feet. At that moment, the blood-empty hall where everyone was located was faintly shaking. The terrifying power produced by the explosion of these 5 Yin fire beads probably exceeded that of an ordinary Qi transformation connate cultivator. The scarlet flame covered a radius of more than a dozen feet and burned quietly. There was silence on the scene. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the whirlwind-like scarlet flame. A breath later, a dark-skinned youth in disheveled clothes walked out from the periphery of the scarlet flame. The beast skin armor on his body was covered with burn marks. 5 Yin fire beads. That should be more than half of what you have left. Lu Zhuo grabbed the blood soul flower with one hand. There was a hint of malice in his smile. It seemed that Lu Zhuo's complexion was a little pale, but he was definitely not heavily injured. This didn't kill him. It didn't even injure him. The disciples present could not help but be shocked. They had been tricked. Mei Chongqing, Jiang Ping, and the others looked at each other. Their hearts sank. Obviously, Lu Zhuo had already expected that the Yin fire beads would deliberately leave this flaw. Although the Yin fire beads were powerful, they needed to be in the core area to achieve the greatest lethality. And just now, Lu Zhuo did not suffer the greatest power when he was on guard. He only suffered some light injuries. A light injury was almost negligible for someone with a strong bloodline like Lu Zhuo. Everyone, let's stop this person. Mei Chongqing shouted in a low voice. He held a dark green bamboo pole in his hand and drew a vast black bamboo shadow. Wherever it passed, there were continuous explosions. At the same time, Fei Letian, Li Bingyue, Qin Yu, Chang Xian, and other strong cultivators all attacked. Hee, there are so many of you. How would I dare to fight head-on? Lu Zhuo's figure swayed. Whoosh, the black shadow flashed in the crowd. Lu Zhuo's instantaneous burst of speed was extremely terrifying and it was hard to be seen with the naked eye. Ding ding pong, apart from a few people who were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns, he completely ignored most of the attacks and remained unharmed. Break! Lu Zhuo's black iron arm suddenly expanded and erupted with a whistling black pillar of air, colliding head-on with Mei Chongqing. Clang! Mei Chongqing's body was forced back 2 meters. The black bamboo pole in his hand almost fell. He was greatly shocked. This person was still holding back in the previous exchange. The powerful shockwave from the two's clash even forced the surrounding people to retreat. Take this opportunity. Lu Zhuo leaped towards the exit on the side of the plaza. Stop him. Once this person escapes, we will lose our chance. The leading disciples of the Bone Demon Palace and the 3 sects cried out in surprise. Bang bang bang, Lu Zhuo held the blood soul flower in his hand. He was like a black iron wild boar, rampaging and crushing. No one could stop him. Most attacks could not even break through his defense. Everywhere the black shadow passed, piles of human flesh and blood were left behind. In a few breaths, Bone Devil Palace and the 3 sects had lost close to 10 people. Run, the disciples present were terrified and retreated. Ha ha ha. My bloodline power is least afraid of human wave tactics. This is also why Lord Xuefeng chose me. Lu Zhuo was nearing the exit of the plaza with a long hell. As long as he passed through this exit, he would be in a boundless world. The space of the blood burial garden was not small. Once he left the blood void hall, he would be like a stone thrown into a lake. It would be difficult to form an effective killing force. In the blink of an eye, Lu Zhuo held the blood soul flower and rushed to the exit at a corner of the open-air plaza. At the entrance stood a tall and straight young man. Buzz, that youth's entire body was covered in a layer of ancient bronze markings that went deep into his bones. It glowed with a brilliant metallic bronze light. His physique expanded a bit, like a stern bronze statue. Lu Zhuo crushed everything in his path and charged to the only exit. There was only one person at the exit. He was a tall and straight young man with an ordinary expression on his face. It's you, Lu Zhuo's smile faded and was replaced with a hint of seriousness. Suddenly, he felt a heavy physical aura. Even the bloodline power in his body felt a faint pressure. Chen Yu. Many disciples of Bone Demon Palace and the 3 sects exclaimed. This was the last person from both sides to stop Lu Zhuo. Success or failure would be decided in the next instant. Humph. You chose to be my enemy in the end. Lu Zhuo's expression turned cold. Thump, he slowed down and used his feet as a foothold. Whoosh, black iron patterns floated on Lu Zhuo's arms. He flew towards Chen Yu amidst the howl of a black energy. In that instant, there seemed to be a dark, blurry shadow of a wild beast charging at Chen Yu domineeringly and fiercely. Under unprecedented pressure, Chen Yu channeled the bronze statue art to the extreme. Creak creak, a majestic force surged from the depths of his bones and muscles. The power of his powerful body was also activated to the extreme. Whoosh, a green-black python-like shadow coiled around Chen Yu's arms. It was condensed to the extreme, and a thunderous howl of killing intent could be heard. What a powerful killing intent! The disciples behind felt their hearts palpitate. They did not dare to meet Xianyu's gaze. Under the great pressure, Xianyu's cloud fiend inner breath rose to a new level. It faintly touched upon the postnatal stage of the energy transformation realm. The concept of this fist technique is almost on par with the energy transformation postnatal stage. Mei Changqing was slightly shocked. At this moment, the killing intent in Xianyu's eyes overlapped with the power of his fist technique. Even without the bronze statue art, the resulting power was close to the energy transformation postnatal stage. Boom boom. The two domineering fist energies collided in midair. A violent gust of wind swept out for dozens of feet. Bang! Whoosh! The two figures' fists collided amidst the howling wind. There was a shocking sound that shook one's blood. Boom! Bang bang! Suddenly, the two figures separated amidst the howling wind. Tang, tang! One of the dark-skinned figures took 2 steps back. His body swayed, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. It was Lu Zhua. It stopped. I finally succeeded. The disciples of the two camps were so excited that they almost shouted out loud. From the moment Lu Zhua picked the blood soul flower to his breakthrough, this was the first time someone managed to stop him. Bang! The other tall and straight youth was sent flying several feet away before he staggered and fell to the ground. Xianyu's body swayed, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His face alternated between red and white. This person's physique isn't any weaker than mine. But in terms of cultivation technique, he's much better than me. Xianyu calmed his qi and blood. Just one strike had caused him some internal injuries. Dong dong. Dong dong. As the mysterious heartbeat, more than half of Xianyu's internal injuries healed in the blink of an eye. I already had a feeling that you would be an opponent in the blood burial garden, but I didn't expect you to be able to fight me in close combat. Lu Zhua's face turned cold. That strike just now. Even though he had won and injured his opponent, his invincible breakthrough had been blocked. Right at this moment. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Mei Changqing, Jiang Ping, Chang Xian, Li Bingyue, Fei Letian, and the other top disciples chased after him. Lu Zhua's eyes flashed with a cold light as he stared at the youth at the exit. If he couldn't make a breakthrough in the next moment, he would be surrounded by many top geniuses. Next, I'll use my bloodline power's pinnacle attack. On Lu Zhua's arms and fists, a layer of shiny black iron patterns appeared, and a black pillar-like aura lingered around it. An ancient and majestic aura rose from Lu Zhua's body. Dong dong. Dong dong dong. At this time, Xianyu's heart had been accumulating energy to the extreme, nearly reaching a critical point. Sir, come and receive an even stronger attack from me. Xianyu let out a roar as a shocking burst of power appeared in his body. Whoosh! In that instant, his speed and strength suddenly increased by 40 to 50%. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic bronze fist roared with a dark green fiendish light that could split clouds and thunder. Like a giant python swallowing the sun, it swallowed Lu Zhua first. He had attacked later, but arrived first. This strike, the top disciples who were rushing over were shocked. Even Mei Changqing, who was at the Qi transformation realm, was shocked. One had to know. Xianyu's first punch didn't accumulate power in his heart. With the bronze statue skill and the cloud-killing fist, he could fight against a postnatal Qi transformation realm cultivator. But this strike. His heart accumulated power to its limit, and his speed and strength suddenly increased by 40 to 50%. 40 to 50% didn't seem much, but the higher the cultivation realm, the greater the amount. 10 to 20% increase was not a small difference, and it could decide life and death in an instant. Whoosh! Boom! The wall at the entrance of the hall shook slightly. Soon after, a black whirlwind ripple swept out from the two clashing figures. Apart from Mei Changqing, some of the late-stage and peak organs refining realm disciples behind him couldn't stand steadily, and it was difficult for them to move forward. Bang! Thump thump, a dark-skinned figure was pushed back in shock and anger. After landing on the ground, he took a few steps back. And on the other side, Xianyu landed on the ground and blocked the exit again. Swoosh! The black light on Xianyu's body rolled, and the treasure armor exploded into pieces. However, there were no obvious wounds on the surface of his skin. This kid's explosive power is actually higher than mine. Lu Zhuo finally turned pale, and his heart was in turmoil. He had an ancient and noble bloodline inheritance, and in terms of physical strength, it was hard to find a match for him at the same level. This time, in this confrontation, Lu Zhuo was slightly suppressed by Qinyu in terms of strength. I've suffered some internal injuries, and the treasure armor is also broken. Qinyu took a deep breath. This time, he had the upper hand in terms of prestige, but he still suffered a small loss. His opponent's bloodline power was very special. While increasing his combat power, it could also shake the enemy's body. In terms of defense, the two were similar. In terms of strength, Qinyu had a slight advantage. But in terms of cultivation technique and attack power, Lu Zhuo was still stronger. Unless Qinyu completely entered the state of explosive power, further increasing his strength and speed. Hee, stay here. Lu Zhuo had just stabilized his body when a light laugh was heard. Whoosh, the dark green bamboo pole in Mei Chongqing's hand slashed through the air, and black bamboo shadows exploded, covering Lu Zhuo. Go, the red sand on Jiang Ping's forehead flashed, and her bloodline was activated. The black silk in her hand turned into a crimson-black line, and with a poof, it stabbed into Lu Zhuo's lower body. At the same time, Chang Xian, Li Bingyue, Fei Letian and the other top geniuses all attacked through the air. The attacks of these top geniuses were all close to the Qi transformation realm, and some were even close to the Qi transformation realm. With Mei Chongqing in the lead, many attacks surrounded Lu Zhuo. In fire bead, ice cracking ball, among them were some of the trump cards of the sex, and the power formed could threaten the Qi transformation realm. Wu Weng, amidst the lights and shadows that filled the sky, a purple-green shadow of an ancient beast broke apart with a crack sound. Lu Zhuo's angry shout came from within, and he seemed to be somewhat furious. Wah! After a round of attacks, Lu Zhuo spat out a mouthful of blood. He was finally injured. You country bumpkins, actually hurt me. Lu Zhuo growled, and the black lines on the surface of his body dimmed a lot. The attacks of the top disciples from both sides only caused him some minor internal injuries. Qinyu was shocked. With the power of his bloodline, Lu Zhuo's defense was not much weaker than Qinyu's, but the former had a high-grade treasure armor. Furthermore, Qinyu noticed a detail. From the moment Lu Zhuo broke out of the encirclement until now, he had been holding the 10,000-year blood soul flower in one hand, and he even had to protect it. This would definitely affect Lu Zhuo's battle strength. He estimated that Lu Zhuo could only use 80 to 90% of his true battle strength. It was not that he did not want to put the 10,000-year blood soul flower into his storage bag, but that he could not do it. The blood soul flower spirit was born in the blood soul flower, and it was almost like a demon spirit, and could even be considered a different kind of living creature. It was similar to the blood yang pearl, and ordinary storage bags could not contain it. Kill. The disciples of both sides did not care that much, and attacked together. Pung pung. Ding ding. Boom, numerous attacks once again drowned Lu Zhuo. Activate. A metal ball suddenly appeared in Lu Zhuo's other hand, and he threw it to the ground. Careful, Mei Chongqing hurriedly warned. But surprisingly, when this ball landed, it did not explode like the fire bead and the cracking ice ball. Crack, the metal ball unfurled, and with a flash of light, a humanoid robot over 10 feet tall appeared. It was covered in armor, and it held a shield and a giant sword. Ding ding ding, the humanoid robot used a millstone-sized shield to protect Lu Zhuo. Numerous attacks landed on the humanoid robot, causing sparks to fly. The shield did not move at all. What is this? Many disciples of the Bone Demon Palace and the three sects cried out in shock. It was the first time most people had seen such a thing. It's a puppet. It's a Qi transformation postnatal puppet. Only Mei Chongqing, Jiang Ping, and a few others recognized the origins of this object. Swoosh, the puppet swung the giant sword in its hand, and a dazzling blood-colored arc of light appeared. It was 20 to 30 feet in diameter, and it swept past the nearby top disciples. Clang, Mei Chongqing's body was pushed back a few feet by the impact of the giant sword. Ah, muffled screams sounded. The yellow-clothed girl of the Iron Sword sect was split into two after being swept by the blood-colored arc of light. Pissed, Xianxia of the Yunhui Gate had a bone-deep wound on his shoulder. The artifact armor on his body was almost shattered, and he barely managed to survive. At the same time, a few disciples had been careless and suffered light or serious injuries. In an instant, the scene was deathly silent. Many disciples gasped in shock. They looked at Lu Jue and the shield sword puppet beside him. Lu Jue was slightly stronger than ordinary Qi transformation postnatal cultivators. Now, with the addition of a powerful Qi transformation postnatal cultivator, how could they resist? Humph. This is the first time these backwater bumpkins have seen such a powerful puppet, right? Lu Jue thought with a sense of superiority. His cold gaze swept past Mei Chongqing and the others before turning back to fix on Qinyu. Qinyu was still blocking the exit, looking like he could hold the fort alone. Thump. Thump thump. Thump thump thump, Qinyu's heart beat to the limit. He could enter an explosive state at any time. Qinyu, an opponent like you is worthy of respect. I don't want you to become a corpse and be crushed. It's best if you get out of the way. Lu Jue revealed a strange expression and then smiled faintly. Ha ha ha, Qinyu swept his gaze over the man and the puppet. His eyes flashed, and he suddenly laughed with a trace of mockery. In the silent and empty open-air square. Ha ha ha, Qinyu's laughter was exceptionally loud, like a bell. It was full of energy and was not a bluff. The disciples of the three sects and the Demon Bone Palace felt the pressure and fear in their hearts diluted by the laughter. What are you laughing at? Lu Jue responded coldly. Ha ha ha. You're at the end of your rope and you dare to talk nonsense. Qinyu's laughter was full of mockery. His gaze did not look at the puppet but fixed on Lu Jue. Deliberately mystifying. Since you're seeking your own death, don't blame me. Lu Jue's expression changed slightly, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Whoosh, the mechanical puppet beside him brandished its greatsword and pointed it at Qinyu, who stood at the exit. Bring it on. I alone can block your path. Qinyu stood proudly at the exit, unafraid. He firmly grasped the mysterious heavy sword in one hand, calm and confident. What, blocking Lu Jue alone? The disciples of the three sects and the Demon Bone Palace were greatly shocked. That's too arrogant. Why do I feel like it's real? The disciples looked at each other. Mei Chongqing, Jiang Ping, and the others had strange expressions, exchanging glances. But they had to admit. Just as the disciples were panicking and about to give up, that young man alone held the fort, laughing loudly. It was so domineering. Slash. Letting out a loud roar, Qinyu soared into the sky, the heavy sword in his hand drawing a dark silver arc in the air. At that moment, his heart was accumulating power to the extreme, the great physical strength and the inner breath of the fiendish clouds fused into the heavy sword in his hand. This sudden attack was out of Lu Jue's expectations. Clang! The huge sword in the puppet's hand moved forward, and a blood arc flashed. Boom, Qinyu was forced back a few feet by the exploding blood arc, almost vomiting blood. Crack, the green scale bracer on one of Qinyu's arms shattered, blocking the impact of the blood arc. In one exchange, Qinyu was suppressed, forced back, and even lost a treasure bracer. However, instead of being shocked, he was delighted. As expected. If you and that puppet had unleashed your full strength at the same time just now, I'm afraid I would have already been defeated. The smile on Qinyu's face became even more relaxed. Lu Jue's expression finally changed to one of rage. I understand. Mei Chongqing, Jiang Ping, Huang Fulin, and the others suddenly understood. I vaguely read the relevant records. The control of puppets requires psychic power. With your viscera refining cultivation base, it is already unsuitable for you to control a Qi transformation Hotian puppet and display your peak strength. Mei Chongqing said with a smile. That's right. Controlling the puppets to attack at the same time would make it difficult for me to display my full strength. After all, it's difficult for a person to multitask. Many people chimed in. Hee, that should be the secondary reason. I feel that it isn't too strenuous for this person to control the puppet. Qinyu shook his head and smiled. Secondary reason? Everyone looked at Qinyu in shock. As for Lu Jue, his expression was extremely gloomy. Most importantly, your bloodline power has been greatly depleted during the long battle, including when you picked the Blood Soul flower. I believe that this kind of special power that allows one to possess the power to transcend realms will not last for long. Qinyu stared at Lu Zhuo with bright eyes. At this moment, the black iron patterns on Lu Zhuo's body weren't as obvious as before, and were even a little dim. I should have thought of this earlier. Jiangping couldn't help but feel annoyed. She also had bloodline power, but her rank and awakening rate were far inferior to the other party. In addition, the other party's powerful strength and the appearance of the puppet had almost made her lose the courage to fight with all her strength. How much bloodline power do you have left? 30%, 20%, or even less? Qinyu sneered. He could sense this because of the mysterious heart's sensitivity to all kinds of energy fluctuations. On the other hand, he hadn't truly lost his fighting spirit and courage, let alone his calmness. Especially after the puppet showed its power, Lu Zhuo actually persuaded him to dodge and even said that he admired you and didn't want you to die. Putting himself in his shoes. If Qinyu obtained the 10,000-year Blood Soul flower and was about to break out of the encirclement, he would be stopped by someone and fall into a dangerous situation. Most likely, Qinyu would hate the person who stopped him to death. If he really had a powerful ability, he would definitely kill this someone without a second word. What's the point of talking nonsense? Lu Zhuo didn't do so meant he didn't have the ability. On the contrary, he was even worried that Qinyu would fight to the death and use up what little bloodline power he had left. Once he lost the support of bloodline power, Lu Zhuo's own strength would be inferior to Mei Chongqing's level. If he was distracted controlling the puppet, he would likely fall to Jiangping and Chongxian's level. Qinyu, I regret not killing you the first time we met. The dark-skinned youth gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with bone-chilling coldness. Just one more step and he would be free, but he was stopped by Qinyu. How could he not hate, at the last moment? He took out the puppet and intimidated the three sects and Bone Devil Palace. He was about to turn the tables. However, he was at the end of his tether, but he was exposed by Qinyu. He wanted to eat Qinyu's flesh, drink his blood, peel his skin and pull out his tendons. What are you all waiting for? A sharp light flashed in Qinyu's eyes. He gripped the profound heavy sword and held it horizontally towards the exit. His current strategic significance was greater than his own strength. If he blocked this exit, the dark-skinned youth would face the crowd's attacks. Go! The disciples of the three sects and Bone Devil Palace rallied and attacked Lu Zhuo again. Lu Zhuo sneered. The mechanical puppet in front of him waved its giant sword. A blood-colored arc of light swept across and sent several disciples flying. At the same time, the puppet's giant shield blocked most of the attacks for Lu Zhuo. This puppet of mine is made of very special materials. Its attack power is comparable to the middle post-preliminary stage, but its defense is comparable to the Qi transformation Khanate stage. Lu Zhuo was calm. Instead, two more middle viscera refinement stage disciples were sent flying by the blood-colored arc of light, missing arms and legs. Ding! Ding! Mei Chongqing's dark green bamboo pole swept across the puppet's body, creating a burst of sparks, but it was not damaged at all. After stabilizing the situation, Lu Zhuo's eyes flashed as he glanced at Qinyu at the exit. As long as he did not get too close to the exit, Qinyu would not chase after him. Because once he broke through the exit, Lu Zhuo would be the big winner. Both sides definitely understood this bottom line. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, Qinyu's heart was silently accumulating energy. He waited. As long as Lu Zhuo got close again, he would activate the explosive technique. Lu Zhuo's eyes swept across every corner of the arena. With a keen intuition, Lu Zhuo felt a sense of danger from Qinyu and subconsciously did not get close. Suddenly, his eyes swept across the dome of the open-air plaza, and his eyes lit up. Above the dome was the sky. The entire open-air plaza was actually built above the blood-empty palace. The dome above was hollow, but it was also covered by a pale silver blood curtain. Go! Lu Zhuo's figure flashed, and under the cover of the puppet, he charged in the opposite direction. The man and the puppet were invincible under the joint efforts. Clang, Lu Zhuo activated his remaining bloodline power, and together with the puppet, he injured Mei Chongqing. Why is this guy running back? Qinyu felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, his eyes swept to the open-air dome above his head. Not good, Qinyu no longer guarded the exit, and his figure rushed over. However, in terms of movement speed, Qinyu was not as fast as Lu Zhuo, who had the support of bloodline power. I was too stupid before. I had to fight that guy head-on, and consumed a lot of bloodline power. Lu Zhuo was regretful. However, it was not too late to react now. I will be the big winner after breaking through the restriction on the dome. Bone Demon Palace, the Three Sects, and Qinyu. In this blood burial garden, you are all my foils. Lu Zhuo was excited, and he could not help but roar. Swoosh swoosh, with the support of bloodline power, he passed through the blood pool, and with a speed that was above everyone else, he arrived near the wall at the other end of the plaza. Thump thump, Lu Zhuo put away the puppet and used the wall as a foothold. A height of several dozen feet was not difficult for him. In a few flashes, Lu Zhuo approached the silver blood curtain above the dome, and hooked his feet on the edge of the wall. Break, Lu Zhuo circulated his bloodline power, and his palm turned into a blade. Dazzling black iron patterns appeared on it, and black energy lingered around it. He slashed fiercely. Poof, the silver blood curtain nearby suddenly trembled, and a foot-long crack opened, but it was only enough for one person to pass through. The restrictions of the Blood Void Hall were slightly different from the ancient Inheritance Hall. There were defenses both inside and outside. Thump thump thump, Lu Zhuo increased the frequency of his attacks, and a hole appeared in the restriction, growing larger and larger. Whoosh 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 whoosh, at this time, the top disciples of the Three Sects and Bone Demon Palace caught up. Poof thump thump. Pop, however, the hole in front of Lu Zhuo was almost the width of a person. Whoosh, suddenly, a purple blur shot up the wall of the blood hall at an unbelievable speed and approached Lu Zhuo. The purple shadow speed was not inferior to Lu Zhuo's, and it was even more agile. What is that? Lu Zhuo only felt a gust of wind, and his eyes caught the blurry outline of a purple fox. At this moment, his body hung upside down on the wall, one hand holding the blood soul flower, and the other attacking. There was no room for him to dodge. But out of everyone's expectations, the purple fox had no intention of attacking his vitals at all. Poof, a sharp claw swept past, accompanied by a wisp of sharp purple light, and grabbed the blood soul flower's wrist. Ah! Lu Zhuo screamed. His bloodline power was insufficient to begin with. The sharp claw was extremely sharp, and the power of one attack was comparable to a postnatal chi transformation cultivator. Poof, the beautiful, dreamy 10,000-year blood soul flower fell from the sky. At the same time, the hole in the restriction in front of Lu Zhuo could barely fit one person. No, Lu Zhuo roared in shock and anger. He was just one step away from becoming the biggest winner. Whoosh whoosh, the purple fox nimbly flipped in midair, and grabbed the 10,000-year blood soul flower. Isn't that fox Qinning or spirit pet? Qinyu was stunned. At this moment, everyone was a little confused, and they couldn't react. Seeing that Lu Zhuo was about to succeed, everyone was disheartened. They didn't expect that a purple fox would attack unexpectedly and snatch the blood soul flower. Whoosh whoosh, the purple fox nimbly leaped and swept toward the entrance at the other end. Stay! Mei Chongqing and the others reacted, and they all chased after it. Where are you going? Lu Zhuo's blood almost rushed to his heart. He turned into a faint black remnant wind, and chased after the purple fox. Whoosh whoosh, with the 10,000-year blood soul flower in its mouth, the purple fox landed next to a man and a woman. They were Qinyu and Xianxia. She flipped her hand, and a strange blood pattern appeared on her palm. The blood jade spirit bamboo that she wore on her body trembled and released strands of translucent blood light. They had not expected Qinyu to be so decisive, directly splitting apart the 10,000-year-old blood soul flower, a treasure with great luck. Sigh, after using the serene water ink lotus, Xianxia had reached the middle stage of the viscera refining stage. She wasn't weak among the disciples that entered the blood burial garden. The palm that was surrounded by a greenish-black aura was about to land on the blood soul flower. Hee, Lu Zhuo's defense was strong and he wasn't injured, but his limbs were stiff and cold. I can't monopolize a peerless treasure like the blood soul flower. Even if the Yunhui Gate gets it, it will only bring disaster. The Blood Void Palace's restriction formation was a double defense. Open! Xianxia was excited. Suddenly. Whoosh, she rubbed her hands and like magic, she turned half of the blood soul flower into a sparkling blood ball. If it was just him. The blood jade spirit bamboo that Tong Yuling was wearing suddenly blossomed with a layer of transparent blood-colored crystal light. Xianxia said pitifully. A translucent blood-colored flower bud that was about the size of a thumb dashed out of the restrictive spell formation. At this moment. Open for me, the ice crack bead was too accurate. It exploded at the exit, allowing everyone to bear the greatest power. The two halves of the blood soul flower floated in the air, overflowing with blood light and emitting a violent blood soul power. Maybe if he took a step forward, he would have a chance to become the biggest winner. Buzz, Qinyu put the blood soul flower bud into the light silver crystal space. Whoosh, however. Whoosh. Haha, Chen. Sister Tong, are you okay? Besides. The next moment. Qinyu took the blood soul flower from the fox's hand. Facing some of the top disciples present, even those at the Qi transformation realm, this strength was far from enough. When Qinyu discovered that the fox had seized the blood soul flower, he immediately rushed over to protect Xianxia. The Tong Yuling in the blood lotus mark was probably looking for a place to completely erase Tong Yuling's consciousness and take over her body. Whoosh, blood-emptied palace, on the open-air square. Xiaochen planned to split the blood soul flower in half. That way, he would be able to take more than half of the pressure. Half of the blood soul flower floated right between Lu Zhua and Mei Chongqing. In the next few breaths, Mei Chongqing and Lu Zhua's speed slowed down by 20 to 30%. At this moment, Qinyu had a cold smile on his face. He had roughly determined that this flower bud should have some sort of spirituality. Blood splattered. The two of them were not far from the exit, and there were no top disciples blocking their way. Qinyu sighed as he looked at Mei Chongqing, Lu Zhua, and the other top disciples chasing after him. The two halves of the blood soul flower suddenly changed. However, Qinyu and Xianxia had just arrived in front of the silver-patterned blood veils formation. A weird look flashed in the eyes of the purple fox, but she did not object. The blood-colored afterimage was too fast, and it brought with it a blood soul attack, which made everyone dizzy and unable to stand steadily. Still struggling? So you heard the voice of your sweetheart. Qinyu had seen this teen when he was chased by Mei Chongqing for the first time. But suddenly, near the ground, under the attack of the cold wind and ice particles, the few of them roared in anger. Mei Chongqing, Lu Zhua, Jiangping, and the other top disciples rushed to the exit of the blood-emptied palace. Crack, for example, the ability to create a blood soul clone might be lost. At this moment, the situation took a huge turn. A layer of frost formed on Mei Chongqing's clothes and skin, and she suffered from frostbite. The blood lotus mark on her forehead twitched, and her face showed a hint of struggle. Xianxia's eyes squinted into a crescent moon. Huh? What are you so proud of? Let's run. Tong Yuling. This scene made the purple fox, who was just about to attack, have a flash of surprise in her eyes. Lu Zhua was furious. He took out the sword and shield puppet and was ready to fight. Boom. Boom. Go. Whoosh, Kuan Ling, Tong Yuling, Fang Haofei, and the others were on their guard. Lu Zhua, Mei Chongqing, and the others were stunned for a moment. Then, her figure flickered, and she dashed toward a certain part of the blood burial garden at a speed close to Lu Zhua's. Tong Yuling snickered and was about to do something. Whoosh, the purple fox flashed and landed in front of Qinyu and Xianxia. Brother Yu, I'm sorry. Why don't we give the blood soul flower to them? If the Yunhui Gate team joined in, they would be ruthlessly killed. After taking a bite out of the flower bud, the Iron Moon's strange insect's body gave off a sparkling bloody glow. Its aura soared, and its ferocious nature burst forth. Ouch! The other half of the blood soul flower floated in the air, but nothing happened. We can't let her succeed. A faint female voice came from the other half of the blood soul flower. It turned into a shadow and broke through the silver blood curtain. The ice-cracking orb was slightly weaker than the fire bead, but the frost power it produced could freeze blood and slow down the target's movement. Fair and square. The blood soul flower transformed into a blood-red afterimage, darting towards the team of Yunyu martial school disciples. Outside the hall, a few familiar voices came. No, the people in front of him were the best proof. As soon as Qinyu's palm touched the blood soul flower, the latter burst forth with a blood-colored radiance, and with a crack, it split into two halves. Outside, there was a group of people approaching the blood void hall. However, poof. At this moment, a silver-speckled black dot darted out and crashed into the blood-colored flower bud, before taking a huge bite out of it. Qinying snapped out of her daze, and a look of horror appeared on her face as she was dragged into the exit by Qinyu. At this moment, Lu Jue and Mei Chongqing had already caught up. Qinyu was shocked. Mei Chongqing, Lu Jue, Jiang Ping and the other top disciples arrived at the exit. The purple fox jumped onto Qinying's shoulder with the blood soul flower in its mouth. There was a hint of surprise in the purple fox's eyes as she stared at Qinyu's hand. Blood Lotus Tong Yuling sneered. A wooden box appeared in Mei Chongqing's hand. He slowly opened it, revealing half a bone-like finger that emitted a powerful yin corpse qi. Qinyu's eyes flashed. Mei Chongqing and Jiang Ping's expressions changed. He immediately held the blood-colored flower in his fist. Ding ding ding. Be careful. Tong Yuling's body had just been taken over, so there might still be a chance. There was a burden next to him, so there was no way he could escape from Mei Chongqing and Lu Jue's pursuit. Then, if that's the case, Qinyu couldn't help but exclaim. Tong Yuling's face was filled with pain. A blood-colored lotus imprint soon formed on her forehead, faintly discernible. He suddenly had a feeling. In the Bone Demon Palace's camp, Mei Chongqing, Jiang Ping and 6 other esoteric disciples all went after the purple fox. Tong Yuling gave him a feeling of coldness as if he was looking down on an ant. A cloud of white, chilly wind, accompanied by thousands of ice crystals, exploded at the exit and swallowed the few of them. After breaking out, Qinyu's first thought was to get close to Tong Yuling. However, Qinyu was not happy. Instead, his heart sank. Lu Jue was flustered and exasperated, veins popping on his forehead. He could no longer remain calm. Whoosh! Brother Yu, my pet is powerful, right? Swish! Half of the blood soul flower landed on the body of a bright and beautiful girl. The iron moon insect took a bite of the blood soul flower bud. Its fragrance permeated the air and seeped into one's soul. Mei Chongqing and Lu Jue, who bore the brunt of the attack, bore most of the pressure. Behind them, Lu Jue could not help but roar in anger. 2 or 3 top disciples from the 3 sects also participated in the pursuit. The team led by Kuan Ling had only just arrived at the Blood Void Hall. Lu Jue had fallen from a winner to a chaser by 1 step. Tong Yuling opened her mouth, and an invisible force sucked half of the blood soul flower into her stomach. A blood-colored lotus mark appeared on Tong Yuling's forehead. Her pretty face was cold and solemn, and her temperament was different from usual. At this moment, Lu Jue and the others had just arrived at the exit. The space was relatively narrow. 10 breaths later, Qinyu chuckled and grabbed Qinying, breaking through the silver-patterned blood curtain. It's the ice-shattering ball. Let's see what you choose. She understood in her heart that if it weren't for Qinyu, she would have long since been annihilated by Lu Jue and the others. The silver-patterned blood curtain split open and was easily split by Qinyu with a punch. He left with Qinying and Zihu. Qinyu finally made a decision. Before the others could react, Qinyu laughed and threw the other half of the blood soul flower to the 2 of them. Qinyu's figure flashed, and he grabbed the blood soul flower bud, but he could not put it into his storage bag. What was frustrating and infuriating was, whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, you are not Tong Yuling. Finally. With Mei Chongqing and Lu Jue, 2 Qi transformation realm experts, 1 ice ball was not fatal. In terms of power. Because of some delays. His thoughts moved. At the same time, Lu Jue, Mei Chongqing, Jiang Ping, Yuanli, and the other esoteric disciples clashed. 2 breaths later. Stay. A small bead that looked like white frost fell at the exit. Qianyu's other hand seemed to grab something, and he slashed at the silver-patterned blood curtain. Crack, however. Quickly run, once the blood soul flower was destroyed, it might lose some of its original heaven-defying abilities. Qianyu's face turned cold. Splash, reinforcements are coming. Where are you going? I will tear you apart. The token in Qianyu's hand had already been kept into the light silver crystal space. Fortunately. Whoosh, whoosh, vaguely, a childish voice came from the soul level. The blood soul flower floated in the air, and Qianyu slashed at it with his palm. Why did the other half of the blood soul flower fall on Tong Yuling? The pursuers behind were Mei Chongqing, Lu Jue, Jiang Ping, and other top disciples. Qianyu had an illusion that it was not him who slashed the blood soul flower, but the latter automatically split in half. Bone Demon had more people, Mei Chongqing and the others restrained Lu Jue, and half of the blood soul flower was taken by an esoteric disciple, who quickly retreated. Qianyu grabbed Qianying and ran towards the exit with the light purple fox. Boom, since he could not monopolize the blood soul flower, he might as well divide it, at least he could not implicate his fellow disciples. Whoosh, Qianyu looked sideways, and saw Kuan Ling, Fang Haofei, Tong Yuling, Xie Jing, and other Yunhui Gate disciples, a team of 6 or 7 people, approaching. Facing Lu Jue alone, he was about to counterattack. The wooden box in Mei Chongqing's hand slowly opened, revealing half a bone-like finger, emitting a massive yin corpse chi. That is, Lu Jue's expression froze, revealing a trace of deep fear. Even if you blood sacrifice this item and unleash 1 or 2 invincible attacks, the price you will pay will be incomparably tragic. Lu Jue's voice deepened, but his figure was slowly retreating. His gaze shifted to Qianyu and Tong Yuling on the other side. If he remembered correctly, the other half of the blood soul flower had fallen into the hands of the non-elite female disciple. It seemed like a small flower bud had been obtained by Qianyu. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Jue finally retreated, giving up the other half of the blood soul flowers at Demon Bone Palace. At this moment, he had expended a lot of his bloodline power. Demon Bone Palace had the most manpower and experts. What he feared the most. And it was Mei Chongqing's final trump card. Peng Qi, Lu Jue and the puppet worked together to break a hole in the silver blood veil and escaped. Whoosh, at the exit of the blood void hall, Mei Chongqing's body swayed, his face pale. Senior Mei. Jiang Ping and the others couldn't help but exclaim and support Mei Chongqing. Obviously. After multiple clashes with Lu Jue, Mei Chongqing's injuries had accumulated and he was already heavily injured. After all, he didn't have a powerful self-healing physique like Qianyu. There's no danger to his life. Mei Chongqing waved his hand and closed the wooden box in his hand. The half of the finger bone and the terrifying yin corpse chi also disappeared. Luckily, this person retreated. Once I use this item, although I can launch 1 or 2 attacks close to the origin realm, I will lose a large amount of essence, blood, energy, and life source. There is a possibility of my cultivation dropping, and it might even affect my future advancement to the origin realm. Mei Chongqing murmured. The item in the box was his greatest trump card, an invincible trump card. But this item must not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. From now on, I will rest here for 3 days. All disciples are not to act on their own. Mei Chongqing ordered. Looking at Lu Jue's pursuing figure, his lips curled into a cold smile. Good plan, senior brother Mei. There will definitely be a life and death battle between Qianyu and Lu Jue. No matter which side wins, we'll be able to reap the benefits. The armored man, Yuanli, smiled. Now. What the Bone Devil Palace needed to do was to conserve their strength. Swoosh, Lu Jue's first action after breaking through the silver-patterned blood curtain was to chase after Tong Yuling. Qianyu was also chasing after Tong Yuling. Imperceptibly, the 3 of them formed a straight line. Lu Jue swallowed 2 pills and looked at the fleeing man and woman with an extremely gloomy expression. Qianyu. You've ruined my plans time and time again. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Lu Jue's heart was filled with hatred and killing intent. When Qianyu was chasing after Tong Yuling, he had already ordered Qianying to leave with Zihu. He believed that with this fox protecting her, Qianying would be safer than the average person. Stay here. A cold shout came from the team of the Yunyu Martial School. Swoosh, the purple-robed Kuan Ling flashed out with a crimson gold blade in his hand, blocking Lu Zhua's path. Qin Yu, who had already run some distance, cried out in alarm when he saw this scene. Usually, his relationship with Kuan Ling was not that good. At first, Kuan Ling had some enmity towards him because of Xianxia. Later, he felt that this person was rather proud and aloof. Qin Yu, I owe you a favor last time at the Yan family castle. It's time to repay it. Kuan Ling said coolly. If not for Qin Yu's team arriving in time at the Yan family castle, he and junior sister Xie Jing would have likely met with misfortune. Buzz, he swung the crimson gold blade in his hand and slashed out a golden blade aura nearly 3 meters long. A sharp gust of wind cut towards Lu Zhua first. Kuan Ling had also benefited after entering the blood burial garden. His cultivation had reached the limits of the viscera refinement realm. This slash was his most powerful strike. At the same time, whoosh whoosh, Fang Haofei and Xie Jing attacked Lu Zhua from 2 sides. Chen, I'll help you this time and stop this black kid. Fang Haofei laughed lightly. You guys retreat. Qin Yu, who was in pursuit, shouted in alarm. A trace of anxiety and unease appeared on his face for the first time. Kuan Ling and the others had only arrived later and did not understand how terrifying Lu Zhua was. Clang! Clang! Lu Zhua stood where he was, sparks flying as he took Kuan Ling's blade head-on. He did not move at all and was completely unharmed. Fang Haofei and Xie Jing's attacks on the 2 sides did not even break Lu Zhua's skin. This. Kuan Ling was dazed. The 3 revealed expressions of shock. A bunch of ants. Lu Zhua had a disdainful expression as a ball of black energy appeared on his arm. Ah, Kuan Ling screamed as he was swept by the black energy. His body was immediately sliced into 2, blood splattering everywhere. Boom, a wisp of remaining black energy sent Fang Haofei and Xie Jing flying. Among them, a deep wound was left on Fang Haofei's abdomen. He bitterly closed his eyes as his consciousness fell into silence. Senior brother Kuan. Xie Jing's eyes were bloodshot when she saw Kuan Ling's corpse. She ignored her injuries and pounced towards Lu Zhua. No. Senior sister Xia. The 2 disciples behind dragged Xie Jing to the ground, not letting her move no matter what. Swish, after killing Kuan Ling, Lu Zhua did not even look at him as he chased in the direction of Qin Yu and Tong Yuling. Senior brother Kuan. Xie Jing cried as she fainted in front of Kuan Ling's corpse. For a long time, she had been silently paying attention to this arrogant man, who was in love with the number 1 beauty of the inner sect, Xianxia. Afterwards. After Xianxia's betrayal, she finally had the chance to be together with senior brother Kuan. In the Yan family castle, facing the seamless bandits, they went through life and death together. In the blood burial garden, they fought together. But all her memories were fixed on the tragic scene of Kuan Ling being sliced into 2. Kuan Ling's death and Fang Haofei's unknown death caused Qin Yu, who was in pursuit, to freeze in his tracks. Qin Yu's eyes flickered with an unprecedented strong killing intent. Lu Zhua. I never had a strong killing intent towards you, I only wanted to get a share of the blood soul flower. I never thought that you would actually kill my fellow disciple. Qin Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his chest. He never had a good impression of Kuan Ling. He never thought that he would step forward and encounter such a mishap. And Fang Haofei, but Qin Yu could not stay any longer. He must kill Lu Zhua, but fighting here would bring disaster to his fellow disciples, and he might even be disturbed by other experts. This is not a good place to fight. Qin Yu gathered energy in his organs, increasing his speed in pursuit of Tong Yuling. Tong Yuling's situation was also extremely critical. If too much time passed, her consciousness would be devoured by the unknown expert, and she would lose herself. Very soon. Qin Yu discovered that Tong Yuling in front of him was running along a familiar path. At a certain moment, a dilapidated ancient hall appeared in front of him, covered by a layer of silver blood veil. It's actually here. Qin Yu looked at Tong Yuling, and the blood veil on her body flashed, easily passing through the array formation and entering the depths of the hall. Wasn't this the place where he and Lu Xian'er had stayed before? Swish, Qinyu silently held the ancient token in one hand, and with one palm, he split open the silver blood veil and arrived at the entrance of the hall. However, next, he did not chase after Tong Yuling. Looking back, Qinyu's face turned cold, staring at Lu Zhua who was approaching the silver blood veil. Now is the best time to kill this person. Qinyu immediately activated his heart. Thump. Thump thump. Thump thump thump, Qinyu's heartbeat quickly reached a critical point. At this moment, Lu Zhua's bloodline power had been consumed by more than half, and his strength had dropped. The biggest threat was the Qi transformation realm puppet he had. Break, Lu Zhua let the puppet move forward and waved the giant sword. The two of them worked together and soon broke the array formation. The moment Lu Zhua and the puppet entered the light veil, Qinyu attacked, whoosh, an afterimage flashed, and a violent gust of wind had already enveloped Lu Zhua. So fast. Lu Zhua's expression changed. He had already been guarding against Qinyu, but he did not expect his opponent's speed to suddenly increase to this extent. Thump, thump. 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 Thump, thump. Qinyu had already entered the explosive technique, and a vigorous power surged from the depths of his body and limbs. In an instant, his strength and speed had doubled from his normal state. Boom, a huge black and green fist shadow hit Lu Zhua at close range. Lu Zhua barely activated the power of his bloodline, and the black veil on his fist and arm flashed, bursting out a black aura. Thump. Thump, Lu Zhua was forced to take a few steps back by that terrifying punch. The blood in his body churned, and he almost vomited blood. If not for the protection of the animal skin armor, he would have been injured by that punch. Go to hell. As Qinyu was about to approach again, Lu Zhua's figure flickered and he hid behind the puppet. That puppet was 3 meters tall, and holding a sword and shield, it was like an iron wall. Clang. Bang, bang. Qinyu held the mysterious heavy sword, and in the state of explosive technique, he was not defeated in a head-on confrontation with the puppet. In terms of speed and flexibility, he was even slightly better than the puppet in the Qi transformation realm. This kid, Lu Zhua was shocked, and he faintly wanted to retreat. Facing the current Qinyu, even if the power of his bloodline was still at its peak, he might not be able to withstand his crazy attacks. The defense of this puppet is comparable to the Qi transformation realm. However, the puppet managed to block most of Qinyu's ferocious attacks. Whoosh, with a flash, Qinyu disappeared from the front of the puppet, and the mysterious heavy sword in his hand was put into his storage bag. Swish, in the next instant, Qinyu approached Lu Zhua from the side with a terrifying speed that was twice his usual speed. Lu Zhua hurriedly dodged and controlled the puppet to block in front of him. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his foot, as if he had been bitten. Caught off guard, his skin was almost bitten. After all, his bloodline power was almost exhausted, and it was impossible for him to protect his whole body at all times. And that iron moon strange insect, after eating the blood soul flower bud, was much more aggressive. At the moment when Lu Zhua's body froze. Swish, Qinyu abruptly closed the distance between them, and the power within his body erupted from his arms. Not good, Lu Zhua's breathing became heavy. In this crisis, he hurriedly infused the remaining power of his bloodline and cultivation into the animal skin armor. Buzz, a layer of purple-blue light film appeared on the animal skin, protecting his whole body. His animal skin armor was a superior treasure weapon, and it could form an energy layer to protect his whole body, even though it consumed a lot of energy. What was unexpected was, when Xinyu's fist approached, a dark and low-key short sword appeared in his hand. Slash. Qinyu infused all the power and internal breath of his whole body into the dark snake sword. A strange scene appeared. Pop in the space of the blood burial garden, the blood moon shone on the dark snake sword, making the whole sword shine with a layer of blood crystal brilliance, and its power soared by more than 30%. Qinyu tensed up and hurriedly retreated into the main hall. Qinyu switched to the profound heavy sword, and slashed across the air with a bright silver sword aura. He had also unleashed an attack that had reached his limit. Bang, Lu Zhua's black iron-like arm was surrounded by a deep black aura. Like a violent black iron wild boar, he charged at Qinyu. Pa pa pa, Qinyu realized that something was wrong. Why hadn't he stopped yet? Lu Zhua, who had been forced to close in, felt a fatal chill. Crash. Pop escape? Wow, Lu Zhuo only defended and let the puppet block most of the attack. Whoosh. Whoosh, Qinyu shuddered and turned around to save Tong Yuling. As long as Qinyu did not fight head-on, he could protect himself by moving around. When he looked again, he was shocked. It was a statue of a beautiful woman. She was 10 feet tall and wore a lotus blood-red robe. She had a cold aura that looked down on the world. A layer of purplish-green light appeared from the beast's skin and protected her entire body, especially the vital parts of her upper body. Qinyu quickly approached and attacked with the dark snake sword again. Under the blood moon, the power of the attack was enough to make ordinary post-celestial transformation realm cultivators fear. If Lu Zhuo was at his peak and had a strong bloodline, his attack might not have succeeded. The black aura and the silver sword aura exploded. The two figures retreated at the same time. I can only break the hatchet to build a boat. After attacking, Tong Yuling's face turned pale and she murmured, "The foundation of this body is too weak." Lu Zhuo entered the main hall with a vigilant expression. Lu Zhuo let out a shrill scream. Then, he lost his senses and his consciousness fell into darkness. Then, a shocking scene appeared. Not good, that dark gray sword, under the blood moon, was covered in a layer of blood-red light. As the gray blood patterns intertwined, its aura surged. In his memory, this woman was not a top disciple of the three sections. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged in front of the statue and seemed to be using a cultivation technique. Pop Tong Yuling opened her cold and deep eyes. The blood lotus mark between her eyebrows glowed with a layer of blood. Swoosh, a terrifying aura was unleashed in the surroundings. In an instant, the black iron patterns on the surface of Lu Zhuo's body lit up once more, and his bloodline power returned to its peak state. At this moment, in the end, Shang Guanqi lost an arm and barely survived. The silver whirlwind that seemed as light as a feather forced Lu Zhuo to retreat repeatedly, and a trace of blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. In midair, Lu Zhuo prepared to flip over. Just as Lu Zhuo was about to take something out of his storage bag, he felt another sharp pain in his feet and let out a cry. He stretched out a finger and quickly poked a dozen spots on his body. Kill. This scene fell into Lu Zhuo's eyes. Tong Yuling. At this moment, Qinyu suddenly lowered his body. That sword did not stab at Lu Zhuo's head, throat, heart, or other common vital points. Tong Yuling's blood-red lotus robe was one of the items in the stone cabinet. As a high-grade artifact, once it was fully activated, it could form a layer of energy that could defend one's entire body. Clang, bang, humph. When the two of them combined, most Qi transformation stage post-celestial stage cultivators would retreat in fear. The Iron Moon's strange insects attacked again. Qinyu was greatly surprised. Why did Lu Zhuo become weaker, however, in the next moment? So it's here. Lu Zhuo pondered. Lu Zhuo's cooperation with the puppet was not perfect. The puppet's defense was strong, but compared to the two of them, its movements were slightly clumsy. However, needless to say, Qinyu was stunned. He only had two options left. Tong Yuling stretched out a slender finger and poked a few joints of the puppet. After a few breaths, Lu Zhuo still had not been poisoned. This sword had only scratched his flesh, and it could not even be considered a light injury. Lu Zhuo's face was pale, but he did not lose his cool. He immediately consumed a special black pill. The beast skin armor on Lu Zhuo's body was not a full-body armor. What are you waiting for? Leave the puppet to me, and this lad is yours. Seeing Lu Zhuo's unsteady body, Qinyu was overjoyed. It seemed that after digesting the blood soul flower, his strength had increased greatly. Good opportunity. Qinyu almost did not recognize this woman. The detoxification pill I just consumed only neutralized 30 to 40% of the poison. Once the power of the bloodline is completely exhausted, boom, these parts were his main targets of protection. This unfamiliar Tong Yuling had a way to restrain the puppet, diverting most of Lu Zhuo's attention. This sword of yours, under the lotus blood-red robe statue sat a bright and beautiful girl, wearing the same blood-red lotus robe as the statue. Qinyu had learned from his previous lesson. This sword cut his leg. A gray shadow flashed, and the dark serpent sword cut Lu Zhuo's left leg. Every time it moved, the puppet's body would sway. So. The poison of this sword has been amplified several times. Even a chi transformation cultivator would not be able to escape after being cut. Afterwards, Papa Lu Shua's expression changed greatly. His body swayed, and the leg that had been cut was stained with a purplish-black color. That meant he had lost most of his mobility. How could he fight? Ding! Ding! Lu Shua seemed to have thought of something, and his face showed a trace of fear. If he ran, he would definitely die. Qinyu roared, pounced in the air, twisted the opponent's arm behind his back, and pressed his head down. Hand over the blood soul flower. Tong Yuling's cultivation had reached the limit of the viscera refining stage, and there was a faint fluctuation of true qi in her internal breath. This primitive killing method was obviously more effective than using a sword to attack Lu Shua's tortoise shell. A strange light flashed in Qinyu's eyes. He rolled to the ground and quickly dodged the puppet's attack from behind. But since the opponent said so, Qinyu did not object. Bang! Qinyu's heart was still in the state of eruption. Die. Oh no. Buzz, however. The puppet's giant sword waved, and directly pounced on nothing. That time in the northern mountain spirit garden, he cut Shang Guanqi's arm with a sword, and he expected the opponent to die. Get down. The purple-blue light film on Lu Shua's left leg was cracked by the dark snake sword, and the dark black iron pattern on the surface of his body flashed and was finally cut open. But on Qinyu's face, there was a smile of success. Fortunately, Qinyu reacted quickly and dodged the main body's attack, and only suffered 50 to 60% of the remaining power. Lu Shua abandoned the cunning Qinyu, and took the puppet to kill Tong Yuling. He used a secret technique to stimulate the potential of his bloodline and restore to his peak state, but the price was great. Lu Shua's body at his feet, blood surged and seeped out of his skin, condensing into a deep black blood crystal flow, and with a swoosh, it flowed into Qinyu's body. Under the effect of the heart explosion technique, Qinyu poured all of his tremendous strength and inner breath into the mid-grade precious artifact, the poisonous sword. Lu Shua was shocked, and Qinyu, who was rushing over, was also surprised. The poison backfired, he would fall into a state of weakness, his strength would drop by more than half, and the power of his bloodline would dry up for at least half a month. Swish! Swish! In Lu Shua's bloodline, a majestic force was stimulated, and his eyes shot out a terrifying divine light. Hiss! Swoosh! There was a chi sound. In this situation, Qinyu naturally would not be polite, and beat the dog when it was down. TSK, if you break your own leg, you may be able to stabilize the poison. Gulp, the attack power of the puppet was comparable to the middle stage of the Hotian realm. The next moment. This method really works. What Lu Shua could do was to increase his defense. Qinyu retreated a few steps, and Lu Shua was shaken back more than 10 feet. Lu Shua's body was knocked away by Qinyu, and the injury and poison in his body were acting up at the same time. Escape or fight to the death, Qinyu picked up the mysterious heavy sword, waved a light silver whirlwind, and took the initiative to meet Lu Shua. Lu Shua's head fell down, and fiercely hit the floor of the main hall. His head suddenly burst open, and a wave of dizziness hit him. Blood light flashed, Lu Shua and the puppet, from the left and right, once again rushed to Qinyu. However. Qinyu heaved a sigh of relief. Cut off a leg, Qinyu smiled sinisterly. How is it possible? Are you? Lu Shua was beaten by Qinyu, and vomited blood, but it was purplish-black poisonous blood. Obviously. Without armor, the protection of the body was still 20 to 30% weaker. His head was broken by Qinyu's brute force. Swish, moreover. Clang, 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 his leg was poisoned, and his movement was weakened. If he tried to escape, the puppet's movement and defense would be exposed. Buzz, Lu Shua's eyes lit up when he saw Tong Yuling sitting cross-legged. Lu Shua's body was shaken, and he vomited blood. The purplish-black light film on the surface of his body was broken. However. Looking closer, one of the stone cabinets, the lotus blood robe had been opened, and it was empty. Lu Shua was even more anxious. This cunning boy. Tong Yuling, with a blood lotus shadow, hit Lu Shua. Lu Shua felt a numbness in his left leg, and the poison was eroding his whole body. He knew the geographical environment of this hall better, which was a kind of advantage. Lu Shua took a deep breath, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Bang, dong. 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 Jinyu hurriedly retreated, and a tinkling sound rang out from his abdomen. The copper runes on his abdomen flickered, leaving behind a shallow wound. Lu Zhuo chased after him with the puppet, gritting his teeth. Go, on second thought. Tong Yuling's blood lotus dress blossomed into a blood lotus shadow, and she floated in the air at an astonishing speed. On the other side, Tong Yuling turned into a ghostly bloody shadow and flashed around the puppet. The three figures followed closely, and soon, they entered the depths of the hall. This time, the iron moonworm's body was covered with blood, and its biting power was almost comparable to that of the Qi transformation stage. He looked vigilant, guarding against the sneak attack of the iron moonworm. The puppet was a bit slower than the two of them, so as long as Jinyu didn't fight them head-on, he wouldn't have to fight them at the same time. He had just killed Jinyu's fellow disciples, which made the other party have a strong killing intent. Not good, swoosh, the bloody shadow flashed, and Tong Yuling disappeared on the spot. After recovering his bloodline power, Lu Zhuo could control the puppet to attack, and he could use about 80% of his strength. Jinyu sneered. Lu Zhuo gritted his teeth, and immediately controlled the puppet to attack Tong Yuling. The tall puppet attacked from the other side, and a dazzling arc of blood appeared. Slash, Jinyu circulated his power, and with a crack, he broke Lu Zhuo's arms. Where is this? This is. Jinyu's expression changed. Let her deal with the puppet. The puppet's strength was slightly better than Lu Zhuo's in a head-on battle. But now, his bloodline power was almost exhausted, and his defense was reduced by 30%. He had just been bitten by the iron moonworm, and there was a trace of weakness, so it was hard for him to dodge. I can't fight with force. Also. Then. Lu Zhuo had just been injured by Tong Yuling, and he was distracted to control the puppet, so his strength was only 60% to 70% of his peak. In a short time, Jinyu couldn't replicate the success of the first time. Then, the poison in Lu Zhuo's leg was quickly suppressed, and his body flashed, and he took the initiative to attack Jinyu. Go to hell. Tong Yuling's cold eyes swept past Jinyu. Go to hell. Tong Yuling's body emitted a strange and cold aura that was no weaker than the Qi transformation stage. He could suppress and neutralize some of the poison mainly because of the remaining bloodline power. Suddenly, he felt a strange suction coming from the center of his heart. Except. At this moment. What's going on? Jinyu was shocked. Not only did his heart not recover under the explosive technique, but there seemed to be a magnetic attraction between him and Lu Zhuo's body. Dong. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, the heart was beating rapidly, causing the blood in Lu Zhuo's body to boil and seep out of his body, forming a deep black blood crystal flow. This black blood crystal flow gave Jinyu an ancient and powerful aura. It seemed to be a bit like the power of Lu Zhuo's bloodline, but much purer. Wushan Lu Zhuo's bloodline, there was only a thick black blood crystal flow, no more than 1 or 2 feet long. The black blood crystal flow flashed and went into Jinyu's body. To be exact, it was sucked into his heart. At his feet, Lu Zhuo's corpse immediately shriveled up. Dong dong dong. Dong dong. Dong dong. After absorbing the black blood crystal stream, Jinyu finally returned to normal after using the berserk technique. Immediately, a sense of weakness came. Jinyu's face was pale and his body shook slightly. This time, it took a long time to activate the explosive technique of the heart. What happened just now? Jinyu was frightened and his mind went into the heart to check the situation. The next moment, his mind entered a dark and deathly silent space. Jinyu was no stranger to this place. It was the dead space in the heart. That light silver crystal space was here. But at this moment, in that dark and dead space, there was another black blood vortex the size of a palm. The black blood vortex was rotating slowly, glowing with a trace of black iron blood light. It seemed to be the product of the black blood crystal flow. Could it be? Jinyu had a terrifying and bold idea. Could it be that Lu Zhuo's bloodline source was sucked into the mysterious heart? Swish, with a thought, Jinyu's mind returned to reality. At this moment, Not far away, Tong Yuling, who was wearing a blood-red robe, knocked on the puppet's body several times with her jade-like hands. Buzz, the puppet's body flashed with a layer of dazzling white mist, and its body quickly shrank into a metal ball. Qinyu couldn't help but be stunned by this scene. It's just a trifling Hotian realm puppet, yet it's using such a spatial compression tool. What a waste of a heavenly treasure. However, with this person's cultivation, he isn't a puppet master. He can only control Hotian puppets at will. The lotus blood-robed Tong Yuling sneered and put away the metal ball. At this moment, on the other side, Qinyu picked up Lu Shua's storage bag. TSK, quite a lot of good stuff. Qinyu opened the storage bag and found many treasures, including some rare spiritual ores. If the ancient command token and nether ink lotus were excluded, then Lu Shua's other gains were even above Qinyu's. Among them, Qinyu discovered several precious ores that could be used to refine high-grade treasures. There were also some rare ores of unknown origin. This is... A box suddenly appeared in Qinyu's hand, with blood-red crystal patterns floating on it, covered with seals and talisman papers. This box emitted a terrifying aura that made Qinyu suffocate. Suddenly, Qinyu thought of the scene he saw when the insect probed. If he remembered correctly, this box seemed to seal a kind of true fire spiritual flame called blood glass flame. "Give me the box." A cold voice, with an unquestionable tone, sounded. Swish, a blood lotus shadow flashed, accompanied by a pressure comparable to that of the Qi transformation stage. It was the blood lotus Tong Yuling. "Why? You're not Tong Yuling, who are you?" Qinyu said in a low voice. "Then die." The blood lotus Tong Yuling's face turned cold. The blood lotus mark between her eyebrows emitted a blood soul power that rushed straight to the mind. A blurry blood lotus shadow appeared on her jade-like hand, and she directly slapped at Qinyu. Qinyu only felt his mind shake, but the evil spirit of the Cloud Fiend fist suddenly roared. The tears of ice heart that he wore on his body trembled. Whoosh, a jade-like hand with a blurry blood lotus shadow had already slapped in front of him. Qinyu instantly felt a pressure comparable to that of the Qi transformation stage. The strength that the blood lotus Tong Yuling displayed was almost no weaker than Lu Shua. But at this moment, after using the technique, his body was in a certain state of weakness, and he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to resist. Get lost. In a moment of desperation, Qinyu forcefully gathered strength in his organs and brazenly punched out. An unexpected scene appeared. The moment Qinyu's organs gathered strength, he felt that the black blood vortex in the pitch-black space suddenly gushed out a stream of heat. Boom, when that punch was swung out, a layer of black iron lines appeared on the shining copper arm, and an ancient and tyrannical strange power appeared. Pa-ka. The blurry blood lotus shadow that was close to him, comparable to the Qi transformation stage's attack, was swept by the black iron lines, and shattered. Wah, the blood lotus Tong Yuling spat out a mouthful of blood, and her delicate body flew back 5 or 6 feet, her face full of shock. What? How can you have that kid's Black Emperor bloodline? The blood-robed woman said in disbelief. At this moment, the blood lotus Tong Yuling's face was full of shock. She stared at Qinyu, and her expression kept changing. In the end, there was even a hint of fear. Could it be that you are a descendant of the legendary blood-devouring clan that can devour other people's bloodline and make it yours? The blood lotus Tong Yuling subconsciously retreated. If Qinyu really was a legendary blood-devouring clan, then he would be the greatest enemy and nightmare for blood cultivators like her. Black Emperor bloodline? Blood-devouring clan? Qinyu was stunned. He looked at the gradually fading black iron lines on his arm and was a bit dazed. However, there was one thing he was sure of. He had inexplicably absorbed Lu Shua's bloodline and made it his own. The power of the bloodline made Qinyu excited. The Black Emperor bloodline gave him a feeling that not only could it increase his defense and strength, but it also seemed to increase the power of his inner breath. It was no wonder. Lu Shua was only at the peak of the Viscera refinement realm, but he was able to suppress Mei Chongqing, a genius of the Qi transformation realm. The Black Emperor bloodline was really too strong. Qinyu had seen the power of the bloodline from Shangguan Qi and Jiang Ping. Especially Shangguan Qi, who had fought with him. But compared to the Black Emperor bloodline, there was a huge difference. With the support of this bloodline, I am almost invincible in the blood burial garden. Mei Chongqing might not be a match for me in a head-on battle. Qinyu was overjoyed, and his mind temporarily merged into the black space. The black blood whirlpool was still spinning, but its volume was slightly smaller. It seemed. The power of the black blood whirlpool couldn't be squandered endlessly. Even so, Qinyu was also very satisfied. After all, he had obtained this bloodline power out of nowhere. It was better than nothing. At this time, the blood lotus Tong Yuling came back to her senses. Qinyu, the blood glass flame in your hand is an extremely domineering sacred flame of the Tao of blood. This flame isn't something a organs refinement realm cultivator like you can control. Even a qi transformation realm cultivator can't refine it. The blood lotus Tong Yuling said. Qinyu grinned. Then I'll try when I reach the qi transformation realm. If the qi transformation realm doesn't work, I'll wait for the returning origin realm. Now that he had the Black Emperor bloodline, he wasn't afraid of the blood lotus Tong Yuling at all. He just didn't know how to help the real Tong Yuling recover. The blood lotus Tong Yuling paused, but she couldn't do anything. She was furious. From her memory, she knew that this kid was only a half-spiritual body. It was already a miracle that he could reach the qi transformation realm. How dare he dream of reaching the returning origin realm? How about this, I'll trade with you with the puppet ball in my hand. You've seen the strength of this puppet. Its defense is comparable to a qi transformation Khanate realm cultivator. The blood lotus Tong Yuling didn't give up. Okay. But you have to come out of Tong Yuling's body. Qinyu answered after thinking for a while. The level of the blood glass flame was too high. Before reaching the qi transformation realm, there was no hope. Even a qi transformation realm cultivator couldn't refine it. Moreover, the volume of this box couldn't be stored in the light silver crystal space. Even if he brought it back, it wouldn't belong to him. Hearing Qinyu's request, the blood lotus Tong Yuling looked troubled. That's impossible. It's hard to find another body that suits me in the blood burial garden. The blood lotus Tong Yuling denied. Hearing this, Qinyu's eyes flashed. If you don't come out, I'll beat you out. Haha, the blood lotus Tong Yuling chuckled. I can't beat you right now. But you're not a soul cultivator, and you don't know mental spells. You can't do anything to me. You'll only hurt this girl's body. Qinyu frowned. I do have a compromise here. If you take out that blood soul flower bud and add it to the other half of my blood soul flowers, you should be able to create a blood soul body. The blood lotus woman suggested. Blood soul body? How can I believe you'll come out when the time comes? Qinyu said coldly. Haha. Once the blood soul body is formed, its aptitude will be comparable to a supreme grade spirit body. Why would I want this girl's body? The blood lotus woman smiled. Qinyu felt that the old man's words made sense. There wasn't a single supreme grade spirit body in the entire Chu state. Even Mei Chongqing only had a superior grade spirit body at most. Besides, Tong Yuling's aptitude wasn't high. Seeing this, Qinyu hesitated for a moment. He took out the blood soul flower bud that was bitten from the faint silver crystal space to test the blood lotus woman's reaction. He wasn't willing to give up the blood soul flower bud so easily, but he hadn't found the blood lotus woman's weakness yet. Seeing the blood soul flower bud, the eyes of the blood lotus Tong Yuling immediately lit up. Kid, don't be tricked by her. A childish voice sounded in Qinyu's mind. Qinyu's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the blood soul flower bud. Did the voice come from there? Qinyu, don't listen to the blood soul flower spirit. Once I'm going to create a blood soul body, it'll be destroyed. It'll stop you. The blood lotus woman hurriedly said. Kid. Listen to me and knock her out. I promise I'll find a way to get rid of her for you. The childish voice said anxiously. Both sides were arguing and neither side was willing to give in. Qinyu sighed, both of you have your reasons. Who should I listen to? However, after weighing the pros and cons, Qinyu decided to follow the blood soul flower spirit's plan. In his opinion, humans were more cunning than the blood soul flower spirit. Besides, he could still keep the blood soul flower bud if he followed this plan. Sir, why don't you knock yourself out? Qinyu looked at the blood lotus Tong Yuling. After a while, the weakness in his body had mostly disappeared. He was almost back to normal. With the help of the Black Monarch bloodline, he was confident that he could take down the blood lotus woman. Kid. You'd rather listen to the cunning blood soul flower spirit. The blood lotus woman clenched her teeth and turned into an afterimage as she fled out of the hall. The blood lotus woman turned into a shadow and fled out of the main hall. Where are you going? Qinyu was prepared. He gathered strength in his heart and the black iron pattern on his body flashed. His speed was close to that of an explosive technique. Whoosh, with a flash of the black pattern, Qinyu caught up with the blood lotus woman and was about to subdue her. He, a childish voice full of complacency echoed in the void. Oh no! The blood lotus woman exclaimed. Crack, at the same time, the seal at the bottom of the sealed box in Qinyu's other hand suddenly cracked. Thick black smoke rose from the surface of the box. Some cracks appeared, and wisps of blood glass flame seeped out. That's, a terrifying aura that made Qinyu's hair stand on end burst out when the box exploded. Not only Qinyu. The blood lotus woman's eyes were also filled with deep fear and even despair. Puff, puff. Puff, immediately, a blood-colored crystal-like blood glass flame burst out of the box and engulfed Qinyu in an instant. Ha ha ha. Stupid human, this blood glass flame is the companion of the blood soul flower. I have a certain degree of control over it. The childish voice was full of complacency. Run, seeing that Qinyu was engulfed by the blood glass flame, the blood lotus woman retreated into the main hall without looking back. Where are you going? The childish voice was full of coldness and killing intent. Swoosh, one of the blood glass flame turned into a large flame net, trapping Tong Yuling and the blood lotus woman in it. In an instant, Qinyu and the blood lotus woman were engulfed by the terrifying blood glass flame. The flame was so powerful that even a Qi transformation realm cultivator would be corroded by it and turn into a pool of blood. No, the blood lotus woman Tong Yuling's voice was cold, full of despair and unwillingness. She gritted her teeth and made a seal with both hands. The blood lotus mark between her eyebrows flashed with bright blood-colored crystal light. Then, the blood lotus dress on her body surged with brilliant blood light and bloomed into a blood-colored lotus the size of a water tank, surrounding her. At that moment, the defensive power of the blood lotus Tong Yuling surpassed Lu Shu's beast-hide armor. The grade of her blood lotus robe was comparable to the blood yang pearl. However, when the glazed blood flames approached, the blood-colored lotus suddenly shook, dimmed, and cracked. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Even Elder Mao and Protector Shangguan, who were at the level of Qi transformation Xiantian, would die if they were surrounded by this flame. Buzz, the blood lotus mark on Tong Yuling's forehead suddenly flashed and turned into a transparent blood lotus shadow, trying to escape. A wisp of remnant soul wants to escape? Stop struggling and accept your death obediently. His childish voice was filled with ridicule. Whoosh, the glazed blood flame emitted translucent flames that forced the soul of the blood lotus shadow back with a poof. Kacha, the soul of the blood lotus phantom dimmed and shattered. Then, it scattered and merged into Tong Yuling's forehead, forming a bright and beautiful blood lotus mark. Her aura seemed to have changed. Seeing this, the glazed blood flame broke through the blood lotus shadow around Tong Yuling and was about to completely engulf her. But at this moment, a strange change occurred. Whoosh! Thump thump! Thump thump, a strange pulling force, accompanied by a heaven-shaking heartbeat, caused the surrounding glazed blood flame to tremble, uncontrollably fleeing in a direction. What's going on? The childish voice let out a low roar of shock and anger. The source of the pulling force was Qinyu, who was the first to be enveloped by the glazed blood flame. A moment ago, it had clearly seen Qinyu being engulfed by the glazed blood flame, his flesh and blood rapidly burning and rotting. Although there were copper and black iron markings on the surface of Qinyu's body, but in front of the glazed blood flame, there was no obvious defensive effect. Then, the blood soul flower spirit's attention was focused on the blood lotus Tong Yuling. It did not pay attention to Qinyu, thinking that the latter had already turned into a puddle of blood. Qinyu did not turn into blood as quickly as it had imagined. In this moment of life and death, it not only activated the bronze statue technique and the Black Emperor bloodline to protect itself. Thump thump. Thump thump thump, his mysterious heart, under this great pressure, once again entered into an explosive state. Qinyu's body, under the burning of the glazed blood flame, rapidly rotting and melting. But at an astonishing speed, it began to regenerate itself. So, under the explosive state, the body's regenerative ability is also twice that of normal. Qinyu discovered this point. But the power of the glazed blood flame was too terrifying. Even if his regenerative ability was doubled, and his body was close to indestructible, he still could not escape from being burnt and corroded by this flame. Could it be, everything is going to end? Qinyu's head madly roared. He activated the mysterious heart, the bronze statue technique, the cloud fiend chi, the Black Emperor bloodline. All the powers that he could control were activated to the extreme. In this moment of life and death, Qinyu felt that the cloud fiend chi had improved once again. It exploded with a power that was close to the Hotian true chi, emitting a violent and unruly aura. The bronze statue technique had also stimulated the potential of the bronze statue technique, and it was very close to the peak of the bronze bones level. Thump. Thump thump thump. Thump thump, the mysterious heart seemed to have sensed the danger of its master, and entered a strange state of unpredictability. All of a sudden, Qinyu felt a taboo aura coming from the depths of the heart. Boom, it was just a taboo aura, but it caused the void and the main hall to tremble. Thump. Thump thump, every time the mysterious heart beat, it seemed to touch the pulse of heaven and earth, and a shadow seemed to appear in the void. Whoosh, in the next moment, the glazed blood flame that had invaded his body was suppressed by a powerful force, and it trembled. Then, therefore, the glazed blood flame, whether it was inside or outside, was pulled by a domineering force into a corner of Qinyu's body. At the same moment, outside the blood burial garden, at the battlefield of Lu Yunqing. Rumble, the huge blood-colored light screen under the blood moon strangely overlapped and shook slightly, and a ripple of space surged over. What's going on? The space of the blood burial garden seems to be unstable. The projection of the secret realm seems to be shaking. What's happening in the blood burial garden to cause such an anomaly? The upper echelons of the Bone Demon Palace and the three sects were shocked. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the upper echelons of the Qi transformation realm all flew away from the blood-colored light screen. Sir, what's going on? Once the secret realm of the blood burial garden collapses, even an origin realm expert would not be able to survive. Palace Master Fu's expression was ugly. The elite disciples of the Bone Demon Palace, including his personal disciple, Mei Chongqing, were all in the blood burial garden. This is too abnormal. The space of the blood burial garden has always been stable, and it can probably last for at least 1,000 years. Could there be some unknown change in the garden? The handsome man in the blood robe said with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, he thought of something and flipped his hand, and a broken soul tablet appeared in his palm. There were a few traces of black blood markings on this broken soul tablet. This is impossible. With Lu Zhua's strength, how could he die in the blood burial garden? The handsome man in the blood robe growled, his face full of disbelief. You're saying that the junior you brought died in the blood burial garden? Palace Master Fu revealed a strange expression. Immediately, his expression changed, and he also took out a soul tablet. Fortunately, Palace Master Fu let out a long sigh of relief. The soul tablet in his hand was still intact. At least, Mei Chongqing had not met with any mishap. Lu Zhua has the Black Emperor bloodline, and that puppet with strong defense, how could he die? The man in the blood robe's face was ashen, and he could not accept this reality. Inside the dilapidated palace, the raging glazed blood flame had all burrowed into Qinyu's body and gradually quieted down. At this moment, in the flesh of Qinyu's left arm, there was a ball of sparkling blood flame that had been compressed to the limit. It was as clear as crystal and was wrapped in a layer of blood cocoon. Thump thump. Thump thump, every time the invisible heartbeat vibrated, the sparkling blood flame would tremble and actually compress a little. Until a certain moment. The ball of glazed blood flame that had been compressed to the limit condensed into a crystal blood bead the size of a thumb in the blood cocoon, and then stabilized. Ayaya, why is it like this? In the void, a childish voice sounded, carrying a hint of weeping, full of unwillingness. But at this moment. Meanwhile, Xianyu's consciousness had fallen into an endless abyss of darkness. Where is this? Xianyu's consciousness was muddled, and he had an illusion that he was in a dream. Swish, in the darkness, there was suddenly a heartbeat. In the blurry scene, there was a familiar crystal heart, like a dream or illusion. Then, below the crystal heart, a pair of slender female wrists appeared, holding the crystal heart. Who is it? Xianyu's eyes widened, and he vaguely saw a blurry female figure. The female was holding a crystal heart with both hands, and her figure was blurry. Her face was vaguely beautiful, revealing a trace of determination and maternal love. Squeak! Wah wah, a baby cried loudly, so close to the crystal heart in front of him. Swish, suddenly, Xianyu discovered that his consciousness had fused with the infant's. What's going on? I've become this baby? Xianyu was shocked. This must be a dream. Suddenly, he heard a man's voice. This is the heart of eternity? It can change Yu's cursed body? A pair of rough hands came to him, and he felt a warm and thick touch. My husband, Yu, farewell. With my death, and the price of never being reincarnated, activate the spell of death, blessing. That woman suddenly let out an eternal sigh, and chanted an obscure incantation. In the incantation, her body slowly melted, and a holy light shrouded the baby and the crystal heart. At the same time, there was a cut on the baby's arm, and a trickle of blood, accompanied by the incantation and the holy light, entered the crystal heart called the Heart of Eternity. Wah wah, the baby that Xianyu had turned into let out a painful howl, completely uncontrollable. Dong dong. Dong dong, immediately, he felt a faint heartbeat, and it was one with his own heartbeat. Boom. Whoosh, in the image, the heart suddenly struggled, and then it suddenly turned into a gorgeous ray of light that flashed and disappeared. Where do you think you're going? The man shouted angrily, and an indescribable force shook the heavens and the earth. His majestic figure tore the space apart and crossed the sky. The next moment, the image in front of him disappeared, and everything returned to darkness. Wake up. Xianyu opened his eyes, and his whole body was soaked in cold sweat. He found that he was lying on a bright and beautiful girl, and it was soft and fragrant to the touch. Chen, you're awake. Chen, you've woken up, a familiar girl's voice was filled with joy. Xianyu opened his eyes and found that his back was soaked in cold sweat. He was naked and lying on the body of a beautiful girl. Tong Yuling? In his line of sight was a bright and pretty face with a bright red lotus mark between her eyebrows. There was a solemn and mysterious aura. At this moment, Tong Yuling's skin was as white as jade, as exquisite as silk. Her face was glowing and her beauty was even more beautiful than before. Chen, you seem to have had a nightmare just now. Tong Yuling blushed and avoided Xianyu's bronze-colored masculine body. Nightmare? Xianyu found that there were traces of tears on his cheeks. All of a sudden, he remembered that in that strange dream, he had turned into a baby and cried. That dream was very bizarre, but it gave him a sense of familiarity and realism. He vaguely remembered. There was a mysterious heart in the dream, and there seemed to be a man and a woman, which gave Xianyu a sense of intimacy. Let's say that dream is real. But my birth parents, in the secular Qin family, don't have such earth-shattering means. Xianyu frowned slightly. At this moment, Xianyu found that the atmosphere was awkward. He was almost naked, and the beautiful girl Tong Yuling was completely skin to skin. Tong Yuling's pretty face was bright red, and she clutched her skirt with both hands. She seemed very nervous and somewhat at a loss. Xianyu smiled and immediately took out a set of blue Yunhui Gate robes from his storage bag and put it on. Then, he suddenly thought of something. Senior Sister Tong, what happened after I fell into a deep sleep? Are you back to normal now? Xianyu hurriedly checked his body. There was not a single wound on his body. The wounds caused by the blood glass flame had been healed by the powerful self-healing ability of this body. Besides, he sensed that there was a blood cocoon in his left arm that contained a crystal clear blood bead the size of a thumb. Within the blood bead, there was a blood flame aura that had been compressed to the extreme. It was no different from the blood glass flame, but it had completely fallen into silence. It seems like all of the blood glass flame has been absorbed by Chen's body, Tong Yuling began to explain. As for myself, there are more memory fragments in my mind, or even another life experience. Tong Yuling's eyes flashed with a complicated and perplexed expression. She couldn't even tell if she was Tong Yuling or another all-powerful blood path expert with peerless talent. However, the youth in front of her had left a strong impression on her, and she had quite a good impression of him. Yu stared at Tong Yuling thoughtfully. No matter what, Tong Yuling was at least in control of this body. The other memory fragment might affect her personality, which had its pros and cons. By the way, give this to Brother Chen. Tong Yuling handed over a small metal ball. Taken aback, Yu hesitated for a moment. Tong Yuling hurriedly said, Chen saved Yuling again, and the other half of the blood soul flower is sealed in my body. After that. Tong Yuling looked a little embarrassed. After all, that 10,000-year blood soul flower was obtained by Qinyu and Lu Zhua in a life-and-death battle. No problem. Qinyu waved his hand and took the small metal ball. The blood soul flower contained a huge amount of blood essence and blood soul power, which was not something he could bear and absorb. He could not monopolize this flower. If he brought it back, it would only bring trouble to the Yunhui Gate. And this small metal ball could activate a Hotian stage puppet, and its defense was comparable to the Qi transformation innate stage. For Qinyu, it was more practical. Next, Tong Yuling told Qinyu the method to activate the small metal ball, and taught him how to refine the ball and control the puppet. Qinyu was dubious, but he comprehended the method. This method involved the use of mental power. And Qinyu had cultivated the Cloud Demon Fist to the peak realm, and his mental power was far superior to those of the same level. An hour later, Qinyu had mastered this method, and he refined and opened the metal ball. Buzz, the metal ball unfolded, and a white mist flashed, revealing a 3-meter-tall shield and sword puppet, covered in black armor. Qinyu estimated that the sword, shield, and armor in the puppet's hands were as hard as high-grade treasures. Tong Yuling bent her finger and pointed at a certain place under the puppet's armpit. Crack, the sound of a mechanism came, and a groove opened under the puppet's armpit. 4 crystal-clear origin stones were inlaid, and their color was slightly dark. There are 4 genuine origin stones here, half of them have been used up, and they can be replaced after they are used up, Tong Yuling explained the principle. Qinyu clicked his tongue in wonder, and used the mental method to control the sword and shield puppet. But in the early stages, Qinyu wasn't very familiar with controlling the puppet. The sword and shield puppet made a series of attacking and defensive movements, looking a little clumsy and funny. Whoosh, whoosh, just then, footsteps came from outside the hall. Qinyu immediately used the mental method to shrink the sword and shield puppet into a metal ball, and put it in his storage bag. Soon, a purple fox entered the inheritance ancient palace with a petite young girl in tow. Air. Qinyu was surprised, and he quickly stood up. Hee, luckily I had little purple to lead the way, otherwise I wouldn't have found brother you so quickly. Air was overjoyed. Whoosh, the purple fox jumped onto Air's shoulder, and it stared at Qinyu with sparkling eyes. It looked as if Qinyu owed it millions of origin stones. Brother you, it asked you for the blood soul flower. Air smirked. Qinyu smiled bitterly and revealed a troubled expression. The 10,000-year blood soul flower was split into 2. One half was obtained by the Bone Devil Palace, and the other half was consumed by Tong Yuling. Actually, a large portion of the blood soul flower's essence is condensed in the blood soul flower bud. This flower bud can nurture the spirit, nourish the soul, and increase one's life potential. It is very meaningful for those below the origin realm. Tong Yuling smiled and said. Hearing this, Qinyu took out the blood soul flower bud he had taken a bite out of. Once this item was taken out, the purple fox jumped up excitedly. Whoosh, at the same time, a silver-spotted black dot darted out and arrived in front of Qinyu. It was the iron moonstrange bug. The 2 pets looked at the blood soul flower bud expectantly. This blood soul flower bud contains extremely pure blood soul essence. It is more than enough for the 2 of you and your pets to share. Tong Yuling suggested. Qinyu nodded and prepared to share the blood soul flower bud. But suddenly, his eyes flashed as he glanced at the purple fox on Qianying's shoulder. Voila, the black iron patterns on Qianyu's body flashed. Under the accumulation of power in his heart, he turned into a shadow and quickly grabbed at the purple fox. The purple fox hissed as a trace of surprise flashed in its eyes. The purple shadow flashed. Qinyu missed by an inch. The fox's speed was not inferior to Qianyu's when his heart was accumulating power and the black iron bloodline. In terms of dexterity and agility, it was slightly better. However, the fox had just dodged the attack when a blood-colored light flashed by its side. Puff, a ball of blood-colored light enveloped the purple fox's body, causing it to stagnate in midair. It was Tong Yuling, who attacked with a smile. The strength she displayed was comparable to a Qi transformation realm or post-celestial, and her technique was even better than a regular Qi transformation realm. Where do you think you're going? Qinyu gathered power to the extreme and activated the Black Emperor bloodline. His speed was slightly faster than Lu Zhua at his peak. The purple fox only felt a shocking murderous aura along with the fist force bombarding its body, making it dizzy. In the next moment, it was grabbed by Qinyu in midair, its limbs flailing, but there was nothing it could do. Qinyu's arm was like a steel clamp, holding it in place. Brother Yu, what are you? Qianying was anxious and couldn't bear it. She almost cried. After the purple fox was captured, it immediately revealed a tearful expression, which made people sympathize with it. What kind of spiritual pet contract did you sign with this fox? Qinyu said in a low voice. Of course it's an equal contract. Little Purple was very helpful to me in the blood burial garden and I gained a lot. Qianying said matter-of-factly. Qinyu sneered and immediately told her the historical truth of the ancient beast contract 300 or 400 years ago. This kind of contract isn't strong, mainly because there are no restrictions on spiritual pets. The ancient beasts in the blood burial garden can use this loophole to escape. Tong Yuling nodded. Under the infusion of the two, Qianying finally showed a hint of hesitation and fear. Fox. If you want to live, or if you really want to following air, sign a normal spiritual pet contract. Qinyu threatened with a murderous look. Hearing that, the purple fox shook its head and waved its claws with determination. I think we should do this. Sister Ing Air can sign a life or death contract with it. The two of you will live together sincerely and be on equal terms. No one will harm the other. Tong Yuling suggested. Live and die together? Qinyu was taken aback and looked at Tong Yuling in confusion. Tong Yuling sent him a voice transmission. This fox has the rare heavenly fox bloodline, and its potential is far greater than ordinary ancient beasts. It's almost comparable to some legendary saint beasts. Ing is already very lucky to be able to sign such a binding equal contract with it. Heavenly Fox bloodline, Qinyu was taken aback. That was a legendary supreme rank ancient beast. As for the life or death situation, given the fox's strength and potential, it would be beneficial to Qianying. Also, after signing this contract, outsiders won't be able to take this spiritual pet from Ing. Tong Yuling added. Alright. Qinyu nodded. The purple fox pondered for a long time, then finally agreed to sign the life or death contract. After all, it had been trapped in the blood burial garden and used as nourishment. Now, it was completely under Qinyu's control. A moment later, Qianying and the purple fox cut their palms at the same time. Under Tong Yuling's guidance, their blood formed a blurry, complicated pattern in the air. The pattern twisted in the air, then turned into invisible waves that merged with Qianying and the purple fox. After that, Qinyu, Qianying and the two spiritual pets began to divide the blood soul flower bud. Splash, the blood soul flower was split into 4 pieces. The two of them and their spirit pets each got a share. Ouch! In the void, a childish voice let out a scream. Tong Yuling refused to use it. After all, she had already obtained half of the blood soul flower, and it would take a long time for her to absorb it. Puff, first, the two spiritual pets quickly ate a portion of the blood soul flower bud each. After the iron moon strange insect had eaten a portion of the blood soul flower bud, a bright, blood-colored membrane appeared on its body, which became brighter and brighter. A long while later, the blood-colored membrane on the insect's body condensed into a blood-colored cocoon, and it soon fell silent. Congratulations, Chin. The iron moon corpse insect is an extraordinary species, and this one is a variant. After eating the blood soul flower bud, its potential will increase again. When it wakes up, it will at least be a chi transformation stage or lesser heaven stage insect. Tong Yuling said with a smile. After this insect wakes up, it will at least be comparable to the chi transformation stage. Hearing Tong Yuling's congratulations, Qinyu was naturally overjoyed. One had to know that some ancient beasts and rare insects often had the power to suppress humans of the same level. It was expected. Soon, Qinyu would have a powerful acquired stage pet. Its value and practicality would make the chi transformation stage elders of the sect envious. At the same time, Xianxia purple fox also consumed a blood soul flower bud, but it didn't fall into a deep sleep like the iron moon insect. The fox sat cross-legged on the ground with purple blood patterns on its body. Its aura quickly reached the chi transformation stage. This spirit fox was originally at the chi transformation stage, but it was affected by the blood absorption array in the central garden and fell into a weak state. Tong Yuling murmured. Behind the two pets, Qinyu and Xianxia were about to consume their respective blood soul flower buds. Wait. Tong Yuling said, with a human's physique, especially at the viscera refinement stage, consuming a blood soul flower bud, even if it's a quarter of it, will cause the blood soul essence to dissipate. It's a pity. Immediately, Tong Yuling taught the two of them a cultivation method for refining and absorbing. This cultivation method was specifically for the blood soul essence. Even if it couldn't be completely absorbed, it could indirectly seal a part of it and reduce the loss. An hour later, Qinyu and Xianxia learned this simple cultivation method. Plop, sitting cross-legged on the ground, Qinyu chewed on the broad bean-sized flower bud meat. Sweet juice and a refreshing fragrance permeated the air around him. Qinyu's mind shook. He suddenly felt a warm flow, like a hot spring, fusing into his mind. This was the blood soul essence of the blood soul essence, which could nourish the soul. Suddenly, Qinyu felt his spirit and even his mental power were obviously nourished and strengthened. Whoosh, at the same time, the life essence contained in the blood soul essence bloomed like a flower in his body, quickly fusing into his flesh and blood. However, the blood soul essence was simply too large. It was impossible for a viscera refinement cultivator to completely absorb it. Even refining a small portion of it was a great opportunity. Qinyu prepared to use the refining technique taught by Tong Yuling. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, the mysterious heart started beating faster, and a familiar suction force came from it. In an instant, all of the blood soul essence and life essence rapidly gathered and compressed into his flesh and bones with his heart as the center. The blood soul essence slowly flowed into his soul. The life essence fused into his aura, flesh, and bones, and even a part of it was absorbed by his heart. Buzz, inside the mysterious heart, the vortex of black blood that was floating in the misty black space had actually grown to a size larger after absorbing a significant amount of life essence. Not long after, this black blood vortex expanded to the size of a bamboo basket. Qinyu was pleasantly surprised. At this time, the life essence scattered all over his body. Tong Yuling, who was observing Qinyu's situation from not far away, couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. After Qinyu consumed a portion of the blood soul flower bud, he did not leak any blood path spiritual energy at all. He actually absorbed it without leaving a single drop. Tong Yuling was shocked. On the other hand, a layer of blood-colored ripples appeared on Xianxia's body. Even with the refining technique, at least half of the blood soul essence was leaked. At this moment, the aura on Qinyu's body fluctuated violently, and a surging mental energy surged out of his body. The power of the murderous aura caused the purple spirit fox, who had recovered to the chi transformation realm, to subconsciously move away from Qinyu. Not only that, as the murderous aura grew, the aura in Qinyu's body continued to condense and rise. Puff the surface of Qinyu's body would occasionally have traces of black and azure chi patterns visible to the naked eye. In the end, On his back, there was a black and azure aura in the shape of a blood python, which emitted a surging murderous aura as it roared. The power of this murderous aura was enough to move a Qi transformation realm postnatal expert. A trace of surprise and complexity flashed in Tong Yuling's eyes, as if she had understood something. At a certain moment. Oh, Qinyu opened his mouth and let out a long roar, and a wave of black and azure Qi ripples spread out in a radius of a few feet. The Qi ripples were mixed with a few black and azure Qi patterns, accompanied by a unique fluctuation of true Qi. Hee, is this the postnatal true Qi? Qinyu opened his palm, and a few strands of black and azure Qi patterns appeared. The strength of the true Qi fluctuations seemed to be slightly stronger than Mei Chongqing's. However, in terms of quantity, it was far from Mei Chongqing's. In the Dantian Sea of Qi. In the center of a layer of invisible inner Qi vortex, a deep black and azure Qi mass appeared. It was very small, not even 1/10 of the size of the inner Qi vortex. There was a huge difference between true Qi and inner Qi. First of all, inner Qi was difficult to see with the naked eye. Generally, it could only create a corresponding afterimage of the energy. Once it left the body, it would easily collapse. On the other hand, true Qi was a kind of gaseous energy that could be seen with the naked eye. It was more condensed and of a higher level. Chen was able to condense postnatal true Qi at the viscera refinement realm with his half-spiritual body. He is indeed a person with great luck, Tong Yuling couldn't help but sigh. In her other life's memories, it was very difficult for a half-spiritual body to break through to the Qi transformation realm, and they often had to pay a great price. For someone like Qinyu, with his half-spiritual body, to be able to condense postnatal true Qi at the age of 15 was truly extraordinary. There were many benefits to condensing postnatal true Qi at the viscera refinement realm. First of all, it would be more powerful. Qinyu's inner Qi was already very close to the power of ordinary postnatal true Qi. If it was mixed with the fiendish cloud true Qi, he could even fight against ordinary postnatal Qi transformation realm cultivators. Secondly, condensing postnatal true Qi in advance meant that his potential was greater. Breaking through to the Qi transformation realm was basically a done deal. Whoosh, Qinyu let out a breath and withdrew the fiendish cloud true Qi in his palm. He was quite emotional. If it wasn't for the opening of the blood burial garden, the great opportunity that came once in 100 years, and his desperate killing, he wouldn't have had such great luck. Now it seemed. It wouldn't be difficult for Qinyu to break through to the Qi transformation realm before he was 20, or even before he was 18. Half a day later. Qinyu and Xianxia had initially absorbed the power of the blood soul flower bud. There was still a lot of it stored in the depths of their bodies. Actually, the greatest benefit of the blood soul flower bud came from the soul. Qinyu and Xianxia's soul and mental energy had been strengthened a lot. Especially Qinyu. He had absorbed the blood soul flower bud to the maximum. His mental energy felt like it had expanded. A little bit of killing intent was enough to make ordinary viscera refinement realm cultivators collapse and lose their will to fight. It was because of this increase in mental energy that the fiendish cloud fist could condense fiendish cloud true Qi in advance. Chen, I have a premonition that the space in the blood burial garden is abnormal. I'm afraid the secret realm is going to close early. Tong Yuling said goodbye. Qinyu was greatly surprised. According to what was said before, the blood burial garden would last for at least half a month. Now, only 6 or 7 days had passed. Before they left, the three glanced at Lu Zhua's corpse. Qinyu thought for a moment. He took off Lu Zhua's beast skin armor, wiped it clean, and put it on himself. As for Lu Zhua's spoils of war, they had long been divided by Qinyu. There were many unfamiliar precious materials and spirit ores among them. Tong Yuling pointed them out one by one. Whoosh! Whoosh! The three immediately got up and left the dilapidated ancient hall. However, just as they broke through the silver blood veil outside the ancient hall, a chuckle came from nearby. Hee hee. Chen Yu. I didn't expect that the one who walked out alive would be you. That voice was unusually familiar. A handsome youth with long hair that trailed over his shoulders came into view. It was Mei Chongqing. Whoosh! 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 Secret disciples of Bone Devil Palace flashed out from the vicinity of the hall. Jiangping, Yuanli, the cold-faced man, and other secret disciples surrounded the three. Bone Devil Palace had a total of more than 10 disciples, all of them esoteric elites. Faced with such a lineup, Chen Ying'er's face was pale. She was frightened and uneasy. Ever since they entered the blood burial garden, the three sects had been surrounded by Bone Devil Palace. Mei Chongqing, it looks like you've been lying in ambush here for a long time? Chen Yu said calmly. He wore beast hide armor. His tall figure revealed bronze-colored muscles and emitted a heavy pressure. Isn't that Lu Shua's armor? The Bone Devil Palace disciples could not help but be alarmed. They stared at the beast hide armor on Chen Yu's body. While the secret disciples were alarmed, they could not help but reveal burning greed in their eyes. All of them were tempted to try it out. If Lu Shua had appeared, they would still be fearful. However, the person who came out was Chen Yu. They were greatly relieved. Lu Shua was really killed by you? Chen Yu, as long as you hand over the other half of the blood soul flower, I will let bygones be bygones. Mei Chongqing was bewildered and wary. He was slightly suspicious of Lu Shua's death, but the beast hide armor on Chen Yu was irrefutable evidence. But he expected. Chen Yu should not have killed Lu Shua head-on. He must have used some other strategy. Furthermore, Lu Shua had sealed the blood-glazed flame and fought the three sects and Bone Devil Palace. His bloodline power had been exhausted and his battle strength had decreased. My apologies. I've consumed the blood soul flower. The voice of a woman with a lazy tone could be heard. Tong Yuling's charming face had a bright and moving smile that attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, Tong Yuling wore an extraordinary blood lotus robe. A mysterious blood lotus mark was carved between her brows, giving her an elegant and bewitching charm. It's this woman. The Bone Devil Palace disciples all stared at Tong Yuling. Back then, amidst the chaos, they had personally seen half of the blood soul flower land on Tong Yuling's body. This woman does have the aura of the blood soul flower. A cold light flashed in Jiangping's eyes. Attack. Mei Chongqing's expression was dark. Without hesitation, he held the dark green bamboo pole in his hand and waved it, creating a vast bamboo shadow. Dark qi swirled around it, and explosions rang out repeatedly. The vast exploding bamboo shadow swept towards Chen Yu with the pressure of the qi transformation realm. Go! The black silk in Jiangping's hand turned into a cold black line that sliced towards Tong Yuling. The armored man, Yuanli, and the cold-faced man led a few secret disciples towards Chen Ying'er and Zihu. At the same time, in a hidden corner of a building in the nearby area, some disciples of Yunhui Gate and the three sects stuck their heads out and stared at the scene in front of them. Mei Chongqing set up an ambush here to deal with Chen Chongxian, Huang Fulin, Xie Jing, and some other disciples looked in the direction of the dilapidated ancient palace. I don't recommend attacking. Huang Fulin's expression was indifferent. That's right. Senior brother Kuan Ling lost his life because of him. The other disciples chimed in. Chongxian's face was full of anger. He gripped his long blade and was about to commit suicide by himself in the direction of the dilapidated ancient palace. But suddenly, swoosh! 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 Several disciples, including Huang Fulin, worked together to capture Chongxian and press him to the ground. Junior brother Chong, you haven't recovered from your previous injuries, right? If you go now, you'll be courting death. Are you going to follow in Kunling's footsteps? Huang Fulin shook his head and chuckled. It's fine if you don't care about your fellow disciples, but why are you stopping me? Chongxian was furious. He was caught off guard and was restrained by Huang Fulin and the others. His internal energy was sealed. Junior brother Chong, I just don't want a genius disciple like you to die for nothing. This is a great loss to the Yunhui Gate. Huang Fulin sighed and said with a righteous look. In reality, he was extremely jealous of Chen Yu's fortuitous encounter in the blood burial garden, and he hadn't forgotten about his past grudges. Chen Yu had taken the nether ink lotus previously, which made him resentful. Now, Chen Yu seemed to have picked up another great bargain and killed Lu Shua. This was definitely a great fortuitous encounter. He even suspected that Chen Yu might have enjoyed the benefits of the blood soul flower that was filled with great karmic luck. You idiots! Chen's strength isn't much weaker than Mei Chongqing's. If you add us, we might be able to fight. Chongxian was anxious and furious. Haha, junior brother Chong, you overestimate Qinyu. He abandoned junior brother Kunling and went on his own, Huang Fulin's mocking expression suddenly froze. At this moment. Poof. Clang, Qinyu and Mei Chongqing exchanged a couple of blows in front of the ancient inheritance palace. An explosion of black air swept through a radius of 15 feet, making it difficult for the other Bone Demon Palace disciples to approach. Boom, a handsome youth with long hair was forced back 10 feet, his face full of shock. It was Mei Chongqing. This can't be real. Huang Fulin was dumbstruck and petrified. As he spoke, he was also paying attention to the battle over there, waiting for Qinyu's death. However, the difference between reality and imagination was too great. The first exchange. Qinyu's bronze fist met Mei Chongqing's head-on. The bronze fist had just formed, but before it could explode, a formless fist aura rushed at Mei Chongqing's soul. This aura. Mei Chongqing's expression froze. The spiritual pressure contained within the baleful aura was overbearing and cold, surpassing that of an ordinary post-celestial transformation cultivator. It caused his mind to tremble, and his qi and blood to become somewhat chaotic. The next moment. The roaring python-like green-black shadow fist energy was surrounded by green-black qi patterns. It was like a bloodthirsty python that broke through the air from an ink painting, making people shudder. Acquired true qi? The middle stage of the organ's refinement stage. How is this possible? Mei Chongqing's face turned pale. Crack, the dark green bamboo pole in his hand, along with the vast bamboo shadow and the dark black fog, were forcefully torn apart by the other party's punch. In the entire blood burial garden, Lu Zhuo was the only one who could do this. Immediately after. Turning into an afterimage, Qinyu abruptly closed in on Lu Zhuo. His astonishing speed made him look like a second Lu Zhuo. It was also close combat. Mei Chongqing even had the illusion that the heaviness that Qinyu gave off was slightly greater than Lu Zhuo's. When the second punch approached. Whoosh, on Qinyu's fist, apart from the layer of green-black qi on the surface, there was also a trace of imperceptible black iron patterns on the surface of the copper skin. Clang. The second punch. Qinyu directly hit Mei Chongqing's dark green bamboo pole. Bang, Mei Chongqing's figure was sent flying, his face full of shock. The bamboo pole in his hand almost fell. In fact, he forcefully held back the blood in his mouth and did not spit it out. This scene shocked the Bone Demon Palace disciples who had yet to make a move or were about to make a move. In the short exchange just now, Qinyu clearly won against Mei Chongqing. In terms of strength, Qinyu was even stronger than Lu Zhuo, especially when his heart was accumulating power. In terms of power, he had already condensed acquired true qi. After taking the Blood Soul Flower Bud, the spiritual fist energy's power was even stronger, in terms of bloodline. Qinyu had obtained Lu Zhuo's Black Emperor bloodline. Through the mysterious heart, he could use it directly. At this moment, Qinyu's only concern was that he did not dare to expose the Black Emperor bloodline. He only secretly used it to increase his inner breath and power. Even so. In a few exchanges, Qinyu forced Mei Chongqing back, causing the latter to suffer some internal injuries. Qinyu forced Mei Chongqing back. The battle between the other two sides was also about to end. Haha, Tong Yuling chuckled. Her slender jade-like finger pointed, and a blood-colored crystal light lit up. Crack, that finger flicked the black line formed by Jiang Ping's black mystic silk. In an instant, a wisp of blood-colored qi pattern followed the black line and struck Jiang Ping's body. Acquired true qi. Jiang Ping cried out involuntarily. Her figure flew back a few feet, leaving a few bloody wounds on her body. With just one strike, Jiang Ping, who had the power of bloodline, was injured and defeated. Mei Chongqing's expression changed drastically. He thought that with the numbers on his side, even if he was suppressed by Qinyu, the others would still have the advantage. Ah, a blood-curdling scream came from Yuanli and the grim-faced man on the other side. Swoosh, with a flash of purple light, the purple fox in front of Chening turned into a phantom and flashed past several Bone Demon Palace disciples. Immediately, A newly advanced late-stage organs refinement Bone Demon Palace disciple's throat was slit. Blood splattered everywhere, and he died on the spot. Hiss. The cold-faced man's arm fell to the ground after being brushed by the purple light. Yuan Li's shoulder also had a bone-deep bloody wound. He had been a step away from having his heart swept by the fox's claw. Qi Transformation Realm. This fox has recovered to the complete Qi Transformation Realm. The lucky survivors, Yuan Li and the cold-faced man, gasped with pale faces. That purple fox was clearly an ancient beast. After recovering to the Qi Transformation Realm, its strength might even be stronger than Mei Changqing's. Fortunately, because this fox had to protect Xianxia, it returned to the girl's side after a round of attacks. It did not pursue her to the death. I'll retreat. Mei Changqing was shocked. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and made a rational decision. His gaze swept across Qianyu, Tong Yuling, and the purple fox. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and waves of shock surged in his heart. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the Bone Demon Palace disciples retreated in fear, leaving behind a few corpses and limbs. From the encirclement to the attack to the retreat, the entire process took less than 10 breaths of time. Just one round of confrontation. Bone Demon Palace suffered a crushing defeat. Even the number one genius of Bone Demon Palace, Mei Changqing, was defeated in a one-on-one fight. Not to mention Mei Changqing. Even if Lu Zhui came back from the dead, he would be defeated against such a powerful lineup. This scene. The spectating disciples of the three sects were all shocked. How can this be? Huang Fulin and the other disciples of Yunhui Gate seemed to be petrified. Huang Fulin's smile froze. His lips trembled slightly, and his face alternated between green and red. A moment ago, they stopped Chang Xian from rescuing Qianyu and waited for the latter to die. But it was just one round of attacks. Qianyu suppressed Mei Changqing. 2 people and 1 pet completely defeated the powerful lineup of Bone Demon Palace. Ha ha ha, Chang Xian struggled to get up. He was shocked and overjoyed, and he could not help but laugh. Senior brother Huang Fulin, this is the Chen that you are unwilling to rescue, the Chen that you are unwilling to overestimate? Chang Xian's laughter was full of mockery. At this moment, he vented his frustrations and felt extremely comfortable, especially when he saw Huang Fulin's almost green face. Senior brother Chang, you can't blame us for this. It was Huang Fulin who ordered us to do this. Actually, everyone wants to save junior brother Chen. The few disciples of the Yunhui martial school, who had been following Huang Fulin, changed their expressions even faster than the weather. They immediately sold Huang Fulin out. Seeing Qianyu suppress Mei Changqing, who was at the Qi Transformation Realm, how could they not understand that the new generation of geniuses of Yunhui Gate had already appeared? Most likely, Qianyu had the strength to become the top disciple. You guys, Huang Fulin was so angry that he was trembling. His qi and blood were surging, and he almost fainted on the ground. At this moment, Qianyu brought Xianxia to the nearby area and seemed to have noticed the few people from Yunhui Gate. Chen. Oh no, it's brother Chen. Senior brother showed great power just now and defeated Mei Changqing. He really made Yunhui Gate proud. With senior brother's strength, he is the number 1 in the 3 sects. No. He is the number 1 genius in Chu country. A few disciples of the Yunhui martial school rushed forward to greet him and flatter him. Chang Xian smiled and did not speak. He only looked at Qianyu. Qianyu calmly dealt with the other disciples, and his gaze fell on Chang Xian. The two looked at each other and smiled. On the other side, Huang Fulin's face stiffened. He was ignored by the group of disciples. At this moment, the appearance of Qianyu made him extremely embarrassed, and he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Fortunately, Qianyu did not understand the specific situation here and did not pay attention to Huang Fulin at all. He only chatted with Chang Xian. Junior brother, I think I saw Tong Yuling just now. Why didn't she come over? Chang Xian said doubtfully. Her situation is a little special, Qianyu briefly explained to Chang Xian through voice transmission. After defeating the people from Bone Demon Palace, Tong Yuling said goodbye to Qianyu and left alone. Qianyu had a vague feeling. Tong Yuling would no longer be the senior sister Tong of the past, and she might never return. It could be seen. She had a good understanding of this secret realm and might be inextricably linked to the previous owner of the Blood Burial Garden. This could be seen from the blood lotus robe that Tong Yuling wore, the same as the woman on the blood-colored statue, and the many secret techniques and knowledge she knew. A moment later, the few people from Yunhui Gate came to a stronghold in the central garden. Here, Qingyu saw Feng Haofei and the other injured people, as well as Xie Jing and other disciples taking care of them. Feng Haofei and the other injured people were overjoyed to learn that Qingyu had defeated Mei Chongqing. "Chen, we overestimated ourselves and went to stop that Lu Zhua. Senior brother Kuan, Feng Haofei thought of something and smiled bitterly. It seems that Chen has already killed that Lu Zhua." Xie Jing's eyes were moist and red. When she saw the beast skin armor on Qingyu, she felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. After Kuan Ling's death, she swore in her heart that she would avenge her lover. Even if Xie Jing knew that the possibility was close to zero. At the same time, she looked at Qingyu with a somewhat complicated expression. She couldn't say she was grateful. Hate? She couldn't. Thinking of Kuan Ling's worthless death, Qingyu lowered his head and sighed. Suddenly, he thought of something. Qingyu took out 3 portions of serene water ink lotus and gave one to Chongxian, Feng Haofei, and Xie Jing. Now, Qingyu had refined the fiendish cloud true qi, so it wouldn't be too difficult for him to reach the late stage of the viscera refinement realm or even the qi transformation realm in the future. Moreover, he had consumed a small portion of the blood soul flower bud and still had a lot of potential that hadn't been digested, so his need for the serene water ink lotus was relatively low. A long time later, Qingyu announced, "Fellow disciples, the blood burial garden may be closing early. We have to seize the last bit of time and gather more treasures before we return." Lu Yunqing, the battlefield. The scryer images in the blood-colored light screen gradually dimmed. That wasn't all. The blood trace formation in the battlefield was also gradually shrinking and fading away. It hasn't even been 10 days and the blood burial garden is going to leave this space? According to the records, the garden's previous openings would last at least half a month, or even a month. The upper echelons of the 2 camps discussed in low voices. A war that swept through the entire Chu sect, a blood sacrifice, and the blood burial garden only lasted for such a short time? Looks like the closure of the blood burial garden is a foregone conclusion. How long does Lord Xuefeng think it can last? Palace Master Fu glanced at the handsome youth in blood-red robes. At this time, the youth in blood-red robes had already accepted the reality of Lu Zhua's death, and his expression returned to normal. The situation is out of control. From the projection of the blood burial garden, the 10,000-year blood soul flower must have been plucked, and something strange has happened in the garden. The youth's eyes flickered. A smile appeared on Palace Master Fu's face. Lu Zhua was dead, and his personal disciple, Mei Chongqing, was still safe and sound. If the blood soul flower had been plucked, then the Bone Demon Palace had a higher chance of obtaining it. Luckily, Lu Xianxia didn't disappoint me. She should have completed her mission, the youth in blood-red robes murmured. In his palm, there was another jade talisman that flashed and disappeared. The blood soul flower will most likely be brought out by the outer disciples. There's still a chance. The youth in blood-red robes had a calm expression. As for Lu Zhua's death, he wasn't too conflicted. After all, this young man was only a young genius who had been temporarily dispatched from the organization to adapt to this place. At this time, swoosh, a beam of orange sword light pierced through the clouds in the distance, bringing with it a sharp sword qi that soared into the sky. Some of the qi transformation Khanate experts present felt a tingle in their minds. The sharp and terrifying sword aura caused Palace Master Fu and the youth in blood-red robes to change expressions. Lu Tiezu. Many figures from the Bone Demon Palace and the 3 sects watched as a silver-haired elder with an orange wooden sword on his back flew through the clouds. It was the Grand Elder of the Iron Sword Clan, the strongest of the 3 sects, Lu Tiezu. Lu Tiantong, why have you suddenly come here? Palace Master Fu held the pitch-black scepter and called him by his name. Seeing Lu Tiezu's aggressive and unfriendly expression, Palace Head Fu secretly raised her guard. Among the three sects, only Lu Tiezu, a trump card, could make Bone Devil Palace feel fear. Just who was it that killed Santong? I will definitely find the culprit. Lu Tiezu's eyes shot out a cold light that penetrated the void. The terrifying killing intent and chill caused the hearts of some of the Qi transformation Khanate cultivators to tremble. Grand Elder. Are you saying that LV Santong died in the blood burial garden? The Iron Sword sect master and the elders said cautiously. The soul tablet is broken. Lu Tiezu coldly snorted. His sharp, sword-like eyes stared at the gradually dimming blood-colored light curtain. Hearing this news, the other two sections, the elders of the Yunhui Gate and the Watermoon sect, were overjoyed. Well done. That scoundrel Lu Santong has wreaked havoc everywhere. I don't know how many women he has raped. How satisfying. If not for Lu Tiezu's protection, I would have killed that scoundrel long ago. Some of the upper echelons of the three sects silently cheered in their hearts, but they didn't dare to show it. In fact, the identities of LV Santong and the Seamless Bandit had long been vague to the upper echelons of the three sections. Once upon a time, one or two Qi Transformation Realm elders had long wanted to kill the Seamless Bandit, but because they were afraid of Lu Tiezu, they could only punish him lightly at most. But at the same time, these secretly cheering elders were also secretly sweating for the culprit who killed Lu Tiezu's grandson. If his hands were not clean with Lu Tiezu's abilities, it was very likely that he would find the culprit. Oh? Does fellow Lu have any suspects? Palace head Fu said with some interest. This time, the death rate of the disciples who entered the blood burial garden had reached about 50%. Previously, Shangguanqi, Yi Yunfei, and elite disciples Helian Tu had also died. Moreover, Protector Shangguan insisted that Qinyu was responsible for Shangguanqi's death. Yi Yunfei's death. The beautiful female sect master of the Watermoon sect hadn't decided on a candidate and didn't think of Qinyu. After all, before Qinyu entered the blood burial garden, he was only in the early stages of the Viscera refinement realm, which was much weaker than Yi Yunfei in the late stages of the Viscera refinement realm. Suspicious candidate? This? Lu Tiezu's expression was slightly sluggish and slightly awkward. LV Santong's death was really difficult to identify a suspicious target. Because this person had done many evil deeds and offended many people. For example, the beauties that LV Santong had murdered had many pursuers behind them. If LV Santong was in a disadvantageous situation, anyone from the three sects or the Bone Devil Palace could take advantage of the situation and kill him. However, as long as the blood burial garden closes and those disciples come out, this old man has a way to identify the culprit. Lu Tiezu's voice deepened with a face of confidence. None of the upper echelons present doubted Lu Tiezu's methods. Putting aside the fact that he was in the origin realm, he had a direct bloodline relationship with LV Santong. As long as the culprit's hands were not clean when killing or brought out items related to LV Santong, Lu Tiezu would most likely be able to sense it. Inside the blood burial garden. In the following 2 days, the disciples of the three sects began to scour the garden. Ever since Qinyu defeated Mei Chongqing, the Bone Devil Palace disciples all kept a low profile. The disciples of the three sects searched for the remaining precious materials and treasures with great fanfare. The Bone Devil Palace disciples quickly avoided the disciples of the three sects when they saw them, not daring to face them head-on. This scene. It was the complete opposite of when the blood burial garden first opened. Some of the disciples of the three sects were astonished. Then, they learned that Qinyu and Xianxia had completely defeated all the esoteric disciples of the Bone Devil Palace. Of course, most people didn't see it with their own eyes and thought that it was because of Xianxia's Qi Transformation Realm Ancient Beast. It was normal for some powerful ancient beasts to surpass Qi Transformation Realm cultivators of the same level. In short, the disciples of the three sects were overjoyed when they heard the news and began to move boldly in the garden. Inside a hidden valley in the blood burial garden. Senior Brother Mei, do we have to swallow our anger and avoid them? As long as we don't clash with Qinyu and the others, the disciples of the other three sects have nothing to fear. Several esoteric disciples gritted their teeth and said unwillingly. Ever since that day, when the Bone Devil Palace was completely defeated, Mei Chongqing had ordered all disciples to avoid the 3 sections. Just bear with it. We obtained half of the Blood Soul flowers. We're at least half a winner. Mei Chongqing said calmly. From the bottom of his heart, he was even worried about Qinyu, Tong Yuling, and Chen Ying'er's counterattack. Moreover, when he clashed with Qinyu that day, he had a feeling that the others seemed to be holding back. Fortunately, Qinyu didn't force the Bone Devil Palace any further. He seemed to have given up on the other half of the Blood Soul flowers. Qinyu had indeed given up on the other half of the Blood Soul flowers. He didn't want to force Mei Chongqing too much. Moreover, he couldn't keep the other half of the Blood Soul flowers to himself. He still had to hand it over after leaving. Senior brother Mei is right. The situation is pressing. We can only bear with it and try to preserve our strength. When we return to the outside world, we'll have a chance to take revenge after we unify the Chu sect world. Jiangping sighed softly. On the 3rd day after Qinyu defeated Mei Chongqing, the entire blood burial garden shook slightly. The blood moon in the sky flickered. What's going on? The blood burial garden is closing so soon. Mei Chongqing said in shock. This sign indicated that the blood burial garden was about to leave the overlap with the Chu nation. And in the camp of the 3 sections, especially the Yunue clan, they were not too surprised by this. Qinyu had already informed everyone that the blood burial garden was closing early. At this time, a team from Yunue Gate gathered in front of an arch bridge in the central garden. Qinyu, Chang Xian, Fang Haofei, Xie Jing, and the others gathered together. Chen, your judgment is very accurate. Fang Haofei said in surprise. That's what senior sister Tong told me. Qinyu smiled. He sat cross-legged and silently organized the spoils on his body. The harvest from the blood burial garden this time was too abundant. There were dozens of heavenly treasures that were 300 to 500 years old. There were also many other rare flowers, herbs, precious ores, and so on. However, according to Yunue Gate's promise, disciples could keep at most 30% of their harvest. Qinyu estimated that his harvest was too bountiful. It was still unknown if he could even get 30% of the profits as promised. Before this, he was going to put the necessary spoils into his personal space. Soon, Qinyu reluctantly stuffed the sky bamboo shoot liquid, the puppet ball, 3 nether water ink lotuses, the ancient token, and a few rare spiritual materials into the faint silver crystal space. Among them were the jade moss toadstool and the black blood grass. According to Tong Yuling, the black blood grass was a top-grade herb that could promote the awakening of bloodline power. This herb was a priceless treasure for some hidden ancient clans on the continent. It was better than the nether water ink lotus. It's almost done. Qinyu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed as he looked at the silver crystal space. The beast skin armor he was wearing, as well as some of the larger treasures, couldn't contain them. However, after leaving the outside world, Qinyu should be able to keep 10 to 20% of the items and choose some useful ones. Buzz. A moment later, the faint blood-colored space shook. In their vision, the various scenes in the space gradually faded. Swish. Swish, a layer of blood mist appeared around the disciples. As their figures fell into the mist, they soon disappeared. Huh? Qinyu found that he was stepping in the blood mist and didn't leave. Whoosh, a layer of strange blood-colored mist shrouded Qinyu. Suddenly, a beautiful girl appeared in the blood-colored mist in front of him. There was a blood lotus mark on her forehead. She was wearing a gorgeous blood-colored lotus dress and looked noble. A thick layer of blood-colored mist enveloped Qinyu and Tong Yuling. Senior sister Tong, Qinyu looked at this scene in surprise. Chen, I have a way to stay in the blood burial garden or become the master of this place. Are you willing to go with me? The girl blushed shyly. She seemed to have summoned her courage. Her bright eyes were full of expectation as she looked at the tall young man in front of her. In the blood-colored mist, a man and a woman looked at each other. Are you willing to go with me? A trace of bashfulness appeared on the young girl's jade-like face. She raised her head and gathered her courage to speak. Qinyu couldn't help but be stunned. He had never imagined that Tong Yuling would confess to him and even ask him to stay. Right before they parted, the girl in his line of sight was no longer the delicate beauty of the past. She seemed to have been reborn and was filled with a mysterious, elegant, and dignified beauty. That beauty even made Qianyu feel a bit pressured. Strangely, Qianyu recalled the statue of the woman in a blood-red robe in the ancient inheritance palace. "Thank you for your kindness, senior sister, but I can't stay here." However, under the girl's expectant gaze, Qianyu rejected her. He was actually quite tempted by the resources and environment of the blood burial garden. However, he could not walk hand in hand with her as a couple. In Qianyu's eyes, Tong Yuling had always been his senior sister and he didn't have any feelings for her. "You actually rejected me." Tong Yuling's body trembled and there was a hint of pain and coldness in her eyes. Whoosh, in an instant, a layer of blood-colored light appeared around Tong Yuling and a blurry shadow of a blood-colored lotus appeared on her blood-colored lotus dress. A cold light flashed in her eyes and she gave off a domineering expression. Tong Yuling stared at Qianyu without moving. "Senior sister Tong, it's not like you to force others to do something they don't want to do." Qianyu felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. At this moment, Tong Yuling's aura had reached the Qi transformation realm and was more than twice as strong as Mei Chongqing. "Don't think that I can't stop you and Xianxia. What happened between you two?" Tong Yuling's face was covered in a layer of frost, with a domineering aura. Qianyu's head sank. He had already sensed that Tong Yuling's personality had changed. He didn't know that his rejection would change the fate of Tong Yuling's special body. Earlier, Tong Yuling had been possessed by a mighty being in the blood burial garden, but that mighty being's remnant soul had suffered a backlash from the blood-glazed flame and been shattered. However, Tong Yuling's shattered memories fused with her consciousness. Compared to Tong Yuling's life realm of more than 10 years, the emotions and soul power carried by the shattered memories of her soul were much greater. After fusing with the remnant soul power, Tong Yuling's humanity was no longer as pure as it used to be. She was influenced by the memories of another life. To this situation, Tong Yuling's heart was also struggling. She wanted to keep Qianyu by following the good feelings she had for him. Once he succeeded, there was hope for Tong Yuling to return to her original personality. It was a pity. Qianyu's rejection of Tong Yuling made Tong Yuling extremely sad. The other half of the personality's memory took the upper hand. At this moment, Tong Yuling's dominance was due to the influence of the other personality's memories. Ha ha ha, after scrutinizing Qianyu for a long time, Tong Yuling's bright and beautiful face revealed an indulgent yet unfamiliar smile. Suddenly, she seemed to have figured something out and waved her hand. Swoosh, a thin layer of blood mist appeared at the bottom of the thick blood mist, allowing Qianyu's body to fall bit by bit. She watched as Qianyu disappeared in the blood mist. The smile on Tong Yuling's face gradually became cold, revealing a trace of overbearing indifference. "Since the spiritual sustenance has been shattered, I might as well carry on the other half's wishes and return to the Kunyan realm." Tong Yuling's white jade-like face was filled with determination and a trace of tears fell down. Originally, Tong Yuling didn't enjoy much affection in the family. Her parents had passed away when she was young. The family only wanted to use her identity as a disciple of the sect to secure all kinds of benefits. Even before the opening of the blood burial garden, the family was even prepared to marry her to another family, a disciple of the Iron Sword sect who had no feelings for her. Swish, Qianyu fell into the blood mist. His body suddenly sank and he quickly returned to the outside world. At this moment, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was under a lot of pressure when facing Tong Yuling. Even if he reluctantly walked with Tong Yuling for the superior environment of the blood burial garden. At that time, how could he endure the domineering side of the other person's personality? He couldn't tell who was right and who was wrong. Just like how he and Mu Shuiqing parted ways in the past. It was their own choice and no one could blame the other. Whoosh, with a gust of cold wind, Qianyu appeared on the other side of the blood mist. The familiar aura of the Chu kingdom made Qianyu feel a bit more relaxed. In his field of vision, a few disciples appeared from the blood mist. The blood light curtain behind them was quickly shrinking and soon returned to the void. Apparently, Qin Yu was the last batch of disciples to return. Chen. In the camp of the three sects, disciples from the Yunyuan martial school shouted out. Swish, Qin Yu's body swayed and directly landed on the Yunyue gate's side. In the crowd, Qin Yu saw nearly 20 disciples of the same sect return safely. In addition, some of the upper echelons of the Yunyue gate, including the blue-robed sect master, Elder Mao, Fairy Xiaoyu, and his master Elder Mao, were also there with expectant expressions. Qin Yu didn't notice. On the Demon Bone Palace's side, a handsome man in a blood-red robe stared at him with surprise. Luju's ancient beast armor is in this kid's hands? The man in the blood-red robe noticed Qin Yu. Before entering the blood burial garden, he had no impression of Qin Yu at all. On the other side, Xianxia stood among the Demon Bone Palace disciples. She looked at the man in the blood-red robe and nodded slightly. The man in the blood-red robe heaved a sigh of relief. His expression was as calm as before. At this moment, many disciples of the Demon Bone Palace and the three sects returned to their elders. All of them had expressions of joy and relief. The disciples who could return safely from the blood burial garden all had great fortuitous encounters. Fellow Lu, according to the agreement, all the gains of the disciples of the Demon Bone Palace and the three sects will be counted here. Palace Master Fu smiled faintly. That's right. The silver-haired Lu Tiezu carried a wooden sword on his back. His eyes shone with an illusory sword light as he swept across the many disciples of both sides. That gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the soul and expose all secrets. Lu Tiezu. The crowd of disciples shuddered as the gaze swept past them. Qin Yu's body and mind went cold. His heart skipped a beat as he vaguely realized something. In the blood burial garden, he killed Lu Santong, but only Xianxia was present at the time. The latter was also one of the accomplices. Qin Yu didn't know. Lu Tiezu had used a sword's secret technique to conduct a preliminary check on the many disciples present and sensed the trace of bloodline aura that was connected to him. Lu Santong was his grandson after all. If the attacker killed LV Santong and was contaminated with a trace of his aura, he would be able to sense it. However, Lu Tiezu didn't obtain a satisfactory answer after the preliminary check. After all, when Qin Yu killed Lu Santong, he used a javelin to kill him from afar. After the fact, Qin Yu didn't even retrieve the javelin, so he naturally wouldn't be tainted by the other party's bloodline aura. Master, what's going on? Why do you want to check the harvest of all the disciples on the spot? Qin Yu asked Elder Mao. At the same moment, many disciples of the three sects asked the elders the same question. This is the agreement between Lu Tiezu and Palace Master Fu. On one hand, it is to prevent some disciples from hiding, and on the other hand, it seems to be to confirm the whereabouts of the Blood Soul Flower. Of course, Lu Tiezu wants to confirm the murderer of Lu Santong on the spot. Elder Mao explained. As expected, Qin Yu shuddered. Lu Tiezu would definitely think of various ways to confirm the identity of the murderer. Next, many disciples of the three sects and the Bone Demon Palace opened their storage bags one by one and took out all kinds of spoils of war. Among them, the treasures in the storage bags of those esoteric disciples and true disciples were quite good. Even a few ordinary disciples had good opportunities and took out many treasures. Not bad, not bad. On the Yunyue Gate's side, Fang Haofei, Mu Xueqing, Nangong Li, and a few others took out more than 10 treasures that were more than 300 years old, as well as other rare treasures. Changxian's harvest was ranked first among the true disciples. He took out more than 20 treasures that were more than 300 years old, including 3 to 4 500-year-old treasures, and 10 to 20 spirit ores that could be refined into superior-grade treasure weapons. It caused a commotion. A few elders' eyes revealed a hint of fervor. Ha ha ha, it is indeed a 10,000-year-old blood soul flower. Although it is only half. Palace Master Fu laughed. At that moment, Mei Chongqing's storage bag was opened. The harvest inside was at least twice that of Changxian. This included half of the blood soul flower and 2 other rare treasures that were close to the nether water ink lotus. Mei Chongqing's harvest immediately suppressed everyone. In addition, some esoteric disciples of the Bone Demon Palace had more harvests than the disciples of the 3 sections. You. At that moment, under Elder Mao's signal, Qinyu opened his storage bag. Whoosh, a large stretch of heaven and earth treasures, exotic flowers and herbs, and all kinds of spirit ores and precious materials appeared in front of him, emitting astonishing waves of spirit energy. In an instant, everyone's eyes shifted to Qinyu. Wow! The disciples could not help but be in an uproar. The heaven and earth treasures in Qinyu's storage bag were all more than 300 years old. There were 60 to 70 of them, and there were more than 10 that were 500 years old. In addition, there were also many spirit ores, most of which could be refined into superior-grade treasure weapons. There were more than 100 of them. Apart from the lotus seeds and petals of the nether water ink lotus, there were 2 or 3 heaven and earth treasures that were close to or comparable in value to the nether water ink lotus. Half of the blood soul flowers were removed. Qinyu's other harvests were at least twice that of Mei Chongqing's. This scene immediately shocked the upper echelons of the Bone Demon Palace. They looked at Qinyu with strange expressions. Immediately, Qinyu could feel the burning and greedy gazes directed at him from the crowd. Among them, Lu Tiezu, Palace Master Fu, and the blood-robed man's gazes were all absorbed by Qinyu. You. These are all your harvests? Elder Mao was extremely excited. His face was flushed, and he could not help but carefully size up Qinyu. In the end, he discovered that this disciple of his seemed to have been reborn, and his aura was close to the Qi transformation realm. His eyes flashed. One could imagine that Qinyu must have had great opportunities in the blood burial garden. Not bad, you actually harvested so many 500-year precious materials. There are even some rare ores and materials for refining supreme-grade treasure weapons. An old voice sounded. Greetings, Grand Elder. On the side of the Yunhui gate, a green-robed, white-haired old man landed in front of Qinyu with a smile and praise. Greetings, Uncle Master, Grand Elder. Elder Mao and Qinyu hurriedly bowed to the green-robed, white-haired old man. Obviously, Qinyu's bountiful harvest made this Yunhui gate's Grand Elder feel pleasantly surprised, and he personally made a rare appearance. Qinyu's bountiful harvest greatly shocked the 3 sects and even the Bone Devil Palace. There was an uproar. In terms of overall harvest, even if half of the blood soul flower was included, Qinyu was on par with Mei Chongqing. Although the blood soul flower was a priceless treasure, its spirituality was greatly reduced after splitting, and it didn't have a flower bud. Its value was not even a tenth of its original value. It looks like this kid is undoubtedly Lu Zhua's killer. It's not strange for him to have such a harvest. The handsome man in blood-red robes swept his gaze over Qinyu. His expression was calm and contemplative. He didn't display intense jealousy or killing intent like Protector Shengguan. Chongqing, what's this kid's background to have such a harvest? Palace head Fu's expression was dark. He was rather displeased that a genius who could be on par with Mei Chongqing had appeared in the 3 sections. Master, about this person, Mei Chongqing spoke with some bitterness about Qinyu's rise in the blood burial garden. Among them, Mei Chongqing didn't dare conceal the fact that Qinyu had killed Lu Zhua and defeated him. At the same time, many disciples of the 3 sects and the Bone Devil Palace were recounting Qinyu's experiences in the blood burial garden to their elders. Does this mean that Qi'er was killed by this person? The purple-haired, golden-armored protector Shengguan revealed intense resentment and killing intent after hearing a disciple's account. Helian too was also killed by this person? It looks like he's someone with great fortune in the 3 sections. Palace head Fu's expression flickered. The Bone Devil Palace faction was enraged after Qinyu's deeds were exposed. Some of the elders and experts in the 3 sects looked at Elder Mao with envy. Both of Elder Mao's disciples had great harvests in the blood burial garden. Qinyu's harvest was one of the best. For a time, Elder Mao was in the limelight, becoming the biggest winner among the older generation. Qinyu stood in the crowd, feeling many hostile, covetous, and murderous gazes. He felt uneasy. No matter how awe-inspiring he was in the blood burial garden, he was still a rookie. Those older Qi transformation realm Xiantian realm experts or even origin realm old farts could easily take his life with just a flick of their fingers. Cold sweat appeared on Qinyu's forehead. Moreover, this was a portion of his gains that he had hidden away, such as the ancient token, the sky bamboo shoot liquid, the puppet ball, the strange black blood grass, including the blood-glazed flame that was sealed inside his body. From what Tong Yuling had said, the value of the blood glass flame was not much less than a complete 10,000-year blood soul flower. Once such a true fire spirit flame was exposed, it would probably attract Origin Realm old monsters to fight over it. Qin Yu, you don't have to feel too much pressure. You've made great contributions to our sect during this trip to the Blood Burial Garden. The green-robed, white-haired elder smiled faintly. At this moment, the Grand Elder, sect leader Yunue, and the others gathered in front of Qin Yu to inquire about some matters. At the same time, Lu Tiezu and Palace Master Fu used their spiritual senses to search for the spoils of war revealed by all the disciples. After a long while, the two Origin Realm experts showed disappointment on their faces. Palace Master Fu was disappointed because he couldn't find the other half of the Blood Soul Flower and the Blood Soul Flower Bud. If he could find the other half of the Blood Soul Flower and the Blood Soul Flower Bud, then there would be a chance to complete the Blood Soul Flower. Lu Tiezu was disappointed because he couldn't find any clues about Lu Santong's death. Among them, Lu Tiezu had also noticed the many spoils of war of Qin Yu, but there was nothing related to Lu Santong. How could it be? Lu Tiezu frowned. He felt as if he had touched something, but he had no clue. At this moment, Palace Master Fu looked unfriendly as he stared at the Yunui gate and said in a deep voice, Daoist Gong Yang, I heard from my disciple Chongqing that the other half of the Blood Soul Flower and the disappearance of the Blood Soul Flower Bud seem to be related to your sex Qin Yu. As soon as he said this, the crowd was in an uproar again. Many gazes were focused on the Yunui gate and Qin Yu. The Daoist Gong Yang that Palace Master Fu mentioned was the white-haired, green-robed elder beside Qin Yu, the Grand Elder of the Yunui Gate. Facing Palace Master Fu's unfriendly gaze and the aggressiveness of the Bone Devil Palace, the other two sects' upper echelons were gloating. In the War of the Chu Country sect, the Bone Devil Palace suppressed the three sections. If they exerted more strength, they might destroy one of the sects first. If the Yunui Gate attracted the great hatred of the Bone Devil Palace and could unknowingly share the pressure of the other two sections. Regarding this matter, Qin Yu has already explained to this old man, the green-robed elder Gong Yang said unhurriedly. During the interrogation just now, Qin Yu had explained Tong Yuling's situation to the other party. As for the other half of the Blood Soul Flower and part of the responsibility for the Blood Soul Flower Bud, they were all pushed to Tong Yuling. After all, it was hard to say whether Tong Yuling would return to the Chu country in the future after staying in the Blood Burial Garden. This girl was actually possessed by a mighty figure in the Blood Burial Garden? He even snatched the other half of the Blood Soul Flower and stayed in the Blood Burial Garden. This heavyweight news caused a huge uproar in both camps. The Blood Burial Garden was an extremely rare treasure land for resources in the Chu country. The Yuan Qi in the secret realm where the garden was located was several times denser than the outside world. It was especially suitable for blood cultivators. Little brother, can you tell me in detail about the details of the possession? The handsome man in the blood-red robe suddenly asked. Qin Yu was taken aback and sized up the blood-red-robed man curiously. This person is suspected to be from the mysterious Blood Moon organization. His background is even more terrifying than the Bone Devil Palace. You must deal with him carefully. Elder Mao warned him telepathically. Qin Yu's heart trembled. An existence that could make Elder Mao feel apprehensive was definitely not an ordinary person. Immediately, Qin Yu briefly described some of the details of Tong Yuling's possession. What he said is true. The mysterious woman was the previous owner of the Blood Burial Garden, the Blood Lotus Holy Girl. The man in the blood-red robe had a complicated expression as he let out a long sigh. The Blood Lotus Holy Girl? Palace Master Fu couldn't help but exclaim with a look of awe. I didn't expect that when the Blood Lotus Holy Girl died, a part of her remnant soul escaped back to the Blood Burial Garden and was deposited in the 10,000-year-old Blood Soul Flower that she carefully cultivated, the man in the blood-red robe explained. Oh? If that's really the case, she could have created a 10,000-year-old Blood Soul body. Why would she need to possess a female disciple? Palace Master Fu was puzzled. However, the Blood Soul Flower gave birth to a flower spirit with intelligence. It and the weak remnant soul of the Blood Lotus Holy Girl each occupied half of the Blood Soul Flower. It was difficult to determine the winner. The man in the blood-red robe had a mocking expression. If Qinyu was here and heard this, he would probably be shocked. This person didn't personally enter the blood burial garden, but he deduced the relevant details based on the discussions of the disciples outside. In the end, Qinyu split open the Blood Soul Flower. It became the remnant soul of the Blood Lotus Holy Girl, and by chance, it was deposited in the body of the girl named Tong Yuling. I guess that female disciple might have a connection with the blood path, which was why the Blood Lotus Holy Girl could get her way so easily. The man in the blood-red robe analyzed one by one. Fate is playing tricks on people. With just a thought, he could make the Blood Lotus Saintess rise again. He might even change the fate of the entire Kunyan realm. Palace Master Fu couldn't help but sigh. The Blood Lotus Holy Girl obtained half of the Blood Soul Flower, and with the many treasures in the garden, it wouldn't be difficult for her to recover to her peak. The most regrettable thing is that the blood glass flame is most likely controlled by that girl. The man in the blood-red robe was full of regret. Blood glass flame? Such a legendary true fire spiritual flame is also in the blood burial garden. Palace Master Fu was shocked. The man in the blood-red robe was full of regret and his heart was bleeding. His plan was just a little bit off. If he could obtain the blood glass flame, the blood sun pearl, and the 10,000-year blood soul flower, he was confident that he could reach the top of the continent within 20 years. Swish, at this moment, an orange sword light shot into the sky, and the surrounding wind and clouds were tumbling. At the same time, a sharp and majestic sword intent enveloped the entire place. The people of the three sects and the Bone Demon Palace were shocked. "LV Tiantong, haven't you found the culprit yet?" Palace Master Fu said indifferently. At this moment, LV Tiezu used all kinds of methods, but he couldn't find any relevant information about the culprit. The shocking sword intent he had just used was to sense the sword-shaped jade talisman in LV Santong's hand. LV Santong had 3 sword talismans as his trump cards. In a life and death situation, LV Santong would most likely use the sword-shaped jade talisman. This jade talisman was personally made by LV Tiezu, and he had instilled his own sword power into it. Once the power of this sword-shaped jade talisman touched someone, it would naturally be stained with a trace of its aura. "Huh? It's you." LV Tiezu's sharp eyes fixed on Mei Chongqing. This scene. It made Qinyu and Lu Xianxia look stunned. But very quickly, Qinyu roughly understood the reason. LV Santong had been chased by Mei Chongqing before, and he should have used a sword-shaped jade talisman, causing the latter to be stained with the relevant sword power, even though it was very weak. Lu Xianxia had also come into contact with the power of this sword-shaped jade talisman. But the power of the blood yang pearl that she had activated was too great, and it instantly incinerated this power, so it wasn't stained with the relevant aura. "Chongqing, did you kill LV Santong?" Palace Master Fu asked calmly. He had no scruples about this matter. So what if Mei Chongqing killed him? A trace of fear flashed in LV Tiezu's eyes as he looked at the silent stone coffin behind the Bone Demon Palace camp. Senior LV Chongqing did chase after LV Santong, but he escaped and used a sword-shaped jade talisman, almost causing me to suffer a backlash. Mei Chongqing said calmly. LV Tiezu frowned slightly. The disciples of the Iron Sword sect had also described the situation. "I'll admit it if I kill him. Why do I need to hide it? But I can give you an idea." Mei Chongqing turned around and smiled. "Oh? Tell me." LV Tiezu's eyes turned cold as he looked at Mei Chongqing in surprise. Indeed. If Mei Chongqing killed LV Santong, he didn't need to be afraid and could openly admit it. Moreover, LV Tiezu subconsciously didn't want Mei Chongqing to be the murderer. Everyone knows. Among the disciples who entered the blood burial garden, apart from me, only Qinyu and Lu Xue have a higher chance of killing LV Santong. And Lu Xue died in the hands of Qinyu. Mei Chongqing's strange smile stopped abruptly. He didn't mention that Qinyu was the murderer, but the hint he gave was already very clear. This Mei Chongqing really knows how to scheme. Qinyu lowered his head and cursed. Wasn't this clearly sowing discord between the three sects? LV Santong's survival ability was very strong. Jiang Ping, the fiend clown, and Chang Xian couldn't threaten LV Santong's life at all. In the blood burial garden, Jinyu killed Lu Zhua and then defeated Mei Chongqing. If Mei Chongqing and the dead Lu Zhua were excluded, Jinyu was the only one left in terms of ability. Jinyu's heart was filled with hatred and annoyance. Of course, he understood that Mei Chongqing was hostile and jealous of him, so he deliberately led and framed him. In fact, Mei Chongqing should not know the truth, but he was deceived by him, and his words were reasonable. After all, in terms of ability alone, Jinyu could be a suspect. The key was, whether Lu Tiezu believed it or not, would it be so easy to sow discord? If he was rational, with Lu Tiezu's level of experience and knowledge, he should not easily believe the enemy's words. However, Jinyu found that his thoughts were too naive, too optimistic. Chen Yu! A soul-shaking shout resounded throughout the whole place. Lu Tiezu's silver hair fluttered, a sharp and cold sword light flashed in his eyes, locking onto Chen Yu. Stop! Lu Tiezu! The Yunhui Gate's Supreme Elder Gong Yang's face changed, and he tried to stop him. However, Lu Tiezu's movements were too fast, and the spirit sword intent had already rushed towards Chen Yu. Boom! Chen Yu only felt a formless and tyrannical spiritual sword intent rushing straight at him. It was similar to the broken sword at the bottom of the Serene Moon ancient well, but slightly weaker. Even so, this sword intent was conscious, and it rushed towards Chen Yu. The situation was very different from that day. In an instant, Chen Yu's mind was in pain, his face was pale, his body shook, and he almost vomited blood. Kacha! The tears of ice heart he wore on his chest immediately shattered. It was hard to imagine. The impact of the spirit-level sword intent was so powerful that it directly shattered the tears of ice heart that protected his mind. Although this tears of ice heart had cracks when he blocked the dagger that day, Chen Yu stabilized his body, and an inexplicable anger erupted in his chest. If not for the fact that the Cloud Fiend fist had reached its peak, and after taking the Blood Soul Flower Bud, his mental energy had greatly increased, slightly surpassing the ordinary Qi transformation realm, this sword intent impact would have taken half his life. Eh? Lu Tiezu was greatly surprised and exclaimed in surprise. His spiritual sword intent attack was intended to give Chen Yu a show of strength, but it was actually resisted by him. The reason why Lu Tiezu made a move was not only because he suspected Chen Yu, but also because of the resentment and unwillingness in his heart. He was somewhat displeased with Chen Yu's sudden rise in the blood burial garden, especially when he compared it to the death of his own grandson. Lu Tiezu, you have no evidence, why did you attack my disciple? An old and angry voice came from the red-faced elder beside Chen Yu. It was Elder Mao. Chen Yu felt warmth in his head. He suppressed the anger in his heart and restrained himself. He must not be impulsive. No evidence? Lu Tiezu sneered in a deep voice, just by relying on this kid to be able to withstand the impact of 10% of my sword intent and come out unscathed. This proves that he can neutralize Santong's trump card. Hearing this, Chen Yu and Elder Mao's anger almost shot to the heavens. Able to block the impact of 10% of my sword intent? This proves that Chen Yu is the murderer? Lu Tiezu, just based on this, isn't it a bit far-fetched to conclude that Chen Yu is the murderer? The green-robed elder said with a difficult expression. Gong Yangshan, decades ago, you couldn't even withstand 10 moves from me. Do you still want to stop me from finding the murderer? Lu Tiezu sneered and transmitted his voice. Grand Elder Gong Yangshan's expression suddenly became a bit ugly, and he secretly broke out in a cold sweat. Lu Tiezu had transmitted his voice just now, which could be considered as leaving him some face. In terms of strength, Lu Tiezu was number 1 in the 3 sections. The Grand Elder of Yunhui Gate Gongshan had once lost to him, and he couldn't even withstand 10 moves. I don't object to you finding the murderer, but you have to take out real evidence to convince everyone. Otherwise, as a Grand Elder, how can I conduct myself? Gong Yangshan bitterly smiled and transmitted his voice. If Chen Yu was the murderer, and the evidence was irrefutable, he would not hesitate to hand him over. After all, the 3 sects belonged to the same camp, and before entering the blood burial garden, they had reached an agreement not to kill each other. And with Qin Yu's talent, he was not worthy of being a key disciple in Yunhui Gate. But the problem was, now that Qin Yu had made a great contribution, and Lu Tiezu did not have real evidence, it really couldn't be justified. Chen Yu. This old man will ask one last time, was Santong killed by you? I heard that in the Yen clan castle, there was a grudge between you and Santong bore a grudge. Lu Tiezu sternly said. Hearing this, some of the elders present couldn't help but understand. It turned out, Lu Tiezu not only doubted Qin Yu's ability, but also because he had a grudge with Santong. Santong? I remember that the person who appeared in the Yen clan castle was the infamous seamless thief. Qin Yu coldly said. He understood that at this moment, he must not be guilty, he must be tough. That's right. The person who appeared at that time was the seamless thief? Fang Haofei, Xie Jing, and the others immediately came out to prove it, to speak up for Qin Yu. Does Senior Lu admit that your grandson is the seamless thief who brings disaster everywhere? Qin Yu asked. Ha ha ha. There was a burst of laughter, especially from the Bone Demon Palace side, who were watching a joke. This boy obviously has great luck in the three sects, if he can sow discord, it will be a good show. Palace Master Fu's face was cold. He greatly appreciated Mei Chongqing's provocation. Protector Shangguan's face was cruel and cold, watching the show. Junior, don't quibble. It's fine as long as you understand. Since you have the strength to kill Santong and have a grudge with him, you can be confirmed to be the biggest suspect. Lu Tiezu's face was cold, and he angrily scolded. In an instant. At the same time, an overwhelming sword intent, accompanied by a large expanse of orange sword light, formed a sword cloud with a radius of 200 feet and condensed above Qin Yu. Under the pressure and sword intent of the Origin Realm, everyone from the Yunhui Gate, including some of the Qi Transformation Realm elders, found it hard to breathe. Boom, the blood in Qin Yu's body condensed. Under the invisible sword intent, it was as if he was being suppressed by 1,000,000 pounds of iron mountain. Want to refute? Even the resistance of a single thought felt difficult. At this moment, on the Yunhui Gate side, only Grand Elder Gong Yang had the ability to resist a little. But he remained silent. Swish, a green remnant wind flashed and blocked in front of Qin Yu. Master. Qin Yu's head shook. In this crisis, only Elder Mao blocked in front of him regardless of the cost. Senior Lu. My disciple's denial was treated as a quibble, but Mei Chongqing's body is tainted with the relevant qi, and as solid evidence, it can win. Senior's trust. Could it be that Senior, as the number one of the three sects, would rather believe an enemy's words? Elder Mao's eyes flickered, looking straight at Lu Tiezu. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was dead silent. This sentence could be said to hit the nail on the head. Why should the enemy's words be believed, and their own side's explanation was a quibble? Who do you think you are? Lu Tiezu's face was overbearing, and he almost flew into a rage out of humiliation. He was trying to force out Qin Yu's flaws, but the other party kept on stopping him. His eyes flashed, and he waved one hand. Swish, from the enormous orange sword cloud above his head, a sword aura shot down and flashed past Elder Mao like lightning. Elder Mao's body exploded with a layer of dazzling green light. With a pu sound, it blocked the orange sword's shadow. Wah! Pucci, Elder Mao's figure retreated, and he vomited a mouthful of blood, leaving a bright red sword scar on his face. Lu Tiezu, don't go too far. Grand Elder Gong Yang finally couldn't help but yell. Ha ha ha, an enraged laughter that shook the mountains came from behind Elder Mao. Hua, a powerful spiritual aura rose from Qin Yu's body, and the green and black python chi patterns around his body produced a substantial baleful aura. Junior. What are you laughing at? Lu Tiezu couldn't help but be shocked. Under his powerful pressure and sword intent, this kid actually broke free and spoke. Ha ha ha, the number one of the three sects is just someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Qin Yu laughed mockingly, completely going all out. That Lu Tiezu was completely overbearing and unreasonable, and no matter how much tolerance and explanation he gave, it was useless. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was dead silent. Lu Tiezu's face was filled with anger, and his eyes emitted a substantial killing intent. He raised one hand, and could kill Qin Yu with a flip of his hand. You don't have any evidence, but you want to use force against me. There is evidence of the enemy's disciple killing someone, but you don't care. Xianxia didn't back down and faced the number one of the three sections. If this isn't bullying the weak and fears the strong, then what is it? As Xianxia laughed, his eyes scanned the crowd. Before his voice faded away, it had already ignited the hearts of some of the disciples present. There's no evidence, so why do you suspect Qin? Why didn't you use force against Mei Chongqing? Some of the disciples present had received help from Xianxia in the blood burial garden, and they all spoke up. Li Bingyue from the Watermoon sect and Fei Letian from the Iron Sword sect also couldn't stand it anymore. The killing intent in Lu Tiezu's eyes was brewing to the peak under the crowd's doubts. One of his hands was raised in midair, but he froze. Marshal Uncle Lu. The mustached middle-aged man from the Iron Sword sect couldn't help but remind him. Under the crowd's questioning gazes. If Lu Tiezu still used force against Xianxia, then he would really be known as someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong in the Chu sect world. Lu Santong had always been domineering. But now, even the disciples of the Iron Sword sect couldn't stand it anymore. Good. Lu Tiezu didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and suddenly let go of his hand. The orange sword aura and mental energy sword intent hovering above his head instantly disappeared. Go. Lu Tiezu flicked his finger. Swoosh, a transparent orange sword-shaped symbol flashed and landed on Xianxu's body. Immediately, an orange peachwood sword mark the size of a broad bean appeared behind Xianxu's ear, and its light gradually dimmed. Senior, what do you mean? Xianxu's expression changed. What did Lu Tiezu do to him? Junior? I won't use force against you, so I won't be mocked by the world. But this mental energy sword mark will stay on you for half a year. Lu Tiezu sneered. You can't leave the territory of the three sects within half a year, or you'll be killed. I will investigate this matter and even ask the Grand Wizard of the Great Snow Mountain tribe in the north to activate divination to identify the murderer according to the current information. Lu Tiezu smiled proudly, full of confidence. Before Xianxia said anything, the great elder Gong Yang said, Xianxia, I have reached an agreement with Lu Tiezu. After half a year, if he can't confirm that you are the murderer, he will naturally not make things difficult for you. And during this period, you can't leave the territory of the three sections. Disciple understands. Xianxia took a deep breath, suppressing the anger and dissatisfaction in his heart. The great elder of the Yunhui Gate was obviously afraid of Lu Tiezu and showed weakness. He didn't care what a small figure like him thought and directly made this agreement. In front of the pinnacle of the Chu country, the origin realm, Xianxia had no right to speak and was at the mercy of others in the half-a-year agreement. At this moment, Xianxia had an illusion that he was a small chess piece in the game of giants that could be abandoned at any time. This wasn't just his own fate. In the Chu sect world, the tens of millions of ants at the bottom were controlled by the giants at the top of the pyramid. This sect battlefield and the appearance of the blood burial garden were just the result of the game of the giants. The feeling of having no control over his own life made Xianxia unwilling. He had never felt such a strong and urgent desire to grasp true power, to be able to control his own fate, and even to fight against those giants. At this moment, Xiao, the sound of air breaking could be heard as Lu Tiezu turned into an orange sword shadow and pierced through the sky. Before leaving, Xianxia felt Lu Tiezu's cold gaze as if he was looking at an ant. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth to resist the huge pressure brought by that cold gaze. This kid's gaze, Lu Tiezu returned to Lu Yunqing with a shiver in his heart. From the other party's gaze, he could feel an unyielding will. You, master, is incompetent. I can't let you be like Mei Chongqing and receive the protection you deserve. Elder Mao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a bitter expression. Master, you are injured. Xianxia hurriedly stepped forward, feeling both touched and guilty. Most likely. Elder Mao didn't know that he was indeed Lu Santong's murderer and even helped him block Lu Tiezu's anger. As for Mei Chongqing, he received the protection of his master and even the Bone Demon Palace. Xianxia wasn't envious at all. If the one who wanted to attack Mei Chongqing was a Void Sea Realm sovereign, would Palace Lord Fu be like Elder Mao and step forward? This was a question mark. All along. In Xianxu's eyes, Elder Mao was the kind of person who valued profits. This was the truth. When Elder Mao accepted him as a disciple, he initially considered the benefits of the Serene Moon Ancient well. It wouldn't be of much help to Qianyu's cultivation. However, although Elder Mao valued profit, once he accepted a disciple, he would at least fulfill the basic bottom line of being a teacher. Protecting his disciples was one of his bottom lines. I only suffered some ordinary injuries, it's nothing serious. It's just that you were attacked by Lu Tiezu's mental sword intent, and the damage to your mind is even greater. Elder Mao waved his hand and started to worry about Qianyu again. That Lu Tiezu is truly ruthless. He actually used his mental sword intent to probe a viscera refinement disciple. The elders of Yunhui Gate said in dissatisfaction. Fortunately, this disciple had consumed a small portion of the blood-soul flower bud, and my soul was nourished and strengthened. In addition, the icy tear of heart was shattered, so I didn't suffer any injuries. Qianyu rejoiced. Qianyu had consumed the blood-soul flower bud before, thus the blood-soul essence it contained was extremely vast. It would continue to nourish his soul for a period of time. Blood-soul flower bud? The Yunhui Gate elders couldn't help but look envious. After half an incense stick of time. In a spacious hall in Luyunqing. The upper echelons of Yunhui Gate, including Grand Elder Gong Yang, were all present. Below. 17 or 18 disciples took out their spoils from their interspatial bags and waited for the sect to distribute them. According to the agreement, the disciples of Yunhui Gate would receive 30% of the spoils in the blood burial garden. After all, these were all battles of life and death. At this moment, the upper echelons, including the sect master, elders, and grand elder, all had their eyes fixed on Qianyu. Now, let's distribute the spoils. The blue-robed sect master coughed and began to negotiate with the disciples under Grand Elder Gong Yang's signal. Half an hour later, the spoils of the disciples had been distributed. Most of the disciples received 20 to 30% of the spoils, and the sect would also compensate them with primal stones and contribution points. Only Qianyu was left behind. Qianyu, this elder negotiated with Lu Tiezu and barely managed to get half a year agreement for you. I paid quite a price. A white-haired elder in green robe appeared in front of Qianyu like a ghost. Grand Elder. Qianyu didn't dare to delay and quickly bowed. Martial Uncle Gong Yang, just pick some. Without you, no matter how big the spoils are, we won't be able to keep them. The blue-robed sect master smiled respectfully. The group of Qi Transformation Realm elders had respectful expressions on their faces. In the Yunyu sect, an origin realm expert was a transcendent existence that reigned supreme. I'll take these, Grand Elder Gong Yang waved his hand. Voila. Among the spoils of war in front of Qianyu, half of the 300 to 500 years old treasures were taken. Moreover, the half that was taken was the most valuable and rarer type. Other than that, Grand Elder Gong Yang also took a dozen of the best rare ores. To these, even if Qianyu and Elder Mao were dissatisfied, they couldn't express it. The Grand Elder was the sky of Yunhui Gate. Without him, Yunhui Gate would find it hard to be one of the 3 sects in Chu country. Qianyu, you have done a great service this time. This elder will promote you to be a direct disciple of our sect. Grand Elder Gong Yang kept the spoils of war with a face full of smiles. Many thanks for the Grand Elder's promotion. Qianyu's face maintained a grateful expression. In his heart, he was cursing. The spoils he brought could make Qi Transformation Realm experts go crazy. Even Origin Realm experts would be tempted. As for the position of direct disciple, it was just a word from the Grand Elder. Furthermore, with Qianyu's current strength, it was easy to become a direct disciple through challenges. Even the position of the top disciple, if he went all out, he had a good chance. Swish, Grand Elder Gong Yang disappeared from his original position, leaving behind a group of high-ranking elders of Yunhui Gate. After that, the remaining half of Qianyu's spoils would be distributed according to the agreement. A few of the elders present were red in the face from arguing. Although most of the spoils would be kept for the public, the elders had the authority, contribution points, and primeval stones to exchange for more. Martial uncles and martial uncles, this disciple urgently needs these rare ores and treasures. Qianyu fought for his spoils. Finally, Qin Yu successfully kept a few stalks of 200 to 300-year-old fire spirit ginseng, which was one of the main ingredients for the fourth formula of the bronze statue technique. Furthermore, there was also the black mystic crystal, golden cloud stone, 500-year-old bean curd, etc., which were barely kept by Qin Yu. Especially the 500-year-old bean curd, which was forcefully kept by Qin Yu. 3 pieces of golden cloud stone, which could increase the sharpness of treasures, were also kept with great difficulty. This stone was one of the spoils in Lu Zhua's storage bag. Qin Yu was preparing to make a few powerful javelins to ensure his long-range lethality. The rest of the rare spirit ores, as well as the more precious items in the faint silver crystal space, were all prepared for the refinement of future weapons. An hour later, Qin Yu's spoils were distributed. In the end, he only got a little more than 10% of the total spoils, which was far less than the 30% that was agreed upon. There was no other way. That Grand Elder had taken more than 50% of it all by himself. Although the other disciples took 20%, Qin Yu's spoils were too abundant. It was already not good enough to get 10%, which was the result of Elder Mao's efforts. However, Yunhui Gate also gave Qin Yu corresponding compensation. Apart from being a true disciple, they also exchanged the complete version of Cloud Fiend Divine Skill for free. Other compensation: Primeval Stones, 200,000 subgrade Primeval Stones. Contribution points, 500,000, only then did Qin Yu feel a little better. From facing Lu Tiezu's threat, his master getting injured for him, to being exploited by the Grand Elder and the others, he had been enduring. He swore to himself. One day, he would reach the peak of the Chu nation and grow from an ant to a giant with the power to control the world. 3 days later, Qin Yu and the other disciples were on their way back to Yunhui Gate. All the disciples who had participated in the blood burial garden were allowed to come back and rest for a month. These disciples had great opportunities and made great contributions to the sect after coming back from the blood burial garden. It was time for them to come back and rest for a while. Elder Mao also went back. In the battlefield of Lu Yunqing, Elder Mao was attacked by Lu Tiezu and was injured, so he was sent back to guard the sect for a while. He just arrived at the sect. Elder Mao's expression was solemn as he called Qin Yu to his residence. In a secret room of the elder's residence, Qin Yu looked around the secret chamber and at the layers of restrictive arrays, a strange expression appearing on his face. You have Lu Tiezu's spiritual sword seal on you. Even though he won't be able to hear our conversation due to the distance, we still have to be careful. Elder Mao said seriously. However, before Qin Yu could say anything, Elder Mao's eyes flickered. Did you kill Lu Santong? Don't hide anything from me. Yes. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and gave an affirmative answer. To his surprise, Elder Mao's expression was calm, as if he wasn't too surprised. You are indeed a suspect in Lu Santong's death. It's not just your ability, but also the grudge between you and him. Elder Mao said in a deep voice. What else? Qin Yu was taken aback. There's also the matter of luck. You encountered great fortune in the blood burial garden, but at the same time, the fortunes of some geniuses perished. Elder Mao let out a long sigh. Hearing this, Qin Yu's body shook. Could it be? The invisible power of luck really existed, but thinking about it. How many geniuses did he kill in the blood burial garden? Helian Tu, Yi Yunfei, Lu Santong, Lu Zhua, and other geniuses had all died in his hands. The world was cruel. Qin Yu didn't kill people, but he was killed, which might lead to someone else's luck. Suddenly, Qin Yu understood some of the reasons. Why did Lu Tiezu suspect him the most? There were 3 main reasons: killing Lu Santong, enmity with Lu Santong, and luck. Lu Santong's luck was destroyed. After that, Qin Yu told him the details of how he killed Lu Santong, including Lu Xianxier's participation. During this process, Elder Mao's expression became more and more serious. You only have one way left. Escape from the Chu country and go somewhere else. There might be a chance. Elder Mao's expression was unprecedentedly serious. Master, I killed Lu Santong with a javelin, without any aura. Without any evidence, how can Lu Tiezu be sure that I'm the murderer? Qin Yu said in confusion. You don't understand how powerful the Snow Mountain Tribe's Grand Wizard is. With so much information, it's enough for the Grand Wizard to divine the murderer. If you stay in the Chu country, you will die. Elder Mao shook his head and smiled bitterly. With so much information, it is enough for the great shaman to find the culprit. If you stay in Chu, you will definitely die. The last few words, Elder Mao practically enunciated each and every word. If he stayed in Chu, he would definitely die. Qinyu was shocked. This was the first time he saw such a serious expression on Elder Mao's face. Could it be? He had to leave his homeland to have a chance of survival? Qinyu smiled bitterly. Leave Chu? This was easier said than done, that Lu Tiezu had left a mental energy sword imprint on his body. Not to mention leaving Chu, if he showed any signs of leaving the camp of the three sects, he would be sensed and killed. Master, what kind of existence is that Snow Mountain Great Shaman? Qinyu could not help but ask. He did not leave behind any tricks when he killed Lu Santong. Although Lu Xianxia was present, she was one of the accomplices. She would not expose her identity as a spy of Bone Devil Palace. The Snow Mountain tribe is in the northern region of our Qi, Chu, and Yan. It is made up of 9 tribes. That Snow Mountain Great Shaman is worshipped by the 9 tribes like a god. Saying so, Elder Mao opened up a map. Qinyu looked at it. There were 2 large words on the map, Northern Plains. Northern Plains was made up of the 9 tribes of Snow Mountain, Qi, Chu, and Yan. Among them, the Snow Mountain tribe occupied the most vast and barren area, occupying almost half of this area. In the south, Qi, Chu, and Yan were neighbors to each other. Among the 3 countries, Qinyu discovered that the state of Qi had the largest territory. Qi. High Sword Sect. Purple Cloud Palace. Qinyu's gaze lingered on Qi's region. The words High Sword Sect attracted his attention. It seemed that it was one of the top powers in the country. In his memories, after he killed the Great Shah, a mysterious woman called Yi Luofeng descended. She seemed to be from the neighboring Qi's High Sword Sect. The Qi kingdom is the strongest among the 3 neighboring kingdoms. A few decades ago, if it weren't for the country's soaring sword sect's support, our 3 sects would have long been annihilated by the Bone Devil Palace. Elder Mao seemed to notice Qinyu's gaze and explained. Qinyu was shocked when he heard that. So, the Qi nation's Skysword sect had once supported the 3 sects, preventing the Bone Devil Palace from conquering the Chu nation decades ago. Of course, if we look at the entire northern plains, the strongest was still the Shueshan tribe. Fortunately, in this area, the 9 tribes fought and killed each other all year round, so it was difficult to unify them. Otherwise, Elder Mao explained. Qinyu listened attentively. If he wanted to stay alive, he might have to escape to somewhere nearby in the future. How strong is the Shueshan tribe? Then what realm is the Grand Wizard? Qinyu could not help but ask. Especially that great wizard, could he really divine that he was the murderer? How strong? The Snow Mountain tribe is one of the 9 tribes with average strength. It is about as strong as the Bone Demon Palace. Elder Mao said calmly. Hiss, Qinyu sucked in a breath of cold air. Any one of the 9 tribes of the Great Snow Mountain with average strength was comparable to the Bone Demon Palace. And that Snow Mountain Great Wizard was a transcendent existence that all the 9 tribes had to respect. The realm of the Grand Wizard? This is hard to estimate. Because the Grand Wizard is too mysterious. He does not cultivate the traditional martial path. It is said that he grasped the power of the ancient witchcraft and can control supernatural powers. In ancient times, he even led the tribe to resist the prehistoric beasts and natural disasters. Elder Mao's eyes were filled with deep reverence. This reverence was a kind of fear of the unknown. It even exceeded the fear of Lu Tiezu. So, the Grand Wizard can definitely divine that I am the murderer? Qinyu confirmed one last time. Definitely. The Grand Wizard's divination results have never been wrong. Elder Mao did not have time to think. Whoosh! Qinyu sucked in a breath of air. He no longer doubted the Grand Wizard's ability. Because the Grand Wizard's divination was too accurate. Once the Grand Wizard confirmed that Qinyu was the murderer. Even if he was not the real murderer, Lu Tiezu would not hesitate to attack. As for the sect's Grand Elder, there was no need to count on his protection. At that time, he would be lucky not to hand over Qinyu. Your current situation can be said to be very dangerous. The time left for you is actually only 3 to 4 months. Elder Mao said solemnly. 3 to 4 months, Qinyu's heart tightened as he listened to Elder Mao's explanation. From the time Lu Tiezu sent people to the Snow Mountain tribe to find the Grand Wizard for divination, to the time the news came back. According to my analysis, it will take 3 to 4 months. Elder Mao paused. In other words, within 3 to 4 months, if you cannot dispel the mental sword seal, or quickly escape to another place, your life will be in danger. Elder Mao let out a long breath. In the secret room, Qinyu and Elder Mao discussed for a long time, but they could not find a way to win. First, in the camp of the 3 sects, other than Lu Tiezu, no one else could dispel the mental seal. The reason why Lu Tiezu was the number 1 person in the 3 sects was because he was the only true sword cultivator in the camp of the 3 sects. The Grand Elders of the other 2 sects combined might not even be a match for him. Outside of Chu, there might be a supreme expert who could dispel this mental seal, but it was not something that ordinary people could ask for. Moreover, according to the half-a-year agreement, Qinyu could not leave the camp of the 3 sections. Once he left, he would be killed by Lu Tiezu. This was an endless loop that restrained Qinyu's fate. However, I, your master, have a risky method that might allow you to escape far away quickly. Elder Mao's eyes flashed. Master, please speak. Do you still remember the rumors about the Serene Moon Ancient Well? Elder Mao said with a smile. Serene Moon Ancient Well. Oh. I understand. Qinyu was suddenly enlightened. Inside the Serene Moon Ancient Well, there was an ancient teleportation array. It was said that the ancient well was the territory of the ancient sword sect. At that time, Chu had not yet been born. After discovering the huge moon spirit mine, an expert from the sect that was guarding the place took it for himself. He then built a teleportation array and transported the moon spirit mine to a faraway country to nurture his own forces. Qinyu had personally seen that teleportation array in the depths of the mine. Master, that teleportation array, can it still be used? Where will it be teleported to? Qinyu took a deep breath, and couldn't help but ask. The related rumors are too far away. Whether that teleportation array can be used now is uncertain. This is where it is dangerous. Elder Mao shook his head and sighed. Qinyu, on the other hand, was greatly moved. No matter what, he had finally found a feasible and tried plan. If, in the end, there was no other better method, at least this teleportation array had some possibility. How about this, on the next full moon night, you can make a trip to the Serene Moon Ancient Well and copy the formation pattern of the teleportation array. I have some research on ancient formations, I can help you refer to it. Elder Mao made the final decision. That's good. Qinyu was overjoyed. He didn't expect Elder Mao to know ancient formations. That night, Qinyu returned to his residence and had a good night's sleep. That night, maybe because the pressure was too great, Qinyu had many dreams. The first dream was that he successfully used the teleportation array under the Serene Moon Ancient Well to escape Chu. However, Lu Tiezu, in a rage, destroyed the Chen family. Including Chen's father and Chen's mom, they all died a violent death. The second dream. Qinyu entered the strange dream from last time, and once again saw the blurry image of the intimate couple. In this dream, he once again turned into that infant, and the woman in front of him disappeared bit by bit, activating the mysterious words of death blessing. Under the holy light, his blood merged into the mysterious heart called the Heart of Eternity. Finally, the crystal heart broke through the air and left. The next day, Qinyu opened his eyes, his forehead full of cold sweat. About this dream. I will go back to the clan and ask my parents personally. Qinyu made up his mind. He didn't have much time left. In 3 to 4 months, the result of the Grand Warlock's divination would be returned to Chu. The next full moon night would be 20 days later. Before that, Qinyu still had many things to do. Early morning. Qinyu went to the central hall to register and establish his identity as a true disciple. Next, Qin directly found sect leader Yunyue and obtained the primordial fiend divine technique for free. Qin still had 500,000 contribution points, enough for him to exchange for some common materials and elixirs in the sect. Or, he could use them to browse the many martial arts in the Sky Martial Pavilion, including the Qi Transformation Realm's holy martial arts. Returning to his residence, Qin first roughly looked through the primordial fiend divine technique. As the sect's signature technique, this technique was naturally extraordinary, surpassing the Qi Transformation Realm's techniques. The primordial fiend divine technique could be cultivated to the origin realm. Just this point alone made this technique surpass the bronze statue technique and the so-called holy martial arts in the Sky Martial Pavilion. Comparing the Cloud Fiend Fist, Qin realized that his main Cloud Fiend Fist was 80 to 90% similar to the primordial fiend divine technique entry level. I heard from Master that the Cloud Fiend Fist that I am cultivating is the original entry level of this technique. Qin's eyes flashed. The original entry level was too dangerous, and it was easy to go berserk and distort one's mind. That was why it was improved. But he had to admit, the original entry level was much stronger in terms of the fiendish aura. Qin couldn't help but look forward to advancing the primordial fiend divine technique based on the original entry level. He wondered if he would have an advantage over the others in the sect. As an advanced cultivation technique, the primordial fiend divine technique further refined the fiendish aura. Among them, there were 2 points that interested Qin the most. First, pure aura. When the primordial fiend divine technique advanced to the Qi transformation realm, once the fiendish aura was strengthened to the extreme, the true Qi could be transformed into a special pure aura. The power of pure aura far surpassed that of normal true Qi. Second, the form of fiendish aura. When true Qi fused with the fiendish aura, it could transform into a powerful attack. Every person who cultivated this technique could transform their fiendish aura into different shapes, such as tigers, leopards, snakes, and so on. Moreover, the power would vary from person to person. The stronger the fiendish aura and fiendish intent, the more powerful the fiendish aura would be. As for how powerful it could be, there was no clear description. As expected of an ancient cultivation technique that could be used as the core cultivation technique of the Yunyue sect, Qin could see the potential of this cultivation technique. Because he had refined the Cloud Fiend True Qi in advance, Qin could now begin cultivating this technique. In the room, Qin sat cross-legged. The small ball of Cloud Fiend True Qi in the center of his energy sea pushed the pure and thick Cloud Fiend inner Qi to circulate within his body. In the blood burial garden, Qin had consumed a quarter of the blood soul flower bud, so his body still had a large amount of potential stored within it. 4 to 5 days later, Weng, a shocking hell of fiendish aura came from Qin's room. The shadow of a ferocious python could be vaguely seen circling around his body. There was almost no obstruction. Qin's cultivation had advanced to the late stage of viscera refinement. Qin was not surprised that he could smoothly advance to the late stage of the viscera refinement realm. After consuming the blood soul flower bud, his body still had a lot of potential, and his foundation was also very solid. However, advancing to the late stage of the viscera refining realm did not increase Qin's combat strength by much. It mainly made up for his shortcomings in cultivation and increased his overall strength and foundation. After all, Qin's fiendish cloud fist had reached the pinnacle. His fiendish cloud inner breath was extremely close to acquired true Qi, and his body had also condensed fiendish cloud true Qi. Under normal circumstances, he would be able to put up a fight against an ordinary Qi transformation post-celestial. If he added on the Black Emperor's bloodline, as well as the accumulation of energy in his heart, ordinary Qi transformation post-celestial stage cultivators might not be his match. If I concentrate on cultivating for 2 to 3 months, it shouldn't be difficult for me to advance to the Qi transformation post-celestial stage. Qin's eyes flickered as he slowly withdrew his technique. But now, the war in the sect of Chu hadn't ended yet. Qin only had a month to rest. Qin didn't have the time, nor did he intend to break through to the Qi transformation post-celestial stage. Furthermore, to Qin, advancing to the Qi transformation realm might do more harm than good. First, Qin already had the combat strength of a Hotian master. Once he advanced to the Hotian realm of energy transformation, his strength wouldn't increase as much as expected. Secondly, once he advanced to the post-liminary realm, Qinyu's potential and threat would arouse the vigilance of Lu Tiezu, Bone Demon Palace, and other powerful enemies. Their assessment of his threat would increase. If he remained in the Viscera refinement realm, in the eyes of his enemies, he would still be an ant at the bottom. The pressure he faced would be much less. It was not suitable for martial arts cultivation to advance. However, he could try to advance his bronze statue technique in the body cultivation field. Right now, Qinyu's bronze statue technique had reached the peak of the bronze bone level, which was almost the limit of the entry level. The next step. They were the copper statue aura body and the copper statue true body. If the bronze statue skill could advance to the bronze statue protective body, his overall combat ability and ability to protect himself would increase considerably. A few days later, Qinyu focused on cultivating the bronze statue skill, but his progress was very average. He was facing a bottleneck of a major realm. Because, advancing to the copper statue gang body was a great leap in realms. At the very least, it corresponded to the acquired heaven stage of martial arts cultivation. In front of this huge bottleneck, Qinyu's previous prescription for snake gall spirit ginseng had little effect. 3 days later. With this kind of progress, it'll be impossible for me to break through the copper statue energy body without at least half a year. Qinyu frowned slightly. The difficulty of advancing a body cultivator's cultivation technique was much more difficult than traditional martial arts, and the further one advanced, the more obvious it became. And this was even with Qinyu's body technique talent. If it was an ordinary person, it would take more than 10 times the amount of time. Qinyu finally understood why the path of body cultivators had declined and even been eliminated in the tide of history. Thankfully, Qinyu was already collecting the ingredients for the 4th body tempering prescription, and had placed a large number of primal stones and contribution points in Zhongwu Hall to purchase them. The price of the materials required for the 4th body tempering formula soared by several times. 3 main ingredients: 200-year-old fire spirit ginseng, 200-year-old ice snow lotus, and moon spirit Oregon. The hardest to find was the moon spirit mine. Qinyu already had one. Next was the 200-year-old ice snow lotus, which was relatively rare in the Chu kingdom, especially the 200-year-old ones. He had brought a few fire spirit ginseng from the blood burial garden, and they were all 200-year-old. The other supplementary ingredients were relatively rare and expensive. But Qinyu believed that he already had the most difficult to find moon spirit Oregon. As for the other ingredients, as long as he had enough primal stones and some time, it wouldn't be difficult to find them. In the next few days, Qinyu slightly relaxed his cultivation of the copper statue art and used part of his energy to familiarize himself with the puppet. Shua, Qinyu took out a small metal ball from the faint silver crystal space. Soon, a sword and shield puppet about 3 meters tall walked out of the white mist of light. Qinyu used the mental energy technique that Tong Yuling taught him to control the sword and shield puppet, hoping that it would cooperate with him in battle as soon as possible. This sword and shield puppet was one of Qinyu's trump cards. But to be proficient in controlling the puppet and unleash its full power, the level of one's mental energy wasn't low. In the blood burial garden, with Lu Zhua's mental energy, he still couldn't unleash the puppet's full power, especially in battle. Qinyu's mental energy was at the peak of the Cloud Fiend Fist. After being nurtured by the Blood Soul Flower Bud, his mental energy was slightly stronger than that of Lu Zhua's. After 2 or 3 days of repeated training, Qinyu gradually became more skilled in controlling the puppet. Although it couldn't be said to be like an arm, it was slightly better than Lu Zhua's. After familiarizing himself with the puppet, Qinyu began to search for the beast skin armor on his body. This beast skin armor also came from Lu Zhua, and it was the highest grade treasure that Qinyu had. It was a superior grade treasure armor, and it seemed to be some kind of ancient item. Its defensive power was enough to tempt some Khanate cultivators. Back in Lu Yunqing, when the harvest was being distributed, after much persuasion, Qinyu reluctantly agreed to keep the beast skin armor. Half a day later, Qinyu figured out how to use the beast skin armor. If he only used a small amount of acquired true qi to form an energy layer to protect his body, it was far from enough. Estimation. This leather armor needed to be at the peak of the postnatal realm or a connate cultivator to unleash its full defensive power. Other than that, if he added the Black Emperor bloodline, he could also use it. Activate. Jinyu circulated the Cloud Fiend True Chi and the Black Emperor bloodline and merged them into the beast skin armor. Buzz, a layer of purple-green light appeared on the beast skin and protected Chinyu's body. When the two forces were pushed to the limit, a purple-green shadow of an ancient beast appeared on Chinyu's body. It looked like a black iron giant pig, emitting a violent and savage aura. At that moment, Chinyu felt that the Cloud Fiend True Chi and the Black Emperor bloodline were being consumed quickly. The Cloud Fiend True Chi could be slowly recovered in the Sea of Chi, but the Black Emperor bloodline was different. He had to use it sparingly. Retreat. Chinyu immediately withdrew the Cloud Fiend True Chi and the Black Emperor bloodline, and the ancient beast shadow and the defensive layer on his body disappeared in a flash. Then, the precious treasure armor on his body returned to its deathly stillness. It looked like a rustic beast skin armor, not eye-catching at all. Not bad. A smile appeared on Chinyu's face. If he activated the beast skin armor with all his strength, he would basically be unafraid of attacks below the connate cultivator. However, compared to the power of the beast skin armor, the other two weapons on Chinyu's body were a bit behind. The mysterious heavy sword, as the main weapon, was still a low-grade treasure weapon. The dark snake sword, as a close combat weapon, was a middle-grade treasure weapon. As for the pair of dark green leather boots and the 3 javelins given by Elder Mao, they were all destroyed in the blood burial garden. I have to go out. Chinyu let out a breath. The next day, Chinyu finished his preparations and set off for the Yunhui Gate. With his current identity as a true disciple and the spiritual sword seal left by Lu Tiezu, the sect didn't make things difficult for him and allowed him to go down the mountain. This time, he went down the mountain. Chinyu had 2 things to do. The first was to go to the Chu family to forge and refine a treasure weapon. He still remembered that Master Gu still owed him a chance to forge a weapon. The second was to go back to the Chen family to solve the puzzle of that bizarre dream. With Chinyu's current lightness skill, he arrived at the Chu family's territory in just 1 day. After reporting his name, Chinyu was soon taken to the back mountain of the Chu family by a butler. This time, Chinyu didn't see old ancestor Chu, but the goateed Master Gu. Chinyu, we haven't seen each other for a long time, and you come to me to refine a weapon again? Master Gu had a strange look on his face. He stared at Chinyu and carefully sized him up, as if he was looking at a legendary figure. Clatter, Chinyu didn't waste time and directly took out a pile of refining materials, including dark crystal, golden cloud stone, 500-year-old Fufu bamboo, moon spirit ore, meteoric iron, and so on. These rare precious ores made Master Gu's mouth wide open. Not only that, he also took out a dark silver crystal and a blood-stained jade stone from the pale silver crystal space, which had a layer of faint dark patterns. The legendary dark silver crystal. And this? Mutant peacock stone. Master Gu grabbed the 2 items with excitement on his face. These 2 items in front of him were obtained by Chinyu from Lu Shua's storage bag, which Tong Yuling pointed out. Without Tong Yuling, Chinyu wouldn't have recognized these 2 items, especially the mutant peacock stone. These 2 items could at least be used as materials to refine supreme quality treasures, especially the mutant peacock stone, which could even be used to refine treasures. Regrettably, these 2 items were very small, only the size of an index finger. It seems that the rumor is true. You really have great luck in the blood burial garden. Master Gu sighed. Then, he stared at the pile of precious spiritual ores and said in a daze, there are so many kinds of spiritual ores. How many weapons do you want to refine? Chinyu smiled and stretched out 3 fingers. Then, he took out the profound heavy sword and the dark snake sword. In addition, he wanted to make 3 javelins. Chinyu took out so many spiritual ores at one time, mainly to see Master Gu's plan. What level do you want these 3 weapons to reach? Master Gu said in a low voice. The 3 javelins would be best at medium quality, the dark heavy sword at medium quality, and the dark snake sword would be best at high quality treasures. Chinyu said. High quality treasures? These materials are sufficient, but your cultivation is. Master Gu rolled his eyes. But soon, his voice came to an abrupt stop. Oh. Qinyu opened his palm, and a circle of blue-black acquired natural qi appeared. Well, I'm talking nonsense. Master Gu took a deep look at Qinyu. Before Qinyu came over, the ancestor of the Chu family had found Master Gu and warned him not to get too involved with Qinyu. The black silver crystal and the mutated peacock stone in your hands are relatively small. To be honest, my attainments in refining weapons are not enough to bring out the real value of these two things. Master Gu emphasized before starting the refining process. It was obvious that if the weapons did not meet his expectations, don't blame him. Master, just try your best. Qinyu nodded. With Master Gu's cultivation and attainments, high-quality treasures were his limit. But in the land of Chu, Master Gu was already among the top refiners. There might be better refiners, but Qinyu did not know any of them, and he could not leave the camp of the three sects to run around. After a period of time, Qinyu stayed on Master Gu's mountain, refining weapons with the assistance of the evil cloud genuine qi. The whole process was extremely boring. The first weapon was to make 3 javelins. Qinyu only asked for medium-quality treasures, which was no pressure for Master Gu. According to Master Gu, this was just to pave the way for the next 2 weapons. He wanted to practice his state first. 3 days later, 3 brand-new black metal javelins appeared in front of Qinyu. Master Gu smiled and seemed to be in a good state. He motioned Qinyu to have a try. However, the old ancestor of the Chu family was shocked. It doesn't matter. Qinyu was shocked. He had an illusion that the sword light had arrived before the sword moved. Master Gu, there are some leftover refining materials as a reward. Master Gu grinned. Gee, the power of this middle-grade treasure weapon is really different after integrating the evil cloud genuine qi. Qinyu integrated the evil cloud genuine qi and the evil cloud genuine qi. The javelin in his hand was covered with a layer of black light, and the tip of the spear flashed with a trace of golden light. On the one hand, it was the bottleneck of refining skills. Master Gu explained. He walked to the hill unhurriedly and dug out the javelin. Then, it was the last one. Qi, the material of his refining room, was very special. Coupled with the reinforcement of the formation, even a qi transformation cultivator would not be able to destroy it quickly. On the other hand, it was the limitation of the materials. Qinyu said, Master Gu, I have one last request. Qinyu also took out the legendary mysterious silver crystal and the mutated peacock stone, although the quantity was very small. A real refiner not only needed to be good at refining materials, but also knew the inscription of the weapon, so that it could produce extraordinary power and effect. The lethality of this sword was definitely his trump card. It was like a snake-like jade work of art. An old man with white hair and a ruddy face floated over. Although these 3 javelins are middle-grade treasure weapons, their hardness and toughness are comparable to high-grade treasure weapons. However, that's right. I've heard a little about your experience in the Chu sect. If refining the mysterious heavy sword into a high-grade treasure weapon would consume too much true qi, so it was not suitable for Qinyu. It was still a dark silver sword, but it was heavier than before. On the back of the sword, there were some sophisticated and simple inscriptions, and the blade was covered with a layer of sharp and shining coldness. This sword is heavy. I've refined more than 10 kinds of refining materials to increase its hardness, and greatly increase the attack power of true qi. Did he leave? The old ancestor of the Chu family asked. But the weapon to be refined was only a short sword. Qinyu's forging and refining of these 3 weapons were all very prodigal. Generally speaking, this kind of short sword was mainly used for close-range assassination. It strived for lightness, and it was always used to reduce the weight as much as possible. Let's go. In the Chu nation, all sorts of resources and materials were rather scarce. This was especially so for high-grade materials. Qinyu's request was only for a mid-grade treasure. With such an abundant supply of precious ores, even if Grandmaster Gu wasn't in his best condition, it would still be difficult for him to fail. Right now. Buzz, Qinyu and Master Gu worked together to refine another weapon, the profound heavy sword. Xianxia said solemnly. A dark and lustrous sword arc that was as thin as a strand of hair flashed through the air with a hint of dark golden sharpness. Buzz, he was afraid that, if it was someone else, Master Gu would have slapped them. That was to say, speak. Master Gu waved his hand. He looked over. Whoosh. Excellent hardness and toughness. Javelins and spears were not suitable for weapons that were too rigid. Because the attack of this kind of weapon often didn't move in a straight line. It was a simple way to pile up materials in order to pursue heavier and stronger weapons. If Xianxia had launched this attack while standing outside the artifact forging room, in less than 2 days. In the next 2 days. The refined profound heavy sword was out of the furnace. Xianxia was taken aback. He felt that his internal breath and natural qi seemed to be pouring into a bottomless pit. He looked at the nearby collapsed hill and a crack in the refining room, and his face turned serious. Master Gu couldn't help shaking his head. With the assistance of Master Gu, Xianxia meticulously reforged the dark snake sword in the furnace. Master Gu was expressionless. In the past, when he refined high-grade treasured weapons, it would be good if he could get 2 or 3 of them. Almost no sound could be heard. Master Gu's eyes slightly widened as he stared blankly at the hill that had almost exploded. This time, it was quite different. Master Gu looked happy and properly put away the remaining refining materials. Master Gu held a foot-long, slightly curved, almost translucent dark luster dagger. The fine inscriptions on it were like the natural texture on the skin of a snake. 200 or 300 kilograms. Compared to his strength, it was still as light as a feather. Master Gu restrained his excitement. This was the most luxurious list of materials he had ever encountered in his refining career. After verifying 3 javelins, Xianxia said with a smile. He couldn't cross the line. The old ancestor of the Chu family was shocked. He had been promoted to the transforming Qi realm for many years and was a famous martial arts master. Forging this high-grade king-level precious weapon could be regarded as breaking Master Gu's lifetime record. What was in front of Master Gu was a rare opportunity. Looking at the pinnacle of his life's masterpiece, Master Gu sighed and didn't find Xianxia to settle accounts. Xianxia laughed. If it was really a top-grade precious weapon, he was afraid that it would be difficult for those who were not at the transforming Qi realm to support it. It was the old ancestor of the Chu family. Of course. Master Gu said expressionlessly. What's more, Master Gu had gradually entered a good state after refining the javelins. These 3 javelins almost reached the level of middle-grade precious weapons. Especially the piercing power of the spear tip, it can penetrate some high-grade armors without the infusion of natural qi. Master Gu laughed strangely. Puff, puff, the mysterious heavy sword was large in size and weight, so it needed a lot of materials. Stop. Soon after Xianxia left. Xianxia waved his hand generously. In the refining room, there came a deep sword sound. It was not so pleasant, but it had a mysterious coldness. A large number of precious refining materials, such as 500-year-old dark bean curd, black crystal, golden cloud stone, moon spirit ore, and so on. But Xianxia's requirement was to upgrade it to a middle-grade precious weapon. What's more, I hope the master can help me hide this new dark snake sword. In his hands, this heavy sword was more comfortable than ordinary precious weapons. It would not fall behind even when he reached the natural stage of transforming qi. Xianxia reached out and grabbed a black javelin, which weighed at least 500 kilograms. There was a trace of cold metal touch. Under the terrifying power, the black javelin showed a slight curve, which made Master Gu secretly break out in a cold sweat. These refining materials, together with some slightly inferior main materials, were expected to refine a middle-grade precious weapon. Old Man Chu, you told me not to have too deep contact with him, but I feel that this person is not an ordinary person. Once he passes this tribulation, he will become a dragon. I'm afraid that you won't have a chance to flatter him. If he made good use of it. It should be known. The power of Xianxia's javelin could not be resisted by ordinary transforming qi or post-celestial experts. Xianxia reached out and grasped it. He felt that the sword was much heavier than he expected. It was 200 or 300 kilograms. This sword was basically customized for Xianxia's advantage in strength. Then the entire refining room would be cut in two like a piece of tofu. So fast, Qinyu held the sword and gently waved it, as if the wind had passed by without leaving a trace. This was because Master Gu had taken his strength into consideration, so he had made some customization. The first two weapons were successfully refined and refined. Squeak. Not bad, not bad, Qinyu swung the spear with all his strength. The black hazy spear shadow that was dotted with a hint of coldness suddenly crossed the distance of 200 or 300 meters. This kid brought amazing resources from the blood burial garden. What kind of precious weapon did he ask you to refine? However, it's done. Qinyu held the two ends of the javelin and exerted force with a fierce look in his eyes. Master Gu said. Master Gu, what grade has this sword reached? If the refining materials were good enough, even if the refiner's skills were poor, they could still refine high-level precious weapons. Qinyu was very satisfied with the material and toughness of the javelin. It was hard and flexible at the same time, so that it could exert the greatest power when thrown. The speed at which the sword channeled true qi was terrifying. From a professional point of view. High-rank king level? Qinyu laughed heartily. He was simply too satisfied. This sword is a little bit away from becoming a high-rank precious weapon. In terms of material and hardness, it is comparable to ordinary high-rank precious weapons. Hee, this is the first time I've been so wasteful in refining weapons. On the tip of the spear, I put a little golden cloud stone to increase its sharpness and make it easier to pierce through armor and the layer of true qi. More golden cloud stones were used to refine the dark snake sword. Master Gu snorted and didn't specify the level and ability of the precious weapon. Before he left, he put some internal breath and true qi into it, but it was like pouring into a bottomless pit and was instantly absorbed by the sword. Go, if he used materials of the same value, he could refine a normal high-rank precious weapon of normal size and weight. No resistance. The reason why it was a little bit worse was not that the quality of the materials was not good enough. This sword can increase the attack speed by more than 60%, and it retains the characteristics of being silent and poisonous. Its power and sharpness can be called king level among the high-rank precious weapons. Qinyu operated the bronze statue skill to the limit, and his heart slightly accumulated strength. Some high-level refining materials even contained natural inscriptions, also known as Taoist patterns, which contained certain extraordinary abilities and characteristics. Master Gu bellowed as he watched the wall in front of him split in half. Rumble. It was because he had encountered a bottleneck in his refining skills, and he was still a little bit away from it. There were not many tricks to refine the mysterious heavy sword. The javelin stabbed into a small hill 30 or 40 feet away, and the entire body of the spear was pierced in. There was a burst of rumbling, and the dust was flying. A precious weapon that can make you defenseless. In the following days, using the refining materials, as a reward, a high-rank precious weapon was already the limit of a refiner at Master Gu's level, and it was difficult for him to make a few in his life. Master Gu nodded. 3 or 4 days later. In the refining room, a neat, smooth crack appeared on the 2-foot-thick wall, and it spread to the top of the wall. The reinforcement formation on it was useless. Qinyu was stunned and gently touched the dark snake sword that was like a work of art. Master Gu said with a little regret. Master Gu showed a complacent look. To improve the dark snake sword, Qinyu wanted it to be a high-rank precious weapon. Qinyu brought a lot of materials this time, which allowed him to personally experience a rare refining level, plus the extra refining materials, which was very rare. The internal breath and natural qi in Qinyu's body were not enough for this sword to be used 2 or 3 times, and this was the reason that this sword was short, and the consumption was much lower than that of others at the same level. The old ancestor of the Chu family shook his head and said with certainty, I have a certain understanding of Lu Tiezu. He is very overbearing. Qinyu has angered him. No matter whether he is the murderer of Lu Santong or not, he can't escape. Qinyu, this sword almost can be listed as a top-grade precious weapon. However, at night, its power can be increased by 30 to 40%, almost comparable to a top-grade precious weapon. It can be regarded as an incomplete top-grade precious weapon. Impossible. He left the Chu family. Qinyu went straight to the Chen family in Xianxia City without a moment's delay. In the hall. As Qinyu, the true disciple, returned home, the senior members of the family, including the patriarch of the Chen family, came out to accompany him. But this time, the senior members of the family looked at him with awe, but they weren't as enthusiastic as last time. They seemed to be deliberately alienating him. The patriarch, Chen Tianwei, and the others looked at Qin Yu strangely and evaded his gaze. This reminded Qin Yu of the situation when he went to the Chu family. At that time, the patriarch of the Chu family didn't come out to see him, but observed him in secret. Qin Yu's spiritual sense was better than that of a normal qi transformation or acquired being, so the patriarch of the Chu family didn't hide from him. Patriarch, uncles, I guess you all know about my half-year agreement with Lu Tiezu, right? Qin Yu took a sip of tea and smiled faintly. Regarding this matter, we have also heard mention it when she returned recently. The patriarch, Chen Tianwei, smiled awkwardly. Chen's father and Chen's mom looked worried and concerned. Are you the one who killed Lu Santong? Lu Ming couldn't help asking. Qin Yu carefully looked at his father, Chen Tianda, and his mother, Lu Ming. He used the mysterious heart to strengthen his senses. He found that his parents were very ordinary people. Dad, Mom, with Lu Tiezu's domineering ways, does it really matter whether I'm the murderer or not? Qin Yu didn't answer directly. Hearing that, the faces of Chen's father and Chen's mom suddenly turned pale, and their breathing became rapid. In front of so many family members, Qin Yu naturally wouldn't mention the truth of the matter. The escape plan couldn't be known by anyone except himself and his master. I came back this time mainly to see my parents. Qin Yu quickly got up, his calm gaze sweeping over the Chen family's upper echelon. Clan head Chen Tianwei and the others didn't dare to look him in the eye, feeling a little guilty. He ignored these people. Qin Yu brought his parents back to his private manor. Watching Qin Yu's family of 3 leave, the elders of the Chen family couldn't help but sigh with regret. Qin Yu's return this time seems to indicate that he's making arrangements for his funeral? Sigh. After provoking the #1 expert of the 3 upper sects, Lu Tiezu, no matter how demonic he is, he won't be able to escape from the palm of an origin realm expert. In a room of Qin Yu's private manor, the family of 3 chatted by candlelight. One of the reasons I came home this time is to settle down father and mother, Qin Yu said slowly. If his escape plan failed and he died at the hands of Lu Tiezu, his parents might still have a chance to live. Most of the grudges in the sect would not involve the secular world. This was a taboo. But once Qin Yu's escape was successful, it would probably incite Lu Tiezu's wrath. At that time, not only Lu Tiezu's faction, but the Bone Demon Palace's protector Shangguan, Palace Master Fu, and the others had great power. Any of their subordinates who took the initiative to please them could implicate Qin Yu's parents. With regards to the arrangements for Chen's father and Chen's mom, Qin Yu had discussed with his master, Elder Mao. Once the plan was implemented, Chen's father and Chen's mom would be properly arranged by Elder Mao. They would find a secluded place to live the rest of their lives in peace. To the elders of the sect, this was as easy as lifting a finger. Soon after, Qin Yu explained the arrangements to his parents. Chen's father and Chen's mom had a mournful expression. It felt like Qin Yu was making arrangements for his funeral. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. However, he could not allow any information related to this plan to leak out. He could not tell his parents about it. Don't worry, father and mother. I have at least a 50% chance of surviving this calamity. Once I succeed, I will be separated from you for a period of time. Please take care of your health. Qin Yu comforted. Do you really have confidence that we will be able to get through this calamity? A glimmer of hope appeared in Chen's mom's teary eyes. Even though she understood. Perhaps this was Qin Yu's white lie. I'm not lying. Qin Yu nodded solemnly, which made his parents feel a little more at ease. Next, the second matter. Qin Yu thought of that absurd dream, but didn't know how to bring it up. At that moment, Chen's father and Chen's mom looked at each other, as if they had made a decision. You're about to turn 16. You might be separated from us for a period of time, or even forever. There are some things that we need to tell you. His mother took a deep breath and made a firm decision. After that, Miss Chen took out a jade pendant that she wore on her body. That jade pendant was crystal white and flawless, but it was not complete. There were obvious cracks on one side. It was made of jade, but there was a mysterious metallic feeling to it. Dong dong. Dong dong. When the jade pendant approached, Xianxia could clearly feel the mysterious heart beating a few times. This is? Xianxia took the jade pendant and found that there was a U character engraved on one side. U? Xianxia's head slightly shook. Was this character related to his name and identity? Inexplicably. The uneasiness in his heart became stronger. You, we are not actually your biological parents. More than a decade ago, your mother and I were on an outing when an injured man suddenly appeared beside us. He gave you and this jade pendant to us and disappeared in an instant. Chen's father said. Father, mother, you, Xianxia's heart shuddered. This truth coincided with that bizarre dream of his. He had wondered before. That mysterious heart, why did it land at the Yunhui gate, choose him, and perfectly fuse with him? If this dream only appeared once, then it would be fine. But that dream appeared many times and it was related to the mysterious heart, which made Xianxia feel uneasy. He did not want to accept the guess in his heart. However, Chen's father's words shattered Xianxia's self-deception. Because your father and I have never had a child. When that mysterious man sent you here, we raised you as our own son. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with tears. As for this jade pendant, that man said that when you become an adult, he will give it to you. Chen's mother explained. Xianxia reached out to touch this flawless white jade pendant and felt his soul suddenly become clear. As if there was a hot spring, nourishing and cleansing the depths of his soul. With his current mental strength, he felt that inside the jade pendant, there seemed to be an endless sea, unfathomable. Xianxia was sure. This jade pendant should be a strange treasure, much higher level than the tears of frozen heart. Your mother was originally weak and sickly, but since she wore this jade pendant, she was immune to all diseases and was much younger than her peers. Now, mother will give it back to you, maybe it can help you, confirm the mystery of your life. Lu Ming's eyes were moist, helping Xianxia put the jade pendant on. Xianxia felt a strong love from his parents, as well as a sense of loss. After all, they had raised Xianxia for more than 10 years, but suddenly one day, they had to tell Xianxia the mystery of his life. Father, mother. Don't worry, no matter what kind of life I have, in my heart, you are no different from my biological parents. Xianxia wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, looking unprecedentedly serious. How could he give up the kindness of his parents for more than 10 years, although Qiantianda and his wife were not his biological parents? The kindness of raising him was greater than the heavens. Late at night, Xianxia was in his room, sitting cross-legged, reaching out to touch the jade pendant, his eyes flickering. Before, he was reluctant to trace the so-called mystery of his life, and would rather he was the son of Qiantianda and his wife. However, the couple in the dream had a strong affection and concern in their eyes, especially the mysterious woman, who sacrificed herself to help Xianxia become a baby. This kind of selfless motherly love, which silently gave everything, made Xianxia's head shake. If the scene in the dream was real, Xianxia's biological parents may not have raised him, but the sacrifice they made may be greater than the kindness of raising him. He couldn't help but. Xianxia had a trace of interest in the mystery of his life. But immediately, Xianxia shook his head with a wry smile. He hadn't resolved a big disaster yet, so there was no need to think about other things. Under the cold night moon. While Xianxia was thinking, he suddenly felt an itch and movement somewhere on his body. Hey! Under the spiritual connection, Xianxia sensed the consciousness on the other side, and his face was full of joy. Swoosh! A silver-gray iron worm the size of a thumb jumped out of his sleeve and landed on Xianxia's hand, rubbing it intimately. It was the iron moonworm that had just woken up. Xianxia took a closer look. The size of the iron moonworm didn't change much, and there was a layer of faint silver spots on its surface, which had a kind of silver luster. Besides, there were a few blood-colored crystal films left on its body, which were quickly peeled off after a few moves. The aura of this worm had obviously broken through a big level, and the invisible energy fluctuation it emitted was even stronger than that of a normal chi transformation or postnatal cultivator. I wonder how strong this worm's combat power is now. Xianxia was looking forward to it. As usual, Qinyu let the Iron Moonworm patrol around the manor, even entering every corner of the underground to investigate. At a certain moment, the Iron Moonworm that was playing happily sent a strange scene. Qinyu stared at the scene, and his face turned serious. Now, as long as it was not more than 5 miles away, it could share the scene and sound of the Iron Moonworm. Outside the manor, in front of an orchard. Swish! Swish, 2 figures, a man and a woman, floated over, staring at the mansion in the middle of the manor. The man was a young man in a blue robe, who looked to be in his 30s. He stood with his hands behind his back, and there was a hint of arrogance on his face. The other woman, who looked to be in her 20s, was wearing a dark green dress, and had a somewhat charming appearance. Humph, that kid will die in the hands of Iron Ancestor Lu sooner or later. Is there a need to send 2 chi transformation or postnatal cultivators? The young man in a blue robe looked reluctant. Who asked him to be the murderer of the young lord? Through the investigation, the lord has confirmed that Qinyu is the biggest suspect, and this kid has great luck, so we need to kill him as soon as possible, just in case. The green-robed beauty's tone revealed a hint of laziness. The man and the woman, with a casual look, walked to the pavilion in the middle of the manor. This scene being shared with Qinyu's senses, their faces darkened. The young lord that they mentioned was naturally Yunfei of the Watermoon sect. The sect master of the Watermoon sect was actually worried that Iron Ancestor Lu would bring a disaster to Qinyu, so she sent 2 chi transformation or postnatal cultivators to assassinate him. As for why Yunfei's death was confirmed to be him, Qinyu immediately understood. In the blood-empty palace, when he escaped with Chen-Ing-Er, Qinyu used an ice-cracking ball to stop the enemy, and it was this small detail that left a flaw. In the spacious manor, the blue-robed youth and the green-robed beauty walked forward slowly. They seemed to be moving slowly, but each step covered at least 20 feet. I heard that Qinyu has the strength to fight against a chi transformation post-celestial. Even Mei Chongqing of the Bone Demon Palace is weaker than him. Senior brother, don't let your guard down. The green-robed beauty said cautiously. Heh. I hope his strength is as rumored. Otherwise, this mission would be making a big fuss out of nothing. The blue-robed youth grinned. His cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the post-celestial, not far from the late stage. Moreover, the 2 of them specialized in joint attacks. Before the mission, the Watermoon sect master had given them 4 ice-split pearls. Not to mention anything else. Just the 4 ice-split pearls alone were enough to turn an ordinary chi transformation post-celestial into a pile of ice. Of course. The 2 of them took the pearls as a reward. They probably wouldn't have the chance to use them. Swoosh, the 2 of them approached the building in the center of the manor under the cold moonlight. This manor is so empty. It saves me a lot of trouble. I can attack without worry. The blue-robed youth looked around with a satisfied expression. Haha, your excellency's thoughts coincide with mine. Suddenly, a light laugh came from the orchard beside them. Who is it? The blue-robed youth and the green-robed beauty's expressions changed. They looked closely. A tall young man wearing an armor made of animal skin slowly walked out of the orchard. He had a rustic air about him. Qinyu, the man and woman were shocked. Their post-celestial chi suddenly surged out. Crack, the blue-robed youth condensed a frost-like icy blue air current in his palm, and an icy whirlwind with a diameter of half a foot automatically circled around him. Clang, the green-robed woman took out a white sword that flickered with a layer of frost-like patterns. There seemed to be tiny white ice snakes swimming on it. In terms of cultivation, the 2 of them were stronger than Mei Chongqing. Subtly, the cold attribute true chi that the 2 of them gave off complemented each other, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet and the blood to stagnate. TSK, 1 early-stage post-celestial, 1 mid-stage post-celestial. Their cultivation methods complement each other. The Watermoon sect master really thinks highly of me. Qinyu sneered. Seeing Qinyu's calm demeanor, the man and the woman became wary and looked around. If he didn't have reinforcements, Qinyu wouldn't have the courage to face 2 chi transformation post-celestial stage experts and still be so calm. Don't worry, there's no one else here. Qinyu smiled. However, there was a hint of strangeness in his smile. The blue-robed youth and the green-robed woman scanned their surroundings and confirmed that there were no reinforcements. Junior, you dared to take on the two of us by yourself? Their faces darkened as they stared at Qinyu in disbelief. Even if Qinyu had the strength of a chi transformation post-celestial, he was still at the viscera refinement stage. He belonged to the bottom of the third rank. However, before the two of them finished speaking, there was a pu sound from the soil beneath their feet. The next moment, a silver-spotted black dot that was hard to catch by the naked eye instantly approached the side of the green-robed woman's leg. Be careful. The blue-robed youth whispered, and a blue ice current gushed out of his palm and rushed to the side of the green-robed woman's leg. The green-robed woman reacted quickly and subconsciously used her true chi to protect her whole body. However, the silver-spotted black dot was too fast and flashed a trace of sharp silver luster. With a chi sound, it broke the green-robed woman's true chi layer. Ah! The green-robed woman screamed, her body stiffened and her left leg trembled. Only to see one of the silver-spotted iron bugs had bitten into her bare, white ankle. In an instant, her whole leg was numb and cold. This worm has reached the chi transformation stage. The blue-robed youth and the green-robed woman were shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. Ordinary ancient beasts and strange insects were often stronger than humans of the same level. Only the elites of the human race could be a match for them. Just now, the green-robed woman hurriedly used her true chi to protect her body, but she couldn't block the worm. Pu. After the iron moon strange insect bit the wound, it drilled into the flesh of her leg. Fortunately, the green-robed woman didn't lose her cool. While she used her true chi to protect her body, she slashed the white sword in her hand at the side of her leg. Crack, the iron moon strange insect was cut off along with a piece of flesh. The green-robed woman grunted and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead due to the pain. Qinyu couldn't help but show a hint of solemnity. It seemed that this old chi transformation stage overlord's temperament and combat experience were generally better than the younger disciples. This woman's decisive slash showed that she had cut off the flesh on her leg. Kill this worm. After the green-robed woman was out of danger, the man and the woman immediately attacked. Whoosh, a blue ice current and a white mist intertwined and formed an even fiercer blue and white cold air that enveloped the iron moon strange insect. This power had even reached the late stage of the postnatal realm. A layer of frost formed on the surface of the iron moon strange insect's body and its limbs became stiff as it struggled. This process lasted for 2 breaths. The fierce blue and white cold air didn't freeze the iron moon strange insect. Ding! The green-robed woman slashed with her sword and sparks flew everywhere, but it didn't break the surface of the iron moon strange insect's body. This worm has surpassed ordinary demonic beasts and reached the level of a rare ancient beast. The man and the woman's faces became serious. If it was an ordinary postnatal chi transformation stage demonic beast, the two of them would have frozen it in 2 or 3 breaths. However, this worm's resistance to true chi was extremely strong. It seemed that even if the two of them tried their best, they wouldn't be able to freeze it without 10 breaths of time and a large amount of true chi. However, as the owner of the worm, how could Qinyu let them use it for 10 breaths of time? Just now, Qinyu let the iron moon strange insect attack first because he wanted to see the worm's combat power, so he didn't attack immediately. The result didn't disappoint Qinyu. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them were good at joint attacks, 1 or 2 postnatal chi transformation stage cultivators would have been killed by this worm. Haha. How long do you two plan to work? A mocking sneer suddenly closed in on him amidst the fierce whistling wind. Sister Ing, be careful. The blue-robed young man shouted. He saw Qinyu turn into a shadow and approach the green-robed woman. Cloud-killing fist, Qinyu's eyes were cold and sharp. He punched out a fierce fist energy in the shape of a python. A layer of black and green chi patterns could be seen on the python's head and bloody mouth. Before the fist energy arrived, an invisible spirit-killing fist energy had already arrived. The green-robed woman only felt that a fierce and ferocious python had rushed into her heart. Her body's chi and blood trembled. Slash, she gritted her teeth and gave up on freezing the iron moon strange insect. The sword in her hand slashed out a cold snow-white sword aura, accompanied by a fierce cold wind. Boom, a huge python-shaped evil shadow surrounded by a cloud of true chi engulfed the snow-white sword aura. After a violent vibration, the two of them shattered at the same time. However, the green-robed woman's body was forced back 2 or 3 steps, and a smear of red appeared on her face. Qianyu's figure flashed and he quickly approached, unscathed. It wasn't that the green-robed woman's strength was weak, but because the iron moon strange insect had bitten her leg and the corpse poison had invaded her body, it was difficult for her to move. She could only use about 70% of her full strength. Whoosh, Qianyu was about to follow up and kill the green-robed woman first, but he felt a cold air-piercing sound behind him. Kid, die. The blue-robed young man held a 3-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand and slashed out a sharp blue shadow blade. It was 10 feet long and it slashed towards Qianyu. Let's work together and take this kid down. The green-robed woman, who was at a disadvantage, slashed out a snow-white sword aura again and attacked Qianyu. In the blink of an eye, the two gave up on the insect and attacked Qianyu from the front and the back. The iron moon strange insect would probably need a breath or two to return to normal. They only needed to kill the owner of the spiritual pet to win. Qianyu's expression changed slightly. If he was attacked by the cold air of the two, it would be troublesome. Whoosh, a layer of black iron patterns appeared on Qianyu's body, and the evil cloud internal breath and true qi in his body started to circulate. The next moment, Qianyu dragged an afterimage and his speed suddenly increased by 50% to 60%. He was the first to dodge the stronger attack of the blue-robed young man behind him. Then, his figure rushed towards the green-robed woman from the other side. The black and copper patterns on his arms intertwined and expanded. His internal breath and true qi shook at the same time. Bang, the iron beast-like fist blasted in front of the green-robed woman, and the latter barely used her sword to block it. Wow, the green-robed woman's body almost flew out and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale. The power of bloodline, how could you? The sudden powerful attack shocked the man and woman of the Watermoon sect. The green-robed woman's leg was bitten by the insects and the poison had invaded her body. But Qianyu, with his viscera refinement stage cultivation, was able to injure her with a pair of bare fists. It was really shocking. After all, to be able to fight against a Qi transformation stage post-celestial at the entry stage was already very rare, not to mention defeating her with one punch. Junior. Even the sect master has underestimated your strength. The blue-robed young man behind him had a violent ice-blue true qi on his body. The 3-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand slashed out 2 to 3 ice-blue sword shadows that overlapped and slashed towards Qianyu. Not only that, he also threw out 2 ice-cracking balls. With a crack, they exploded and formed 2 huge balls of cold wind, accompanied by the impact of thousands of ice crystals. Qianyu was shocked. The blue-robed man's attack and the cold power formed by the ice-cracking balls actually overlapped. Its power was probably at the late post-celestial stage. In the blink of an eye, the exploding cold wind ice crystals and the icy blue blade shadows all pounced towards Qianyu. It would be difficult for him to dodge such an area of effect attack. In this kind of crisis, Qianyu snorted coldly and still pounced towards the green-robed woman. However, a metal ball appeared in his hand and he threw it behind him. Crack, the metal ball cracked open, and a 3-meter-tall sword and shield puppet emerged from the white mist. It then used its massive shield to firmly protect Qianyu. Ding! Ding! A large amount of sparks splashed on the pitch-black shield. The thousands of ice crystals hit the shield, but it didn't move at all. Clang! Even the blue-robed young man's 3 ice-blue sword shadows couldn't shake the shield at all. Qi transformation stage puppet. This defense is comparable to a Qi transformation stage post-celestial stage. The blue-robed young man's face was filled with shock and helplessness. And at this time, ha ha ha, Qianyu, who was on the other side of the sword and shield puppet, laughed. A heavy and simple dark silver sword appeared in his hand. The Black Emperor bloodline and Fiend Cloud True Qi were poured into it. Boom! Huchi, the dark silver sword swept through the air, bringing with it a heavy pressure. With the naked eye, one could only see a dazzling black and silver sword rainbow. It almost turned into a full moon and swept past the green-robed woman. Boom! Whoosh! The moment the giant sword cut through the void, the air vibrated violently. A huge black and silver sword rainbow, almost in the shape of a full moon, swept over the green-robed woman. The green-robed woman's face was pale. Under the amazing pressure and sword momentum, she couldn't breathe. Clang, the sword in her hand immediately fell out of her hand. Her arm was stiff and numb. Not only that. The black and silver sword rainbow was surrounded by a circle of strange black iron chi patterns. Puff. It cut through her protective chi. Puff, there was a 2-foot-long wound on the green-robed woman's chest, which was only half a foot away from her heart. That sword. Even though it didn't hit her vitals, it almost cut open the green-robed woman's chest and seriously injured her. No. Sister Ing, the blue-robed young man saw the green-robed woman scream and fly backward. He wanted to help her, but he was blocked by the sword and shield puppet in front of him. Clang, the puppet's giant sword flashed a dazzling blood-red arc light, which was comparable to the middle stage of the Hotian realm. Senior brother, run, the green-robed woman's face was pale. She knew that she couldn't escape. Her leg was bitten by the iron moon strange insect, and her movement was sharply reduced. Then, Qianyu's sword was fatal. Just as Qianyu was about to approach him once more, there was a trace of determination in her desperate eyes. She clasped the 2 ice-cracking balls in her hands. But there was a trace of sarcasm at the corner of Qianyu's mouth. Whoosh, before the green-robed woman could stop, a silver line rushed into the green-robed woman's chest through the wound caused by the giant sword. Then, the green-robed woman's body stiffened. She felt a sharp pain and lost consciousness the next moment. Plop. The green-robed woman fell to the ground and died. A bloody black spot jumped out of her heart. It turned out. The iron moon strange insect recovered faster than expected. It took advantage of the huge wound caused by Qianyu's sword to drill into the green-robed woman's heart and directly bite off her heart meridian. Swish, Qianyu flashed in front of the green-robed woman and took the 2 ice-cracking balls that were about to fall to the ground, including the remaining one in the blood burial garden. Qianyu now had 3 shattering ice balls in his hands. If he used them all at once, their maximum power would approach the limits of the Hotian realm, and they would be able to produce an astonishing cold energy. After putting away the ice-cracking orb, Qianyu commanded the iron moon insects to attack the blue-robed youth from below. He also picked up the dark heavy sword and worked with the sword shield puppet to launch a pincer attack on the blue-robed young man. Junior, you actually killed Sister Ing. The blue-robed youth's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was filled with killing intent. However, even though he was at the middle stage of the Hotian realm, he was still powerless against the joint attack of Qianyu, the insect, and the puppet. Clang. Clang, the frontal pressure from Qianyu and the puppet forced the blue-robed youth to retreat again and again. His chi and blood surged, and he suffered some light injuries. Besides that, the iron moon exotic insect harassed and attacked from below, causing the blue-robed young man to be flustered, and his leg was finally bitten. Today's enmity will be repaid tenfold in the future. The blue-robed young man gritted his teeth and finally calmed down. He forcefully suppressed the hatred and killing intent in his heart. Clang. Clang, clang. He waved the 3-pointed, double-edged blade, and at the risk of being slightly injured, he borrowed the force to retreat and immediately retreated. Qianyu's terrifying strength and powerful trump cards made him feel cold and powerless. This kid has hidden too deeply. Lu Tiezu, the Water Moon Sect Master, and the Demon Bone Palace camp have all been deceived by him. The blue-robed youth's heart suddenly lit up. It was impossible for him to take revenge alone. However, once Qianyu's true strength was exposed, at that time, Qianyu's terrifying enemies, such as Lu Tiezu, the Water Moon Sect Master, and the Demon Bone Palace camp, would probably re-evaluate Qianyu. They might even kill him in the cradle without caring about the price. Ha ha ha. Qianyu. When I return this time, I won't have to wait half a year before you die. The blue-robed youth laughed loudly. His face was almost twisted with hatred. At the same time, he sped up his escape. With the blue-robed youth's speed at the middle stage of the Hotian realm, Qianyu had no advantage at all. In particular, the puppet was slightly slower in terms of speed and agility. Only the iron moon strange insect could temporarily bite him. Humph, since I'm going to attack you head-on, there's absolutely no chance for you to escape. Qianyu sneered. Suddenly, he put away the mysterious heavy sword in his hand. Oh! Xianxia suddenly took a deep breath. His abdomen swelled like a small water tank, and the air around him rustled. If Mei Chongqing came in person, he would probably be extremely vigilant in the face of this scene. What Xianxia displayed was the bronze lion roar. Dong dong. Dong dong. While Xianxia was preparing the bronze lion roar, his heart was accumulating power, and even the black iron bloodline faintly blended into the airflow in his abdomen. Roar. A powerful roar that shook the forest resounded throughout the spacious manor. In an instant, the nearby trees, swept by the sound wave, shattered leaves and fruits, and dust billowed. Whoosh! A sound wave wrapped in a bluish-black evil wind turned into the shape of a fan and blasted the fleeing blue-robed youth. What? The blue-robed youth's body shook violently, his brain was buzzing, and blood oozed out of his ears and nose. If he hadn't reacted fast enough to protect his vital organs with natural qi, this roar would have broken his eardrums. Whoosh! A silver line sprang up from the ground, drilled into his nose, and bit hard. Ah! No, the blue-robed youth screamed in fear, and a creepy chill enveloped his whole body. If it was in normal times, he would definitely not show such a big flaw and let the iron moon strange insect drill into his nose. However, the blue-robed youth only cared about escaping, and his brain was filled with hatred. He didn't expect that Xianxia had such a powerful sound wave attack. That roar caught him off guard, and his qi, blood, and natural qi almost collapsed. Get out! Under the biting of the iron moon strange insect, the blue-robed youth gathered natural qi in his abdomen, trying to force the iron moon strange insect out of his nose. However, when he was trying his best to deal with the iron moon strange insect, he ignored another terrible name of Xianxia. Less than 10 feet behind him, Xianxia took out a refined black javelin and tossed it at the monster. Swoosh! A black spear shadow with a sharp golden edge appeared at its tip. It covered the distance of 10 feet in the blink of an eye. Blood splattered. The sharp golden edge at the tip of the jet-black javelin flashed, and it pierced through the blue-robed youth's weak true qi layer, as well as the treasure armor on his body. Ah! Impossible! The blue-robed youth looked at the tip of the spear that pierced through his back, his face full of fear and regret. His body was pushed back by the huge force of the javelin. Plop! After the blue-robed youth fell to the ground, he struggled for a bit, and then died. Whoosh! A silver-spotted iron bug darted out of his head and returned to Xianxu's sleeve. After killing 2 qi transformation post-celestial beings, Xianxu's face was slightly pale. The short battle just now had almost used up 80 to 90% of his natural qi. In the heart, in the dark space, the black blood vortex that was the size of a bamboo basket had shrunk a bit. Killing 2 qi transformation post-celestial beings consumed a lot of energy, Xianxia murmured. If any viscera refinement stage cultivator were to see him kill 2 qi transformation stage cultivators with his entry stage cultivation base, they would be extremely shocked. Looking at Xianxu's expression, he seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied. Next, Xianxia cleaned up the spoils of war of the 2 qi transformation stage cultivators from the Watermoon sect, and found a remote place to dispose of their corpses. What was surprising was, in the spoils of war of the two, Xianxia found 2 150-year-old ice snow lotuses. Ice snow lotuses. This was one of the main ingredients needed for the 4th prescription of the bronze statue skill. However, these 2 ice snow lotuses were 150 years old, and there was a difference of a few decades, but it was better than nothing. 2 days later, Xianxia returned to the Yunhui Gate. The first thing he did was to go to Zhongwu Hall to check on the collection of the 4th body tempering prescription. The results were satisfactory. Because Xianxia had purchased a lot of primeval stones and contribution points, he had almost collected all the supplementary ingredients. The next day, Xianxia went to find his master, Elder Mao. What? 2 qi transformation stage cultivators from the Watermoon sect attacked you? Yunfei was also killed by you? Elder Mao's expression was very interesting. This disciple of his really knew how to cause trouble. Lu Santong, Yunfei, Helian Tu, and Shang Guanqi, these direct and esoteric disciples with strong backgrounds, all died in his hands. From the looks of it, in this Chu country, Xianxia really couldn't stay any longer. Unless, he had the absolute battle power of the origin realm, like Lu Tiezu. When one's strength reached Lu Tiezu's level, even if everyone knew that his grandson was a heinous thief, they couldn't do anything. After a long time, Elder Mao calmed down. Think about it from another perspective. If Qinyu hadn't killed so many geniuses, he wouldn't have such great luck in the blood burial garden. The heaven and earth's luck might be constant for a certain period of time. This goes on and on. When someone rises, there will be someone who falls. Just like the cycle of life and death, it was the natural law of heaven and earth. Don't worry, I have already sent people to settle down your parents. It was personally arranged by your senior brother, Xianxia. Don't worry. Elder Mao said slowly. 3 days later. The night of the full moon finally arrived. Qinyu and Elder Mao arrived at the secluded moon mine together. Just like the previous time, it was Old Man Pan who received Qinyu and Elder Mao. Hearing that Qinyu wanted to go into the mine to explore again, Old Man Pan didn't ask much and revealed a thoughtful look. On the night of the full moon, the blood-black mysterious waves in the secluded moon mine had long disappeared under the invisible force field. Qinyu entered the secluded moon mine for the second time. This time, with the Iron Moon strange bug, which was similar to the Bug King, there was no need to worry about the bug swarms in the mine. In the secluded moon ancient well, Qinyu tried using the fiendish cloud chi, but it was completely sealed and couldn't be used. The Black Emperor bloodline was restricted by 70 to 80%, but he could still barely use it. On the way this time, Qinyu didn't see the broken sword skeleton. It might have been washed to some deep corner by the blood-black waves in the ancient well. He didn't know if it was because of this. The dangers he encountered along the way were 2 or 3 times more than the previous time, and there were even 2 or 3 chi transformation realm beasts. Fortunately, Qinyu had the Iron Moon strange bug and could control a large number of Iron Moon corpse bugs. Together with the sword and shield puppet, he forced the chi transformation realm beasts to retreat. It was scary but not dangerous. Qinyu reached the end of the road. Just like the previous time, a faint moon spirit mine wall came into view, causing Qinyu's heart to beat faster and his breathing to become rough. In front of the moon spirit mine wall, there was a formation stone platform carved with complicated formation patterns. This formation stone platform was about 1 zhang, and there was a dark green rusty metal dragon head in each of the 4 directions. In the mouth of the 4 dragon heads, there was a small groove. 4 grooves? Qinyu remembered that his puppet had similar grooves, which were used to inlay primeval stones to provide energy. Qinyu was deep in thought as he looked at the 4 rusty metal dragon mouths around the base of the formation. He took out 4 pieces of primeval stones and inserted them into the mouths of the 4 dragon heads. Just as the 4 primeval stones were inserted, Wang, the entire base of the formation platform glowed with a dim, crystalline light. The complicated formation patterns around the platform also lit up for a moment. But this process only lasted for half a breath of time. Kacha! Kacha! The primeval stones in the mouths of the 4 dragon heads suddenly dimmed and turned into a pile of powder. It really is a teleportation array. Qinyu's face was filled with joy. Recently, he had read some ancient books about teleportation arrays. In the Kunyan continent, the Chu country was a relatively backward and remote area. Not to mention long-distance ancient teleportation arrays, even short-distance teleportation arrays were almost extinct. For low-grade primeval stones were sucked dry in an instant. It seems like this teleportation array is a long-distance teleportation array. It should still work. Qinyu was excited. The spiritual sword imprint that Lu Tiezu had left on him was like a curse that would take his life. Once he tried to leave the camp of the 3 sects, he would be detected. But this ancient teleportation array was different. It could instantly teleport Qinyu to a faraway place. At that time, it would not be easy for Lu Tiezu to find him in such a big world. Immediately, Qinyu took out a pen and paper and meticulously copied the base of the formation as well as the surrounding formation patterns. Before he left, Qinyu dug out a few high-quality moon spirit ores from the nearby moon spirit wall and returned. Returning to the surface, Qinyu met up with Elder Mao. The 2 of them communicated telepathically for a while. Under Elder Mao's instructions, Jinyu took out a high-quality moon spirit ore and handed it to Elder Pan, who was guarding the secluded mountain mine. Elder Pan was the guardian of this place after all and had always kept the serene moon ancient well a secret. Immediately, Jinyu and Elder Mao rode on a bird back to the Yunhui Gate. Looking at the bird turning into a black dot and disappearing into the sky, Elder Pan kept the moon spirit ore and his eyes flashed. Yunhui Gate, Elder Mao's residence. Jinyu handed over the ancient teleportation formation blueprint to Elder Mao. He examined it for a long time. Elder Mao said, looking at the blueprint, this ancient teleportation array should be a long-distance teleportation array. It will cross at least 10 northern plains. At least 10 northern plains? Jinyu was slightly surprised. It was hard to imagine how far it was. How big was Northern Plains, Qi Kingdom, Chu Kingdom, Yan Kingdom, the Great Snowy Mountain tribe in the north, as well as the even larger wilderness, formed the Northern Plains. Among them, the wilderness was more than 10 times larger than the inhabited areas. With the speed of 1,000 li horse, it would take 2 to 3 years to travel across Northern Plains. For such a long-distance teleportation, normal low-grade primal stones are not enough. For mid-grade primal stones are needed. Elder Mao said confidently. Mid-grade primordial stones? In the world of the Chu sect, this type of high-grade origin stone is almost extinct, right? Jinyu was shocked. Extinct? That might not be the case. Elder Mao flipped his hand, and a crystal-clear primordial stone appeared in his palm. Its color was slightly dark, but the density of the energy it emitted far surpassed normal low-grade primordial stones. A normal Qi transformation realm elder might not have a mid-grade primordial stone. I only have one piece here. Elder Mao was in deep thought. In principle, 100 low-grade primordial stones could be exchanged for one mid-grade primordial stone. But in the Chu Kingdom, those extremely rare mid-grade primordial stones were mostly in the hands of origin realm experts and a few elite Qi transformation realm Xianxians. The sect's Grand Supreme Elder Gongyang definitely had a certain amount of mid-grade primordial stones. But Grand Supreme Elders of the Origin Realm were elusive and might not be willing to trade. Regarding the matter of mid-grade primordial stones, I will think of a way to help you exchange them. As for this formation blueprint, there are only 3 cracks on it. You will need to buy some materials to repair it. Elder Mao pondered for a while longer. How long do you need? Jinyu asked. 2 months. Elder Mao cautiously reported a time. Within 2 months, Elder Mao would help Jinyu solve the problem of materials and primordial stones. Then it will be the full moon after next month. Jinyu's heart calmed down. At least, the time and details of the plan had been planned. And 2 months later, the divination news from the Great Snow Mountain should still be a little bit off. Furthermore, that Snow Mountain Grand Shaman had a high status. Even if Lu Tiezu came personally, he might not be able to meet him immediately. It could be expected. Lu Tiezu would definitely pay a huge price for the Grand Shaman's divination. At the Yunhui Gate, Jinyu cultivated for a few days and used the 500,000 contribution points he had to exchange for some cultivation technique manuals, including some secret techniques. Because not long after he was going to leave the Chu Kingdom, it would be a waste if he didn't use these contribution points. Jinyu mainly exchanged for some sword arts and movement techniques to broaden his horizons and increase his attainment in movement and sword arts. As for secret techniques, he exchanged for a few better sound wave secret techniques. Now, he had been promoted to a true disciple. As long as he had enough contribution points, he could exchange for most of the cultivation technique manuals in the sect. Unless it was some sect-protecting cultivation technique, he needed to ask the elder or the sect leader. In the following days, Jinyu mainly integrated several sound wave secret techniques and verified them with the bronze lion roar that he learned from Yuanli of the Bone Demon Palace. In the end, Jinyu found that he had been tricked by Yuanli. It turns out that the bronze lion roar that Yuanli modified is more powerful, but it does more damage to the internal organs. Fortunately, my physique is strong. Jinyu's eyes flickered. Imperceptibly, this also gave him a new idea. The sound wave secret technique was indeed very suitable for Jinyu's non-human physique that had been changed by the mysterious heart. The same sound wave secret technique. If it was performed by Qinyu, its power would definitely be better than those of the same level. A few days later, Qinyu combined several sound wave secret techniques and improved them into an amplified version of Bronze Lion Roar that was suitable for him. This new Bronze Lion Roar was not only powerful, but it could also be used for internal breath. After the initial practice, Qinyu confirmed that the power of this new Bronze Lion Roar had increased by more than 50%, and it would have a good deterrent and interference effect on the Qi transformation post-celestial. If his heart accumulated power and even integrated the Black Emperor's bloodline, the power could be increased by more than 50%. At that time, this ultimate Bronze Lion Roar might even be able to slightly interfere with the Qi transformation post-celestial. On this day, Qinyu was practicing the primordial fiend divine technique as usual. Suddenly a loud bell sound came from the mountains. Clang! 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 The cloud-shaking bell rang 7 times in a row, and an urgent and dangerous atmosphere filled the entire Yunhui Gate. The cloud-shaking bell rang 7 times in a row. Qinyu's face was solemn. At the same moment, the Yunhui Gate was in an uproar. Many disciples were in an uproar. The cloud-shaking bell was a treasure of the Yunhui Gate, and it would only be rung when something big happened. The more times it was rung, the more important the event was. The upper limit was 9 times. If it was rung 9 times in a row, it meant that the entire sect was in danger, and that the enemy had reached the mountain gate. And today, although it wasn't rung 9 times, it was still rung 7 times, which showed how serious the situation was. Half a cup of tea later, Qinyu arrived at the sect's important place, the Heavenly Cloud Hall. At this moment, outside the Heavenly Cloud Hall, there were almost 1,000 members of the sect, including the older members and the younger disciples. Chen, please, an enforcer immediately welcomed Qinyu in. Most of the sect members and disciples stayed outside the Heavenly Cloud Hall. However, as a true disciple, Qinyu had enough status to enter the Heavenly Cloud Hall. Inside the Heavenly Cloud Hall, Sect Master Yunhui, Elder Mao, and a few other elders were there. There were also some postnatal realm cultivators. Apart from them, there were also some true disciples. In the crowd, Qinyu saw many familiar true disciples, such as Chang Xian, Nan Gongli, Huang Fulin, Fang Haofei, and so on. In fact, most of the Yunhui Gate members were outside, guarding important places with resources, or participating in the war against the Bone Demon Palace. Even Grand Elder Gong Yang was overseeing at the front lines instead of the sect. Everyone's here. A moment later, Sect Master Yunhui scanned the crowd. Sect Master, what happened when the cloud-shaking bell rang 7 times? And postnatal realm elder could not help but ask. This was the first time in the past 50 years that the cloud-shaking bell had rung 7 times. I believe some of you have already heard about it. 2 days ago, the Shueiyue sect betrayed us and suffered a great defeat at the front line. Sect Master Yunhui said with a serious expression. Whoosh, the entire Heavenly Cloud Hall was in an uproar. At this moment, be it the sect's upper echelons or true disciples, all of them gasped. The Shueiyue sect betrayed us. The front line suffered a great defeat. These 8 words represented the collapse of the entire Chu country's sections. The situation is hopeless? Qinyu's heart skipped a beat. He had expected that the 3 sects might be defeated one day. But unexpectedly, this possibility was already so close. Originally, the 3 sects were united and could take a breather under the attack of the Bone Demon Palace. But now, the Shueiyue sect had betrayed them. Why would the Shueiyue sect betray the 3 sects? 50 years ago, the Shueiyue sect also participated in the battle against the Bone Demon Palace. The hatred between the 2 sides is not small. Some of the middle and upper echelons present were puzzled. This was too unexpected. Rumor has it that the Shueiyue sect and the Bone Demon Palace reached some kind of agreement. More than half of the upper echelons of the Shueiyue sect agreed. Those who opposed were killed or placed under house arrest. Sect Master Yunhui stated calmly. Hearing this, Qinyu suddenly thought of something and his expression changed. Chen-ing-er. Chen-ing-er was in the Shueiyue sect. No one knew where she was now. While the crowd was in an uproar, Qinyu came in front of Elder Mao and the sect master and asked in a low voice. Chen. Her master seems to be the Shueiyue sect's elder Kuei, one of the leaders of the betrayal. Sect master Yunue answered. Upon hearing this news, Chen Yu was a little dumbfounded. Didn't this mean that Chen might join the Bone Demon Palace's camp in the future? But on second thought, Chen Yu believed that this was not bad news. In the sect world, there was no true distinction between good and evil. There were only camps. If the one who betrayed the three sects was the Yunui Gate, and Chen Yu's elder Mao happened to be one of the leaders, then Chen Yu would involuntarily join the Bone Demon Palace. Yes, Chen received the appreciation of Elder Kuei and Grand Elder Shueiyue after leaving the Blood Burial Garden. Sect Master Yunue looked at Chen Yu thoughtfully. Martial Nephew Chen, as a true disciple of our sect, you must be mindful of your status. You must draw a clear line between yourself and traitors like Chen. Sect Master Yunue reminded him meaningfully. Don't worry, Sect Master. When we meet on the battlefield in the future, I will not show mercy. Chen Yu said expressionlessly. Sect Master Yunue nodded. Of course, he did not believe that Chen Yu would take the initiative to kill this woman. However, Chen Yu had Lu Tiezu's mental sword imprint on him. If he tried to defect to Demon Bone Palace, there was no need for Yunui Gate to deal with him. Chen Ying'er's luck is good. She signed a life-and-death contract with Zihu. She is valuable to Shueiyue sect and even Demon Bone Palace, Chen Yu thought to himself. Demon Bone Palace was currently on the verge of unifying the Chu sect world. It would be much more comfortable to defect to them than to Yunui Gate. In comparison, Chen Yu's situation was 10 times worse than Chen Ying'er's. Thinking of this, he no longer worried about Chen Ying'er. He focused on his own situation. Now, Chen Yu was most worried about one question: could Yunui Gate and Ironsword Gate last for 2 months, according to Elder He Mao's plan? Chen Yu would use the ancient transportation array under the Serene Moon Ancient Well on the night of the full moon 2 months later. If Demon Bone Palace destroys Ironsword Gate and Yunui Gate within 2 months, or occupies the area where the Serene Moon Ancient Well is located, Chen Yu frowned slightly. If that was the case, it would be very dangerous for him to enter the Serene Moon Ancient Well and use the transportation array. No need to panic, everyone. Sect Master Yunue spoke with a smile. Although Shueiyue sect has betrayed the 3 sects, our remaining 2 sects will welcome a strong ally. Strong ally? Could it be? That's right. The Qi Nation's Skysword sect. Sect Master Yunue was calm. Skysword sect. As soon as these 3 words were spoken, the tense and oppressive atmosphere in the hall was instantly dispersed by a wave of pleasant surprise. Everyone knew. Among the 3 nearby states of Qi, Chu, and Yan, Qi was the strongest. As for the High Sword sect, it was the #1 sect in the Qi Nation. Its strength was above that of the Bone Devil Palace. 50 years ago, the Bone Devil Palace was on the verge of unifying the Chu Nation's sect world. It was mainly because of the Soaring Sword sect's overbearing interference that the Bone Devil Palace's efforts fell short of success. Of course, although the Towering Sword sect is stronger than the Bone Devil Palace, the situation in the Qi Nation is not stable either. Sect Master Yunue paused. Seeing that the morale of the crowd had recovered somewhat, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then the High Sword sect can only send out a portion of the assistance. If our Yunui Gate wants to survive this calamity, we have to rely on our own unity to fight. Sect leader Yunue scanned the crowd. He exchanged a look with Elder Mao and started to deploy the troops. Not long after, more than half of the middle and upper echelons in the hall, and even the true disciples, had been assigned relevant tasks. Most of the members were sent to the battlefield as reinforcements. A portion of the members were sent to the periphery of the Yunui Gate to guard some important resources nearby. Soon, it was Chen Yu's turn. Martial Nephew Chen, your strength is comparable to an ordinary Qi transformation postnatal cultivator. You will lead a small team to guard the Iron Ridge mine. Sect leader Yunue instructed. Thank you, sect leader. Chen Yu hurriedly agreed. He was not surprised at all. This mission was originally part of his and Elder Mao's plan. The Iron Ridge mine was relatively close to the Nethermoon Ancient Well. It was only 100 miles away. Although it was not far from the front lines, it was more conducive to the plan. If he was at the front lines, there would be people supervising the battle on the battlefield. It would be quite troublesome to leave at any time and go to the Nethermoon Ancient Well. This time, Elder Mao's seniority in the sect allowed him to easily transfer Qinyu to a suitable position. An hour later, in front of the Heavenly Cloud Hall. Senior and junior brothers, I will be the leader of this mission to the Iron Ridge Mine. I hope you will cooperate. Qinyu stood in front of a group of people. There were only a dozen people in this group, including Qinyu. There were Viscera Refinement and Meridian Illuminating cultivators. Among the new disciples, there were familiar faces like Fang Haofei and Li Dakue. The overall formation was slightly weaker than the one in the Northern Mountain Spirit Garden. Other than Qinyu, there was also a deputy leader. He was a peak Viscera Refinement cultivator with a long face. He was about 30 years old. The long-faced youth sized up Qinyu, the leader, with a slightly doubtful gaze. In terms of cultivation and experience, he was better than Qinyu. Not only him. There were also two senior Viscera Refinement cultivators who were not convinced by Qinyu. Senior brother Chang, this kid got lucky in the Blood Burial Garden and became a true disciple. Does that mean he can suppress you? That's right. As a leader, not only do you need strength, but you also need experience. The two senior disciples stood in front of the long-faced youth and said. The youth surnamed Chang shrugged and said. Since it's the sect master's arrangement, we can only obey. However, I doubt the rumor that this person is comparable to a Qi transformation postnatal cultivator. 2 hours later. At this time, Qinyu led a group of people to assemble at the mountain's entrance. After a long time. Senior brother Chang and the other two senior Viscera Refinement cultivators arrived late. Some junior Meridian Illuminating cultivators were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. What's wrong with the three of you? You're almost 2 hours late. Li Dakue said unhappily. Since Qinyu was the leader of the team, as his senior brother, he naturally had to support him. Chen, this is only the first day of the mission, and senior brother Chang and the other two are already not giving you face. I think we have to show them who's boss. Fang Haofei said in a low voice. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Senior brother Chang walked over expressionlessly. He didn't look embarrassed at all. Immediately. The atmosphere on the field was a little tense. Oh, before we left, we forgot to prepare medicinal pills for recovery and healing. An old Viscera Refinement cultivator beside senior brother Chang laughed to ease the tense atmosphere. Just this once. Qinyu frowned slightly and waved his hand to let the three enter the formation. He didn't listen to Fang Haofei's suggestion and immediately showed them who's boss. After all, Qinyu originally wanted to go to the Serene Moon Ancient Well through this mission, and didn't want to be overbearing and harsh. Humph. Why are you acting like a leader? You're just a little late. Another wily old fox in the middle stage of the Viscera Refinement realm muttered. Then. In the next 2 days of the journey, Qinyu was a little regretful. On the way. Senior brother Chang and the other two had a lot of things to do, dragging their feet. After a while, they had to pee, and after a while, they had to hunt for wild animals. Qinyu naturally wouldn't satisfy the three of them. However, the three of them were very experienced, and it was not good to use such a small matter to attack them. When I reach the Iron Mountain Range, I won't look at it. The supplementary materials for the fourth body tempering formula of the bronze statue skill have also been gathered. Qinyu really couldn't be bothered to compete with the three of them. On this day, the team led by Qinyu arrived at the Iron Mountain Range. The Iron Mountain Range originally had a Hotian realm expert guarding it. However, now that the Yunhui Gate was facing a life-and-death crisis, this Hotian realm expert was transferred to the front line and replaced by Qinyu. In other words, after Qinyu arrived at the mine, he was the local tyrant. He had the highest position. Leader Chen, this way please. On the side of the mine, there was an old deacon, a bearded old man, who was also at the peak of the Viscera Refinement realm. This old deacon was much more tactful and gentle. He didn't look down on Qinyu, this new leader, and at least maintained a superficial obedience. Under the old deacon's lead, Qinyu took a quick stroll around the Iron Ridge mine. He didn't care about the spirit mine here, but the surrounding terrain for his future plans. In the Iron Mountain Range, apart from some low-grade spirit ores, there was a special product called Xianxia wood. This Xianxia wood was a supplementary material for forging various artifacts, and it could also be used to forge some semi-artifact rod-type weapons. Seeing that Xianxia didn't care about the number of ores and Xianxia wood, the old deacon let out a sigh of relief. The smile on his face became brighter as he enthusiastically accompanied Xianxia. Senior Brother Chang, this Xianxia is too slow. If I were the leader, I would definitely hit this old man's bamboo pole. Managing this important place with resources, even a little bit of money is enough for us to work for half a year. The two old men next to Senior Brother Chang had a pained look on their faces. On the same night. Meanwhile, Xianxu's team had arranged accommodation for them at the Iron Ridge mine. In the end, when arranging the accommodation, Senior Brother Chang and the other two were very domineering. They took the three best individual courtyards. Xianxia was too slow to react, and he ended up staying in a separate stone house. Li Dakue and Feng Haofei were even worse. They lived in simple wooden houses. Junior Brother Chen, you're too patient. If you don't want to fight, let us do it. Li Dakue and Feng Haofei couldn't hold back. Senior brothers, if you have a 100% chance of winning, I won't stop you. But don't let me catch you fighting. Xianxia said indifferently. Senior Brother Chang and the other two were experienced, so it wasn't against anything for them to take the best living environment. This wasn't enough to start a fight. Fine. Feng Haofei sighed and could only give up for now. The two of them didn't have a 100% chance of winning against Senior Brother Chang and the other two. In the Blood Burial Garden, Feng Haofei had obtained a nether water ink lotus from Xianxia and had successfully broken through to the late-stage viscera refinement realm. However, Senior Brother Chang had been at the peak viscera refinement realm for many years and was only half a step away from the Qi transformation realm. On the first day of the Iron Mountain Range, Xianxia hastily arranged everyone's tasks and fell asleep immediately after feeling exhausted. The next morning, Xianxia organized the materials in his hands. He had almost gathered all the materials for the fourth body tempering technique. The only thing he lacked was the ice lotus. It was one of the three main ingredients, snow lotus. There were 2 stalks of 150 years old. The main material had to be 2 200-year-old. Xianxia planned to use 2 150-year-old ice snow lotuses to barely replace 1 200-year-old one. In this way. Hence, Xianxia had no choice but to concoct the fourth prescription. He didn't lack the moon spirit ore and the 200-year-old fire spirit ginseng, but he lacked the ice snow lotus. In the morning, Xianxia then concocted a brand new bottle of body tempering solution. Just when Xianxia was about to drink a mouthful of body tempering liquid and try to break through to the higher level of the copper statue body. Leader Chen, something bad has happened. Senior Brother Chang and the other two are fighting with Senior Brother Feng and Senior Brother Li. 2 Meridian Enlightening Realm disciples rushed over. Feng Haofei and Li Dakue are really fighting with Senior Brother Chang and the others? Xianxia was stunned. At this moment, the sound of fighting and shouting came from outside. When Xianxia arrived at the scene, Feng Haofei and Li Dakue fought with Senior Brother Chang and the other two. They were only lacking precious weapons. Watching the battle, Senior Brother Chang and the other two had the upper hand, but they couldn't completely suppress Feng Haofei and Li Dakue. After all, Feng Haofei came out of the Blood Burial Garden and had a lot of opportunities. He was able to fight with Senior Brother Chang and the other top disciples in the viscera refining stage. Feng Haofei and Senior Brother Chang's battle strength was close to the Demon Clown's level. Li Dakue and the other two viscera refining stage cultivators were fighting and were slightly at a disadvantage. Chen, you're here. Seeing Xianxu's arrival, Feng Haofei and Li Dakue, who were still fighting, paused for a moment. However, Senior Brother Chang and the other two didn't care and took the opportunity to increase their attacks. Their inner breath whistled and left a few wounds on Feng Haofei and Li Dakue. This scene made Xianxu's face darken. Senior Brother Chang and the other two basically ignored him, the leader. At the same moment, some disciples nearby were mostly watching and didn't try to stop them. Including the old deacon of the Iron Mountain mine, there was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Who started it? Qinyu asked the two Meridian refining stage disciples. The two Meridian refining stage disciples seemed to be a bit afraid of senior brother Chang and the other two and didn't dare to speak. Humph, a spiritual killing intent appeared in Qinyu's eyes, which made the two Meridian refining stage disciples collapse. Senior brother Chang, they started at first. The two Meridian opening disciples' voices trembled under that mental pressure, and their legs trembled. Hearing that, Qinyu's eyes flashed and he glanced at senior brother Chang and the other two. All of you, stop. With a low growl, Qinyu approached the area where the 5 people were fighting. It's Qinyu. Senior brother Chang and the other two looked at each other when they saw Qinyu approaching, but they didn't stop. Not only that. As the 3 of them punched and kicked, the internal energy they released became more and more intense. A violent gust of wind brought Qinyu along with it. Humph. Qinyu's expression turned cold as he signaled for Feng Haofei and Li Dakue to step down. Feng Haofei was very quick-witted and pulled Li Dakue back. Instantly. Only Qinyu was left in the attack range of senior brother Chang and the other two, and he did not hold back at all. Boom. Boom, the 3 people's punches and kicks brought up a strong chi in the air, and all of them hit Qinyu's body. Aya, it's Leader Chen. Sorry, we didn't mean to. After senior martial brother Chang and the other two hit Qinyu with their air-separating force, they pretended that it was an accident. Senior brother Chang didn't even bother to pretend. His face was cold and indifferent. He hit the target. When the 3 of them combined their air-separating force and hit Qinyu, they were secretly delighted. Even an outstanding viscera refinement cultivator would suffer a bit of a loss if they were to bear the joint attack of the 3 of them. However, after a round of attacks, the expressions of the 3 suddenly changed. In his field of vision, Qinyu was wearing a beast skin armor, and he stood on the same spot, not moving an inch. Be it his clothes or his body, they were all unharmed. Senior martial brother Chang and the other two were instantly dumbfounded. Their expressions and limbs were stiff as if they had been petrified. The Yunhui Gate members who were watching from the side were all stunned. The attacks of senior martial brother Chang and the other two didn't even break through his defense. Leader Chen didn't even use his inner breath just now? Thinking back to some of the details, the disciples were shocked beyond words. A trace of surprise flashed in the old deacon's eyes. Without using inner breath or true chi, he directly took on the attacks of senior martial brother Chang and the other two with his body and was unharmed. Even a chi transformation realm cultivator couldn't do that. While everyone was still in shock, Qinyu made his move. That is, the old deacon's heart skipped a beat, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Whoosh, Qinyu waved one hand, and a stream of black and green true chi turned into the shadow of a python and swept past senior martial brother Chang and the other two. Whoosh, the ferocious aura from the attack was comparable to a chi transformation realm cultivator. No. Watch out. Senior martial brother Chang let out a roar and circulated his inner breath. The two beside senior martial brother Chang trembled uncontrollably. Under the formless ferocious aura, they couldn't even gather their inner breath. Bang! 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 The black and green true chi shadow sent senior martial brother Chang and the other two flying. As for the protective true chi on their bodies, it immediately shattered like paper. Kacha! Kacha! Not only that, but the armor on senior martial brother Chang and the other two also cracked. Wah! Senior martial brother Chang, who bore the brunt of the attack, spat out a mouthful of blood. The other two were kneeling on the ground with pale faces and bloodstains all over their bodies. Acquired true chi. The old deacon blurted out in shock. With his experience, he could naturally tell that the murderous cloud true chi that Qinyu had refined was stronger than normal true chi. Furthermore, the ferocious aura contained in the attack was comparable to a chi transformation realm cultivator's aura. As a result, apart from senior martial brother Chang, the other two's mental state collapsed. They couldn't even muster up the will to resist. That's terrifying. Captain Chen has refined true chi. No wonder the rumors say that he defeated a chi transformation realm cultivator. The sect members were still fearful, but they rejoiced. Plop! Plop! Senior martial brother Chang and the other two knelt or prostrated on the ground. They didn't dare to look directly at the tall young man in front of them, especially his frightening gaze. Just one contact with that gaze was enough to make one's heart tremble. Is this Chen's strength? Li Dakue and Feng Haofei, who were nearby, were shocked. Feng Haofei had witnessed Chen Yu's miraculous rise in the blood burial garden. However, Li Dakue was the most shocked. The rumors are true. Chen is comparable to a Qi transformation realm postnatal cultivator. He once defeated the #1 genius of Bone Demon Palace, Mei Chongqing. Li Dakue's heart was in turmoil. He still remembered the scene when he first brought this young man to his master's residence. At that time, the young man seemed to be able to suppress him at will. It was hard to believe that these memories were only from half a year ago. You three made the first move? The entire place was dead silent. Only an indifferent voice remained. Leader Chen, we, Senior Marshal Brother Cheng and the other two were panic-stricken. Even the rather unyielding Senior Brother Cheng was rendered speechless and didn't dare face Chen Yu's ferocious and terrifying gaze. The difference in reality gave him a heavy blow. At the age of 30, he couldn't cross the barrier of the Qi transformation realm. However, the young man in front of him had condensed acquired true Qi. His casual attack had instantly defeated the three of them. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds. If they were on the battlefield, Chen Yu's merciless attack could have killed the three of them. Leader Chen, it was indeed Senior Marshal Brother Cheng and the other two who made the first move. They took the best house and even cut the line to get water in the morning. Several disciples spoke up. Soon, Chen Yu learned the truth. The environment of the Iron Ridge mine was harsh. The soil was dry, and there was no water source within a dozen miles. There was only a deep well. This morning, when they were fetching water, Senior Marshal Brother Cheng and the other two cut the line and fought with Li Dakue and Feng Haofei. Humph. How dare the three of you attack your fellow sect members for such a trivial matter? During the mission, you were lazy and disobeyed orders. Chen Yu's face darkened. A few wisps of murderous cloud true Qi circled around his palm. It seemed like he was going to give the three a heavier punishment. Senior Marshal Brother Cheng and the other two were scared out of their wits. The young man in front of them definitely had the ability to kill them with a wave of his hand. Most importantly, they were in the wrong, and the other party was the leader. Under the special environment of the sect's battlefield, he could act first and report later. Leader Chen, give us a chance to turn over a new leaf. Senior Marshal Brother Cheng took a deep breath and pleaded. Leader Chen, we will definitely listen to your orders and won't dare to disobey. The other two said with trembling voices. At that moment, the murderous aura in front of them suffocated them. The pressure was even stronger than the normal acquired Qi transformation realm cultivators in the sect. If you do this again, I will destroy your cultivation. Chen Yu retracted the murderous cloud true Qi on his palm. Hearing this, the three of them turned pale and almost peed their pants. They quickly thanked him for his mercy. On the same day, Senior Marshal Brother Cheng and the other two obediently gave up the three individual courtyards and patrolled on time, not daring to slack off. Chen Yu did not hesitate and stayed in one of the courtyards. At night, in the courtyard, Chen Yu drank a mouthful of the body-tempering liquid from the fourth prescription and started to cultivate the bronze statue technique. Chen Yu sat cross-legged and felt a strange wave of ice and fire intertwining in his body. It spread along his organs to his skin, flesh, and bones. Compared to the previous three prescriptions, the fourth prescription had a qualitative leap in medicinal power. The three main ingredients were Fire Spirit Ginseng, Ice Snow Lotus, and Moon Spirit Oregon Ice and Fire Tempering, Furnace Recasting. In Chen Yu's mind, the higher-level techniques of the bronze statue art appeared. With the help of the strange and powerful medicinal power, Chen Yu tempered his body with ice and fire, similar to furnace recasting. Under the dual torment and tempering of fire and ice, Chen Yu trained hard. He named the fourth body tempering formula Ice and Fire Formula and used it 3 times. 10 days later, Chen Yu finished the last portion of the ice and fire body tempering liquid. In the end, he was only a little bit away from the bronze statue body. However, Chen Yu did not lose heart and continued to cultivate diligently. He did not neglect his cultivation of the primary fiendish divine art either. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia stayed in the Iron Mountain range for more than a month. As the leader and guardian of this place, he did not participate in the patrols and spent most of his time cultivating. Finally, on this particular night. With this, Xianxia's bronze statue art broke through to the next level, the copper statue astral body. Break, the muscles and bones in Xianxu's body vibrated thousands of times under a layer of shining copper patterns. From the inside to the outside, he emitted a heavy and domineering aura. Boom! Suddenly, the copper patterns on Xianxu's body connected and were plated with a layer of copper light, emitting an invisible force field. Whoosh, the air around his body was expelled. It felt as if his entire body was covered by an invisible metal cloak. Let's try the defense of the bronze statue body. Xianxia grabbed a piece of iron and smashed it in front of him. The destructive power of this attack was comparable to the full power of a peak viscera refinement. Crack, in the end, the iron was shattered by the invisible force field before it could completely touch his skin. Then, he grabbed another piece of iron, infused it with cloud fiendish chi, and smashed it on his arm. This time, it was comparable to the attack of a postnatal chi transformation cultivator. Clang, the copper crystal pattern on Xianxu's arm suddenly flashed, and an invisible force field shook away the iron ore that was imbued with true chi. It seems that a normal attack of a postnatal chi transformation cultivator can't break my bronze statue body ? A preliminary attempt. Xianxia came to the conclusion that the defense of the copper statue body was more than twice as strong as when he was at the entry-level copper bone. After that, ordinary attacks from the chi transformation stage and post-celestial stage would not be able to hurt him easily. Not only that, the copper statue body was no longer a pure defense. It could produce a copper statue force field that could reflect all kinds of attacks. Simply put, even if Xianxia stood still, the enemy could be injured by the recoil. Of course, there were certain conditions for this recoil. The main limitation was distance. It needed to be a close attack to be able to reflect the opponent. Because the copper statue force field formed by the copper statue body was, in essence, formed by pure physical strength. It wasn't energy like inner breath or true chi. This kind of physical strength was only attached to the surface of the body. If it was a close attack below the chi transformation stage, I'm afraid that my copper statue body would cause them to vomit blood. Xianxia revealed a faint smile. Then, Xianxia tried the power of the copper statue body. He found that the increase in strength was almost doubled, but due to the formation of the copper statue force field, the attack power was far more than doubled. At this moment, Xianxia did not use inner breath or true chi. Just by relying on the copper statue skill, he could fight against ordinary early and middle stage post-celestial stage. Advancing to the copper statue body was of great significance to Xianxia. This meant that in the field of body cultivation, he had stepped into the level of the chi transformation stage. Before this, although Xianxia could fight with the chi transformation stage post-celestial stage, the amount of cloud fiend chi was very small, and the Black Emperor bloodline also had to be used sparingly. If he encountered a powerful chi transformation stage, it would be troublesome to fight a protracted battle. And now, Xianxia was confident that if he encountered the two post-celestial stage cultivators from the Watermoon sect, he would have a high chance of winning without the help of insects and puppets. Not long after Xianxia advanced to the copper statue body, the war in the Chu sect world had a historical turn. 3 days later, a member of the Yunhui Gate rode a bird and hurriedly landed in the Iron Ridge mine. The front line is not good. The Iron Sword sect and our side have been defeated. The main force is retreating and tightening the defensive line, this member of the Yunhui Gate reported to Xianxia, the leader of the guards. Defeated? Could it be that the reinforcements from the Soaring Sword sect have not arrived yet? Xianxia said in surprise. The Towering Sword sect has indeed sent many reinforcements, and it isn't even inferior to the reinforcements from 50 years ago. It's just that Bone Demon Palace was already prepared this time. They revived the first-generation Bone Demon King that they viewed as a taboo and won in one fell swoop. This Yunyu martial school disciple's face was filled with fear. Bone Devil King? Xianxia was shocked. As a member of the Chu sect, he had heard the rumor of the first Bone Devil. Legend had it that this creature was an otherworldly fiend that the founder of Bone Devil Palace had subdued with a supreme divine ability. This demonic creature possessed world-shocking might. At its peak, it could practically fight against a Void Sea realm supremacy. Later, for some unknown reason, the first-generation Bone Devil King rebelled and brought disaster to Bone Demon Palace. After suffering heavy losses, Bone Demon Palace sealed the first-generation Bone Devil King and let it fall into a deep slumber. It was gradually forgotten by the world and became a legend. What instructions does the sect have for the Ironridge mine? Xianyu's expression was solemn. Tighten the defenses. The messenger left the last 4 words and left on a flying beast. From this day onwards, the entire Ironridge mine fell into a solemn atmosphere. Xianxia mobilized the 30 or so members in the mine to strengthen the vigilance day and night. Even he himself did not dare to focus on cultivation. He even released the iron moonstrange insects to scout the nearby area. A few days later, the Ironridge mine welcomed some wounded. They were all members of the Yunhui Gate who had retreated from the battlefield. The cultivation of these defeated and wounded soldiers ranged from the pulse-soothing realm to the Qi transformation realm. Chen. At this time, a blood-soaked, black-robed youth hobbled his way to Xianxia. Senior brother Chong. Xianxia was shocked and looked at his senior brother Chong Xian. Chong Xian was actually one of the wounded who had retreated from the front lines. He seemed to be severely injured. Chen, if not for the sky bamboo shoot liquid you gave me, I would have died from the pursuit of Bone Demon Palace and Watermoon Sect. Chong Xian said bitterly. Seeing that his figure was swaying, Xianxia hurriedly went to support him. Senior brother Chong, you should recuperate first. We can talk about it later. No. Chen, I came to find you this time to complete Master's request. Chong Xian took out a few items from his storage bag. There were 4 sparkling and translucent origin stones and a small black jar that was filled with a sticky black substance. Middle-grade primordial stones. Xianxia immediately understood and hurried to take the 2 items. These 2 items were obviously arranged by Elder Mao to facilitate Xianyu's use of the ancient transportation array. Next, Chong Xian briefly explained the situation at the front lines. All lines have been routed. Our sect's Grand Elder Gong Yang was heavily injured by the Bone Demon King. Master was also injured by Enforcer Shengguan and the others in battle. Chong Xian had a bitter expression. He himself had been entrusted by Elder Mao to deliver the items to Xianxia after the defeat. In the end, he was pursued by Bone Demon Palace's camp during the retreat. Looking at the situation, Bone Demon Palace's camp is likely to attack the vicinity of the Ironridge mine. Xianxia took a deep breath, his expression solemn. With the Ironridge mine's forces and wounded, it would be akin to striking a rock with an egg if they encountered a large force from Bone Demon Palace. The development of the situation was similar to Xianyu's speculation. Or rather, it was even worse. On the second day. Chen. There's a large force approaching 10 miles away. There seems to be a battle. Fang Haofei said hurriedly. I'll go take a look. Xianyu's expression tightened as he rushed to the observation tower at the peak of the Ironridge mine. Boom, as soon as he set foot on the observation tower, Xianxia vaguely felt the nearby mountains shake slightly. A large cloud of dust appeared in the distance. Xianxia looked into the distance, his face aghast. From his vantage point, he saw the confrontation in the dusty area with his superhuman vision. The word confrontation was not appropriate to describe it. To be precise, it was a pursuit. There were hundreds of people being pursued. Xianxia barely caught a glimpse of some familiar figures. Does the heavens want my Yunhui Gate dead? The blue-robed Yunhui sect master looked aghast as he floated to a mountain peak. A circle of light blue true qi crackling with electricity appeared around him. In the vicinity, there were also Elder Nangong, Elder Mao, Fairy Summer Rain, and other qi transforming realm upper echelons. There were hundreds of Yunhui Gate members, ranging from qi transforming Khanate elders to the lowest soothing pulse cultivators. All of them were fleeing in a sorry state, most of them injured. Whoosh! A 3-story tall skeleton king covered in black qi swept over like a pitch-black tornado, bringing with it surging sinister winds and demonic qi. Run! Sect Master Yunhui and a few qi transforming elders quickly retreated. Boom, the mountain peak that everyone was originally on was instantly smashed into pieces, directly flattened by the Skeleton King. The screams were drowned out by the collapsed mountain and dust. The mountain was flattened with one attack. Yunhui Gate lost 40 to 50 elites in an instant. Not only were there soothing pulse and viscera refinement cultivators, but there were also some chi transforming cultivators. The Skeleton King's body was covered in a layer of purple and blood-colored flames. The black chains that bound its body made clanking noises. In an instant, the giant skeleton body expanded again, growing to the height of a 7-story building. Red flames the size of lanterns danced in its eye sockets. The Yunhui Gate members were the size of insects in front of it. Swoosh! The giant shadow of black chi flashed in the air, and the evil chi roared as if a mountain was pressing down on them. The giant bony hand that was comparable to a giant python waved like lightning. A blood-curdling scream was heard as a white-bearded old man was caught in the hands of the Bone Demon King. The white-bearded elder's body burst out a ball of dazzling connate true chi, but it suddenly dimmed. Kacha! The white-bearded elder's body was squeezed into 2 pieces by the Bone Demon King like a small insect. No! Grandpa! Nangongli, who was dressed in white, almost fainted in the crowd. The person who died was Elder Nangong. Nangongli! Retreat! Zhong Tianqian, the chief disciple, dragged Nangongli away. Whoosh! In the next moment, a whirlwind of black smoke that looked like a tornado appeared, flattening all the trees in the surrounding hundreds of feet radius. Another few tens of Yunyu Martial School's disciples were killed. Stop this monster! A fierce shout came from the sky. A man and a woman descended from the sky and blocked the Bone Demon King's way. The man was in his 30s or 40s, wearing a loose black robe, and emitted a grand and fierce aura. The other woman was in her late 20s, wearing a colorful palace dress. Her eyes were filled with invisible sword intent. Slash! The man and the woman each held a sword and drew 2 dazzling sword rainbows. One was golden, the other colorful. Boom! Ding 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 chi, the golden and colorful sword auras intertwined and turned into a colorful golden sword chi storm, shrouding the Bone Demon King who was 6 or 7 floors high. What a terrifying sword aura! 10 miles away, Jinyu stood on the observation deck and saw the shocking confrontation. The man and the woman's sword attack was no weaker than Lu Tiezu's, especially the beautiful woman in colorful dress, whose sword intent was even better. The 2 joined forces and their strength rose to a new height, enough to look down on the Chu sect world. All of you, retreat quickly. The 2 of us can only stall the Bone Demon King for half a cup of tea's time. The black-robed man turned his head and shouted. Retreat! Sect Master Yunhui looked anxious as he led the people of the Yunhui Gate to escape. Fortunately, the 2 seniors of the High Sword sect arrived, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. The Bone Demon King alone can flatten the Yunhui Gate, not to mention the Supreme Elder is being chased and missing, some of the Yunhui Gate's higher-ups said with lingering fear. Looking back, the black-robed man and the rainbow-robed woman combined their swords, and a vast colorful golden sword chi storm enveloped the Bone Demon King. Sparks flew everywhere, but it didn't leave any obvious wounds. The sword cultivators who were famous for their attack power couldn't do anything to the Bone Demon King. And on the battlefield before, the Supreme Elder of the Yunhui Gate, Gong Yang, had been seriously injured by the Bone Demon King. Leave these 2 to me. You go after the defeated soldiers of the Yunhui Gate. A calm voice came from the head of the Bone Demon King. Through the flashing red eyes of the Bone Demon King, a handsome and elegant blood-robed man could be vaguely seen sitting cross-legged in the head. Kill! Behind the huge body of the Bone Demon King, a team of hundreds of people came, full of murderous intent. Among them, there were nearly 10 chi transformation connate experts, led by Protector Shangguan and the sect master of the Shueiyue sect. Their strength was far stronger than the Yunhui Gate. These people of the Yunhui Gate want to retreat to the Mountain Gate? The beautiful female sect master of the Shueiyue sect giggled with a cold face. Huh? It seems to be the Iron Ridge mine in front. Protector Shangguan unfolded a map, his eyes flashing. Iron Mountain Mine? The charming smile on the sect master's face suddenly disappeared. If I remember correctly, Jinyu seems to be on duty here according to the latest news, Jinyu said. A cold light flashed in the sect master's eyes. At this moment, Protector Shangguan and the head of the Water Moon sect both looked at the desolate mine 10 miles away. Coincidentally, the main force of the Yunhui Gate also fled from the vicinity of the Iron Mountain mine. Chase him. Hurry up and send more people. Now is the chance to kill him. The two of them looked at each other with strong killing intent. On the eve of betraying the three sects, the sect master had sent two Qi transformation postnatal cultivators to assassinate Qinyu. This assassination was regarded as superfluous by Elder Kuei Yu, another powerful senior member of the same sect. After all, Qinyu was blacklisted by Lu Tiazu and couldn't escape. However, the sect master had an intuition that Qinyu was a person with great luck. There might be many changes in the half-year agreement. After the blood burial garden, she confirmed that Qinyu was the murderer of Yi Yunfei and investigated Qinyu's past. The results of the investigation made her feel uneasy. From the outer disciple competition, the meteorite iron gambling battle, the northern mountain spirit garden, all the way to the blood burial garden, this person had risen against the odds. He had been turning the impossible into the possible. The sect master felt uneasy and sent people to assassinate him under the opposition of the opponent. Then, what made her furious was that the assassination failed and two Qi transformation postnatal cultivators died. Not only that. After this incident, Qinyu's parents disappeared from the face of the earth. All of this made the sect master more certain that Qinyu still had a chance to reverse the situation under Lu Tiazu's blacklisting. In the battlefield after that, the sect master and Protector Shangguan had a close relationship. Their children had all died in the hands of Qinyu, so they could be regarded as a common enemy. On the battlefield, the two of them searched for a long time but didn't find Qinyu. Then, after many inquiries, they learned that Qinyu was in the Iron Mountain mine behind the battlefield. Guards surround the Iron Ridge mine. Enforcer Shangguan and the sect master of the Water Moon sect sent a few Qi transformation realm post-celestial experts and a few small teams to raid the Iron Ridge mine. Sect master Yunhui and the others, who were retreating, discovered that the Bone Devil Palace had sent a quarter of their forces to raid the Iron Ridge mine. From the looks of Bone Demon Palace's array formation, they're going to surround this place? Iron Ridge mine? There are only some low-grade spirit mines here, and not many troops are stationed here. Is it worth making such a big fuss? Sect leader Yunhui and the others were perplexed. However, the Bone Devil Palace had diverted a quarter of their military strength to do this inexplicable thing, alleviating the pressure on their retreat. 20 birds were the first to charge towards the Iron Ridge mine. But at this moment, whoosh in the Iron Ridge mine, billowing flames and smoke rose, and a thick black smoke shrouded the sky. So much smoke. Cough cough. What's this thing that's burning? As the vanguard, the bird riders paced back and forth in the air. Their vision was blurry, and the birds they were sitting on were restless. Before they arrived, the withered wood, leaves, and straw piled up in the mine burned in large swathes, forming smoke that shrouded half the sky. The smoke had no effect on defending against enemies, but it could limit surveillance. Not long after, Protector Shangguan and Sect Master Shueiyue arrived at the smoke-filled Iron Ridge mine. Their expressions changed. Cough cough. Lord Protector, there's no one in the Iron Ridge mine. A Viscera Refinement bird rider came to report. This scene made Protector Shangguan and Sect Master Shueiyue's expressions darken, and they were extremely embarrassed. That kid must have sensed something and laid down the smoke to block the line of sight of aerial surveillance. It seems that he hasn't gone far. Sect Master Shueiyue's chest heaved. She suppressed the anger in her heart and calmly analyzed the situation. At this moment, if the two of them mobilized hundreds of elites and surrounded a 5-mile radius, they would most likely be able to catch Qinyu. However, this plan was unrealistic. Their goal was to kill the Yunhui Gate's main force. Once they succeeded, they could annihilate the sect. In comparison, mobilizing all their main force for a Viscera Refinement disciple? Even if the two of them wanted to, the other Qi transformation cultivators would not obey. In the end, under Protector Shangguan and the Water Moon sect master's decision, only one of them could lead a team to hunt down Qinyu. Let me do it. Sect Master Shuiyue's face was calm and confident. She led a group of sect elites, about 50 to 60 people, to stay at the Iron Ridge mine. This time, she was the sect master, a chi transformation Khanate expert, and she personally led the team. She did not believe that kid could create another miracle. At the same time, among the evacuating Yunhui Gate's upper echelons, Elder Mao looked back at the Iron Ridge mine with a complicated expression. He vaguely guessed. The abnormal behavior of Demon Bone Palace and the smoke here should be related to Qinyu. There are still 10 days until the next full moon. This is as much as I can help you. Now, everything will depend on your own luck. Elder Mao sighed in his heart. 5 to 6 miles away from the Iron Ridge mine, in a forest, a young man in beast skin armor, his face dark and swarthy, had a pile of branches and leaves stuck to his body. At first glance, he looked like a small moving tree, blending into the forest. I have already simulated this retreat strategy and route hundreds of times in my mind. Qinyu chuckled and looked at the Iron Ridge mine that was covered in smoke. It turned out, Qinyu had stayed in the Iron Ridge mine for more than a month and had long prepared an escape route. Because of the bloody experience of the Northern Mountain Spirit Garden being attacked at night, Qinyu had made many preparations. The first preparation was to deal with the smoke of the flying beasts in the air. After receiving the news of the defeat at the front line, Qinyu ordered people to prepare a large amount of dead wood, branches, and straws and piled them up in the Iron Ridge mine. As long as they blocked the line of sight of the flying beasts in the air, the success rate of retreat would increase by 20 to 30%. The second preparation was to have a detailed control of the nearby terrain. With the help of the Iron Moon Strange Bug's detailed terrain survey, Qinyu had already designed more than a dozen escape routes. The third preparation was to build a watchtower on the high ground nearby and be on guard day and night. Furthermore, when Qinyu discovered that the Demon Bone King appeared 5 miles away, he decisively ordered everyone to retreat and then ignited all the dead wood, branches, and straws. Of course, Qinyu did not evacuate with the large group of people. Instead, he followed a hidden route and used various geographical cover to stay away from the Iron Ridge mine. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. Qinyu flew along the complex terrain all the way and there was cover almost all the way. It was either a tree, a mountain, or some grass. Even. Qinyu asked the Iron Moon Strange Bug to dig a hidden cave passage in part of the mountain, which could allow one person to pass through. After passing through, Qinyu waved his fist and the mountain wall collapsed, blocking the cave passage. As time went by, Qinyu was getting farther and farther away from the Iron Ridge mine. 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, constantly out of the danger zone. According to Qinyu's plan, as long as he escaped 100 miles away and found a place to hide, it would be difficult to find him unless the enemy sent more than hundreds of elites. At the beginning, he could occasionally see the flying beasts in the distant sky. Later, he almost couldn't see the flying riders. Finally, 200 miles away from the Iron Ridge mine, Qinyu found an underground cave in the deep mountains with the help of the Iron Moon Strange Bug. There should be no problem here. In the underground cave, Qinyu sat cross-legged and began to meditate. And during this period, the sect master of Shuiyue led 50 or 60 elites to carry out a carpet search near the Iron Ridge mountain. Reporting to sect master, no trace of the target was found. Reporting to sect master, 7 or 8 Yunhui Gate disciples were killed. After interrogation, no one knew the whereabouts of Qinyu. Reporting to sect master, I suspect that Qinyu has escaped from our encirclement. Half a day later, the news of returning without success made the sect master of Shuiyue more gloomy. Wu Yu, you are the best at tracking in our sect, do you have any suggestions? The sect master of Shuiyue said in a deep voice. In front of her stood an old man with a mole at the corner of his mouth. Reporting to sect master. With my years of tracking experience, this person seems to know how to track. The old man paused and said unhurriedly. Our biggest difficulty is that we don't have any items related to Qinyu's scent. Secondly, we are seriously short of manpower, and the other party seems to be prepared. The old man said. After listening to the analysis, the sect master of Shuiyue frowned. Even if it was a brilliant tracking expert, if there was no item related to the other party's scent, and the other party knew how to track back, it would be quite difficult. In terms of manpower, there is nothing I can do. Think of a way. If you can track this person, I will reward you with a circulation pill and a mid-grade treasure. The sect master of Shueyue made a heavy promise. Hearing this, the old man with a mole at the corner of his mouth looked happy. After thinking for a long time, the old man took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Now, there is only one way, and it depends on luck." "Tell me about it?" "I need 2 days to familiarize myself with the surrounding terrain, and then design a few best escape routes based on Jinyu's situation at the time. Finally, I will follow the clues to the melon." The old man's eyes flashed. Of course, this idea needs to rely on luck, and it is based on the situation that the target stays within a few hundred miles, and will not escape too far. The old man added. "Okay, let's try this method." The sect master of Shueyue nodded. She had a feeling that there might be some hidden reasons why Jinyu chose to be on duty here, which was not far from the front line of the battlefield. When the Bone Demon King appeared, the Chu sect world was in turmoil. In the northern land of God knows how many tens of thousands of miles. On the Great Snow Mountain, at the top of an ice peak that reached the sky, there was a desolate world covered in silver and white snow. Creak, in front of an inconspicuous grass hut on the top of the mountain, the door suddenly opened. In the grass hut, a boy walked out. "May I ask, celestial child, the tribute that I sent up a few days ago, did the great shaman receive it? Did the divination result?" A middle-aged man knelt on the ground, his body covered in frost. At first glance, he looked like a human-shaped ice sculpture. The middle-aged man's cultivation level was as high as the Qi transformation Khanate, but he knelt in front of the grass hut for 3 days and 3 nights. On the ice peak, the extreme cold temperature made even the Qi transformation realm feel difficult. At this moment, the middle-aged man felt cold all over, his skin and bones were frostbitten, and more than half of his true Qi was consumed. If it continued for another 2 days, his life might be in danger. "You are the eldest disciple of Lu Tiezu, right? How loyal." "Yes, the divination result is out." The boy was 12 or 13 years old, but he had the air of an old man. "The divination result is out?" The middle-aged man was excited. He finally had an answer for this mission. At the peak of the snowy mountain, in front of the grass hut, the middle-aged man stretched out his trembling hands and took an animal skin scroll from the boy's hands. "The result is out." The middle-aged man took a deep breath and eagerly opened the animal skin scroll. There was a line of words written on it. The dozen or so words could be read with a single glance. "What? This? This is impossible." The middle-aged man lost his voice and dropped the animal skin scroll in his hands. Plop, his feet slipped and he fell flat on his face in panic. He fell on the snow and stared at the animal skin scroll with a face full of fear and disbelief. In his vision, the animal skin scroll was like a piece of burning charcoal. He wanted to get closer but was instinctively afraid and resisted. The boy couldn't help but be curious and looked at the contents of the animal skin scroll. In the end, he was shocked. As a boy under the tutelage of a grand shaman, he naturally didn't dare to look at the contents of the divination without permission. The animal skin scroll didn't say who killed Lu Santong. Instead, it said, "Lu Tiezu, died a few years later, died in the hands of Qinyu." No. No. This is impossible. The middle-aged man was incoherent, his face full of fear and doubt. The number 1 of the 3 sects, an Origin Realm sword cultivator with a lifespan of 200 to 300 years, how could he die a few years later? What was even more unbelievable was that he died in the hands of Qinyu. Celestial boy. Did the Grand Shaman make a mistake? My master is a famous Origin Realm cultivator. That Qinyu is just at the Organs Refinement Realm, how could he? The middle-aged man was so emotional that he was almost screaming. Mistake? The boy had a face full of pity and mockery. Hee hee. You should have known before you came that the Grand Shaman's divination either doesn't have an accurate answer, or once it gives a result, it's basically a 99% chance. Unfortunately, this generation of great sorcerers from our Great Snow Mountain can be said to be knowledgeable. In the past 50 years, there has not been a single miscalculation. The boy seemed to be bored and nagged. Finally, He shook his head and ignored the middle-aged man and walked towards the grass hut. Wait. The middle-aged man seemed to have thought of something, and his face regained some calmness. What else? Immortal child, may I ask if Lu Santong's murderer is Qinyu? Murderer? The boy sneered. With such a result from the divination, was there any meaning to whether or not Qinyu was the murderer? Humph. Even I, a great shaman's apprentice, can deduce that the murderer is Qinyu. Leaving behind the last sentence, the boy ignored the middle-aged man and returned to the grass hut. This grass hut didn't look much bigger than an ordinary latrine, and there was only a thin layer of snow on it. The moment he stepped into the thatched hut, the boy entered a simple and spacious garden. Within his field of vision was a verdant and lush spring scenery. Birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. There was a small bridge over a flowing stream. It was a pleasant scenery. Inside a simple and quaint stone hall. Grand Warlock. The boy was very respectful as he looked into the stone hall. There was a figure in ancient robes standing with his hands clasped behind his back. That figure in ancient robes was neither tall nor short, neither fat nor skinny. One couldn't tell his age. If one didn't pay attention, one wouldn't even notice his existence. Is it done? An ancient and deep voice resounded. One couldn't tell the direction. Replying to Grand Warlock, Lu Tiezu's eldest disciple has received the divination news, the boy answered. Immediately. His face revealed a trace of hesitation. This little one has something that I don't understand. Speak. Grand Warlock, you seem to have paid a huge price for this divination. It doesn't seem worth it for a mere initial stage origin realm cultivator, although his offerings are not bad. The boy raised his doubts. For a normal divination, a Grand Warlock only needed a few hours, at most half a day. But this time, the Grand Warlock spent 3 days and 3 nights. 10 years of lifespan. There was a hint of exhaustion in that ancient voice. What? Grand Warlock, you actually spent 10 years of your lifespan. The boy lost his voice in shock. Hee, it is indeed unexpected. I don't know if my luck is too bad or too good. I managed to capture the main character of fate of the Northern Plains, and at the same time, my great snowy mountain tribes. Great malefic star. The Grand Warlock's voice contained traces of surprise and sorrow amidst the fatigue. Main character of fate? Grand Warlock, didn't you say that the main character of fate is our great snowy mountain tribe? The boy's face was filled with shock. The Grand Warlock's divination this time actually involved the main character of fate. No wonder he had to pay the price of 10 years of his lifespan even with his extraordinary abilities. The so-called main character of fate was the key character that led the forces of heaven and earth and the fate of a region. Such a character represented the forces of heaven and earth. It was an irresistible tide of fate. Anyone who went against the main character of fate would not have a good ending. Because, that was using one's own strength to go against the forces of heaven and earth. Wasn't that courting death? Who said that a region can only have one main character of fate? Our great snowy mountain tribe has one. It is not surprising that the 3 southern countries have another. The Grand Warlock said. Oh, I understand, the boy was enlightened. Grand Warlock, you passed this news to Lu Tiezu. You want to borrow his hand to kill Qinyu as soon as possible at all costs. But, can the main character of fate be killed? After the boy finished speaking, he was slightly curious. It is possible. Every era will have 1 or 2 or 3 main characters of fate, but they can also fall from the forces of heaven and earth. The Grand Warlock said calmly. In the past generations of Grand Warlocks, there was even a situation where a main character of fate was killed, but the price was too high. This time, it is the best chance to kill that Qinyu. Once missed, it will be even more difficult in the future. The Grand Warlock suddenly turned around. A pair of pale, deep eyes seemed to cross layers of space, peering into the distant 3 southern countries. At this time, in front of the grass hut, the middle-aged man held a white, simple token in his hand, infused it with Xianxia true qi. His lips moved slightly. Buzz, the token suddenly flashed with a dazzling silver light, accompanied by an obscure spatial fluctuation, lasted for a breath or 2, then quickly dimmed. Crack, after dimming, a layer of cracks quickly appeared on the token, and it broke into pieces. Ancient communication token. This is a strategic treasure that master instructed, only use as a last resort. After doing this, the middle-aged man collapsed on the ground. A moment later, in the area of the Iron Sword sect of Chu country, in an underground secret hall, a silver-haired old man with an orange-yellow wooden sword on his back sat cross-legged, his face slightly pale, recuperating from his injuries. Buzz, suddenly, he took out an ancient token similar to the middle-aged man's, and a murmur sounded in his ears. How is this possible? The silver-haired old man's body stiffened, a trace of shock and doubt in his eyes. After a few breaths, swoosh, a ray of orange sword light directly pierced through the palace, sending sawdust flying. Chen Yu. Even if I have to pay a great price, I will kill you with my own hands. A cold and gloomy voice containing killing intent swept across the sky. Between the clouds, Lu Tiezu transformed into a ray of orange sword light, flying towards the area of the Nether Moon Ancient Well and the Iron Mountain Range. Because of the existence of the spiritual sword seal, he could sense the specific location of Qinyu. At the same time, 200 miles away from the Iron Mountain Range, in an underground cave, Qinyu could faintly feel the slight trembling of the spiritual sword seal on his ear. A sense of danger and strong unease arose in his heart. He did not know. The intervention of the great magus from the far north had caused a slight deviation in the trajectory of fate. But, it's about time, tonight is the night of the full moon. Qinyu quickly stood up. That day when the Bone Demon King descended, he fled nearby, and cultivated for nearly 10 days, just to wait for the night of the full moon. Returning to the ground. The sun was scorching in the sky, it was noon. From here to the Nether Moon Ancient Well, night will fall, Qinyu calculated the time. Swoosh swoosh, he used his movement technique, and with a speed that surpassed that of a normal chi transformation post-celestial, he floated towards the direction of the Nether Moon Ancient Well. Qinyu did not notice. Not long after he appeared on the ground, an old man's figure flashed in a nearby mountain range. An hour later. A group of flying knights, about 20 people, broke through the air from behind. It's the Watermoon sect's pursuers. Qinyu looked back, and his expression changed greatly. Kakik. Qinyu, you are indeed nearby. On one of the flying beasts stood an otherworldly beautiful woman. But, her smile was filled with a bone-chilling coldness. Watermoon sect master. Qinyu's expression changed greatly. This was a chi transformation post-celestial expert. He did not expect that Watermoon sect master and the others would have such patience, and search for so long in the vicinity. He could not escape. Qinyu looked at the incoming flying knights. With his heart, other than the Watermoon sect master, there were 2 chi transformation post-celestial experts, and the rest were in the middle and late stages of the organ's refinement stage. At this moment, Qinyu did not lose his calm. First of all, escaping was not realistic, because it was difficult to avoid the pursuit and detection of a group of flying knights, not to mention a chi transformation post-celestial expert. The only one who can threaten me is the Watermoon sect master. Qinyu's mind raced. He was very confident in his copper statue aura-bodied defense. Qinyu's figure flashed and landed in front of a mountain wall. This way, he could at least avoid being surrounded on all sides. Die, brat. A group of experts from the Watermoon sect descended from the sky. The first to attack were 2 chi transformation post-celestial experts, a white-robed youth and a middle-aged woman. The white-robed youth was an early-stage post-celestial expert, and the middle-aged woman was a mid-stage post-celestial expert. Activate. Qinyu threw a metal ball. Immediately, a 10-feet-tall sword and shield puppet flashed out of the white mist and used a huge black shield to protect Qinyu. Ding ding. Clang clang. Bang bang. The attacks of 2 acquired stage and many organs refinement stage experts fell on the sword and shield puppet. For a moment, sparks flew and dust flew. However, the sword and shield puppet was 3 meters tall, and it used its massive, pitch-black shield to protect Qinyu from harm. What a strong defense. This is a puppet? Its defense is comparable to a chi transformation post-celestial expert. The disciples of the Watermoon sect were surprised. The powerful attacks of the white-robed youth and the middle-aged woman couldn't hurt the puppet at all. they couldn't help but. Everyone, including the Water Moon sect master, looked at the sword and shield puppet with a hint of passion. However, the people who gathered around him did not notice it. Qinyu, who was completely surrounded by the sword and shield puppet and leaning against the mountain wall, opened his mouth and took a deep breath. His abdomen swelled like a small water tank and the black iron patterns on his body surface moved. Qinyu leaned against the mountain wall. The tall figure of the sword and shield puppet and the huge shield completely covered him. Whoosh, he squatted slightly, opened his mouth and took a long breath. His abdomen swelled like a small water tank. The air around him was slightly whistling, but it was covered by the attack of the Water Moon sect. It turned out, the real purpose of Qinyu using the sword and shield puppet to block the enemy and attract everyone's attention was to hide the activation of the Bronze Lion Roar. At this time, Qinyu's Bronze Lion Roar was activated to the extreme. Last time, in the Xianxia city matter, after killing 2 Qi transformation realm cultivators, Qinyu felt that this secret skill was suitable for him. After returning to the sect, he exchanged for several higher-level sound wave secret skills and integrated them to form an enhanced version of the Bronze Lion Roar that was suitable for him. The new Bronze Lion Roar was more than 50% stronger than the original. This was enough to form a good deterrent and interference effect on the Qi transformation realm. On this basis, if he integrated the Black Emperor bloodline, the power could be increased by more than 50%. In this way, the Bronze Lion Roar with the blessing of the bloodline could threaten and affect some experts in the late stage of the acquired realm. But now, Qinyu had advanced to the copper statue aura body and his body was more powerful. On this basis, the power of the Bronze Lion Roar could be increased by more than 50%, it was a bit scary thinking about it. However, this was not the limit. Dong. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, Qinyu gathered strength in his organs and stimulated the potential in his body. His explosive power doubled and he brewed the peak Bronze Lion Roar so far. Let me do it. At this time, the cold snort of the Water Moon sect master came from outside. Just now, the elites of the Water Moon sect attacked crazily, but they couldn't do anything to this puppet. It seemed that only the Qi transformation realm cultivators could break this puppet. Break! The Water Moon sect master waved her hand. Boom, a layer of icy blue Xiantian true Qi, along with a swirling blue icy wind, transformed into an icy cloud that had a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. It suddenly enveloped the sword and shield puppet, causing a soul-stirring explosion. Suddenly, the sword and shield puppet, which had been as stable as a mountain, shook violently and a layer of frost condensed on its shield and body. Not only that, the spinning and exploding icy wind blew the sword and shield puppet away with a bang. The sect master of the Water Moon sect coveted the puppet and held back when she attacked. However, the moment the sword and shield puppet spun, the wind whistled and the sound of thunder was deafening. Not good. Even someone as strong as the sect master of the Water Moon sect felt a sharp pain in her organs and eardrums. Roar, a thunderous roar that shook the mountains reverberated in the wilderness, like the furious roar of an ancient beast. With the naked eye, a layer of distorted gray sound wave instantly swept across the people of the Water Moon sect. Thump. Thump. Thump, the 20 or so Water Moon sect disciples were like a row of saplings blown over by a hurricane. Blood flowed out of their 7 apertures and they fell to the ground dead. Wherever the gray sound wave passed, flesh and organs would shatter, and qi and blood would surge up. Ah! The early-stage Ho Tian youth let out a blood-curdling scream as his internal organs ruptured and he died. No, the other middle-stage Ho Tian woman spat out a mouthful of blood. Thump, even if she hurriedly used true qi to protect her body, her eardrums were instantly shattered and her internal organs were damaged. She passed out. In an instant, the situation on the field changed dramatically. Except for the sect master of the Water Moon sect, the remaining 20 or so people were all at the viscera refining stage, qi transformation stage and Ho Tian stage. One was dead and one was disabled. The power of this sound wave secret skill, the sect master of the Water Moon sect was shaking with anger and shock. Her qi and blood were floating in her body and some internal organs were also damaged. This was under the condition that her reaction was not bad, and she quickly used her Xinqi to protect her vital parts. However, the attack of the bronze lion roar was too close to her. She was less than 2 feet away and suffered the most power. At this time, looking around, the Shueihua sect had 10 to 20 people, but the beautiful female sect leader was the only one left. However, the crisis she faced had just begun. Swish, when the sound wave swept her body and half of her true chi collapsed, a tall and violent figure suddenly approached her. Whoosh, under the explosive power, Qinyu's speed reached an extreme, catching up with the chi transformation stage. The distance of 2 feet was covered in the blink of an eye. Slash! A translucent dark sword appeared in Qinyu's hand. A layer of fine, natural snake-like inscriptions appeared on the dark lustrous dagger, lighting up with dark and profound patterns of light. Qinyu suddenly felt that the true chi and the blood of the Black Emperor were pouring into a bottomless pit. Swish, the sword body slanted down and the dark sword arc, accompanied by a dark golden light, cut the lower body of the sect master of the Watermoon sect. This scene was also out of the expectation of the sect master of the Watermoon sect. When she was swept by the sound wave and half of her true chi collapsed, she focused on protecting the vital parts of her upper body with the Xiantian true chi. Puff! The dress of the sect master of the Watermoon sect was suddenly cut, and the disorderly Xiantian true chi was also pierced by the dark golden light of the dark sword arc. And at this time, Qinyu's dark snake sword had already encountered a strong resistance. After all, the level of the Xiantian true chi was far higher than that of the Hotian true chi. Swish, in the end, a faint bloodstain was left on the fair leg where the dress was torn. Qinyu regretted that it was not a moonlit night yet, otherwise the dark snake sword could have increased its power by more than 30 to 40%. Get lost! A cold and angry female voice echoed in the valley. Whoosh, a layer of dazzling blue light, like a whirlwind, swept over a radius of 20 to 30 feet. At this moment, the sect master of the Watermoon sect had already recovered from the sound wave and controlled most of the Xiantian true chi. Boom! Qinyu's body was instantly sent flying, his body smashing into the mountain wall, forming a V shape. Wah! Qinyu spat out a mouthful of blood, shocked. The peak slash just now was an attack that he had calculated to the extreme, and it was not weaker than the attack of the chi transformation Khanate. Moreover, the sect master of the Watermoon sect had revealed a fatal flaw under the sound wave. Her blood and chi were chaotic, and more than half of her true chi had collapsed. Overall, he had achieved his goal by cutting the leg of the sect master of the Watermoon sect. But he did not expect the strength of the chi transformation Khanate to be so strong and recover so quickly. Just one round of true energy eruption had injured Qinyu significantly. In fact, if it was an ordinary chi transformation Khanate, Qinyu's sword might have injured the opponent or even killed him. But the opponent he faced was not an ordinary chi transformation Khanate, but a sect master. The cultivation of the sect master of the Watermoon sect had reached the late stage of the Khanate. In terms of strength, the sect master of the Watermoon sect was not much weaker than Elder Mao, and she had her own unique points. If it wasn't for Qinyu's bronze lion roar, which really caught the opponent off guard, he wouldn't have been able to hurt the opponent. Dong! Dong dong! Dong dong dong! Qinyu was still under the effect of the explosive technique, and his recovery ability was amazing. In just a breath, his injury had recovered a bit. Open, Qinyu shook his arms, and his body that was stuck in the mountain wall was about to break out. At this moment, Die, a cold shout came, and a dazzling ice-blue sword aura, like a blue lightning flash in the air. Not good. Qinyu felt a fatal crisis. Even under the effect of the explosive technique, his speed instantly caught up to the chi transformation Khanate, but he still couldn't dodge the opponent's sword. That sword went straight for Qinyu's throat. Qinyu used all his strength, and his body barely moved horizontally. Swoosh, the sword flashed nimbly, but it still managed to pierce Qinyu's heart. Humph! The sect master of the Watermoon sect had a hint of mockery. As the sect master and a chi transformation innate realm upper echelon, whether it was cultivation or realm, she far surpassed Qinyu. Swish, the dazzling ice-blue sword paused for a moment, and then it pierced through the beast skin armor and pierced Qinyu's heart. It's over, Qinyu's body stiffened, looking at the sword that pierced his heart. That sword was a superior grade treasure. Drip, blood flowed, and the pain of the sword piercing his heart made Xianxia fall into endless despair. Am I going to die? There was a hint of bitterness at the corner of Xianxia's mouth. However, what surprised him was that after this sword pierced his heart, he didn't feel his vitality fading away, nor did he feel like he was about to die. That feeling was no different from stabbing an ordinary part of his body. Huh, Xianxia was stunned. Not dead? Why am I not dead? Why am I not dead? Xianxia's logic was a bit messed up. Huh. The sect master of the Water Moon sect felt that something was wrong, and her true chi further integrated into the sword, stabbing deeper. That sword just now didn't pierce through this kid. She gritted her teeth, increased her true chi and strength, and continued to stab. The next scene shocked the sect master of the Water Moon sect. No matter how much strength she used, that sword seemed to have fallen into a deep-sea vortex, and there was endless resistance. Fuck you. Xianxia raised his foot and kicked the sect master of the Water Moon sect away. Boom. Clang, the huge force of that kick, with the help of the explosive technique and the Black Emperor's bloodline, directly kicked the sect master of the Water Moon sect 10 or 20 feet away. Barf, the sect master of the Water Moon sect spat out a mouthful of blood, her face bright red, and she kept coughing. You, the sect master of the Water Moon sect stared at Xianxia with fear in her eyes, which were almost inhuman. At this moment, the wound on Xianxia's heart had mostly healed, as if that sword had just stabbed an ordinary part of his body, and it didn't matter. Cough cough, a few traces of blood flowed out of the sect master of the Water Moon sect's mouth, and she hurriedly sat down cross-legged. Xianxia's kick just now had broken a few of her ribs, and her injuries were not light. She had never expected that. That sword had stabbed into his heart, and not only was he not dead, he could still be lively and powerful. Therefore, she had not been prepared for Xianxia's kick at all. At the same time, the poison on her leg had taken the opportunity to counterattack, causing the sect master of the Water Moon sect's expression to change. She immediately took a few pills, which included antidotes and healing. She saw the sect master of the Water Moon sect sitting cross-legged on the ground, her dress torn, revealing the white skin of her leg. Xianxia's eyes flashed, and he patted the sword and shield puppet, keeping it. Retreat, Xianxia's figure flashed, and he left the sect master of the Water Moon sect, rushing towards the direction of the Serene Moon Ancient Well. This brat. The sect master of the Water Moon sect's expression was cold, and she gritted her teeth. Although her injuries were not light, there were no fatal internal injuries, and she still had 80% of her battle strength. The sect master of the Water Moon sect had wanted to deliberately show weakness, and lure Xianxia to kill her, so that she could counterattack. Moreover, this time, she had prepared other trump cards. The next time she succeeded, she would dismember the opponent, cut off his head, and dig out his eyes. She did not believe that the opponent would not die. However, Xianxia did not fall for her trick. As expected of a sect master, she is at the top of the chi transformation innate realm. I'm afraid that this girl still has some trump cards. Xianxia was not impulsive. His original plan was to only cut the opponent's leg, so that he could escape. In this situation, he had completed his task. Through this battle, Xianxia understood a major characteristic of his heart. Its defense was stronger than any other part of his body, and it could be called an undying point. In front of the messy mountain wall, 10 to 20 corpses were scattered all over the place. These corpses were all bleeding from their orifices and their organs were shattered. They had died a miserable death. The sect master of the Water Moon sect sat cross-legged, scanning the corpses of the elites of the Water Moon sect. Her face was cold and she was exasperated. As the sect master, she had led a team to kill a Viscera refinement disciple, but she had almost been completely annihilated. If a third party had seen this scene, they would have been dumbfounded. Apart from the sect master of the Water Moon sect, the other 10 to 20 people were basically all dead. The only one left was a middle-stage Hotian woman. Although she had fainted, her organs and other fragile organs had all been ruptured. She could almost be considered crippled. Scoundrel, I will never let you escape. The sect master of the Water Moon sect's expression was cold as she stared at Xianxia's rapidly fleeing figure. Swish, the sect master of the Water Moon sect's figure flashed, turning into a pale blue afterimage as she leaped and chased after him. At this moment, she did not care about her internal injuries and desperately chased after Qinyu. Because of her injuries and the poison on her leg, the sect master of the Water Moon sect only had about 60% of her peak speed. Even so, in terms of speed, she was still slightly superior to Qinyu. This woman's injuries are not light, but she can still move so fast. Qinyu was quite surprised. Swish, as he leaped, he maintained the explosive technique and activated the Black Emperor bloodline from time to time. His speed was comparable to that of a Qi transformation Khanate expert. With such speed, he was completely unable to shake off an injured opponent. This was because Qinyu had the foresight to slash the sect master of the Water Moon sect's leg, limiting her speed. Junior, die. A moment later, the sect master of the Water Moon sect's figure approached. Swish, she slashed through the air, and the ice-blue lightning-like sword light appeared and slashed at Qinyu. Qinyu did not dodge, but accelerated and leaped forward. At the same time, he fused the Black Emperor bloodline and Cloud Fiend Qi into the beast skin armor. Buzz, a layer of purplish-blue light film appeared on the beast skin armor, protecting Qinyu's entire body. Puff, the sword slashed through the air, but it was repelled by the force field of Qinyu's copper statue aura body. Its power was reduced by 70 to 80%. The last bit of damage was only a light injury to Qinyu's strong physique. This kid. Gritting her teeth, the Water Moon sect master watched as Qinyu used the momentum to increase the distance between them. Because of her injuries and the poison, her speed and combat strength were not below her peak. He blocked it. Qinyu relaxed a little upon seeing this. In order to block the attack just now, his Black Emperor bloodline and fiendish Cloud True Qi were greatly consumed. Meanwhile, under the explosive technique, Qinyu's stamina was greatly depleted. After half a cup of tea's time. Junior. How much longer can you last? After executing your secret art? The Water Moon sect master sneered. No secret technique could be maintained for long. In terms of true Qi, Qinyu's true Qi was condensed at the Viscera refinement realm, so the amount was very small. But at this moment. Gulp, Qinyu leaped and drank a mouthful of sky bamboo shoot liquid. In an instant. His energy returned to its peak, and the inner breath and true Qi in his body quickly recovered. Not only that, but ordinary injuries were also healing at a rapid pace. Sky bamboo shoot liquid. This kid really got this legendary spirit liquid. The sect master's expression changed. With the help of this liquid, Qinyu could indeed compete with her in terms of endurance. Moreover, Qinyu's endurance had always been his biggest advantage. Time passed bit by bit. An hour ago, the sect master could catch up with Qinyu from time to time and launch 1 or 2 attacks. 2 hours later, the sect master felt more and more strained, and her injuries and poison were showing signs of backfiring. In his vision, the youth's movement technique became more and more agile. Unknowingly, Qinyu's movement technique had reached a new level. Behind the blood burial garden, Qinyu had obtained a huge amount of contribution points, and exchanged them for large amounts of cultivation techniques and secret techniques in the sect. In terms of movement techniques, he naturally did not fall behind. Now, under the huge pressure and threat, along with the advantage of his body technique talent, Qinyu's movement technique speed increased by another level. 4 hours later, the sect master chased further and further away, and watched as Qinyu entered a mine area. At this moment, night had just fallen, and the silver moon appeared, bigger and rounder than usual. Eh? This is the secluded mountain mine, there seems to be an ancient rumor. The sect master was deep in thought. She took out the map and compared it, confirming that this was the secluded mountain mine. Secluded mountain mine. Serene Moon Ancient Well. As the leader of a sect, the sect master of the Water Moon sect naturally knew all sorts of secrets. Although she did not know the exact situation within the Serene Moon Ancient Well, she had heard of the relevant rumors. Thinking about it, Qinyu's duty was in the nearby Tealing Mountain. Suddenly, the sect master seemed to have understood something, and her expression changed. She had a feeling that Qinyu might have a way to escape from Lu Tiezu's pursuit in this ancient rumor. Thinking to this point, the sect master finally stopped hesitating, and took out a colorful jade talisman, and pinched it. Whoosh whoosh, a colorful pillar of light shot into the sky, and formed a colorful light that covered half the sky. This was a signal for help, previously, because chasing after Qinyu was her personal matter, and she could not bring herself to do so, she did not use this item. But now, she had a feeling that Qinyu could escape this calamity, and from now on, he would have a bright future. Thinking about Qinyu's miraculous steps and terrifying growth potential, the sect master's heart sank. If she could not stop him today, she would not have another chance in this life. At the same time, Qinyu had already entered the secluded mountain mine, and was gradually recovering from the explosive power. In the night sky behind him, a colorful light rose up. A signal for help? The corner of Qinyu's mouth curled up into a cold smile. At this moment, night gradually fell, and the night of the full moon was coming. When the reinforcements arrived, Qinyu had already entered the secluded moon mine. Once he entered the secluded moon mine, not to mention a chi transformation innate, even if an origin realm expert came, Qinyu would not be afraid. Half an hour later, Qinyu came to the desolate mine and approached the secluded moon mine. Not knowing why, the spiritual sword seal behind his ear vibrated from time to time, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Lu Tiezu. Qinyu's expression changed slightly. From the feeling, Lu Tiezu should be on his way. Could it be? The Great Snow Mountain's divination results were out, Qinyu's expression tightened, and he hurried to reach the entrance of the secluded moon mine as soon as possible. Finally, a familiar ancient well gradually came into view. Why is there someone here? Qinyu found that there were some figures near the secluded moon ancient well, and they seemed to be setting up something. Nephew Chen, you're here? A slightly familiar old man's voice came out from the mine beside him. Elder Pan? Qinyu was stunned, looking at the short and thin old man who walked out of the mine. At this moment, Elder Pan looked at Qinyu with a smile, with a sure enough expression. Suddenly, Qinyu felt something was wrong. Near the secluded moon mine, those unfamiliar faces seemed to be setting up some array. Hee, you are that Qinyu who is also a physique cultivator? A clear man's voice was heard. Only to see. Behind Elder Pan, a man and a woman walked out. The one who spoke was a man in a loose black robe, about 30 or 40 years old. This person, Qinyu was taken aback, recognizing this man in black robe. Wasn't this the black-robed man from the Soaring Sword sect who fought with the Bone Devil King 10 days ago? Hey! Behind the man in black robe, there was a girl's cold voice. Taking a closer look, it was a beautiful girl in a white gauze dress, her fine black hair fluttering in the wind, and her posture was graceful. The girl's eyes were like cold autumn water, her nose was fine, her eyebrows were willow, her face was flawless like jade, and her skin was as smooth as ice. It's you! That breathtaking appearance that he hadn't seen for a long time made Qinyu's head jump. This girl was the beautiful girl Yi Luofeng who descended from the sky after the death of the great baleful body. When the man in black robe and Yi Luofeng appeared together, Qinyu immediately came to a realization. Junior Qinyu greets senior of the Sky Sword sect and Miss Yi. Qinyu hurriedly bowed. You know each other? The man in black robe had a strange expression as he looked at Qinyu and Yi Luofeng. We've met before. Yi Luofeng glanced at Qinyu with a cold expression. Qinyu, this is the Sky Sword sect's Grand Elder Senior Chai, and this is Miss Yi, the personal disciple of the Sky Sword sect's Grand Elder. Elder Pan had a smile on his face as he introduced them to Qinyu. Facing the two people from the Sky Sword sect, Elder Pan had a respectful expression, as if he was treating them as his master. Qinyu's face darkened, feeling suspicious of Elder Pan. Qinyu, you don't need to think too much. This old man has already sought refuge with the Sky Sword sect a few years ago. Elder Pan chuckled and said with an unconcerned expression. You actually, Qinyu thought to himself, oh no. This Elder Pan was actually a spy for the Sky Sword sect. Didn't that mean that the secret of the Serene Moon Ancient Well was also known by the Sky Sword sect? Only Elder Pan could vaguely guess the plan of Qinyu and Elder Mao. Qinyu, you don't need to worry. From now on, the Yunhui Gate and my Sky Sword sect will be one family. The man in black robe smiled. One family? What do you mean? Qinyu said in shock. He had been hiding in an underground cave for the past 10 days and did not know the current situation of the Chu sect world. Chen Yu. The Yunhui Gate and the Iron Sword sect have reached an agreement with our Sky Sword sect and have become our subsidiary sections. Of course, this agreement is voluntary and not forced. Elder Pan said with a smile. Subsidiary sects, Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat. He had naturally heard of the existence of such a structure. This was just like the Yen clan fort being affiliated to the Yunhui Gate. Then what's the current situation of the Yunhui Gate? Chen Yu took a deep breath. It was expected that the two sects of the Yunhui Gate would choose to be affiliated to the Sky Sword sect as a last resort. That day, the first-generation Bone Demon King of the Bone Demon Palace killed his way to the Yunhui Gate and was about to destroy the sect with a quick thunder. Elder Pan paused. At this moment, Chen Yu's heart was in his throat. He was mainly worried about the safety of Elder Mao, Xianxia, and his fellow sect members. At the critical moment, my Sky Sword sect took out the Sky Moon Sword and activated the world-shaking Sky Moon Sword formation, finally forcing the Bone Demon King to retreat. Elder Pan had a proud expression on his face. Hearing this, Chen Yu heaved a sigh of relief and his gaze swept towards the black-robed man and Yi Luofeng of the Sky Sword sect. Chen Yu. I heard from Elder Pan that you practice a body cultivator and entered the Serene Moon Ancient Well twice and returned safely. The black-robed man stared at Chen Yu with sparkling eyes. Chen Yu. I heard from Old Man Pan that you practice body cultivation technique and have entered the Serene Moon Ancient Well twice and returned safely. The black-robed man's eyes flickered, as if Chen Yu had some kind of attraction. Replying Senior Chai, it is true. Under the formless power of the Origin Realm, Chen Yu did not dare to be negligent, even if the other party did not deliberately release his aura. If in front of a Qi transformation innate realm, Chen Yu still had a chance, or a certain degree of self-protection. Then in front of an Origin Realm, he did not even have the slightest chance. Fortunately, this Ling Jian sect and Chen Yu did not have any deep hatred. Looking at the other party's appearance, it seemed that they needed his help. Very good. Marshal Nishi and I are going to explore the Serene Moon Ancient Well and need a good guide. The black-robed man nodded indifferently. Chen Yu was secretly happy. He was going to enter the Serene Moon Ancient Well. Naturally he would not refuse. Then Chen Yu followed the black-robed man and Yi Luofeng and walked towards the Serene Moon Ancient Well. At this moment, led by a Qi transformation stage-old man, more than 10 members of the Soaring Sword sect set up densely packed formations around the ancient well. When approaching the ancient well, Chen Yu found that the original force field pressure was slightly weaker than before. Elder Su, how is the preparation of the array? The black-robed man said. Replying Grand Elder, the array is ready. On a full moon night, it can offset some of the power of the force field. The Qi Transformation Realm Elder said respectfully. The surroundings of the Serene Moon Ancient Well suddenly flashed with a blazing sun-like fire pattern. Like burning red lava, it swam hundreds of feet around the ancient well. In an instant, the frost-like silver brilliance around the ancient well dimmed by more than half. Chen Yu immediately felt the cloud fiend Qi in his body loosen a bit, as if he could barely circulate a bit. Not bad, not bad. It took me a lot of effort to find this incomplete ancient formation, and I paid a great price for the materials used to set up this formation. The black-robed man smiled. Chen Yu could not help being speechless. It looked like the Towering Sword sect's Grand Elder Chai had made some preparations before the Bone Devil Palace invaded. Of course. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for things to have gone so smoothly. Marshal Nephew Yi, how much of your true Qi can you use? The black-robed man asked. 20%. When I enter the depths of the ancient well, I should be able to use less than 10%. Yi Luofeng replied. It's already very good. When we enter the ancient well and sense that thing, we will need Marshal Nephew to cultivate the Spirit Heart Heavenly Sword Art. The black-robed man praised. Chen Yu was secretly shocked. His own Cloud Fiend True Qi could not even move 10% now. Yi Luofeng's attainments in cultivation techniques were truly extraordinary. According to his senses, Yi Luofeng was only a step away from the Qi transformation Khanate stage, and there seemed to be a mysterious and unfathomable aura of the Sword Dao in her body. What exactly is the Soaring Sword sect plotting by entering the ancient well? Qinyu was deep in thought. After that, the black-robed man asked Qinyu some details about the ancient well. Regarding the situation in the ancient well, Qinyu did not hide anything and explained everything. Buzz, at this moment, the mental sword seal behind Qinyu's ear trembled slightly. Not good, Qinyu thought to himself that something was wrong. It seemed that Lu Tiezu was approaching this place. Mental sword seal? It seems to be Lu Tiezu's aura. The black-robed man was slightly surprised. Qinyu was a little anxious. He was afraid that it wouldn't be long before Lu Tiezu arrived. Qinyu, as long as you help us find what we want, I can help you get rid of this mental sword seal, the black-robed man promised. Hearing this, Qinyu was overjoyed. That day near the Iron Ridge, he had seen this person's strength, and he should not be weaker than Lu Tiezu. May I ask, Senior, what is it that you are looking for? Qinyu immediately asked. Even if the black-robed man promised, he did not believe it. In the past, the owner of this mine, the rumored ancient sword sect, has some connections with our Ling sword sect. The thing that we are looking for is also related to it, the black-robed man explained. But he did not specify what he was looking for. Qinyu suddenly thought of a skeleton in the ancient well. The skeleton held a broken sword and a moon spirit crystal mine. The latter had long been obtained by Qinyu, but he did not know its origin and use. An hour later, the night was getting darker, and the full moon in the sky was getting brighter and more beautiful. In the ancient well, the original blood-colored waves had already faded, revealing a deep cave entrance. It's almost time. The black-robed man nodded and was ready to go down with Qinyu. At this moment, in the distant sky, there was a sound of breaking through the air, accompanied by a wisp of orange sword glow. Lu Tiezu. Qinyu's expression changed drastically, and the mental sword seal behind his ear jumped to the extreme, surging with a mental sword intent. At that moment, Qinyu's body swayed slightly, and his mind felt a stabbing pain, almost losing his balance. The black-robed man snorted coldly, stretching out a finger, and a layer of golden sword shadow appeared, pointing at the mental sword seal behind Qinyu's ear. Whoosh! Instantly, Qinyu felt the stabbing pain from the mental sword seal disappear. In a short period of time, the mental sword seal behind his ear dimmed and calmed down. You don't need to worry. I will step forward and make Lu Tiezu retreat, the black-robed man said confidently. Qinyu calmed down slightly. Now, the Iron Sword sect and Yunhui Gate were both affiliated to the Ling Sword sect. The era of Lu Tiezu being able to control half the world would no longer exist. Whoosh! An orange sword aura shadow landed on a mountain near the serene moon ancient well. Elder Chai, what is the meaning of this? Lu Tiezu's silver hair fluttered, and his hateful gaze swept past Qinyu, then landed on the black-robed man. He was somewhat fearful of the black-robed man. Haha, Lu Tiantong, looks like your injuries from being chased by the absolute Yin ancestor haven't healed yet. The black-robed man chuckled. Hearing this, Lu Tiezu's face darkened, and his complexion did not look good. His injuries had not healed, and he had rushed all the way here, so he had consumed a lot of his essence qi. Qinyu stood beside the black-robed man, and felt the icy killing intent and viciousness in Lu Tiezu's eyes. That killing intent went straight to the bone, and there was a kind of crazy intent that disregarded everything. This was 10 times, 100 times stronger than the last time they met. Whoosh! 2 surges of Origin Realm Sword Dao aura intertwined in the air. The black-robed man and Lu Tiezu faced each other from afar. Then, the lips of the two moved, as if they were carrying out some kind of negotiation and communication. The others on the scene naturally could not hear the communication between the two. At first, the black-robed man's expression was calm and confident. Lu Tiezu, on the other hand, had a crazed look on his face, as if he didn't care about anything. The black-robed man's expression changed, and he glanced at Qinyu in surprise. Qinyu's head sank, and he felt uneasy. Then, the black-robed man's expression was uncertain, and under Lu Tiezu's crazy killing intent, he seemed to be shaken. Senior Chai, when I entered the ancient well last time, I seemed to have seen a wreckage, holding a broken sword, Qinyu said in a low voice. Wreckage, broken sword, the black-robed man was shocked, and his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Then, the black-robed man's expression became firm, and he continued to communicate with Lu Tiezu. After a long time, it was unknown what the black-robed man said, but the crazy killing intent on Lu Tiezu's face was slightly restrained, and he finally calmed down. Fine, for the sake of Daoist Chai and the High Sword sect, I will not make a move for now. Lu Tiezu took a deep breath, and sat cross-legged. Qinyu also breathed out a sigh of relief. No matter what agreement Lu Tiezu and the black-robed man had reached, as long as he entered the Serene Moon Ancient Well, he would have the initiative. Go in. The black-robed man stared at Qinyu, and entered the Serene Moon Ancient Well with the ladder. Swish, because he could use some of his strength, the black-robed man and Qinyu floated down together. Soon, the three of them landed under the ancient well, and the familiar underground mine was reflected in Qinyu's eyes. The force field in this well seems to be much stronger. The black-robed man frowned. At this moment, with his origin realm cultivation, he could only use 20% of his true force. Yi Luofeng couldn't even use 10% of her true qi. Swish, the black-robed man waved his hand, and a golden sword shadow slashed across the air, killing a ferocious creature. Qinyu couldn't help but be speechless. Even under the suppression of the force field, the black-robed man's strength was stronger than a qi transformation realm innate. Qinyu, according to the previous two memories, lead the way for us, and find the broken sword wreckage first, the black-robed man said. Qinyu nodded and took the initiative to lead the way. Along the way, they encountered many ferocious creatures, even qi transformation realm ferocious creatures. However, the black-robed man killed them with a raise of his hand. The route that Qinyu led was towards the teleportation array. He already had a plan in mind. When they arrived at the teleportation array, he would let the Iron Moon strange bugs summon a large number of Iron Moon corpse bugs to block the Ling Jianzong duo. As for himself, the copper statue dipper body that was comparable to the qi transformation realm was unaffected, and he could use the opportunity to activate the teleportation array. As for the broken sword wreckage, Qinyu couldn't be bothered. Finally, after a long journey, the array stone platform in front of them came into view. It's the moon spirit or wall, Yi Luofeng said in a daze. Such a large moon spirit or wall, it seems to be made of high-quality moon spirit organ. The black-robed man was ecstatic, and his eyes flashed with greed. Such a large piece of high-quality moon spirit or wall, if they could take it for themselves, it would be very attractive even to Origin Realm experts. Qinyu saw the duo's reaction, but he wasn't surprised. At this moment, he tensed up, and as he approached the moon spirit or wall and the teleportation array, he was prepared to take action. 300 feet, 20 feet, 10 feet, he was getting closer. Just as Qinyu was about to make his move, suddenly, a majestic sword intent that could penetrate one's soul swept over from the vicinity of the ancient teleportation formation. Be careful. Meanwhile, Yi Luofeng, who stood behind Qinyu, took a step back. That is, Qinyu almost vomited blood when he saw it. Only to see, a familiar wreckage holding a broken sword was near the ancient teleportation array. Qinyu almost cursed. The sword intent of the broken sword had affected the teleportation array. How was he going to repair the ancient array and activate the teleportation array? Heavenly Fault Sword. It really is that ancient godly sword. The black-robed man's body shook as he stared at the broken sword in the wreckage. He was so excited that his voice was trembling. It really is the Heavenly Fault Sword? Yi Luofeng's beautiful eyes, which were as cold as autumn, flashed with an extraordinary splendor of pleasant surprise. It is said that this sword is an otherworldly godly sword. The tip of the sword was left behind in the past, and it was only a tenth of the original body. With it as the core, it was forged into my high sword sect treasure, the Heavenly Moon Sword. The body of the Heavenly Fault Sword takes up 2/3 of the space here. At the end of the mine, in front of an ancient formation stone platform on the wall of the Moon Spirit Mine, the black-robed man's breathing quickened, his face was filled with ecstasy, unable to conceal the greed in his eyes. Yi Luofeng's clear eyes shone with a trace of reverence, as if she was looking at an ancient legend. Heavenly Fault Sword? Qinyu wore a dumbfounded expression on his face. He had never thought that this corpse and the broken sword would have such a great origin. From Yi Luofeng's words, Less than a tenth of the sword's tip was used as the core, smelted into the heavenly moon sword of the high sword sect. Qinyu had never seen how powerful the heavenly moon sword was. But the heavenly moon sword formation controlled by this sword could scare away the invincible first-generation Bone Demon King. One could see how terrifying it was. Very good. If we can reclaim this sword, the day of our soaring sword sect sweeping through the northern plains is just around the corner. The black-robed man's face was flushed, he could not help but laugh. Finishing. He held his breath, approaching the corpse and the broken sword step by step. When he got close to a boundary, boom, a majestic sword intent that could split the heavens exploded from the broken sword, instantly slashing the black-robed man. At that moment, the surrounding environment seemed to distort. Everything in sight, including the mine walls, the ancient formation stone platform, the vast secluded mountain mine, was torn to pieces by a majestic sword light. Ah! Qinyu felt a stabbing pain, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, recovering from the aftershock of the illusory sword intent. He had only endured a trace of the sword intent's aura. Wah! The black-robed man's face was pale, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body shook, revealing a shocked expression. What a powerful sword intent. The sword intent this time, compared to the first time I encountered it, is like heaven and earth. Qinyu was shocked. He naturally did not know that this heavenly fault sword had a spirit of its own, it had an unyielding sword intent. According to the threat of the enemy, the sword's ability to defend against the enemy was different. Back then, Qinyu was only a Meridian Opening Realm disciple, the broken sword only emitted a trace of weak sword intent. At this very moment, the one trying to approach was an Origin Realm cultivator, and a sword cultivator at that. His threat and sensitivity were greatly increased, almost causing the sword to go all out to defend against the enemy. Wow! Thud thud, the black-robed man spat out another mouthful of blood and flew backward in panic. Martial Uncle Chai, are you all right? Yi Luofeng's cold and pretty face was lifeless. She was naturally aware of the strength of the Chai surnamed Great Elder. He was not inferior to Lu Tiezu, yet he could not even block one or two attacks from the broken sword. At the side, Qinyu couldn't help but reveal a look of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't been greedy or curious back then and forcefully obtained the sword. Martial Nephew Yi, this sword is hostile to living beings from the outside world. On the other hand, you can give the Spirit Heart Heavenly Sword Art a try. The black-robed man sat down cross-legged and looked at Yi Luofeng with hope. Me? Yi Luofeng stared blankly at the broken sword, fear and respect on her face. The Spirit Heart Heavenly Sword Art that you cultivate is somewhat related to this sword. You should have a 60 to 70% success rate. Perhaps the remaining half of the ancient sword technique is here. The black-robed man said. Hearing this, Yi Luofeng finally revealed a look of excitement. However, the terrifying sword intent that erupted from the broken sword just now still made her feel a lingering fear. Miss Yi. The sword intent of this broken sword will produce different levels of sword intent attacks depending on the strength of the living being approaching it. Qinyu helped to persuade her. He was even more anxious than the black-robed man. If this broken sword stayed here, how could he use the teleportation array? Would he have to wait until the next full moon night? But the problem was that Lu Tiezu was staying outside. Once he went out, he would be in danger. All right. Yi Luofeng gave Qinyu a deep look. Then, Qinyu watched as a slender figure in a snow-white veil slowly approached the broken sword. At this moment, he prayed in his heart, hoping that this woman could succeed. If this broken sword released a terrifying sword intent of that level and destroyed this woman's soul, he couldn't be blamed. Buzz, as Yi Luofeng approached the broken sword, her beautiful eyes, which were as clear as a cold lake, suddenly flashed with an ethereal sword intent. At the same time, she formed a seal with her hands, and a layer of dim sword light appeared on the surface of her body, giving off a mysterious, ancient, vast, and profound aura. This woman's Spirit Heart Heavenly Sword technique has actually reached the second level. The black-robed man sitting cross-legged not far away had a strange look in his eyes, mixed with a bit of jealousy. Buzz, the broken sword in front of the ancient stone platform suddenly let out a trembling sword hum. Then, a layer of clear and deep ancient sword patterns bloomed on its surface, spreading like a flower. There really is a reaction. The black-robed man's face was full of surprise. Then, his expression darkened and his eyes flickered. In the next moment, swish, the broken sword suddenly turned into a clear shadow and floated into Yi Luofeng's hand. Seeing this, Qinyu let out a sigh of relief. Finally, this great killing weapon that was blocking the way was taken away by this beautiful girl. Yi Luofeng held the sword, her eyebrows raised in joy. Obviously, this sword had a great connection with the spirit heart heavenly sword technique that she cultivated. And in the entire Sky Sword sect, only she, because of her special physique and extraordinary comprehension, was able to cultivate this ancient sword technique in hundreds of years. But the broken sword trembled in her hand, and the unyielding will within it let out a long sigh before gradually dissipating. Just at this moment, a change occurred. Whoosh whoosh, an afterimage quickly pounced at Yi Luofeng, leaving behind a golden sword shadow. Watch out! Qinyu exclaimed. Yi Luofeng's expression changed, and in a hurry, she barely managed to block the broken sword in front of her. Clang, a golden sword shadow slashed Yi Luofeng's body, and the latter's body was sent back 40 to 50 feet. Wah! Yi Luofeng spat out a mouthful of blood, her gaze cold as she stared at the person who attacked. Martial Uncle Chai, why did you do this? If this sword belongs to the sect, the Sky Sword sect will be able to shake Northern Plains and become one of the top sword sects in the continent. Yi Luofeng said in disappointment. Ha ha ha. Little girl, are you really planning to hand this sword over to the sect? The black-robed man laughed loudly. Did you already plan to keep this sword for yourself? Betraying the Sky Sword sect, you won't be able to escape from my master's pursuit. Yi Luofeng's expression was cold. If I obtain this sword, I will be able to understand the true essence of the sword Tao within it, and then monopolize the high-quality moon spirit mine here, and use the teleportation formation here to escape to the legendary glorious ancient country. Elder Chai raised his head and laughed, looking excited. At this moment, he seemed to see the scene of flying into the sky. After that, the black-robed man turned into an afterimage as he pounced at Yi Luofeng, and a few golden sword shadows flashed in his hand. Buzz. Ding. Ding, Yi Luofeng activated the ancient sword technique, and the heavenly fault sword in her hand produced traces of green underworld sword shadows as she barely blocked the black-robed man's attack. However, the gap between her and the black-robed man was too big. In just 2 breaths of time, Yi Luofeng's figure was sent back again, and a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of her mouth. At this moment, Qinyu came to the ancient teleportation formation, took out a jar, and filled 2 or 3 cracks on the formation with a sticky black substance. According to what Elder Mao said, the ancient teleportation formation was basically complete. Mending these shallow cracks was mainly to maintain the stability of the teleportation formation. Why aren't you making a move? Yi Luofeng couldn't help but shout as she blocked Elder Chai. If I die, you won't be able to escape. Elder Chai and Lu Tiezu have reached an agreement. After using you, he will hand you over to Lu Tiezu. Yi Luofeng transmitted her voice. So that's how it is, Qinyu was shocked. No matter what he said, Lu Tiezu would choose to compromise in the end. It seemed that he had underestimated Elder Chai's viciousness. Ding. Boom, Yi Luofeng's figure was sent back another 2 or 3 feet, and her snow-white veil was torn in a few places, leaving a few shocking bloodstains on her jade-like skin. Haha. Little girl, seeing that you are so beautiful and talented, if you obediently hand over this sword and swear to serve this elder, I might spare your life. The black-robed man saw that victory was in his grasp, and his eyes flashed a trace of greed. Yi Luofeng can't hold on any longer. Qinyu's expression changed. His gaze swept to the 4 corners of the teleportation formation. To place the 4 primeval stones, it would take at least 4 breaths of time, and that was under the condition that the opponent didn't interfere or destroy it. And that Yi Luofeng probably couldn't hold on for that long, and could be captured and killed at any time. Seeing this, Qinyu didn't hesitate anymore, and his thoughts moved. Sha sha sha. Sha sha sha, deep in the mine, between the cracks of the surrounding stone walls, thousands of gray-spotted iron worms suddenly jumped out. That is, looking at the densely packed worms, the black-robed man's heart went cold. If he was at his peak, with his origin realm strength, he could instantly exterminate the worms. however. In the depths of this mine, he could only use 20% of his strength. In addition, his mind was injured by the huge sword intent of the broken heavenly fault sword, and now he could only use 10% of his strength. Of course. Yi Luofeng was even more suppressed, and she couldn't even use 10% of her true qi. If not for the broken heavenly fault sword, she would have been killed by Elder Chai. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, thousands of iron moon corpse worms crazily rushed towards the black-robed man. Junior, it's you. The black-robed man was surrounded by the worms, and a layer of golden sword radiance burst out, killing hundreds of worms at once. The worms didn't attack Qinyu, nor Yi Luofeng, but only him. Even if he was stunned, he could understand the reason. Miss Yi. Hold on for a while, I will go and insert the primeval stones. Qinyu said. After that, he quickly took out the middle-grade primeval stones, went to the four corners of the stone platform, and inserted them into the mouth of the dragon. Junior. Do you think these worms can stop me? A sneer came from the swarm of worms. Boom. Sizzle, a rain of golden sword radiance swept out in all directions, crushing the nearby swarm of insects into pieces. Then, the black-robed man's face became gloomy, and he held a golden sword in his hand, broke through the swarm of worms, and attacked Yi Luofeng again. At this moment, Qinyu had just inserted 2 primeval stones, and the black-robed man slashed out a golden sword aura, which sent Yi Luofeng flying and vomiting blood. The black-robed man sneered and was about to kill Yi Luofeng. Is it going to end? Yi Luofeng's pretty face was pale, and she smiled bitterly, showing a look of despair. Swish, suddenly, a tall figure of a young man stood in front of the girl, and he let out a long sigh. Young man, you want to be a hero? The black-robed man sneered, and the golden sword in his hand slashed towards Qinyu and Yi Luofeng. Qinyu expressionlessly activated the bronze statue art. Buzz, a layer of bronze crystal patterns appeared on the surface of his body, and the invisible bronze statue force field was not restricted by this place, and it attached to the surface of his body. At the same time, a ring of black iron veins flashed across Qinyu's body, seemingly unaffected by the restrictions of this place. This greatly surprised Qinyu. After the previous test, the Black Emperor bloodline would be restricted by this place. However, because the black-robed man had set up an ancient formation that weakened the force field around the Serene Moon ancient well, the Black Emperor bloodline was no longer restricted. Whoosh, at this moment, a ring-shaped golden sword aura swept toward Qinyu and Yi Luofeng, bringing with it a shocking pressure. Yi Luofeng's pale face was filled with shock. Looking at the tall figure in front of her, she revealed an expression of unwillingness. Even if he had a body cultivation technique, Qinyu was only at the organ's refinement stage. How could he withstand an attack from an origin stage sword cultivator? She first let Qinyu attack, because she wanted him to help restrain the enemy. She did not expect him to be the main force of the battle. Kill. An ancient and powerful aura appeared on Qinyu's body. Only to see. In his hand, a translucent dark glowing short sword appeared. The Black Emperor bloodline and a few threads of fiendish cloud chi madly surged into it. Originally, Qinyu did not intend to use the dark snake sword, and was prepared to defend against this attack. But after discovering that the Black Emperor bloodline was not restricted, he changed his mind. The moment the dark snake sword appeared, a strange change occurred. A layer of silver moonlight bloomed on the walls of the nearby moon spirit mine, shining onto the sword body. Qinyu was shocked. He felt a mysterious cold moon spirit power surging from the dark snake sword. In that instant, the power of the dark snake sword had almost doubled. This scene was completely out of Qinyu's expectations. According to Master Gu, the upgraded dark snake sword could be considered to be of the upper grade king class. Under the moonlight, it could increase its power by 40%. But now, it was not under the moonlight but in the underground mine. It had almost doubled its power. At the same time, the mouth of the Serene Moon ancient well bloomed with a dazzling silver moonlight, reflecting off the full moon in the night sky. The frost-like silver light around the ancient well turned from dim to bright. Within the ancient formation, the blazing sun-like fire patterns were flickering, interweaving with the frost-like light near the entrance. The ancient formation is in disorder. The force field here seems to be a little violent and unstable. The old formation master from the Soaring Sword sect was taken aback. In the depths of the ancient well, in front of the concave wall of the moon spirit mine. The moment Xianxia slashed out with his sword, a dazzling silver moon sword arc erupted. Clang! Clang! The two swords collided and sparks flew everywhere. The ring-shaped golden sword aura that the black-robed man had unleashed instantly dissipated, and his expression changed drastically. Meanwhile, a huge force, accompanied by a trace of strange black iron chi patterns, came back, causing him to groan and retreat 20 to 30 feet. Xianxia's figure retreated slightly, and his body collided with a soft and fragrant body. Ah! Yi Luofeng cried out in surprise. Her cold and pretty face blushed. At this moment, her face was filled with disbelief and shock. She looked at the youth in front of her with a new gaze. He originally thought that, since Xianxia had blocked this sword for him, he would definitely die. He could not bear to see him die, and he was touched. Unexpectedly, Xianxia's powerful sword strike suppressed Elder Chai and forced him to retreat. What's going on? This kid's sword actually activated the power of the moon spirit in this force field. The black-robed man steadied his body, his expression unsettled. According to common sense, Xianxia's dark snake sword could only be amplified in places where the moonlight shone, and it could only be amplified by 40%. However, his sword strike just now was in the middle of the concave wall of the moon spirit mine, and coincidentally formed a resonance with the force field of the Serene Moon Ancient Well. The force field of the Serene Moon Ancient Well would gather and absorb the power of the moon spirit, which was equivalent to amplifying the moonlight of the dark snake sword by 1 or 2 times. Go! Xianxia called out in a low voice, letting the iron moon strange insects summon more insects to attack the black-robed man. At the same time, he took out a small bottle and threw it to Yi Luofeng. Quickly drink it. Yi Luofeng received the bottle, feeling the refreshing essence of heaven and earth. She immediately drank a mouthful. Immediately, the injuries that she had suffered before, including the yuan qi that she had consumed, recovered at an astonishing speed. Looking at this speed, in just a few breaths, her injuries and yuan qi would recover by more than half. It's the sky bamboo shoot liquid. Yi Luofeng's face was full of surprise. I will block this person. You put the remaining 2 yuan stones in the mouth of the dragon head. Xianxia handed the 2 middle-grade yuan stones to Yi Luofeng. Okay. Yi Luofeng took the yuan stones, her figure flashed, and she arrived at the 3rd dragon head's mouth on the stone platform. And at this time, the black-robed man's body once again burst out a golden sword light, crushing the surrounding seeds into pieces. But this time, the black-robed man did not immediately rush forward, his eyes flashing as he sized up Xianxia. This boy's body cultivation technique has already reached the chi transformation post-celestial level, plus the powerful power of the bloodline and the power of the moon spirit. The black-robed man's vision and experience were extraordinary. Just from the previous strike, he had already judged that in a head-on confrontation, he was no match for Xianxia. Inside the mine, there were not many restrictions, and he could even increase his strength. On the other hand, he had been seriously injured by the sword intent of the heavenly fault sword, and was affected by the force field, so he could only use more than 10% of his strength. However, the way of body cultivation is not without shortcomings. The black-robed man's eyes flashed. The next moment, in his eyes, a faint golden sword shadow flashed. Swoosh, a faint golden sword shadow, with a fierce and overbearing sword intent, rushed straight to Xianxia. This time, it was a sword intent attack at the spiritual level. In the past, Lu Tiezu's spiritual sword intent had only used 10% of its power, but it had almost made Xianxia suffer a loss. And at this moment, although the black-robed man's spiritual sword intent had been seriously injured before, it was equivalent to launching 30 to 40% of Lu Tiezu's sword intent attack. Boom! The faint golden sword shadow, like lightning, struck Xianxia, making the latter's body shake violently, almost unable to stand steadily. Xianxia only felt a tingling pain in his mind, as if it was about to split open. If it were not for his spiritual power, after digesting part of the potential of the blood-soul flower bud, which was far beyond the ordinary chi transformation post-celestial level, He was afraid that this sword intent attack could make him collapse. Even so, under the attack of the spiritual sword intent, Xianxia could not withstand it. After all, the spiritual sword intent was a soul attack, and it was not affected by this force field. Previously, the black-robed man had been hit by the sword intent of the heavenly fault sword and his mind had been injured, so he should not have used the sword intent attack. But now, the black-robed man did not care about that. He had to cut off all means of retreat and go all out. The black-robed man endured the sharp pain in his mind and activated the spiritual sword intent, increasing its power to 40 to 50% of its peak. Oh no! Yi Luofeng had just embedded the third moon spirit Oregon. Seeing this scene, her expression changed greatly. The spiritual sword intent attack was much faster than the physical world. Maybe it was only a breath's time, but the spiritual world may have launched thousands of attacks. Buzz, suddenly, a pure white halo appeared on Xianxu's body. Pop! When the faint golden sword shadow slashed at Xianxu, it was reduced by almost half by the pure white halo. This is... Xianxu's body and mind shuddered. He discovered that the half-jade pendant he wore with him was releasing a pure white and holy halo that protected his mind. This jade pendant was left by Xianxu's birth parents and was given to him by his adoptive mother, Lu Jun. Unbelievable. This half of the jade pendant had almost offset half of the sword intent attack. This was many times stronger than the tears of ice heart. Moreover, this was only half of the jade pendant. There were cracks on one side and it was not a complete item. How can this be? The black-robed man was shocked to see that his sword intent attack had been weakened by half. Of course. As an Origin Realm sword cultivator, the advantage of his spiritual sword intent was almost 10 times stronger than a normal Qi Transformation Realm sword cultivator. Even if it was weakened to 25%, it was still enough to completely destroy Xianxu. Boom! Xianxu felt his consciousness shaking and his mind was in pain. He had already suffered a light injury. My mind is injured. Xianxu clenched his teeth. Suddenly, he thought of something and took out a moon spirit crystal ore from the faint silver crystal space. This moon spirit crystal ore was another item in the broken sword's possession. Xianxu clearly remembered that when he was injured by the sword intent of the broken sword, he took out this moon spirit crystal ore and it had a good healing effect. Pop! Holding the moon spirit crystal ore in his hand, Xianxu immediately felt a mysterious and refreshing aura spreading throughout his body. That mysterious aura was similar to the power of the moon spirit, but it was more special. It was as pure as spring water and it seeped into the soul, cleansing and healing the injured mind. It is indeed effective. Xianxu's head shook as he held the moon spirit crystal ore tightly. At this moment, he had half of the jade pendant, which weakened the sword intent attack by half. He also had the moon spirit crystal ore, which helped to heal the injury to his mind. Basically, Xianxu was not afraid of this black-robed man. Spiritual sword intent attacks were very taxing on the soul and should not be used lightly. Furthermore, the opponent's mind had been severely injured by the heavenly fault sword. Healing the soul? That crystal-like moon spirit crystal ore. The black-robed man was shocked. Suddenly, his eyes were fixed on the moon spirit crystal ore in Xianxu's hands, and his bewilderment turned into shock mixed with jealousy and madness. Moon spirit crystal ore. Two voices spoke almost at the same time. Even Yi Luofeng had a shocked expression on her face. The reaction on their faces was no less than when they had just seen the heavenly fault sword, and it was even more intense. Treasures that could heal injuries to the heart and soul were extremely rare, not to mention that this was a natural ore that had yet to be sculpted. Moon spirit crystal ore? Xianxu was a bit dazed. He had only heard of the moon spirit saint stone, but he had never heard of this name. That rumor is true. The heavenly fault sword and the moon spirit crystal ore once fell into the hands of a powerful figure. The black-robed man was ecstatic. At this moment, his eyes were burning with greed and craziness, almost turning green. The heavenly fault sword, the moon spirit crystal ore and this high-quality moon spirit crystal ore wall will make me a sword king. The black-robed man cheered in his mind. He only needed one more step to achieve his ambition and revenge. However, the next scene made the black-robed man feel as if he had fallen into an abyss. Crack! Yi Luofeng put the fourth mid-grade primordial stone into the dragon's mouth. Buzz, a bright, hazy, crystalline radiance appeared on the entire formation platform. The formation patterns around the teleportation formation suddenly lit up, emitting a wisp of intense spatial fluctuation. The teleportation array is activated. Xianxia was surprised. His body flashed and he went to the center of the array base. Yi Luofeng thought for a while and also stepped into the array base. In the blink of an eye, a layer of dazzling light enveloped Xianxia and Yi Luofeng. Their figures quickly became hazy and faded. No! The black-robed man roared and pounced towards the teleportation array like a wild beast. Regardless of his injuries, regardless of the consequences. At his fastest speed, the black-robed man turned into a golden afterimage and pounced toward the ancient teleportation array. In his field of vision, Xianxia and Yi Luofeng stood on the foundation of the array formation. Their figures gradually blurred, but they hadn't been teleported away yet. There's still time. The black-robed man was overjoyed. He had to get the heavenly fault sword and the source of the moon spirit Oregon. As for the nearby moon spirit ores, they were nothing compared to the former two, especially the source of the moon spirit Oregon. At this moment, Elder Chai's goal was not to kill the two people at the teleportation array. That would not be easy. His goal was to teleport together. Humph. As long as I teleport to the other side, I won't be controlled by the force field, and I can kill these two with a flick of my finger. Elder Chai's body shone with a golden radiance. He was about to rush into the teleportation formation. Not good, Yi Luofeng couldn't help but turn pale. The reason why she had chosen the teleportation array was naturally to avoid Elder Chai's killing spree. If Elder Chai teleported over together, without the restriction of the Serene Moon Ancient Well force field, the two of them would definitely die, at the moment of life and death. Roar, a thunderous roar exploded from the teleportation formation. It turned into a distorted gray sound wave that shook Elder Chai. Boom, Elder Chai's body swayed. He was caught off guard and was enveloped by the sound wave. Instantly, his qi and blood were boiling, his internal organs were in pain, and his eardrums were almost ruptured and bleeding. It was just a moment of stagnation. The two people in the teleportation array had already disappeared. No, Elder Chai roared angrily, his face ashen. Wow, burning with rage, Elder Chai spurted out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, on the surface, at the entrance of the Quiet Moon Mine, there seemed to be a spatial fluctuation just now. The old man from the Soaring Sword sect who was in charge of the incomplete ancient formation revealed a trace of surprise. Spatial fluctuations? Not good. On a nearby mountain peak, Lu Tiezu, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly paled. Xiao, he quickly turned into an orange sword light afterimage and swept into the Quiet Moon Mine. Not long after Lu Tiezu entered. A large number of people appeared in the nearby void. It's people from Bone Devil Palace and Watermoon sect. The expression of Elder Pan, who was on duty at the mine, changed drastically. He looked around. Thousands of people and horses arrived near the Serene Moon Mine. Birds hovered in the sky. They saw Bone Devil Palace's palatial Lord Fu, Protector Shangguan, Watermoon sect master, and the others led many troops as they approached. Surround this place. Palace Lord Fu's expression was gloomy. With an order, the Bone Demon Palace's many people surrounded the area. Elder Pan, the Soaring Sword sect, and the others were powerless to resist and were captured. Fortunately, I made it in time. Palace Master Fu heaved a sigh of relief and ordered his men to interrogate everyone from the Soaring Sword sect. Very soon, one of the Soaring Sword sect disciples couldn't endure the torture and threats any longer and explained what had happened earlier. It seems that there are clues about the Heavenly Fault Sword and the Moon Spirit Mine in this place. First, Xianxia might have teleported away from here. Now, Elder Chai of the Soaring Sword sect has laid down an ancient formation to explore the secrets within. Palace Master Fu's eyes flickered. However, after knowing that there were two Origin Realm experts in the mine, Palace Head Fu was slightly fearful. Gotcha, Palace Head Fu crushed a black talisman and muttered, I have already sent a message to Marshal Uncle Juyan. In the following 2 days, a shocking battle erupted near the Serene Moon Ancient Well. The two sides were the Bone Devil Palace camp and the Soaring Sword sect camp, including the Iron Sword and Cloud Mountain sects. In this battle, both sides fought with all their might and both suffered heavy losses. Then, the news that there was still a large amount of Moon Spirit Mine in the Serene Moon Ancient Well, as well as the news that the Heavenly Fault Sword and the Moon Spirit Mine were taken away by Qinyu and Yi Qingtang, disappeared without a trace. At the same time, in the Soaring Sword sect camp, two rumors were spreading. First, Yi Luofeng stole the Heavenly Fault Sword and joined forces with Qinyu to injure Elder Chai before escaping. This rumor was said to have come from Elder Chai's mouth. Second, Qinyu was LV Santong's murderer. This had already been confirmed by the Great Snowy Mountains divination. These two rumors shook the Chu Nation sect world. Even the surrounding Qi Nation, Yan Nation, and the Great Snowy Mountain tribe in the north were concerned. It was not a big deal that Qinyu and Yi Luofeng had become traitors. But these two people were involved in the Moon Spirit Mine and the Heavenly Fault Sword. Because of the existence of the Moon Spirit Mine in the underground mine, the two camps fought crazily. Not long after, the two camps stopped fighting and decided to mine the Moon Spirit Mine together. As for the ancient teleportation formation, the two camps tried to use mid-grade primordial stones to embed it. In the end, the primordial stones were used up, but the teleportation could not be activated. It should be that the other side's teleportation formation was destroyed and could not resonate, so it could not be teleported. An experienced array master gave his verdict. Such a result naturally made the two camps, including Elder Chai and the others, unwilling. Because of this, both camps stationed some people to guard this teleportation formation all year round. After a violent jolt, the world spun, and his consciousness became chaotic. Qinyu's feet sank, and he stepped on a rusty teleportation stone platform. The surroundings were dark. Then, with a moan, Yi Luofeng's beautiful body swayed slightly and bumped into Qinyu. Qinyu had just regained his balance, and in a hurry, he held the beautiful girl in his arms. Whoosh, Yi Luofeng gradually recovered from the chaos, and found that her dress was torn, and her clothes were untidy, and she was being held in the arms of a person. What made her angry was that the young man holding her didn't hide his eyes at all. He looked down at her jade-like face, her rising and falling breasts, and her graceful curves. Not only that, the young man's other hand, which was holding her body, was placed on her round butt, and he pinched it. Oh no! Qinyu subconsciously squeezed his hand. Although the sensation was wonderful, he still had a bad feeling about it. If he explained that he didn't do it on purpose, and it was just a natural reaction to the appreciation of beautiful things, she would never believe him. As expected, Yi Luofeng's face suddenly turned cold, and a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Smack, at this time, a delicate hand slapped Qinyu's face. Ouch! Qinyu groaned, but he didn't move, and let go of Yi Luofeng as if he had been electrocuted. Hiss, after that slap, Yi Luofeng felt pain in her palm, as if she had hit a bronze statue. She had just recovered from the long-distance teleportation, and that slap was instinctive, and she didn't circulate any true energy. You, lecher! Yi Luofeng gritted her teeth, and the coldness on her face became even more intense. True energy surged in her body. Miss Yi, please stop. I really didn't do it on purpose. Qinyu smiled bitterly. Not on purpose? Yi Luofeng's cold face became even more gloomy. If he didn't do it on purpose, it could be seen as a coincidence. But that pinch action was taking advantage of her no matter how you looked at it. Sigh, even if I did it on purpose, I saved your life before. I've saved Miss Yi's life before. If it were any other woman, they might have already pledged themselves to me. Qinyu shook his head and sighed. Humph, a toad lusting after swan meat. Yi Luofeng's face was cold, and there was a hint of redness on it. Alright, Miss Yi, let's see what's going on outside. Qinyu immediately waved his hand. They seemed to be playing, but Qinyu had already sent out the Iron Moon strange insect to check nearby. At this moment, the two of them were in a dilapidated mountain hall. The light came from the roof of the hall, and the luminous pearls on the walkway. The overall structure of the ancient teleportation array under their feet was similar to the one in the Serene Moon Ancient Well. Yi Luofeng suddenly thought of something, and her expression changed. Slash, she held the heavenly imperial sword in her hand and slashed the teleportation array under her feet, creating a long crack. Miss Yi, do you know where this place is? Chen Yu asked. The Iron Moon wondrous insects that he sent out conducted a rough search in the vicinity, and discovered that the dilapidated mountain palace was buried deep inside a hidden mountain. According to Elder Chai, the other end of the teleportation array is the land of the ancient country. Yi Luofeng's face was cold, and she moved away from Chen Yu. Ancient country? Chen Yu showed a trace of excitement. He had read about the ancient kingdom of the continent in some ancient books. Rumors. Ancient countries were vast and rich in resources, and their cultivation culture was several times more developed than small countries like Chu. The heaven and earth essence energy here is much denser than in northern plains. Yi Luofeng sensed it, and revealed a look of joy. She cultivated the sword path, and was looking forward to this ancient country with a long history. The two of them searched the dilapidated palace for a long time, but did not find any clues. But the Iron Moon strange insect found some scattered moon spirit ores in a corner of the palace. Chen Yu put away the few moon spirit ores and fell into deep thought. It seems. The rumor of the traitor of the ancient sword sect in the past was somewhat credible. The large amount of moon spirit ores extracted from the Serene Moon mine were transported to this ancient country through the teleportation array. According to rumors, the descendants of the sword sect traitor even had flowers and fruits in this land, and were still alive. Following the corridor of the ruined mountain hall, the two of them carefully explored the outside. The Iron Moon strange insect led the way, and the journey was peaceful. Oh right, Miss Yi. What is the moon spirit or mother you mentioned? Chen Yu broke the silence. Moon spirit or mother? I have to say, you are really lucky. Not only did you soar in the blood burial garden, you even obtained the legendary Saint Mine. Yi Luofeng sighed. You obtained the broken heavenly fault sword, your luck is not bad. Chen Yu rolled his eyes. You don't know about the moon spirit or mother, but you should have heard about the moon spirit Saint Stone. Yi Luofeng said. Yes. The legendary stone that can change the aptitude of spiritual bodies. Chen Yu hurriedly nodded. This moon spirit or mother is the original embryo of the moon spirit Saint Stone. Yi Luofeng smiled. Hearing this, Chen Yu was shocked. He had never thought that this moon spirit crystal mine would be the original form of the moon spirit Saint Stone. You've experienced it before. The moon spirit or mother can cleanse the mind and heal mental injuries. In addition, it can also cleanse the soul and sword intent, which is very beneficial to cultivators. Yi Luofeng revealed a trace of envy. Chen Yu nodded. It could heal mental injuries and help condense mental energy. This could be called a peerless treasure. However, this is not the greatest value of the moon spirit or mother. Yi Luofeng paused. This is not the greatest value? Chen Yu couldn't help but exclaim. The strategic value of the moon spirit or mother is greater than the heavenly fault sword. Even if this mother or mother is placed in an ordinary mountain range, after accumulating the essence of the moon spirit, it can produce a new moon spirit ore and even form a new moon spirit ore vein. This is an ability that will degenerate after becoming a moon spirit Saint Stone. After hearing the value of the moon spirit mine, Chen Yu's mouth was wide open, unable to close for a long time. This mother lode, regardless of whether it was personal or strategic value, was extremely high. If used on a person, it could cleanse the soul, repair mental injuries, and even be used to condense mental energy, including sword intent. The strategic value was even more exaggerated. The moon spirit mine could give birth to a new moon spirit mine, which was equivalent to a mobile moon spirit mine. If the conditions were sufficient and time passed, it was not impossible to cultivate a large moon spirit mine, or even form a moon spirit Saint Stone. This mine must not be exposed. If it is discovered by a large force, I'm afraid it will lead to a disaster. Chen Yu's head trembled. Following that, he thought of another question. Since the moon spirit mine was the essence stone embryo of the moon spirit Saint Stone, would it have the effect of increasing the aptitude of the spirit body, immediately? Chen Yu asked Yi Luofeng about this. Yes. The answer given by Yi Luofeng was yes. However, the moon spirit mine does not focus on this effect, and can only slightly increase one's aptitude. The advanced moon spirit Saint Stone can be said to be heaven-defying in this aspect, but it will lose the ability to nurture the moon spirit mine. Yi Luofeng replied. A small increase in aptitude? Qinyu's heart skipped a beat. How much would a small increase be able to increase? Yi Luofeng couldn't help but be stunned. You're not really planning to use this mother lode to increase your aptitude, are you? If he did that, it would be a waste of natural resources. Even ignoring the strategic value. Just the fact that the moon spirit mine could repair mental injuries and condense mental energy far exceeded the effect of increasing one's aptitude. After all, in the later stages of cultivation, one's comprehension of the mental level would become more and more focused. I do have some plans. Qinyu didn't hide it. He was in a dilemma. On one hand, the aptitude of his spirit body was the biggest shortcoming in his cultivation. On the other hand, Qinyu was good at the path of body cultivation, but he had no advantage in the mental level. Of course, it was just that he didn't have an advantage and wasn't outstanding enough. If he left the moon spirit mine behind, he could condense Qinyu's mental energy. If he used it, he could make up for the shortcomings of his aptitude. You really plan to use it? When I found out that you had this mother lode, I had the urge to kill you and take your treasures. Yi Luofeng's voice turned slightly cold. A hint of coldness flashed through her eyes, and it seemed that she wasn't lying. If Qinyu really wanted to do this, she might not kill him, but it was still possible that she would steal his treasures. Oh. Miss Yi, why didn't you say so earlier that you were interested in this mother lode? Qinyu shuddered involuntarily. What do you mean? Yi Luofeng's face was as cold as ever. As long as Miss Yi marries me, it's not impossible for us to share the effect of the mother lode. Ah. However, before Qinyu could finish speaking, something unexpected happened. Hu Qi, Yi Luofeng's beautiful face turned cold as she swung her white wrist, and a wisp of an icy sword image that was like frost had already slashed onto Qinyu's body. This woman's cultivation level had reached the late stage of the postliminary realm. She was only a step away from the Qi transformation Khanate realm. Boom, a layer of brilliant copper crystal patterns appeared on the surface of Qinyu's body. After being pierced by the sharp ice sword's shadow, it suddenly dimmed, and the copper statue's force field was instantly pierced. Roar. This woman is so cold. Qinyu groaned as he retreated. He waved his arm, and the black iron energy pattern flashed, tearing the sharp ice sword shadow to pieces. Even so, there was a bloodstain on his arm, surrounded by a layer of frost. However, under Qinyu's tyrannical physique, the bloodstain was instantly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. A trace of surprise flashed across Yi Luofeng's icy eyes. However, she still didn't like Qinyu, and even had a kind of resentment towards him for not being able to meet her expectations. Yi Luofeng calmed her cold heart and calmed herself down. This time, I can obtain the inheritance of the broken heavenly fault sword and escape safely. Luofeng does owe you a favor. Yi Luofeng said calmly. Qinyu couldn't help but reveal a bright smile. Before he could say the words "marry me," he was immediately choked by the next sentence. But I hate it when people ask for favors. Yi Luofeng frowned slightly. Luofeng will repay the favor I owe you. But I won't like you, not now, not in the future. Yi Luofeng's voice was the same as her beautiful face. It was very beautiful, but very cold. Oh. Qinyu looked regretful and shook his head. Since he parted ways with Mu Shuiqing, Yi Luofeng was the first beauty that stunned him and made him feel a little moved. By chance, he had the leisure to tease her a little. But this woman was a little too cold, and seemed dull and boring. The rest of the journey, Yi Luofeng and Qinyu kept a distance of 2 feet, and it was a little awkward. But soon, this atmosphere was broken. There's no way out. Qinyu and Yi Luofeng stared blankly at the collapsed mountain wall in front of them. This palace was originally embedded in the mountain, and it was very hidden. We won't be buried in the mountains and live alone for the rest of our lives, will we? If that's the case, why don't we make do? Qinyu sneered. Before he finished speaking, Yi Luofeng's face was tense, and she had already taken action. Whoosh, Yi Luofeng took out the heavenly fault remnant sword and slashed forward. From the looks of it, it was as if he intended to forcefully carve out a mountain path and display the spirit of the foolish old man moving the mountain. He was absolutely unwilling to make do with a certain someone. Wait. Qin Yu's figure flashed, and he quickly stopped Yi Luofeng. What do you want to do? You want to stay here, on your own. I want to return to Northern Plains as soon as possible. Yi Luofeng's face sank. Whoosh, at this time, a silver-spotted iron bug flashed out of the collapsed mountain wall. Miss Yi, don't misunderstand. My worms have already found out that there was originally a tunnel here, but it was buried by the collapse. Qin Yu explained. So what? Yi Luofeng sneered. Now, we can dig along the buried tunnel, it will be much easier. If Miss Yi randomly digs, it might cause an even more serious collapse. At that time, you can only stay here with me for the rest of your life. Qin Yu waved his hand. Hearing the explanation, Yi Luofeng's face turned slightly red, and she understood that she almost made a mistake. Activate. Qin Yu threw out a small metal ball. Immediately, a 3-meter-tall puppet with a sword and a shield flashed out of the misty white light. Qin Yu immediately used his mental cultivation method. The sword and shield puppet immediately went forward, holding a giant sword, and started to dig in front of the ruins. The iron moon strange worm also did not stay idle, and it dug in front of the ruins. The two worked together, and the efficiency was surprisingly high. The iron moon strange worm could dig in the ground, and it could be said to be an instinct. And the puppet was extremely strong, and as long as it had enough primeval stones, it would not feel tired. Puff puff puff, soon, a broken tunnel extended in front of the two, bit by bit. Yi Luofeng's face was filled with joy. If not for Qin Yu, who had both the iron moon strange worm and the sword and shield puppet, if it was an ordinary Qi transformation realm, they might really be trapped in the valley. The Qi transformation realm could not abstain from eating. If there was not enough food, they could only last 10 days or half a month. To increase the efficiency, Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng also joined in the digging. Qin Yu controlled the puppet as he dug. As a result, when he used the control technique, his mental energy was quickly consumed. Luckily, after he used the blood soul flower bud, his mental energy was strong, and his potential was not small. And the moon spirit mineral mother had a certain effect on mental injuries, and the recovery of mental energy. During this process, Qin Yu's mental energy was imperceptibly strengthened. 3 days later, Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng, along with the puppet and spirit pet, finally opened a tunnel in the mountain. Under the scorching sun, Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng stood in front of a desolate mountain range. There was vegetation everywhere, and it was endless. We are finally out. Yi Luofeng let out a long sigh of relief, glancing at the young man beside her. A complicated expression flashed across her eyes. Towards Qin Yu, she finally had a change in her opinion. If not for Qin Yu's presence, she might have really gotten buried if she tried to dig the tunnel recklessly. The most important thing now is to understand the situation here. Where are we, and how far are we from Northern Plains? Qin Yu had a serious expression. Facing this unfamiliar and unknown environment, he no longer had any thoughts of playing around. Then we need to find people first. Yi Luofeng nodded. Before leaving, the two memorized the outline of the nearby mountain range, as well as the geographical location, and concealed the mountain tunnel well. After doing all this, the two started to explore this mountain forest. Half a day later, the two walked for over 100 li, and along the way, they encountered many fierce beasts, and occasionally sensed the aura of Qi transformation realm demonic beasts. Qin Yu guessed that this should be a dangerous place similar to the Cloud Abyss mountain range. Towards demonic beasts with powerful auras, the two naturally avoided them. Roar! 1 or 2 terrifying beast roars came from ahead, faintly emitting the aura of a Qi transformation realm demonic beast. There are 2 Qi transformation realm demonic beasts, let's take a detour. Yi Luofeng suggested. No. Qin Yu shook his head. The iron moon strange insect that he sent out to scout found something strange. Just as Yi Luofeng was puzzled. Everyone retreat. Why are there 2 cloud pattern leopard kings, and it's a male and female pair? A group of fleeing figures were approaching Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng. They took a closer look. The fleeing figures were a group of boys and girls, and they were about the same age as Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng. From the way they were dressed, they seemed to belong to the same force. There were more than a dozen of them, and the lowest cultivation level was at the viscera refinement realm. They were being chased by 2 demon leopards with grayish-white stripes. The 2 leopards were more than 6 meters long, which was not considered large compared to some large fierce beasts. However, the 2 leopards emitted a layer of faint red demonic chi, and their figures were extremely agile in the mountain forest. Crack, one of the leopards waved its sharp claws, and a faint red aura flashed, and a nearby tree that needed 2 people to wrap their arms around it fell. Boom, the tree fell, and it happened to block one of the girls. Ah! The girl was 16 or 17 years old, and she was beautiful. She was scared out of her wits. Sister Yen. The expression of the leader, a slightly older black-armored youth, changed. Whoosh, the youth in black armor approached with a black iron spear in his hand, and he drew out a black aura like a black crescent moon. Bang! The black iron spear's powerful power blocked the leopard's attack on Yen. Yi Luofeng and Chen Yu were slightly surprised. The youth in black armor looked 18 or 19 years old, but his cultivation level was at the Qi transformation realm, and his strength was comparable to Mei Chongqing. Of course. Among the group, only the youth in black armor was at the early phase of the Qi transformation realm, and he could barely block one of the leopards. If he faced 2, he would be in danger of being killed. Watch out, a youth behind him whispered. Whoosh, the other cloud-patterned leopard suddenly made a turn and pounced at the young girl, Yen, who had just escaped death. Yen. The fleeing youths let out startled cries, showing unbearable expressions. At this moment, the other cloud-patterned leopard's eyes flashed with a trace of cunning bloodlust as it turned around and charged at Yen. The only Qi transformation realm young man in black armor could barely block the first cloud leopard and was unable to save her. In the blink of an eye, this beautiful girl was about to perish under the attack of the second clouded leopard. Bastard! Yi Luofeng's face turned cold. She turned into a white shadow and flew over the trees, trying to save her. However, she was only a few feet away from Yen. It was too late. Whoosh, the cloud-patterned leopard raised its sharp claws, and the pale red aura screeched. The fierce and cold wind covered the girl first, and just the aftershock alone was enough to shatter her protective inner breath layer. It's too late. Yi Luofeng flew among the branches and leaves and took out a white jade sword. She was still a few dozen feet away. At this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of the air being pierced. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, a pitch-black, arcing spear shadow dragged along a muffled, thunderous sound as it pierced through the air, traversing a distance of 10 to 20 feet. So fast, Yi Luofeng frowned as she felt the heavy power of the javelin. A few strands of energy swept past and made her dress flutter. Puff! The tip of the black javelin emitted a sharp golden light and pierced through the cloud leopard's abdomen. Bang! The cloud leopard whimpered. After being pierced by the javelin, it was dragged over 20 feet away by the huge force. I'm not dead? Yen's face was pale as she stared at the cloud leopard's abdomen. Blood spurted out and it knocked down 2 trees. Boom! She opened her mouth wide in shock and looked at the tall young man in the distance. It was a young man dressed in beast hide armor, and he had a rustic air to him. The young man was Chen Yu. It was not difficult for him to kill a normal Qi transformation realm post-celestial demonic beast. Moreover, he was using the javelin that he was good at. Chen Yu walked towards the cloud leopard that was pierced by the javelin. Before he arrived, the cloud-patterned leopard's abdomen was bleeding profusely and its internal organs were ruptured. It was already dead. The crowd wore blank expressions on their faces, unable to recover from the shock. Great! Thank you, brother, for your help. The black-armored youth was filled with gratitude. The young girl, Yen, recovered from the shock and bowed to Chen Yu to thank him. Chen Yu nodded slightly. He walked to the carcass of the clouded leopard and slowly removed the javelin. What are you waiting for? As for the remaining cloud-patterned leopard, we can definitely take it down if we work together. The black-armored youth called out to the other boys and girls of his race. However, when the remaining cloud-patterned leopard saw Chen Yu instantly kill its companion with a single spear strike, its heart was filled with fear. Whoosh, Before the crowd could surround it, the cloud-patterned leopard turned into a grayish-white afterimage and dashed into the depths of the forest. "Bastard, stay!" A cold shout came from the leaves above their heads. The next moment, a beautiful girl in a snow-white veil flew over the head of the cloud-patterned leopard like a translucent dragonfly. The cloud-patterned leopard froze and shivered. It seemed to be very cold and its eyes were filled with fear. So beautiful, the black-armored youth was dumbfounded as he stared at the beautiful girl. Swoosh, a 3-foot-long icy sword aura slashed across the neck of the cloud-patterned leopard and a bloodstain of frost formed on the ground. Plop, the cloud-patterned leopard froze on the spot for a breath or two before it finally fell to the ground, its head separated from its body. What a powerful strike! The black-armored youth's eyes were filled with even more astonishment. All the youths present stared blankly at the young girl that was as beautiful as jade. They couldn't even move their feet as they felt awe and amazement as if they were looking at a fairy. At this moment, Xianxia retrieved the javelin, wiped the blood off and walked over. These idiots. Could it be that the lethality of Master Chen's spear was weaker than this icy little girl? Seeing the petrified youths, Xianxia curled his lips. Yi Luofeng expressionlessly glanced at Xianxia as if she was trying to show off. Her gaze seemed to be competing. Ever since the teleportation battle, Xianxia had created many miracles. His performance was even better than her, a Qi transformation stage post-celestial stage sword Dao genius. Including digging the tunnel and saving the girl named Yan before she did. All of this had eroded Yi Luofeng's self-esteem. Firstly, she was a top genius in the Qi country's high sword sect and even the 3 southern countries. She had never lost to anyone in the same generation. Secondly, she had made a conclusion, whether it was now or in the future, she wouldn't like Xianxia. The second point was the most important. Since she didn't like Xianxia, then her performance had to surpass him. At least, she couldn't fall behind. That was why. Only then did Yi Luofeng demonstrate her strength by instantly killing the fleeing clouded leopard with a superfluous move. In terms of performance and lethality, both of them had killed the cloud-patterned leopard in seconds. They each had their own merits. However, Yi Luofeng was a peerlessly beautiful young woman, and her appearance was even more beautiful than a fairy. She greatly enhanced the brilliance of that sword strike, and it brought about an intense breathtaking and shocking force. Naturally, her limelight surpassed Xianxia. "I'm Fu Hong. Thank you for saving me." The black-armored youth ran over with a face full of gratitude. His eyes were filled with fervor. In Xianxia's eyes, there was a sense of eagerness. "May I ask for your name? Which prefecture are you from? Our Yunlai prefecture doesn't seem to have a genius like you," the black-armored youth said enthusiastically. He had been staring at Yi Luofeng the entire time and had almost ignored Xianxia. Most of the other youths were the same. Xianxia sighed. No wonder they said that the opposite sex didn't matter. These youths had completely forgotten who had just saved one of their lives. "I'm Yi Luofeng. I've been cultivating in the mountains. This time, I brought my junior brother out with me. I know nothing about the outside world." Yi Luofeng's icy eyes swept across the youths. When their eyes met, the youths felt a chill that pierced through their hearts. They looked away in shame. Seeing Yi Luofeng's suppressive aura and her mysterious background, Xianxia couldn't help but twitch his lips. Thinking about it, Yi Luofeng's background was very suitable for the two of them to know nothing about this place. However, Xianxia was somewhat dissatisfied with Yi Luofeng's suggestion of bringing her junior brother out of the mountain. Oh. No wonder Miss Yi and this brother are so powerful. They must be disciples of some hidden expert. The group of youths believed most of it. In the wilderness, he saw an otherworldly beauty and a simple young man who was a little rustic. It was indeed very fitting for this background. "This is my junior brother, Xianxia. It's his first time out of the mountains. I hope you can take care of him." Yi Luofeng's cold eyes shifted to Xianxia with a mischievous glint. She referred to herself as a senior sister, as if she was trying to outshine Xianxia. "Ah, brother. Brother Xianxia, you're so lucky to have such a fairy-like senior sister." The group of youths finally reacted and greeted him. Then, the youth in black armor and the others introduced themselves. The youth in black armor was called Fu Hong. The girl who almost died under the cloud leopard was called Fu Yanzi. The rest of the youths all had the surname Fu. So, Fu Hong, Fu Yanzi, and the other youths came from the big families in the Yunlai prefecture. The Fu family is not only one of the three big families in the Yunlai prefecture, but we also have a history with the Fu family, one of the four superfamilies in the Yunjiao nation. Fu Hong and the other youths looked proud when they mentioned their background. These youths come from the same family. It seems like they're from a branch family. Chen Yu was shocked. The youths before him ranged in age from 14 to 20 years old. They were all at the viscera refinement stage. Fu Hong was not much older than Mei Chongqing, but he was at the qi transformation stage. Based on this alone, the Fu family of Yunlai prefecture was far more powerful than the Yunhui Gate. They might even be on par with the Bone Demon Palace. How can a local family be so powerful? Chen Yu found it hard to believe that the Yunjiao nation he had just arrived at was so powerful. Yi Luofeng seemed to have realized this as well. Then, she asked, "You don't have a sect here?" Luofeng read in an ancient book that most of the cultivation resources in the outside world are controlled by the sect. The sect? The youths all had strange expressions on their faces. It seems that the two of you have been in the outside world all this time. You don't even know the basics of the Yunjiao nation. The youth in black armor, Fu Hong, said with a strange expression. It was as if the crowd no longer had any doubts about the two's background. The sect? Hee, in our Yunjiao nation, ever since the first Emperor Yunjiao, the sect has been listed as an illegal organization. Fu Hong cackled. The sect equals a legal organization? Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng looked at each other in disbelief. In the three countries of the northern plains, the sect controlled the entire world, especially the cultivation resources. The sect was the real ruler of everything. Here, the sect was an illegal organization? Yunjiao nation is one of the three ancient countries of the Kunyan continent. We have more than 10,000 years of history. 10,000 years ago, the first emperor, Yunyan Lai, swept across the land and bathed the sect in blood. He integrated all the resources in the world and established the peerless throne. With his noble bloodline, he ruled the world and was given 36 prefectures, each with a king. Some of the youths spat and recounted some of the glorious history. Ancient country? One of the three ancient countries of the continent. Yi Luofeng's eyes were filled with admiration for the legendary ancient country. Yunjiao nation, is this really the ancient country recorded in the ancient book? Chen Yu was excited. After that, Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng gained a rough understanding of the situation in Yunjiao nation after listening to the explanations of the youths. Yunjiao nation was indeed one of the legendary ancient countries of the continent. However, the ruler here was no longer the sect, but the imperial power. As for the sect, after the first Emperor Yunjiao became the emperor, it was either massacred, compromised with the imperial power, or hid in the remote forests. In short, in this land, the imperial power had the final say. The sect was in decline. Yunjiao nation, on the other hand, had a vast territory and was divided into 36 prefectures. How big was the territory of a prefecture? Even the smallest prefecture was the size of Chu. The bigger ones could be more than 10 times the size of Chu. The prefecture that Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng were in was called Yunlai Prefecture. The Fu family was one of the three major families in Yunlai Prefecture. Such a family could dominate the region, but in the vast Yunjiao nation, it was at most a third-rate force. As the youths of the Fu family chattered away, Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng finally understood their current situation. Through the teleportation formation under the serene moon ancient well, the two of them had indeed arrived at the rumored glorious ancient nation, the Yunjiao nation. Right now, the Yunlai prefecture that the two of them were in was one of the 36 prefectures of the Cloud Shine ancient country. Its territory was much larger than that of the Chu nation. Abrupt ancient country. While the two of them were excited and looking forward to it, they also felt a little unfamiliar and vigilant. This ancient land was no longer the familiar world ruled by the sect world. 10,000 years ago, the sect had declined and was on the decline. It was even listed as an illegal organization. In this vast and ancient country, the imperial power divided the world and commanded the kings and clans of the world. The two of you only need to remember the emperor, the 4 aristocratic families, the 10 ancient clans, and the 36 prefectures to understand the distribution of power in Yunjiao Nation. The black-armored youth, Fu Hong, smiled. As he spoke, his gaze frequently stopped on Yi Luofeng's peerlessly beautiful face. 1 emperor, 4 aristocratic families, 10 great ancient clans, 36 prefectures. Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng looked at each other in surprise. 10 great ancient clans? Qin Yu whispered these words. The 10 great ancient clans were the only ones he didn't quite understand. First emperor, obviously, the royal family of the Yunjiao nation is the supreme ruler. 4 aristocratic families, 4 super aristocratic families that are like the sun in the sky, their influence spread across the world. The Fu family's strength was not inferior to that of the Bone Demon Palace. They seemed to be a branch family of the Fu family, one of the 4 great aristocratic families, and they were even proud of it. From this, it could be seen just how powerful these 4 families were. 36 prefectures, each prefecture had 1 marquis. Each prefecture was equivalent to an ordinary country. The 10 ancient clans are ancient families with a long history in Yunjiao Nation. The descendants of these families possess noble bloodlines and are born to be nobles. Yeah, even the Cloud Jiao royal family is one of the 10 great ancient clans. At the mention of the 10 ancient clans, a hint of respect appeared in the eyes of the youths. Noble bloodline? A natural-born noble? Qin Yu's interest towards the 10 great ancient races was piqued. Could the Black Emperor bloodline that he had taken from Lu Xue be considered a noble bloodline? The battle in the Blood Burial Garden continued. Lu Xue had an inexplicable sense of superiority. He viewed the genius disciples of the Bone Devil Palace and the 3 sects as country bumpkins. Humph. What noble bloodline? They're just a bunch of arrogant and inflexible people. Fu Hong was slightly disdainful. More than half of the 10 great ancient clans have declined, and it's difficult for their bloodline to continue. Moreover, even the most declining branch of their clan would disdain marrying a large clan that's currently flourishing. Having said that, Fu Hong's tone was somewhat sour. Regardless of whether they were at their peak or in decline, the 10 ancient clans in Yunjiao Nation represented noble blood and status. Miss Yi, I see that you are unfamiliar with this place. Why don't you come to our Fu family as guests? That's right. With Miss Yi's talent and strength, it would be easy for you to become a disciple of the Fu family or a visiting advisor. In the crowd, several youths could not help but ask. From the looks of it, he was afraid that Yi Luofeng would directly part ways with them after she finished inquiring about the situation. To this situation, the young girl, Fu Yanzi, who had been rescued earlier, pursed her lips and sulked inwardly. She was envious and jealous of Yi Luofeng's absolute beauty. Originally, with her beauty and talent, she was considered a favored daughter of the Fu family. Even Fu Hong had the intention of pursuing her. However, when Yi Luofeng's stunning appearance, the group of youths fell in love with her, completely forgetting about her existence. Fu Hong did not even look at her. She was completely attracted by Yi Luofeng. But now, they even wanted to invite Yi Luofeng to the Fu family as a guest, and even to become a disciple of the Fu family or a visiting advisor. This made her even more furious. A guest? Yi Luofeng and Qin Yu exchanged another look. Under the expectant gaze of the youths, the 2 of them were about to speak. Who's there? Suddenly, Yi Luofeng and Qin Yu turned to look at the higher part of the forest on the left. What a young hero. I've only come within 10 feet of you and I've already been noticed. A burst of vigorous laughter could be heard. As soon as the voice died away, an old man in a cotton robe drifted down from the leaves of the tree on the left. Second uncle. Greetings, Uncle Lin. Fu Hong, Fu Yanzi, and the other youths all bowed respectfully. Qin Yu judged that this old man, who was addressed as Uncle Lin, was not much weaker than Elder Mao. This person was a little careless and stepped on a dead leaf when he was within 10 feet of them. Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng noticed a strange sound. Then, Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng got to know the old man through Fu Hong's introduction. I'm Fu Lin, ranked 2nd in the family. You can just call me Uncle Lin. Uncle Lin, who was dressed in cloth, had a smile of approval on his face. He had seen Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng's moves in the dark. The skills of the two of them were not shocking to Qi transformation connate cultivators, but it was still commendable. What was rare was that Qinyu and Yi Luofeng were so young. Especially Yi Luofeng, who was at least in the late stage of the acquired realm, not far from the Qi transformation connate cultivator. Fu Hong. You can't fight against two clouded leopards together in this assessment. You will be graded third class. Uncle Lin glanced at Fu Hong and the others sternly. The youths all lowered their heads in shame, not daring to meet Uncle Lin's eyes. Combat assessment? Qinyu was slightly dazed, but he immediately understood what was going on. Apparently, Fu Hong, Fu Yanzi, and the other youths were fighting against fierce beasts and demonic beasts in the forest. It was a combat assessment. The purpose seemed to be to sharpen the combat ability of the new generation. You have been cultivating too comfortably and lack actual combat and teamwork. The two clouded leopards are not even at the mid-stage of the acquired realm. There are more than a dozen of you, one at the Qi transformation acquired realm, more than a dozen at the Viscera refinement realm, and 3 or 4 at the late stage or peak Viscera refinement realm. If you can form a formation in time and use the geographical environment, you can at least deal with them for a while. Uncle Lin's tone was full of dissatisfaction. Qinyu was stunned by this development. When he and Yi Luofeng first arrived, they saw the two clouded leopards killing the group of youths. They did not have the courage to fight back at all. According to the information from the previous assessment, there was only one clouded leopard here. Fu Hong pulled a long face. If there was only one clouded leopard, he, a Qi transformation acquired realm cultivator, would not be afraid. But the reality was that when they arrived, they encountered two clouded leopards. One clouded leopard? Humph. That's the information the family gave you on purpose. In actual battles, accidents will always happen. How can you survive if you don't have the ability to adapt? Uncle Lin snorted. Fu Hong and the others were rendered speechless by his words. Qinyu had experienced the war in the sect in Chu Nation, so he agreed with Uncle Lin's words. Be it the battle in North Mountain Spirit Garden, the mission at Yen Fort, or the war in the sect, there were too many accidents. Even your good friends around you might be traitors. Qinyu guessed that Yunzhao Nation was ruled by the emperor, so it was relatively peaceful. The Fu family was one of the largest families in Yunlai Prefecture. Therefore, these youths were only average in terms of actual combat. This Uncle Lin should be in charge of the assessment and secretly protecting these youths. Even if I didn't do anything, Fu Yanzi would not have died. Qinyu said. After lecturing the youths, Uncle Lin turned around with a smile and invited Qinyu and Yi Luofeng to visit the Fu family. This is the first time my junior brother and I have left the mountain. We want to see the glory of the large families. Yi Luofeng agreed to Uncle Lin's request as his senior sister. Qinyu pursed his lips but did not object. Qinyu's thoughts coincided with the idea of visiting the local clans and familiarizing himself with the customs of the Yunzhao Nation. On the other hand, he was almost at the stage of breaking through to the Qi transformation state and needed a stable environment. You flatter me. This way please. Uncle Lin did not put on the airs of a senior to the two of them. He was very easygoing. Half an hour later, Qinyu and Fu Yanzi followed Uncle Lin and the team of youths to a flat valley. Not long after, another team of youths entered the valley. They were led by a middle-aged man who was at the Qi transformation state. Uncle Qing, Fu Hong, Fu Yanzi, and the others greeted the middle-aged man. Judging from their attire, these youths were another team of the Fu family for the assessment. The leader of the second group of youths was a youth with a square face who looked mature and steady. However, when the square-faced youth's eyes met Yi Luofeng's, his heart skipped a beat. He tried his best to look away and maintain his composure. Fu Hong, you only got AC grade? The square-faced youth grinned when he heard about Fu Hong's assessment results. Because, the team he led had gotten AB grade. They had fought for half an hour against a group of beasts led by a lesser heaven demonic beast without being defeated. Fu Jing. Don't get cocky. We're facing two lesser heaven demonic beasts. Fu Hong clenched his fists. His face was flushed as he stole a glance at Yi Luofeng. It doesn't matter if it's 2 or 1. The difficulty of the test that our two teams face is roughly the same. The square-faced youth, Fu Jing, said indifferently. Seeing the argument between the two, the other members of the two teams were slightly surprised. On normal days, although Fu Hong and Fu Jing weren't on good terms, they rarely argued face to face. Especially Fu Jing, who was always calm. Uncle Lin and the middle-aged man, Uncle Chen, were stunned at first. Then, they glanced at Yi Luofeng thoughtfully. Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh. She was indeed a femme fatale. It seemed that he had to keep a distance from Yi Luofeng in the future. After that, the two learned that Fu Hong and Fu Jing were the two geniuses of the Fu family of Yunlai Prefecture. They were both at the Qi transformation state and lesser heaven. Among them, the older Fu Jing was slightly stronger in terms of cultivation and strength. He was one of the top geniuses of the family. 2 days later, Yunlai Prefecture, Fu family. Qin Yu followed a group of young geniuses of the Fu family into a large manor with a beautiful garden. The headquarters of the Fu family wasn't in the central prefecture city. Instead, it was near a river in the countryside. In an elegant hall, Qin Yu and Fu Hong met the master of the Fu family, Fu Yuan. The patriarch, Fu Yuan, was a plump old man in his 70s. His eyes were slightly narrowed and gleaming. Uncle Lin, Fu Lin, who was the second son of the family, also accompanied him. Hearing that Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng had killed a clouded leopard in seconds, Master Fu Yuan was also moved. After some pleasantries, Master Fu Yuan said, "This is the first time the two young heroes have left the mountain and are unfamiliar with the place. Are you interested in joining the Fu family of Yunlai Prefecture? This is your first time out and you're not familiar with the place. Would you be interested in joining the Fu family?" Patriarch Fu narrowed his eyes, full of anticipation. Young geniuses like Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng were rare even in the entire Yunlai Prefecture. Especially Yi Luofeng, who had surpassed all the geniuses of this generation. "You're finally here." Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng glanced at each other. They had indeed planned to visit the Fu family for a while, but they were still hesitant about joining the family. At least, the Fu family was not considered a top force in a large ancient country. They were unwilling to join so soon. "I won't force you. Please consider it. There are many ways to join the Fu family. You can be a guest advisor, a disciple with a different surname, or you can even change your surname and become a member of the Fu family," Uncle Lin said with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Luofeng furrowed her brows and pondered. There were 3 ways: a guest advisor, a disciple with a different surname, or a disciple with a different surname. The first was a guest advisor. They had the least restrictions. They had to stay in the Fu family and occasionally help out. However, to become a guest advisor, one had to have extraordinary abilities or talents. Otherwise, they would not be qualified. The second was a disciple with a different surname. They would become a member of the Fu family and enjoy the resources of the family. They would also have certain responsibilities. However, because they did not have a different surname, they would not receive special training. The third was a disciple with a different surname. They would become a member of the Fu family and be completely loyal to the family, enjoying the best training. "Junior brother and I have just left the mountain and will be traveling. We can only be a guest advisor for now," Yi Luofeng replied. Qin Yu could only silently protest Yi Luofeng's decision to act on her own. Of course, although Yi Luofeng was domineering, her choices were in line with Qin Yu's needs. "Since you two can easily kill a cloud leopard, it is not a problem for you to become a guest advisor." Patriarch Fu Yuan wasn't surprised by the duo's decision. Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng's master should not be simple. Without a deep understanding of the family, they would not easily integrate into an unfamiliar family. After being confirmed as a visiting advisor, the patriarch, Fu Yuan, immediately sent someone to arrange a place for Qin Yu and Xianxia to stay. "It's not a problem for the two of you to become visiting advisors, but to confirm the rank of visiting advisor, we'll need the elders to discuss it together." Uncle Lin Fu Lin stood up to send him off. The rank of a visiting advisor, Qin Yu thought to himself. As expected of a famous clan, they had a complete talent recruitment system. They watched as Qin Yu and Zhang Xian left. Clan head Fu Yuan and Uncle Lin stood side by side as they conversed softly. Second brother, these two were discovered by you. What do you think? Patriarch Fu Yuan said. I've seen their strength with my own eyes. It's not an exaggeration to say that they surpass the geniuses of our Fu clan. This is one of the reasons. Uncle Lin paused. Secondly, from what the two of them said, they seemed to know nothing about Yunjiao Nation. Based on my analysis, even if the two of them are hiding something, at least they have nothing to do with the various powers in Yunjiao Nation. At this point, Uncle Lin smiled. Very well. The second reason satisfied Patriarch Fu Yuan. Qinyu and Xianxia had nothing to do with the other powers in Yunjiao Nation. Relatively speaking, they were like a blank piece of paper. Young and promising, with a simple and clean background, this kind of talent was someone that all the major powers would want to recruit and train. Big brother. In 2 months, at the hunting meet organized by the Duke's mansion, these two will be of great help. Uncle Lin smiled. The hunting meet. Patriarch Fu Yuan suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. I've been worrying about this recently. The hunting meet would be hosted by the most powerful person in Yunlai Mansion, the Yunlai King. At that time, the Yunlai Mansion, including the Duke's mansion, the 3 major families, and dozens of other powers would participate. The hunting meet was held once every 3 years. Not only was it a chance for the families to display their strength, but the final results would also decide the distribution of resources for the next 3 years. In other words, the hunting meet was a big deal for the Fu clan, and even the entire Yunlai Mansion. The Yunlai King loves to hunt, and the hunting meet has been going on for a decade or 2. In recent years, the rules have been perfected. The participating forces can send 10 people under the age of 20, but the number of guest advisors cannot exceed 3. Uncle Lin added. Haha. These two really came at the right time. It just so happens that our Fu clan doesn't have any dazzling geniuses in this generation. Not to mention the Duke's mansion, we are still a distance away from the top geniuses of the other 2 families. Patriarch Fu Yuan clapped and laughed. That afternoon, in the guest room of the Fu clan, Qinyu and Yi Luofeng each received a guest advisor token and were given the corresponding rank of a guest advisor. Level 2 guest advisor? Qinyu reached out and caressed one of the tokens. He had heard about the ranking of the Fu clan's guest advisors from Uncle Lin when he was giving out the tokens. Level 2 guest advisors were usually post-celestial chi transformation realm experts. Above them were level 1 guest advisors, usually post-celestial chi transformation realm experts. Of course, above level 1 guest advisors, there was an even higher rank, the guest elder. The status of a guest elder was very high. Not only did they have the treatment of a clan elder, they also had a lot of freedom. However, one had to be an origin realm expert to be qualified to be a guest elder. One had to be at least a top post-celestial chi transformation realm expert and have special abilities to have a chance. Qinyu, with his viscera refinement realm cultivation, was given the title of level 2 guest advisor, which was equivalent to a post-celestial chi transformation realm expert. Level 2 guest advisor wasn't the lowest. There was still level 3 guest advisor. After becoming a guest advisor, Qinyu and Yi Luofeng were arranged to live in a mansion with a courtyard. Qinyu's residence was about 2 to 3 acres. The layout was similar to a courtyard house. There was a small garden in the courtyard and a few servants. The environment was elegant and quiet. Qinyu was very satisfied with the residence. It had already exceeded the treatment he received in Yunhui Gate. However, when Qinyu accepted the invitation and came to Yi Luofeng's residence, he suddenly felt a little unbalanced. Yi Luofeng's residence was an exquisite dark green pavilion. It was built in a small bamboo forest, and it was even next to a small stream. It was surrounded by flowers and trees in the bamboo forest. The environment here is not bad. I heard that a guest elder used to live here. Yi Luofeng pursed her lips and smiled. She also showed the guest advisor token in her hand. Level 1 guest advisor. Qinyu twitched the corner of his mouth. Level 1 guest advisor was already a high-level guest in the Fu clan. It was usually equivalent to a post-celestial chi transformation realm expert. Tell me, Senior Sister Yi, you didn't just call me here to show off your superiority, did you? Xianxia said impatiently. He put a lot of emphasis on the words Senior Sister Yi. Chen, please take a seat. Yi Luofeng was very into the role. She raised her hand and let Xianxia into the pavilion. She waved the servants away. Only the two of them were left in the entire pavilion. Xianxia, we were teleported to the Cloud Zhao ancient nation together. What are your plans? Yi Luofeng said. What plans can I have? Xianxia rolled his eyes. If I teleport back now, I will definitely die. Both Ancestor Lu Tiezu and your sex elder Chai will not let me go. Xianxia twisted his neck. He had made ample preparations for this teleportation and had taken the risk of death. All of this was for survival, for time to grow. In the end, he succeeded and was lucky enough to be teleported to the ancient nation. Since that was the case, he naturally had to seize the time and opportunity to break through to the origin realm within 10 years. At least, he had to have the combat power of an origin realm expert before he could consider going back. Me too. I can't go back before I understand the inheritance of the heavenly fault sword. Yi Luofeng looked worried. She wanted to go back earlier, but this place was too far away from the northern plains. Even if she took the risk and teleported back, with her strength and the heavenly fault sword, she would be at a disadvantage against Elder Chai's faction. But I can't stay for too long. That Elder Chai has ulterior motives in the High Sword sect. He might harm Master. Yi Luofeng sighed. Then what do you want? Xianxia waved his hand. How about this? Let's meet here in 5 years. We'll discuss the return teleportation. Yi Luofeng said. 5 years? Looks like Senior Sister Yi is very competent. And I don't plan to stay at the Fu clan. Xianxia clicked his tongue in wonder. Of course. He could guess that after Yi Luofeng obtained the inheritance of the heavenly fault sword, her sword Dao would improve greatly. She was only one step away from the Qi transformation in 8 realm. On this basis, if she could seize the opportunities and resources in the Cloud Zhao ancient nation, she would indeed improve by leaps and bounds in the next 5 years. I've already asked around. There's a sacred ground for sword cultivators in the Cloud Zhao ancient nation that far surpasses my high sword sect. I'll head there after I break through to the Qi transformation in 8 realm. Yi Luofeng's clear eyes were filled with determination. All right. 5 years later, no matter where we are, we'll meet here. I hope Senior Sister Yi won't be surpassed by me. Xianxia got up and left. Hearing that, Yi Luofeng shook her head and smiled confidently. As far as she could remember, she was the only one who surpassed other geniuses. She had never been surpassed. In the next few days, Xianxia began his life as a guest advisor at the Fu clan. As a guest advisor, he had a lot of freedom. He would only be dispatched when the family needed him. A couple of days ago, Xianxia did not deliberately cultivate. Instead, he relaxed and familiarized himself with the environment of the Fu clan's residence. The Fu clan's residence was too big. If the manor was included, it would be as big as a city. On this day, Xianxia passed by the Fu clan's herb garden and saw some people collecting or exchanging herbs in front of the storeroom. Guest advisor Chen. A crisp voice of a young girl was heard. Looking to the side, Xianxia discovered that it was a beautiful and delicate girl. It was Fu Yanzi, the young girl whose life had been saved by him. At this moment, Fu Yanzi was exchanging for some rare herbs in front of the storeroom. He watched as Fu Yanzi purchased several precious medicinal herbs, including the 200-year-old blood spirit ginseng and the 200-year-old pearl fruit. Miss Fu, can you buy all the precious herbs that are 200 to 300 years old here? Xianxia said in surprise. If there were such treasures at the Yunhui Gate, they would have been taken away by the Qi transformation state elders. As long as it's not very rare, you can buy it. With guest advisor Chen's status, you can even get a 10% discount. Fu Yanzi smiled sweetly. Xianxia was overjoyed and went to the storeroom to inquire. May I ask if you can exchange for a 200-year-old ice snow lotus? Xianxia asked. When he was in Chu, he wanted to get a 200-year-old ice snow lotus but failed. In the end, he had to make do with 2 100-year-old ones. How many do you want? An old man on duty in front of the storeroom did not even twitch his eyelids. How many do you want? The old guard's attitude made Xianxia startled. Thinking back, when he was at Yunhui Gate, he bought for a long time but couldn't get a 200-year ice snow lotus. Not to mention 200 years. Even 150 years was hard to come by. Later, he was lucky enough to kill 2 Qi transformation stage experts of Water Moon sect and get 250-year ice snow lotuses. Otherwise, without this main material, Xianxu's bronze statue technique wouldn't be able to break through to the bronze statue body so quickly. How many primeval stones for one? Xianxia showed his rank 2 guest elder token. 700 low-grade primeval stones for one, 10% discount for rank 2 guest elders. The old guard said expressionlessly. 700 primeval stones was equivalent to 70,000 subgrade primeval stones. Xianxia was slightly surprised, this price was much higher than he expected. One must know. Back at the Hidden Lake auction, the inflated auction price of a 150-year-old heaven and earth treasure was only around 30,000. Could it be? The price of an ancient country was much higher than that of a small country in the northern plains? This price is very fair. Fu Yanzi didn't go far. Her eyes flashed as she sized up the youngster who had saved her life. The young man was wearing a shabby armor made of animal skin. His appearance was a little old-fashioned, but his tall and straight figure and his strong and masculine aura gave her a special feeling. Very fair? Xianxia didn't doubt anymore and decided to make a move. Immediately. He bought 3 200-year ice snow lotuses at once. Even with a 10% discount, it was still close to 200,000 subgrade primeval stones. Fu Yanzi's mouth was slightly open, she seemed to be surprised at Xianxu's young and rich. Close to 200,000 subgrade primeval stones, even for some Qi transformation stage experts, it was a considerable sum. This wasn't the end. Next. Xianxia bought 2 200-year-old fire spirit ginseng, each was priced at 70,000. I still have one more 200-year-old fire spirit ginseng with me. Just like that, I've gathered 3 sets of body-tempering liquid for the ice and fire medicinal formula. Xianxia was very satisfied. The 4th body-tempering prescription required 3 main ingredients: fire spirit ginseng, ice snow lotus, and moon spirit oregon. Among them, the thing he lacked the least was the moon spirit oregon. Right now, in an ancient country with abundant resources, the other 2 main materials were not difficult to obtain, but the price was even higher. After this transaction, Xianxia had spent more than 300,000 subgrade primordial stones, so he didn't have many primordial stones left. This was the result after the Yunhui Gate had given Xianxia 200,000 substandard primordial stones as compensation. Of course, Xianxia still had some rare materials and treasures on hand. Although they were extremely valuable, most of them were useful to him or couldn't be easily exchanged. He left the warehouse. Xianxia returned to his residence, ending the few days of wandering. In the next few days, Xianxia wholeheartedly prepared to advance to the Qi transformation realm. His talent was manifested in the domain of physical skills. In terms of martial arts cultivation, his aptitude was considered poor. Even if he had condensed acquired true Qi, he still had to be careful when facing the Qi transformation realm, a peak that many cultivators found difficult to reach. It was best to succeed in one go when breaking through to the Qi transformation realm. Otherwise, it would leave a psychological shadow, and the success rate of subsequent advancements would decrease. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to break through. First, he had to completely increase his cultivation and stabilize at the limits of the organ's refinement realm. This was not difficult for him at all. Ever since he advanced to the late stages of the organ's refinement realm, because he had condensed Cloud Fiend True Qi, his cultivation was almost at the peak of the organ's refinement realm. Secondly, it was the state of mind and body, especially the adjustment of the spiritual level. Finally, he needed to prepare 1 or 2 precious pills that could increase the success rate when breaking through. In the blink of an eye, 2 or 3 days passed. Xianxia wholeheartedly cultivated, and his cultivation easily stabilized at the peak of the organ's refinement realm. The late stages of the organ's refinement realm and the peak of the organ's refinement realm were essentially the same realm. The difference was that the peak of the organ's refinement realm represented the peak of the entire realm, and was 2 times stronger than the normal late stages. However, stabilizing at the peak of the organ's refinement realm so quickly still exceeded Qinyu's expectations. Although I have condensed Cloud Fiend True Qi in advance, it shouldn't be this fast. After all, I have the aptitude of a half-spirit body. Qinyu felt that something was amiss and couldn't help but ponder. To this, he suddenly remembered that the moon spirit liquid he had consumed in the past was made from the powder of the moon spirit organ. Ever since that time, his cultivation of inner breathing had improved slightly. After reaching the goal of cultivation. Next, Qinyu began the second step, which was to adjust the state of his body and mind. During this period, in order to consolidate his foundation, Qinyu even took a mouthful of the body-tempering liquid from the ice and fire medicine formula to further stabilize the copper statue body. The strength of one's life physique would have a small increase in cultivation and advancement. Even, Qinyu also took out the moon spirit or mother, a rare and precious ore, to cleanse his soul and calm his mind. In this way, he could adjust and improve his mental state. If Yi Luofeng knew that Qinyu had used such a simple and vulgar method to use the moon spirit or mother, she would probably sigh at the waste of a heavenly treasure. However, Qinyu didn't cultivate any mental techniques, other than the technique to control puppets. Although the previous Cloud Demon Fist could increase the mental power, it wasn't a technique that focused on mental cultivation. Fortunately, in terms of mental power, Qinyu was already strong enough to look down on those of the same level, far surpassing the average Qi transformation post-celestial. On this day, Qinyu's physical and mental state, including his essence, energy, and spirit, had reached its peak. In terms of cultivation and state, he had met the requirements. Preparation. There was only the third step left, which was also the last step. To break through to the Qi transformation post-celestial, it's best to prepare 1 or 2 precious pills and spirit medicines. Qinyu sat cross-legged and opened his eyes, which were clear and bright. In fact, Qinyu had a lot of confidence in advancing to the Qi transformation stage, even if there were no precious pills and spirit medicines. The only thing he was worried about was the aptitude of the half-spirit body. He still needed to prepare precious pills and spirit medicines as a backup and help. Hence, after nearly 10 days of seclusion, Qinyu walked out of the courtyard. Half an hour later, Qinyu came to the medicine refining room of the Fu family's residence. There were alchemists here all year round, refining and selling all kinds of precious pills and spirit medicines. The price was slightly lower than the market price, and it was considered a benefit for the descendants of the family. What was unexpected was, Qinyu realized that the various precious pills and spirit medicines sold in the medicine refining room were about the same price as those in the northern plains. The price of some ordinary pills was even slightly lower. After staying at the Fu family for a while, Qinyu had some understanding of prices. Some treasures and materials were more expensive than those in the northern plains, while some finished products such as elixirs, weapons, and protective gear were at most the same or slightly lower than those in the northern plains. From this, the alchemists and blacksmiths of Yunzhao Nation were better than those in the northern plains in terms of technique and success rate. "Give me a circulation pill," Qinyu said. The circulation pill here was priced at 30,000 subgrade primordial stones, and after a 10% discount, it was only 27,000. Back then, at the Hidden Lake auction, he sold a circulation pill at a high price of 40,000. The high price of the circulation pill was exchanged for a large amount of resources to upgrade the bronze statue skill, and to a certain extent, it changed Qinyu's fate. After all, at that time, the circulation pill did not mean much to Qinyu. But now, Qinyu bought an energy accumulation pill at an even lower price than before. The circulation pill and the serene water ink lotus are more than enough to support me. Qinyu was full of confidence. The circulation pill and the serene water lotus petal could increase the success rate of breaking through to the Qi transformation realm, and they could be of help at critical moments. Everything was ready. Qinyu could finally break through to the Qi transformation realm, and realize his once unattainable dream. Just as he returned to his residence, a beautiful young lady stood in front of the courtyard. It was Fu Yanzi. Seeing Qinyu, Fu Yanzi's eyes lit up and she hurried forward. Miss Fu, are you looking for me? Qinyu asked curiously. The master has something to discuss, and he asked us to go. Yan'er came to pass on the message. Fu Yanzi stuck out her tongue, looking playful and lively. Please lead the way, Miss Fu. Qinyu nodded. He glanced at Fu Yanzi and found that she had reached the peak of the viscera refinement realm. Not long after, Qinyu followed Fu Yan'er to a meeting hall. In the hall, Master Fu Yuan, Uncle Lin, and several elders were present. In addition, there was a row of young men and women standing in the hall, all under the age of 20. Qinyu found that Yi Luofeng was among them. In addition, the two geniuses of the Fu family, Fu Hong and the square-faced Fu Jing, were also present. The gazes of the two young geniuses often lingered on Yi Luofeng's face, unable to conceal the admiration and amazement on their faces. To this, Fu Yanzi was a little annoyed, but she did not have the confidence to fight Yi Luofeng. All 10 of you are here. Master Fu Yuan smiled as he glanced at the 10 people present. The young men and women below were all eager to fight, each of them rubbing their fists. Yi Luofeng's beautiful eyes flashed, her expression understanding. Only Qinyu was slightly puzzled. After all, in the past 10 days, he had been preparing to advance to the Qi transformation realm and did not pay attention to the outside world. I believe everyone knows that in a month and a half, the triennial hunting meet of Yunlai Prefecture will begin. Master Fu Yuan said solemnly. The hunting meet, hearing the news, the group of young men was excited. Master, every hunting meet has 10 spots. Is it just the 10 of us? Fu Hong looked excited. It has been confirmed that it will be the 10 of you. However, in the same clan, if the other geniuses who meet the requirements can defeat any one of you, they will be able to replace you. Master Fu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. As soon as he said this, some of the weaker disciples present tensed up, feeling the pressure. Among the 10 people present, Yi Luofeng, Fu Jing, and Fu Hong were all at the Qi transformation realm, so they were naturally safe. However, the other late viscera refining disciples might not be able to keep their spots. What kind of event is the hunting meet? Qinyu couldn't help but ask Yi Luofeng through voice transmission. The hunting meet is a gathering for the new generation of Yunlai Prefecture, but it is not a competition. Instead, the theme is hunting. You will fight monsters and beasts to the death, and the final ranking will be determined by the results. Yi Luofeng explained. Hunting? It sounds like an outdoor activity for young nobles. Isn't it too boring? Qinyu said in surprise. He couldn't help but think of the first time he met the Fu clan. The test of the two geniuses was to fight monsters and beasts. The hunting meet is hosted by the Yunlai king. It's not as simple as you think. Every meet is cruel and full of tricks, and there are many casualties. Yi Luofeng said seriously. Moreover, the winner of the hunting meet will not only be rewarded handsomely, but there is also a deep meaning behind it. At that time, you better not hold back. If you perform well, you might get unexpected benefits. At that time, you better not hide your strength. If you perform well, you might get some unexpected benefits. Yi Luofeng seemed to have done some research on the hunting meet. This woman actually took the initiative to advise Qinyu to strive to perform well during the conference, and it would be best if he did not hide his abilities. Qinyu was slightly startled, but he didn't think much of it. He was focused on advancing to the Qi transformation realm and didn't care about anything else. As long as he was strong enough, he wouldn't have to worry about opportunities and benefits. Fortunately, the hunting meet was in a month and a half. It didn't conflict with his plan to advance to the Qi transformation realm. He would at most be able to advance to the Qi transformation realm in half a month. Among the 10 of you, 7 are disciples of the main family and 3 are guests. They are the Fu family's 10 participants in the hunting meet. Uncle Lin added. 7 main clan disciples and 3 guest elders. Under the instructions of the patriarch, the 10 young talents got to know each other. The disciples of the main family all knew each other, so there was no need for introductions. Among the 10 spots, there were 3 guest elders, who could be considered as a form of external assistance. According to the rules of the hunting meet, every family and faction could only send a maximum of 3 foreign experts. Apart from Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng, there was a third guest. It was a tall, muscular man with a mole between his eyebrows. This person had an unfriendly expression as he glanced at Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng. Then, perhaps it was because of Yi Luofeng's stunning beauty and powerful cultivation, but his unfriendly gaze finally locked onto Qin Yu. "Qin Yu, be careful of He Debao," Fu Yanzi reminded him. "This person is a second-grade guest of the Fu family. He isn't even 20 this year, but he has a mid-stage acquired realm cultivation." The patriarch invited him with a large sum of money for the hunting meet. "He Debao?" Qin Yu looked at the robust man with the mole between his eyebrows and gave him a few more glances. He was puzzled. What did this have to do with him, soon? Fu Yanzi answered his doubts. He Debao has a younger brother called He Xiaobao, who is half a step into the Qi transformation realm. Originally, the two of them were bound to be selected as one of the 3 guest elders. Fu Yanzi explained. Hearing this, Qin Yu had a sudden realization. Not only were the rewards of the hunt generous, but it also seemed to be a great opportunity for the younger generation to participate. However, Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng occupied 2 spots. There were a total of 3 guest elders. Including He Debao, it would be full. His younger brother, He Xiaobao, had missed this opportunity. After confirming the slots and getting to know one another, the group of youths left one after another. At the entrance of the hall, when Qin Yu walked out, a strong wind swept in front of him, and an invisible pressure surged over. "What can I do for you?" Qin Yu looked indifferent as he stared at the tall and sturdy man in front of him. It was He Debao. This person's cultivation was at the middle stage of the post-preliminary realm. He was stronger than Fu Hong and Fu Jing of this generation of the Fu clan. His strength was almost comparable to some of the hall masters of the Yunhui Gate. "Qin Yu, right? I'm sure you understand why I'm here." He Debao twisted his neck, and the acquired real qi faintly emanated from his body, causing the invisible pressure to rise even further. If it was an ordinary viscera refinement realm cultivator, his breathing would probably be chaotic. The deliberate pressure of a qi transformation realm cultivator also contained spiritual pressure, which was no small matter. However, the young man in front of him was wearing a worn-out beast skin armor, looking indifferent. He Debao was a little surprised. The other party completely ignored the pressure of his aura, which was 1 level higher than him, and it wasn't a forced calmness. "Qin Yu, a place to participate in the hunt means a lot to me and my brother." He Debao's voice suddenly slowed down. His tone became much calmer, as if he was discussing on equal terms. "Really? The hunting meet this time is a grand event that encompasses the entire prefecture, and it seems to be extremely hard to come by for any new genius." Qin Yu smiled faintly. He didn't have much interest in the hunting meet. At this moment, someone came to compete for a place, and with Yi Luofeng's reminder, he suddenly became a little interested. If He Debao knew what he was thinking, he might have the urge to vomit blood. 100,000 substandard primordial stones. He Debao said, a bargaining chip. As long as Qin Yu was willing to give the place to his disciple, he would give him 100,000 substandard primordial stones. Qin Yu was a little moved, but he didn't agree. "I'll add a mid-grade treasure weapon and a 300-year-old blood ginseng." He Debao slightly gritted his teeth. "You have to understand that with your viscera refinement realm cultivation, it's hard to make a name for yourself in the hunt and attract the attention of those big shots." He Debao said seriously. "I'm sorry, I've decided to participate in this hunt." Qin Yu shook his head. Qin Yu didn't pay any more attention to He Debao and left. He Debao's face was gloomy as he stared at Qin Yu's back. "The hunt is only held once every 3 years, and it's a chance for a carp to leap into the dragon. I can't let my brother miss it." He Debao took a deep breath, as if he had made a decision. After a while, in a pavilion on the water of the Fu residence, in front of He Debao stood a disciple of the Fu clan, who was bowing. That's all about the background of these 2 people. The disciple of the Fu clan finished speaking. After hearing about the deeds of Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng, He Debao frowned even more. "Even I might not be a match for that Yi Luofeng." Based on the description of Qinyu, the details of how he killed the cloud leopard might have been exaggerated. Maybe he had the help of Yi Luofeng, a late-stage Hotian stage cultivator. He Debao pondered. If he challenged him, he was confident that he could defeat Qinyu. However, if it was his brother, He Xiaobao, the chances of him winning were not more than 50%. He Debao pondered for a long time and finally, a trace of coldness flashed on his face, as if he had made a decision. Returning to the courtyard, Qinyu was preparing to break through to the Qi transformation realm. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the peak of the viscera refinement realm, and he had the murderous cloud true Qi. His physical and mental state, especially his mental state, had become clearer and clearer after the adjustment of the moon spirit ore. Finally, before breaking through, Qinyu took out a small piece of high-quality moon spirit ore. Following the method he used in the Yan clan castle, he crushed the moon spirit ore into powder and used boiling water to make a simple pot of moon spirit liquid. The pot of boiling water instantly turned into a layer of mysterious silver liquid, giving off a faint moonlight. Qinyu still remembered. Xiao Chen's sudden advancement in the Yan family castle was the result of the spirit moon liquid. Afterwards, he concluded that the moon spirit liquid's effect on one's talent and body constitution was mainly the first time, the second time the effect was minimal. But this time, he used a high-quality moon spirit ore to mine the walls near the ancient teleportation array. Gulp, raising his head, Qinyu drank a bottle of high-quality moon spirit liquid, making his final preparations for breaking through to the Qi transformation realm. In an instant. At this time, a trace of refreshing and moist feeling that he hadn't felt in a long time slowly permeated Qinyu's body. His flesh, bones, and organs all received a mysterious cleansing and purification under the effect of the moon spirit liquid. Not only that, even Qinyu's mental consciousness was cleansed and had a feeling of emptiness. In the dark, Qinyu felt that his body and body constitution had crossed a threshold, but there was an indescribable feeling. Then, he cultivated the Yuan Fiend divine technique of the Yunhui Gate. The inner breath and true Qi in his body were more active than before. It was still smooth. However, the affinity between his true Qi and his meridians had clearly increased. Could it be that my spirit-body constitution has improved? Qinyu had a bold idea. A half-spirit-body constitution shouldn't have such a compatibility with essence Qi. Just as Qinyu was feeling puzzled. Qinyu, hurry up and get out here. A sharp young man's voice came from the courtyard. Who is it? Qinyu's face darkened. Before he went into seclusion, he had informed the servants outside not to be disturbed. It had only been half a day. At this moment, there were two young men standing in the courtyard. One of them was a strong man with a mole between his eyebrows. It was He Debao. In front of He Debao stood a similar young man with a mole on the corner of his mouth. This young man was He Debao's younger brother, He Xiaobao. Lord He. It's true. Guest Chen, he just started seclusion today. A servant said with a bitter smile. Humph. This Qinyu is really cunning. He was worried that he would be challenged, so he replaced the quota and played such a trick. He Debao's face was filled with anger. Ever since they separated from the conference hall, he had sent someone to monitor Qinyu. In the end, the first thing Qinyu did when he came back was to close the door. He finally couldn't sit still anymore. Xiaobao. That Qinyu has just started seclusion, he will definitely come out. He Debao transmitted his voice. Later, you'll follow the plan and activate that secret technique. In addition to the small amount of Qi explosion pill you took in advance, you'll be able to guarantee that your strength will double. Brother, don't worry. I promise to defeat him in an instant and make him bedridden for a month or two. The quota will naturally be mine. He Xiaobao's mole on the corner of his mouth slightly raised into a smile. Creak, at this moment, the door opened and a young man in beast skin armor walked out. Seeing Qinyu come out, He Debao and He Xiaobao's eyes lit up, revealing a sinister expression. Qinyu's expression didn't look too good. After all, he was preparing to break through to the Qi transformation realm and was fully prepared. That's good. It's better to get rid of these clowns as soon as possible than to be disturbed at the crucial moment of breaking through to the Qi transformation realm. Qinyu quickly thought it through. This also made him more determined to get rid of the challenger with a thunderous method. Chen Yu. Cut the crap. My brother is here to challenge your quota for the hunting meat. He Debao said confidently. Chen Yu didn't say a word and walked to the open space in the courtyard. The He brothers couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't expect Chen Yu to be so straightforward. Swoosh, He Xiaobao brought a violent gust of wind and landed on the open space in a flash. There was a trace of blood in his eyes and a violent internal energy fluctuation appeared in his body. Chen Yu felt that there was something wrong with He Xiaobao. His body suddenly erupted with an internal energy that far exceeded his own, almost comparable to Ho Tian True Qi. There seemed to be an external aura of elixirs mixed in it. Not only that. He Xiaobao's Qi shrank and the internal energy in his body violently erupted like a mountain torrent. Boom, He Xiaobao's expression was almost twisted. He waved his fist and a layer of light gray fist aura that was visible to the naked eye, like a rolling millstone, with a circle of thick dust and stone fragments, suddenly enveloped Chen Yu. Whoosh, wherever the fist aura passed, a foot deep and several zhang-long trench appeared on the open space in the courtyard. The wind was cold. It's comparable to the attack of the Ho Tian stage of the Qi transformation realm, slightly stronger than the early Ho Tian stage. He Debao, who was watching from the side, had a trace of joy on his face. With the help of the Qi explosion pill and the secret technique, He Xiaobao's punch was comparable to an attack from a postnatal stage cultivator. Boom, the millstone-like fist aura created a ravine in the air, and a cloud of dust flew towards Chen Yu. The power of this attack was enough to kill an ordinary viscera refinement disciple. They're fighting. How can He Xiaobao be so strong? In the vicinity of Chen Yu's courtyard, some of the Fu family's disciples were secretly watching this battle. These He brothers are obviously suspected of cheating. Some of the sharper people immediately saw that something was wrong. Using a secret pill to increase one's strength in a formal challenge was against the rules. But what if He Xiaobao severely injured Chen Yu and made him bedridden for a month and a half? Even if the challenge is against the rules, the spot will fall into He Xiaobao's hands. Some of the disciples frowned. It was obvious that the He brothers had ulterior motives. He hit him. At this moment, someone exclaimed. Boom, the gray fist aura was like a boulder that weighed thousands of kilograms as it hit Chen Yu. Success. He Debao, who was watching the battle, revealed a cruel smile. He Xiaobao's attack was enough to severely injure anyone below the Qi transformation realm. They would need at least a month or two to recover. However, after the fist aura hit its target, there were no screams or blood splatters. A tall figure could be vaguely seen in the dust. He Debao's expression changed and he was about to warn the others. Bang! There was a roar in his ears, as if there was a thunderclap. He Debao, a Qi transformation Ho Tian stage expert, felt his body sway, his blood and Qi churning, and he felt dizzy. He knew it was bad. Ah! He Xiaobao let out a shrill scream, and his figure was sent flying backward. The people watching the battle seemed to hear the roar of a thunder lion. A gray sound wave covered half of the courtyard. Plop! He Xiaobao fell to the ground with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. He closed his eyes and fainted. Xiaobao! He Debao roared in alarm and threw himself in front of He Xiaobao. He Xiaobao's complexion turned purple, and his entire body was bathed in blood. Many of his meridians were broken, and his breathing was chaotic. He was on the verge of death. Quick, call Medicine Master Su. He Debao roared with all his might. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Chen Yu with hatred and killing intent. However, right now, he didn't have the time to find Chen Yu for revenge. He quickly fed his brother a life-saving pill and used his real Qi to suppress the disordered inner Qi in his brother's body. Chen Yu was surprised. He had already been merciful with the bronze lion roar just now and didn't use his full strength at all. He just didn't expect it. The other party was so weak that he could not even withstand a gust of wind. He was so close to exploding and dying. After thinking about it carefully, Chen Yu quickly understood. Although He Xiaobao's battle prowess was comparable to a Ho Tian Qi transformation cultivator, his body's foundation was still at the viscera refinement stage. Chen Yu had expected this, so he didn't use his full strength in bronze lion roar. However, Qinyu ignored He Xiaobao's actual situation. This person had taken the Qi explosion pill and used a secret skill to activate his inner Qi. His body was very unstable and quite dangerous. In the end, Qinyu's bronze lion roar had caused He Xiaobao's inner Qi to collapse and become disordered, causing a backlash. He Xiaobao was lucky that he didn't explode and die. A moment later, Medicine Master Su is here. A few disciples of the Fu clan were clustered around an old man in his 70s. Medicine Master Su was a first-class guest of the Fu family and was good at refining medicine and medicine. Oh. The situation is very dangerous and he almost lost his life. Many of his meridians are broken and his internal organs are almost shattered. It will be difficult to heal without half a year. Medicine Master Su sighed. This result made the disciples of the Fu family look at each other. The He brothers originally wanted to make Qinyu lie in bed for 2 months, but in the end, he suffered the consequences. Medicine Master Su, will my brother's cultivation future be affected? He Debao's face was pale as he suppressed his anger and killing intent. He's lucky to be alive. Optimistically, even if he recovers, he will at most retain 20 to 30% of his cultivation. I'm afraid he will never reach the Qi transformation state. Medicine Master Su couldn't help but shake his head. Hearing this, He Debao was enraged and he roared. His eyes were bloodshot and his killing intent locked onto Qinyu. Kid! You injured my brother. How are you going to settle this? He Debao roared and a violent postnatal true Qi surged from his body, causing waves of air to roll around him. Reap what you sow, Qinyu was unmoved and said calmly. He was about to break through to the Qi transformation state and wanted He Debao to deal with him at the same time. You're courting death. He Debao was enraged. He opened his claw and a dark stone-colored true Qi swirled around him. A heavy feeling spread out. Stop. A cold snort was heard. An old man in a cloth robe was surrounded by a layer of dark true Qi. He floated tens of feet in the air and landed. Uncle Lin. The disciples of the Fu clan all bowed. Seeing Uncle Lin appear, Qinyu couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. Next. As Qinyu had expected, He Debao was the first to complain. He described how Qinyu had crippled his brother He Xiaobao and how cruel he was. Furthermore, He Xiaobao was bleeding from his orifices and was on the verge of death. It was really sad and pitiful. Hearing this, Uncle Lin's face darkened and he was furious. However, throughout the entire process, Qinyu was expressionless and didn't say a word. There was only a hint of mockery on his lips. Uncle Lin had a strange expression. Honorable Chen, what do you have to say? Everyone has seen the confrontation just now. Before I could attack, I shouted and He Xiaobao fell to the ground, bleeding from his orifices. After saying this, Qinyu glanced at the disciples of the Fu clan around him. That's right. The spectating disciples of the Fu clan were slightly startled, before nodding their heads. The He brothers were not kind people. They usually bullied the weak and feared the strong. Therefore, no one tried to cover for them. I didn't cripple him. I'm framing him. Qinyu shook his head and sighed. Framing him, the jaws of the disciples of the Fu clan almost dropped to the ground. Uncle Lin's face was also filled with astonishment. As for He Debao, he was so angry that he was about to attack. Uncle Lin raised his hand to stop He Debao. As the elder of a large clan, Uncle Lin would not be biased towards either side. Elder Su. Uncle Lin's gaze landed on Medicine Master. My initial guess is that He Xiaobao took the Qi explosion pill and used some kind of secret skill to forcefully increase his combat power. In the end, he was injured by the sound wave secret skill and suffered a backlash, Medicine Master Su said expressionlessly. He was an alchemist with a cultivation base of the Qi transformation state. His status in the Fu clan was high, so his conclusion was the final word. I see. Uncle Lin had a look of understanding and immediately dismissed the disciples of the Fu clan. This storm quickly calmed down. On the same night, the elders of the Fu clan had a discussion and decided to deal with the matter. He Xiaobao had taken the Qi explosion pill and challenged the Fu clan with bad intentions, so he was severely injured. Hence, Qinyu did not bear any responsibility for his accidental injury. Of course. The Fu clan still needed He Debao to comfort the He brothers in the upcoming hunting meet. They would also provide free medical treatment, pills, and meridian repair. To the outside world, this was considered fair. But as the person involved, He Debao was resentful when he saw his brother being injured and his cultivation base almost destroyed. In a luxurious and spacious room in the Fu clan residence. Xiaobao. I will definitely take revenge for you. Qin Yu destroyed your cultivation base and I will pay him back tenfold. His beautiful senior sister will suffer together with him. He Debao's eyes were filled with viciousness, like a poisonous snake in the night. However, He Debao did not know. The person he wanted to take revenge on was about to experience a new leap. In a room in the courtyard of the Fu clan residence, Qin Yu sat cross-legged and was circulating the primordial fiend divine art. Whoosh, a thick layer of black and green qi appeared around him, jumping like snakes and emitting a terrifying aura. As time passed, the black and green qi became thicker and thicker, like a layer of dark clouds. The invisible aura kept increasing. Whoosh, the black and green cloud gradually expanded from a few feet in diameter to dozens of feet, and there was a faint roar around it. Until a certain moment. The black-green cloud of murderous aura expanded to a radius of 10 zhang and dissipated into the air. 3 days later. In the sky above the courtyard house, there was a black cyclone cloud. Judging from its aura, it looked like an ancient python was circling above Qin Yu's room. This phenomenon alarmed the disciples of the Fu clan. What a powerful aura! Could it be that an expert is about to reach the Khanate level? Many disciples of the Fu clan gathered there. But soon. This place was sealed off by the Fu clan's higher-ups, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. On a roof 100 feet away from Qin Yu's residence, Fu Yuan, Uncle Lin, and the other higher-ups of the Khanate level stopped and stared at the black cloud in front of them. Look at this, the attacker is cultivating an ancient fiend skill. A purple-haired middle-aged man smiled. Such a fiend skill will have extraordinary power once it is cultivated. And depending on the cultivator's understanding and accumulation of fiend power, there will be a huge difference in power. A few elders of the Qi transformation realm looked at Qin Yu's place with complicated expressions. Obviously. Judging from the fiend skill cultivator must be one of the best, and he must have had a lot of luck. Haha, once Qin Yu reaches the Qi transformation realm, with his senior sister Yi Luofeng, the Fu clan might be able to fight for the title of Hunting King in this hunting convention. Fu Yuan and Uncle Lin looked at each other and smiled. Not necessarily. Even those at the peak of the post-preliminary realm can't control such a shocking aura, let alone a junior who has just reached the Qi transformation realm. An elder with wide eyebrows didn't look optimistic. As soon as he said this, the elders at the scene couldn't help but fall silent. Indeed. The fiend skill above Qin Yu's seclusion was indeed shocking. The fiend skill was close to the Qi transformation Khanate level, and the true Qi it emitted was far beyond that of a normal post-preliminary cultivator. But at this moment, the fiendish cloud cyclone that was as large as a python started to shrink bit by bit. The faint black vortex of clouds continued to condense as it shrank. Like a heart, it pulsed and contracted. A layer of black light appeared on its surface and blended with the morning glow in the sky. This scene, Fu Yuan and the other elders were shocked, and their faces were full of disbelief. This scene, the elders of the Fu family all had shocked expressions on their faces. All of this was caused by the transformation of the murderous cloud Qi whirlpool in the sky. It was like a heart that was pulsating. A layer of black light appeared on the surface of the whirlpool and blended with the morning glow in the sky. Every time the murderous cloud Qi whirlpool pulsated, it was like an ancient giant python that was devouring the essence of heaven and earth. How is this possible? The elder with white eyebrows who looked down on him earlier was a little dazed. To be able to truly absorb the essence of heaven and earth, one must be at least at the origin realm. Such a scene of advancement, at least some of the essence of heaven and earth must be communicated and merged. Normally, it can only happen when one reaches the Qi transformation innate realm. Just as the elders were discussing. Swish, a pale green afterimage flashed across the sky at a shocking speed. In the blink of an eye, that pale green afterimage turned into a white-robed elder with white hair. He floated in midair and stared at the murderous cloud chi whirlpool in the sky. Patriarch. The group of elders all bowed. To be able to break through the shackles of the mortal body and fly in the sky, naturally only those who were at the origin realm and above could do it. Just a junior who reached the post-preliminary realm? The white-robed patriarch floated down from midair and revealed a strange expression. Sorry for disturbing the patriarch. It's a guest who is trying to break through to the chi transformation realm. His aura is comparable to the chi transformation innate realm, and there are signs of him devouring the essence of heaven and earth. Patriarch Fu Yuan and the others said respectfully. At this moment, the murderous cloud chi whirlpool that was like a giant python in midair shrunk and slowly merged into the house. At the same time, in the room, sitting cross-legged, Xianxu's entire body was wrapped in a layer of black cyclone. The cyclone's surface was also enveloped in a black glow. Vaguely, the murderous aura from his body was getting purer and more majestic. It was murderous but not evil, fierce but not tyrannical. Dong dong. Dong dong. The mysterious heart was beating heavily, as if it was beating on the pulse of heaven and earth. What's going on? I've already broken through the Ren and Du acupoints and entered the stage of transforming energy into qi. My qi and blood are continuously condensing into acquired true qi. Why haven't I finished? Bean-sized beads of sweat started appearing on Xianxu's forehead. Breaking through to the qi transformation realm this time was unexpectedly smooth. He did not even need to use the medicinal pills that he had prepared. However, while he was refining energy into qi, he encountered a problem when his sea of qi was gathering a mass of true qi. At the last moment, the mysterious heart was beating in a strange state. Suddenly, a wave of heaven and earth evil qi gathered from the outside world. At that moment, Xianxu's soul consciousness merged with the chaotic, violent, and yet gorgeous space. He sensed the endless murderous aura of heaven and earth, as well as the interweaving and fluctuations of all kinds of energies. Thankfully, Xianxu's willpower was extraordinary. He was able to withstand the onslaught of the baleful aura of heaven and earth. Adding on the mysterious heart's suppressive effect on all sorts of energies, Xianxu absorbed an unimaginable amount of baleful energy. As a result, not only did he easily advance to the qi transformation realm, but he also condensed a mass of black true qi the size of a thumb in the depths of his sea of qi. Outside of this mass of black true qi was normal Xianxia true qi, which was also a type of acquired true qi. What is this mass of black true qi? Why does it feel much stronger than the Xianxia true qi that I've formed? Xianxu broke away from that mysterious realm. He took a deep breath and continuously retracted his true qi, stabilizing his current realm. Before advancing to the qi transformation realm, there were originally two types of energy in his sea of qi. The first was the cloud fiend inner qi on the outside. It was extremely powerful and close to the acquired true qi. The second was the cloud fiend inner qi at the core. In the end, after advancing, the cloud fiend inner qi on the outside refined energy into true qi, which was unique to the Xianxia divine skill. The cloud fiend inner qi at the core absorbed the essence of heaven and earth and turned into a small mass of mysterious black true qi. Its aura was much stronger than the Xianxia true qi. One had to know. The Xianxia divine skill was an ancient fiend skill, and Xianxu cultivated the original version. The Xianxia true qi that he formed was stronger than ordinary acquired true qi. And this small mass of black true qi was much stronger than the Xianxia true qi. Thump thump. Thump thump. Thump thump. After a long while, his heartbeat calmed down. The Xianxia true qi in Xianxu's body circulated endlessly, as thick as a river. Having just advanced to the qi transformation realm, the thickness and purity of Xianxu's true qi had already surpassed those of the same level. 2 days later, Xianxu felt the Xianxia true qi in his body flow smoothly like blood. Whether it was violent or soft, it was all within a thought. It's too smooth. Xianxu let out a breath of turbid air, his face filled with doubt. No matter how stable his foundation was, how he had formed true qi before advancing, and how his cultivation technique was shocking, he shouldn't have advanced so smoothly. He even had to enter that mysterious realm and endure the onslaught of the heaven and earth fiend qi. After all, with his half-spiritual body, the difficulty of advancing to the Qi transformation realm was several times or even 10 times that of an ordinary person. Congratulations, Brother Chen, on advancing to the Qi transformation realm. When Qinyu walked out of his room, there were many visitors in the courtyard. Ever since that day when Qinyu successfully advanced and the phenomenon in the sky disappeared, the clan released the seal. At this moment, many disciples of the Fu clan came to visit this newly advanced Qi transformation realm prodigy. Brother Chen shouldn't be 18 yet, right? Advancing to the Qi transformation realm at such a young age, it shouldn't be a problem for him to advance to the origin realm in the future. Some youths in the Qi transformation realm came to congratulate him, their faces filled with envy. Normally, being able to advance to the Qi transformation realm before the age of 30 was considered a good fortune. If one could advance to the Qi transformation realm before the age of 20, then there would be some hope of advancing to the origin realm in the future. And Qinyu was so young, he probably wasn't even 18 yet. 18? I'm almost 16 now. Qinyu murmured in his heart. Advancing to the Qi transformation realm at the age of 16, if this was spread, he would probably be famous. Of course. All of this had to do with Qinyu's hard work, fighting for many opportunities, especially the great opportunities in the blood burial garden. Apart from that, the mysterious heart also played a huge role. Qinyu, the patriarch wants to see you. A clear and melodious voice of a young girl sounded. In the crowd, the beautiful Fu Yanzi walked straight towards Qinyu. Okay. Qinyu nodded and walked with Fu Yanzi. After advancing to the Qi transformation realm, Qinyu found that Fu Yanzi was more intimate with him. Also, the patriarch had summoned her twice, both times with this girl. Fu Yanzi's bright eyes flashed as she sized up this youth who might even be younger than her. Ever since Qinyu and Yi Luofeng moved into the Fu clan, the elders in the clan tried their best to keep the two. Among them, the best method was naturally a marriage alliance. As long as Qinyu and Yi Luofeng could marry a core disciple of the Fu family, they would naturally be able to join the main family. As for Yi Luofeng, the Fu family wanted to choose between Fu Hong and Fu Jing to win her heart. As for Qinyu, it would also be a good choice if he could marry Fu Yanzi. At the beginning, Fu Yanzi was a bit grateful to Qinyu for saving her life, but she wasn't tempted. But now, Qinyu had advanced to the Qi transformation realm at such a young age. He was obviously a genius with great fortune. When they met again, Fu Yanzi's heart pounded. She didn't reject this youth at all. In fact, she even accepted him. Soon after, Qinyu met the patriarch, Fu Yuan, in a side hall. Yi Luofeng was also summoned to see him. Congratulations, Honorable Chen. You've reached the Qi transformation realm at such a young age. Fu Yuan squinted his eyes and smiled. A strange look flashed in Yi Luofeng's eyes. She hadn't been far away when Qinyu had advanced to the Qi transformation realm, so she had felt a bit of it. This put a lot of pressure on Yi Luofeng. She had thought that Qinyu wouldn't be able to catch up to her. Who would have thought that his aura of the Qi transformation realm wouldn't lose to hers? Patriarch, you flatter me. I was able to reach the Qi transformation realm so quickly because of a few fortuitous encounters in the past. Qinyu said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. After some pleasantries, Fu Yuan got to the point. 2 days ago, the He brothers left the Fu family and joined another enemy family of Yunlai Prefecture, the Wu family. Clan head Fu Yuan said calmly. The He brothers joined an enemy family? Qinyu's expression changed slightly. He thought for a moment and realized that this must have something to do with him. The He brothers were irreconcilable enemies with Qinyu, and they already had some complaints about how Qinyu had handled them previously. Now that Qinyu had advanced to the Qi transformation realm, the He brothers' importance in the Fu family had decreased and they naturally couldn't stay any longer. Since we have met today, I hope that the two of you can promise to do your best to help my Fu clan win the honor of the hunting king of the hunting meat. Fu Yuan said solemnly. Because of the freedom of the guest chamberlain, the Fu family was worried that Qinyu and Yi Luofeng would be like the He brothers. Qinyu and Yi Luofeng looked at each other and were about to reply. Suddenly, a vast voice rang out behind the two of them. As long as the two of you can succeed, This old man promises that other than the rewards of the hunting meat, the Fu family will fulfill a request within our capabilities. Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng's heart skipped a beat when they realized a white-robed elder had appeared behind them. This is the Fu family's patriarch, Fu Yangzi, one of the origin realm experts of our family. Patriarch Fu Yuan introduced with a smile. Junior greets Patriarch. Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng bowed to the white-robed patriarch. Qin Yu's mysterious heart could faintly feel that this Fu patriarch, Fu Yangzi, had an unfathomable cultivation and was even stronger than Yunhui Gate's grand elder, Gong Yangshan. At this moment, the arrival of patriarch Fu Yangzi showed how important the Fu family was to Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng. And the promise of an origin realm expert, using the power of the entire family to fulfill a request, was naturally not a small matter. Patriarch, rest assured Patriarch. If Junior and I work together, we will definitely obtain this year's Hunting King title. Yi Luofeng promised with a smile. Qin Yu's mouth twitched. This girl sure was confident. She didn't even know her opponent's strength and dared to make such a promise. After leaving the side hall, Qin Yu walked out and saw Fu Yanzi waiting at the side. Big brother Qin Yu. Fu Yanzi walked over with a friendly expression. Yi Luofeng revealed a teasing smile and pushed aside Qin Yu and Fu Yanzi. However, she didn't feel any better. She had only taken a few steps when she was greeted by the two prodigies, Fu Hong and Fu Jing. Lady Fu, does your Fu family have a place to test for spiritual body aptitude? Qin Yu inquired. After advancing to the Qi transformation realm, he had a surreal feeling that everything was going too smoothly. There are many ways to test for spiritual body aptitude. I have the simplest one here. Here. Fu Yanzi handed over a cylindrical crystal. This cylindrical crystal was about half a foot long and had over a dozen scales on it. Qin Yu held the cylindrical crystal and was just about to ask about the method of testing when he felt a strange force field aura emitting from the crystal that resonated with his body. Wang, the cylindrical crystal suddenly lit up with a white radiance that extended all the way to the third scale before stopping. Low-grade spirit body? How is that possible? Brother. Qin Yu reached the Qi transformation state at such a young age, how can he only have a low-grade spirit body? Fu Yanzi covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief. Low-grade spirit body was considered qualified for most low-level cultivators. However, compared to Qin Yu's 16 years of age and the extraordinary scene of him reaching the Qi transformation state, the low-grade spirit body's talent was incredible. One had to know. In this generation of the Fu family, the two rising geniuses, Fu Jing and Fu Hong, had reached the Qi transformation state 2 to 3 years older than Qin Yu, but they both had high-grade spirit bodies. Even Fu Yanzi had the talent of a middle-grade spirit body. Different from Fu Yanzi's shock and slight disappointment, Qin Yu was overjoyed. Spirit body talent, a complete spirit body talent. In terms of talent, this was a shortcoming that Qin Yu had hoped for but could not do anything about. No wonder my advancement to the Qi transformation state this time was much smoother than I expected. Surprised, Qin Yu couldn't help but think. First, he had to confirm one thing. The change in talent should have happened before he reached the Qi transformation state, and not because of the advancement. What was the reason? Qin Yu thought quickly and could only find 2 points. First, after the mysterious heart merged with his body had changed, and his talent might have changed as well. However, Qin Yu felt that the merging of the mysterious heart would mainly increase his body and talent. Second point. Moon Spirit liquid made from Moon Spirit Oregon. The first time he used the Moon Spirit liquid at the Yan family castle, it had improved his body. After that, Qin Yu felt that the cultivation speed of his inner breath cultivation method seemed to have increased a little, but it was not obvious. That's when it started. Also, before I advanced this time, I used high-quality moon spirit ore to concoct and consume moon spirit liquid. Qin Yu suddenly came to a realization. He used moon spirit ore twice. The first time was a normal moon spirit ore, the second time was a high-quality moon spirit Oregon. Also, when Qin Yu cultivated the bronze statue skill, he recently used the ice and fire medicine formula. One of the main ingredients was the moon spirit ore. After all, the moon spirit mine was related to the moon spirit saint stone, and it had a slight effect on one's talent and body. In addition, Qinyu had a half-spiritual body to begin with, and he also had the mysterious heart's powerful absorption ability. From the looks of it, it was completely reasonable that Qinyu's spirit-body aptitude had improved. Low-grade spiritual body aptitude? Not far away, Yi Luofeng was being held back by Fu Jing and Fu Hong, but she was paying attention to Qinyu's situation. Yi Luofeng and the others heard Fu Yanzi's exclamation. Fu Jing and Fu Hong were quite surprised. Yi Luofeng's heart shook, and she felt a trace of defeat. From the teleportation battle at the bottom of the Serene Moon Ancient Well to their arrival at the Cloud Zhao Ancient Nation, Qinyu's performance was slightly better than hers. Especially since she still owed Qinyu her life. Not long ago, Qinyu had advanced to the Qi transformation realm at such a young age, and his aura was not inferior to hers when she was at that age. Yi Luofeng had always thought that Qinyu's aptitude should be close to hers, or at least not far behind. Who would have thought that Qinyu's aptitude was so much worse than hers, that afternoon? The news of Qinyu's inferior grade spiritual body aptitude reached the ears of the elders of the Fu clan. This news also caused a small ripple in the Fu clan. Most of the elders of the Fu clan were slightly disappointed. After all, the aura when Qinyu advanced to the Qi transformation realm was comparable to that of some geniuses who advanced to the Qi transformation innate realm. At night, in a small side hall of the Fu clan, a few elders of the Fu clan were discussing some family matters. During this period, they also talked about Qinyu's aptitude. Even if he had a good opportunity with his inferior grade spiritual body aptitude, his advancement speed and aura are indeed a little strange. The white-browed elder who had doubted Qinyu frowned slightly. This isn't shocking. Uncle Lin didn't think much of it and said calmly. In the path of cultivation, the effect of aptitude is only a small part of it. Qinyu might have some special physique, or perhaps his perception is extremely compatible with the fiend arts. Of course. As for the situation of Qinyu's aptitude, it wasn't the main point. There's no need to get to the bottom of this matter. Patriarch Fu Yuan said. From the aura of advancement, this Qinyu's combat ability will definitely surpass those of the same level. It will only be beneficial for our Fu clan in this hunting meet, no matter how the outside world discussed and viewed it. As the person involved, Qinyu returned to his residence and continued to consolidate his cultivation. A few days later, Qinyu's cultivation and the primordial fiendish divine art had been further consolidated, and his mastery of it had become even purer. At this moment, he started practicing the moves and mystic arts of the primary fiend divine technique. As an ancient fiend art of the returning origin realm, the primary fiend divine technique wasn't just a martial arts technique, it was also a system. In this technique, other than the mental cultivation method, it also included moves, combat skills, mystic arts, movement techniques, etc. After possessing the inferior grade spirit body, Qinyu felt that the circulation of his mental cultivation method was much smoother than before. The moves and mystic arts of the primary fiend divine technique focused on the perception of the mind, which was also enhanced by the body's skill talent. Therefore, in terms of the practice of moves and mystic arts, he was much stronger than some of the top geniuses. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. With the support of his powerful mental strength and physical talent, Qinyu easily learned the combat techniques of the primary fiend divine art. Moreover, his mastery of the techniques was extraordinary. Not only that, he had also mastered the primary fiend divine technique's representative fiend chi manifestation. On this day, Qinyu sat cross-legged in the house, a layer of faint black fiend marks appeared on his body, making a whistling sound. It was like a layer of black python scales, looking slightly ferocious. Suddenly, he let out a low roar and waved his arm. Whoosh, a large black python with faint black patterns shot out from his arm and suddenly expanded to 10 feet. The surrounding fiendish wind howled violently. At first glance, the chi-patterned black python seemed almost lifelike. It opened its bloody mouth and unleashed a soul-piercing aura. Just the fiendish aura alone was enough to make normal postnatal chi transformation cultivators tremble and unable to use their full strength. The power of the fiend chi manifestation is indeed different from the fiendish shadow of the past. Qinyu had a satisfied expression. The fiend chi manifestation was the combination of true chi and fiendish intent. It truly materialized the power of the fiendish aura. The fiendish shadow of the past was just a blurry shadow that couldn't be easily seen with the naked eye. As for this baleful aura manifestation, the baleful aura it produced formed a complete and rather clear outline of it. Simply put, it was from shadow to form. The power of the two was worlds apart. Xianxia was confident that if he used the fiend qi manifestation now, normal postnatal qi transformation cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand it. When he was practicing the primordial fiendish divine skill, Xianxia had also observed the black ball of true qi in the depths of his energy sea. This black ball of true qi was much stronger than normal primordial fiendish true qi. Whether it was a normal move or the fiend qi manifestation, there was a qualitative difference in the power formed. However, this black ball of true qi was very small, so Xianxia temporarily kept it as a trump card and wouldn't use it under normal circumstances. Time flew by. Xianxia stayed at the Fu family for more than a month. During this time, he advanced to the qi transformation realm and passed the stage of life at the age of 16. On this day, Xianxia took out a bottle and drank the last mouthful of the ice and fire body tempering solution. He then used the bronze statue skill to temper his body. The bronze statue body has finally made some progress. However, the main ingredients of the ice and fire medicine, snow lotus and fire spirit ginseng, have been used up. Xianxia murmured. His progress in the bronze statue technique had always been smooth, and it could be said that it was unimpeded. However, this skill was not only time-consuming, but it would also use up a lot of supplementary materials. Lord Chen. Miss Fu wants to see you. Outside the door, a servant respectfully sent a message. Xianxia finished his cultivation and walked out of the room. In the courtyard, Xianxia met Fu Yanzi again. Ever since the day Xianxia's spirit body was exposed, Fu Yanzi's passion for him had decreased a little. But overall, Fu Yanzi still kept in touch with him. Luckily, the frequency was not high. Otherwise, Xianxia would have a headache. Brother Xianxia, the hunting meet will begin in 20 days. Recently, the disciples of the Fu family have been practicing a few times in advance. Fu Yanzi said cheerfully and went straight to the point. Practice? Looks like the Fu family is well prepared. Xianxia smiled. The final result of the hunting meet was based on the number of beasts killed. During this period of time, the disciples of the Fu family who participated in the hunting meet often fought with beasts and they had made some progress. However, Xianxia and Yi Luofeng were not allowed to participate in the previous practice. The master feels that we are getting used to each other. Now, I would like to invite Brother Xianxia to cooperate with us. Fu Yanzi explained the purpose of her visit. Understood. Xianxia nodded. He knew very well that the hunting meet was a team activity. During the hunting meet, when faced with a large number of beasts, the strength of an individual was obviously insufficient. Therefore, the final title of Hunter King was divided into Individual Hunter King and Team Hunter King, and each had their own generous rewards. 2 hours later, in the territory of the Fu family, on a hilly area, Xianxia, Yi Luofeng, Fu Hong, Fu Jing, Fu Yanzi, and the rest gathered together. In front of the 10 of them, there was a huge 3-colored enchantment covering a radius of 100 feet, and there were roars of beasts coming from within. They looked over. There were hundreds of beasts inside the enchantment, and their murderous auras were soaring to the sky. Among the beasts, the weakest had the strength of a late-stage viscera refinement cultivator. There were even 5 or 6 beasts at the postnatal qi transformation stage. The strongest among them was an armored rhinoceros. Its body was covered with dark green scales, and its aura was close to a connate qi transformation stage cultivator. There are so many beasts. The number is twice as many as before. The disciples of the Fu family were frightened. 6 qi transformation stage beasts. This isn't a practice. That iron abyss rhinoceros has a faint bloodline of ancient beasts. I'm afraid it can fight against a connate qi transformation stage cultivator. Even the 2 geniuses, Fu Hong and Fu Jing, looked a little embarrassed. 10 geniuses challenging hundreds of beasts, under normal circumstances, the iron abyss rhinoceros that could fight against a connate qi transformation stage cultivator could easily defeat Fu Hong and Fu Jing. Among the crowd, only Xianxia and Yi Luofeng looked slightly calm. However, such a large group of beasts still shocked the two of them. Not far away, Patriarch Fu Yuan, Uncle Lin, and the others looked at the group of youths. According to the information we received, the forces participating in the hunting meet have sent out a very strong group. Uncle Lin looked solemn. There are hundreds of beasts in this enchantment. If you can defeat them, you will only have a slight chance of winning the honor of Hunter King. The youths of the Fu family looked at the hundreds of beasts inside the barrier, and all of them were terrified. Not to mention defeating this group of beasts, even surviving for a moment under their attacks was a great challenge. There are hundreds of fierce beasts and demonic beasts in this barrier. If you can defeat them, you will only have a sliver of a chance to obtain the glory of Hunting King. Uncle Lin's words made everyone's heart sink. The youths of the Fu family were shocked and in disbelief. Uncle Lin, are the teams of the other competing families really that strong? The square-faced Fu Jing couldn't help but gasp. It's more terrifying than expected. If you can't defeat these hundreds of beasts, then you have no hope at all. The few elders had solemn expressions. In the crowd, the disciples of the Fu family fell into a short silence. The gazes of the patriarch Fu Yuan and the few elders fell on Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng. Previously, Fu Jing, Fu Hong, and the others had gone through a few actual combat drills and were very clear about their strength. With the team led by Fu Jing and Fu Hong, it was impossible for them to defeat the group of beasts inside the barrier. It was even impossible for them to protect themselves. This year's hunting meet not only has exceptionally generous rewards, but the competition is also unprecedentedly fierce. That marquee mansion actually invited the top geniuses of the ancient clan bloodline. The descendants of the ancient clan have always disdained to lower their status and participate in this kind of prefecture-level activity. That Chu family is not inferior in any way. They invited the famous sword Dao genius of the Sky Sword Academy. The few elders sighed and discussed. Originally, after Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng unexpectedly joined, the Fu family was determined to obtain the throne of Hunting King. But recently, after the news of those strong competitors came, the confidence of the Fu family's higher-ups almost collapsed. Today's actual combat drill was mainly to test the strength of Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng to see if there was any hope. Let's begin. The patriarch Fu Yuan signaled to the group of youths. Attention, you must cooperate with the two foreign delegates, Yi Luofeng and Qin Yu. The rule of this drill is that once you are forced out of the barrier or rescued by the elders, you will be eliminated and cannot continue fighting. Uncle Lin added. Fu Hong, Fu Jing, and the other teenagers nodded. The gazes of the 8 youths were fixed on Yi Luofeng and Qin Yu. Listen to my commands later. Yi Luofeng's icy gaze swept past everyone present. Qin Yu shrugged his shoulders. He was not surprised by this command. Come in. Yi Luofeng took the lead. She transformed into a transparent gauze and floated through the barrier. The spirit formation before them was extremely special. It would only restrict ferocious beasts and monsters, not humans. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the group of youths followed Yi Luofeng into the barrier. Roar roar roar, as soon as they appeared, the beasts in the barrier let out earth-shattering roars and charged at them. That frighteningly brutal aura was enough to make anyone below the Qi transformation stage tremble and feel powerless. Thankfully, these youths had gone through many trials and tribulations, so they would not be frightened by the beasts to the point of losing their combat strength. Everyone, get into a defensive formation. Yi Luofeng lightly shouted. Before she gave the order, the youths of the Fu family had already formed a strange defensive formation. The 8 youths used all kinds of weapons, including swords, bows, chains, and iron nets. One of them used a giant axe. All the weapons were at least inferior grade and mid-grade treasures. Woo-woo, some of the weaker ferocious beasts were shot to death by the treasures before they could even get close. 2 of the youths set up chains and nets covered with barbs to block the charge of the beasts. Most of them used swords and sabers for close-range defense. In the next 10 breaths, the attack of 20 ferocious beasts did not disrupt the formation. On the contrary, the ferocious beasts were either killed or injured. Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng looked at each other with a strange expression. They had underestimated the geniuses of the Fu family. Until a certain moment. The three Hotian realm demonic beasts, including a middle-stage Hotian realm demonic wolf, rushed forward. This caused a panic in the formation of the youths. Fu Jing and Fu Hong each fought an early-stage postnatal beast. The remaining mid-stage postnatal wolf was even more powerful and difficult to stop. I'll leave it to you. There are stronger ones behind. Yi Luofeng's beautiful eyes flashed. She did not attack, as if she wanted to test Qinyu's strength. All right. Qinyu nodded in agreement. From the corner of his eye, he saw the strongest iron abyss rhinoceros charging over with two mid-stage and late-stage beasts. From the looks of it, Yi Luofeng wanted to deal with the strongest iron abyss rhinoceros, so Qinyu had no intention of competing with her. Roar! At this moment, the mid-stage postnatal wolf charged into the formation, causing Fu Yanzi and the others to retreat in shock. Get lost, beast. A mass of black fist light that was as big as a water tank brazenly pressed down on the middle-stage Hotian demonic wolf. Wherever the faint black fist light passed, a fierce and cold wind would blow. Whoosh! Bang! 2 or 3 viscera refinement stage beasts nearby were directly torn apart and died on the spot. Just the aftershock alone killed the viscera refinement stage beast. Whoosh! The fist that was surging with murderous aura and surrounded by faint black air patterns hit the mid-stage postnatal wolf. Woo! The postnatal wolf was frightened. It reacted quickly and flipped back in the air. At the same time, it stretched out its sharp claws and waved out a dark purple whirlpool with a twinkling light. Boom! The two forces collided. The dark purple whirlpool immediately shattered and the mid-stage postnatal wolf was pushed back by 2 or 3 meters. This beast is very cunning. Qinyu smiled. He had pushed back the wolf with one punch and killed 2 or 3 beasts with the aftershock. It was just a piece of cake. This scene caused Fu Jing, Fu Hong, and the other youths nearby to tremble in fear. The wolf that Qinyu had just dealt with was a mid-stage postnatal wolf. It was good at speed and even humans at the same level would be at a disadvantage. However, with a simple punch, Qinyu was able to force back the demonic wolf. As expected of the murderous aura when this kid advanced. The power of one punch was enough to make a mid-stage postnatal beast retreat. Uncle Lin stroked his beard and smiled. I wonder how much of his strength he used in that punch. The elders could see that Qinyu hadn't used his full strength in that punch. Indeed, Qinyu hadn't even used the signature Yuan Fiend transformation from the Yuan Fiend divine art. Otherwise, the wolf wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Woo-woo! After the wolf retreated, it circled around the area. It didn't attack or retreat. Roar! At the same time, many beasts pounced on them, making the Fu family's formation even more chaotic. Whoosh! Under the cover of the beasts, the wolf's eyes flashed coldly and it attacked Fu Yanzi and the other peak viscera refinement young geniuses from the side. This beast knows how to avoid the strong and fight the weak. If I had attacked just now, I wouldn't have given it the chance. Yi Luofeng said coldly. In other words, she was looking down on and dissatisfied with Qinyu's attack just now. Indeed. With Yi Luofeng's peak post-celestial stage cultivation and her amazing talent in sword Dao, it was very likely that she could kill the wolf in one hit. After all, sword cultivators were famous for their attack power. I was just warming up. I'll make it bleed soon. Qinyu didn't care about Yi Luofeng's show of strength. Really? If you can't deal with it immediately, it'll be troublesome. Yi Luofeng said in a mocking tone. On the other side, the strongest iron abyss rhinoceros had closed in with a mid and late post-celestial stage beast. One of the post-celestial stage beasts was a flying beast. As soon as she finished speaking, Qinyu had already transformed into a faint black afterimage as he pounced towards the demon wolf. However, the wolf was good at speed and was extremely cunning. It used the beasts as cover to avoid a direct confrontation with Qinyu. This wolf is very cunning. It seems that it's not realistic for Qinyu to kill it quickly. The elders couldn't help but feel sorry. Qinyu's battle power could indeed suppress the wolf. But the latter was good at speed and dodged with the help of the beasts. But the next scene made the elders of the Fu family dumbfounded. Bang, bang. Bang, facing the obstruction of the beasts, Qinyu didn't dodge. Like an armored bronze man, he directly crushed them. Instantly. One by one, the beasts were sent flying and all of them were killed on the spot. As if what passed by them wasn't a human with flesh and blood, but a bronze giant that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. This, everyone, including the patriarch, was dumbfounded. The human body was usually far less powerful than the beasts. And now, the youth in his field of vision directly crushed the horde of demonic beasts, washing them with blood. Bang! 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 Xianxu's enormous strength, coupled with the bronze force field on the surface of his body, knocked away all the beasts that were blocking his way. In a breath or two, Xianxu quickly closed in on the fleeing demon wolf. Seeing Xianxu's murderous appearance, the wolf turned around and ran in fear. Humph! A muffled thunderous sound came out of nowhere, causing the blood of the wolf to churn and its body to feel dizzy. It was the bronze lion roar. With Xianxu's current cultivation strength, a casual bronze lion roar could intimidate the same level. The body of the wolf paused, and Xianxu fiercely punched at it. Boom! A fist with shiny copper patterns expanded, bursting out a ball of condensed and rotating light black fist light, directly hitting the head of the wolf. In an instant, the body of the wolf was hit in the air, and its head exploded, blooming a flower of blood. Before it could even scream, the wolf was killed by Xianxu with one punch. Hiss! The disciples of the Fu family, led by Fu Hong and Fu Jing, couldn't help but gasp. I didn't expect this kid to also cultivate the Tao of body cultivation. I knew it. This Xianxu probably has a special physique. The elders of the Fu family recovered from their daze, and their faces were full of surprise and admiration. Before, the cunning tactics of the wolf made the elders of the Fu family almost conclude that it would be difficult to kill it quickly. But then, Xianxu crushed the group of beasts in such a violent and direct way, and killed a mid-stage postnatal realm beast with one punch. Yi Luofeng, who was standing on the side, was slightly surprised, and her expression was slightly unnatural. Roar! At this moment, the strongest iron abyss rhinoceros, surrounded by dozens of beasts, and two mid-stage and late-stage postnatal realm beasts attacked together. Especially the iron abyss rhinoceros, when it ran, the ground was slightly shaking. The charge of this rhinoceros could destroy the original genius team of Fu Hong and Fu Jing. The wolf that Xianxu had just killed was nothing in front of the iron abyss rhinoceros. Chen, the next three beasts are not to be underestimated. Why don't we make a bet? Yi Luofeng's eyes turned slightly, and a trace of competitiveness arose in her heart. Bet? Xianxu glanced at Yi Luofeng in surprise. At this moment, with the threat of a great enemy in front of them, the iron abyss rhinoceros led a mid and late-stage postnatal demonic beast and charged forward under the escort of many other vicious beasts. The slightest mistake would put the Fu family's team in danger of being annihilated. Before Yi Luofeng could answer, the late-stage Ho Tian bird in the sky had already swooped down to kill her. This postnatal demonic beast was an iron-backed demonic eagle that was difficult to deal with. Its wingspan was comparable to a small courtyard, and its feathers were as hard as steel. Ding ding, the crossbow bolts of the two Fu family disciples landed on the iron feather. Sparks flew and the bolts immediately shattered. The crossbow bolts were as hard as low-grade treasured weapons, but they were shattered by the iron feather. Hiss! The iron-backed demonic eagle let out a loud and piercing cry. Whoosh! The iron feather flapped and a dark silver gust of wind shot out. It surrounded a sandstorm of 50 to 60 feet in diameter and swept toward the Fu family's team with great power. Not good. The youths in the Fu family's team were horrified. Their formation couldn't withstand the attack at all. The strongest iron abyss rhinoceros had yet to attack, but the second strongest late-stage demonic eagle could scatter their formation with a casual attack. Fu Jing and Fu Hong each had a postnatal demonic beast and couldn't deal with them in a short period of time. A late-stage postnatal demonic eagle isn't easy to deal with. Xianxu's body flashed and he and Yi Luofeng charged toward the iron-backed demonic eagle. Break! Xianxu punched out, and a faint black fist light with a roar collided with the dark silver wind, bringing along a gloomy and berserk fiendish wind. Crack! The dark silver gust of wind emitted a sharp light and actually tore apart Xianxu's fist force. The remaining power didn't dissipate. That exploding dark silver gust of wind brought along a violent and sharp whirlwind of flying sand as it swept over. Thud, Qinyu took a few steps back. His expression was solemn as he glanced at Yi Luofeng beside him. Clang! Yi Luofeng unsheathed a white, jade-like sword in her hand and slashed out a white, sparkling frost sword light. It was 20 to 30 feet long and was surrounded by many sharp, icy sword shadows, emitting a bone-piercing chill. Qinyu, who was standing to the side, felt his blood freeze. Pung! Puchi, the dazzling ice sword ray, dragging along a large stretch of sharp ice sword shadows, shredded the dark silver wind ray unleashed by the demonic eagle. Not only that. There were also a few frost sword shadows that enveloped the iron-backed demonic eagle's body, leaving behind a few small wounds. The iron-backed demonic eagle screeched and immediately flapped its wings to fly back into the sky. This woman's strength is stronger than expected. Qinyu was slightly moved. He had held back when he attacked just now because he wanted to probe Yi Luofeng's strength. This Yi Luofeng can be said to be the trump card of our Fu clan's hunting squad. With just a casual strike of her sword, she was able to force back a late-stage Hotian demonic bird. The eyes of the elders of the Fu family lit up. The iron-backed demonic eagle's strength was close to that of the iron abyss rhinoceros. However, the key to this drill is whether or not we can defeat that iron abyss rhinoceros. Uncle Lin muttered. That's right. That iron abyss rhinoceros is almost twice as strong as this iron-backed demonic eagle. It can fight against a Xianxia realm cultivator. The elders agreed. At this moment, the iron abyss rhinoceros and another mid-stage Hotian demonic beast pounced over. Thump, thump. Boom, the iron abyss rhinoceros's eyes turned red. It suddenly sped up and turned into a dark green shadow the size of a small mountain, charging towards Qinyu and Yi Luofeng. All of a sudden, dust flew in the wind. An immovable pressure made Qinyu's breathing heavy. Attack! Yi Luofeng shouted. The white jade sword in her hand slashed out a clear white frost sword ray. It was like a white rainbow piercing through the sun, slashing towards the dark green shadow. Qinyu didn't dare to underestimate it. A heavy and simple dark silver sword appeared in his hand. The power of the bronze statue technique and the fiendish origin true chi gushed into it. Boom, the mysterious heavy sword slashed out a dazzling black and silver sword ray. It was more than 20 feet in diameter and was surrounded by a layer of black air. It swept towards the dark green shadow. Yi Luofeng and Qinyu's attacks hit the iron abyss rhinoceros almost at the same time. Clang! Boom, the dark green wind on the surface of the iron abyss rhinoceros exploded. Sparks sputtered on its iron-armored body. The roaring wind swept over a radius of more than 10 feet. Many disciples of the Fu family nearby were sent flying like pieces of paper. Some of the fierce beasts were killed on the spot. Bang, Qinyu was pushed back 20 to 30 feet by a huge force and the blue wind. Yi Luofeng's beautiful figure floated up to a height of around 70 to 80 meters in midair, and she was like a pure white and flawless azure feather that gracefully revolved amidst the violent airflow and gales. In a short period of time, she actually formed a profound floating posture, and she possessed an ethereal beauty. She had just broken the defense of the iron abyss rhinoceros, but it wasn't injured. This iron abyss rhinoceros is indeed a connate cultivator at the chi transformation stage. It's extremely strong and its skin is stronger than iron armor. Qinyu didn't underestimate it anymore. At this moment, Yi Luofeng spun in the wind and didn't land on the ground. It was a beautiful sight. Her movements were comparable to a connate cultivator at the chi transformation stage. The beautiful girl smiled and said, "Let's make a bet to deal with these three beasts." A bet? The youths of the Fu family were a bit speechless. They were having a hard time surviving and Yi Luofeng still wanted to make a bet with Qinyu. What kind of bet? Qinyu's expression didn't change. There were three beasts, the iron abyss rhinoceros, the iron-backed demon eagle, and the demon tiger. The iron abyss rhinoceros was the strongest. It was at the peak of the acquired stage and had the bloodline of an ancient beast. The iron-backed demon eagle was at the late stage of the acquired stage and the demon tiger was at the mid-stage of the acquired stage. I'll take the iron abyss rhinoceros. You take the iron-backed demon eagle and the demon tiger. Let's bet on who can kill all the targets first. Yi Luofeng glanced at Qinyu with her cold eyes. She didn't care if Qinyu agreed or not. She landed slowly and slashed out a sharp sword aura. The white sword aura hit the Iron Abyss Rhinoceros. She lured the Iron Abyss Rhinoceros away. She left the Iron-backed Demon Eagle and the Demon Tiger for Qinyu. Qinyu was stunned. But this bet seemed to be more beneficial to him. The Iron Abyss Rhinoceros was definitely more powerful than the remaining Demon Eagle and Demon Tiger combined. The clan elders outside the barrier also became interested in this bet. The Iron Abyss Rhinoceros is obviously more powerful. Even the 5 beasts combined might not be its match. But Yi Luofeng's cultivation is higher and she must have the combat power of a Khanate cultivator. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to be so careless. Qinyu has a lower chance of winning. After all, he has to deal with 2 beasts and one of them is a late-stage bird. Most of the elders didn't think Qinyu would win. What's the bet? Qinyu held the dark heavy sword and lured the iron-backed Demon Eagle and the Demon Tiger away. The loser has to agree to a small request of the winner. Yi Luofeng said without hesitation. She made it clear that it was a small request. Apparently, it was impossible for her to marry him. Okay. Qinyu rolled his eyes, and the corners of his lips curled up into a smile. After making the bet, Qinyu and Yi Luofeng focused on dealing with their respective beasts. The 2 of them dared to make the bet because they were confident that they would win. It all depended on who could kill the beasts first. Qinyu had to deal with 2 beasts. One of them was the iron-backed Demon Eagle, which was a late-stage bird flying in the air. If that demonic bird continued to hover in the air and refused to come down, then it would be very troublesome. Yi Luofeng had to deal with the Iron Abyss Rhinoceros. It was covered in scales and had a strong defense. As long as I take down the bird first, I will win. Qinyu pondered. That being said, he pounced on the other middle-stage elementary realm Demon Tiger and started to fight it in close combat. Whoosh, Qinyu punched the tiger's head and made it bleed, but he didn't go all out. If he were to kill the Demon Tiger quickly, he would probably arouse the fear and vigilance of the iron-backed Demon Eagle. If it did not fight Qinyu, then he would definitely lose the bet. Bastard! Where are you going? He purposely moved the tiger closer to the iron-backed Demon Eagle. Moreover, he deliberately left an opening on his back to lure the iron-backed Demon Eagle to attack. The iron-backed demonic eagle circled in the air a few times, paused for a moment, then pounced at Qinyu. Success or failure depends on this. Qinyu secretly prepared to attack. His heart began to gather energy. After all, he had to deal with a late-stage elementary realm bird, which was 2 levels higher than him. But at this moment, the battle on the other side had changed. Swoosh, Yi Luofeng fluttered in the air, slashing out a series of frosty white sword lights. Each of these sword lights was 20 to 30 feet long, and they overlapped with each other to form a huge net of white ice swords, trapping the Iron Abyss Rhino within. Moo, the Iron Abyss Rhinoceros let out a blood-curdling screech as wounds appeared on its iron-like body. At the same time, a layer of white frost formed on the surface of the rhinoceros's body, which made it look clumsy and stiff. This woman is more powerful than I expected. She killed the Iron Abyss Rhinoceros with ease. Her sword skills are getting stronger. The elders of the Fu family were surprised. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! 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 Yi Luofeng's white frost sword aura turned into a net of ice swords that made the wounds on the Iron Abyss Rhinoceros multiply. The Iron Abyss Rhinoceros roared in pain. It couldn't fight back anymore. In the blink of an eye, a few sharp ice swords slashed at the Iron Abyss Rhinoceros's head. Blood splattered and quickly froze. The Iron Abyss Rhinoceros was covered in wounds and its body was covered in frost. Its combat ability and mobility were greatly reduced. The Iron Abyss Rhinoceros would be killed in the next 2 to 3 breaths. It looks like I'm the winner. Yi Luofeng smiled faintly as if it was a given. At the same time, the iron-backed demonic eagle pounced at Qinyu's back from behind, brandishing a sharp dark silver gust of wind at Qinyu's back. Good timing, Qinyu shouted in his mind. Whoosh, leaving behind a faint black afterimage, Qinyu's figure abruptly disappeared from where he stood. Poof, In the end, the dark silver gust of wind and sand from the iron-backed demonic eagle hit the lesser heaven intermediate stage demonic tiger. Hell, the demonic tiger let out a blood-curdling scream as it was sent flying by the fierce attack. It was on the verge of death. At the same time, Xianxia used a shocking burst of speed and appeared in front of the iron-backed demonic eagle. This scene caused the elders of the Fu clan to be quite shocked. With Xianxia's powerful body, his speed was much faster than those of the same rank. Moreover, he had been accumulating energy in his heart. Evil Qi manifestation. The faint black true Qi on Xianxu's bronze arms shook and turned into a huge ferocious black python. The surrounding evil Qi held fiercely. Boom, the huge black python opened its bloody mouth and together with Xianxu's bronze arm, hit the iron-backed demonic eagle's head. There was a loud sound as if a mountain had cracked. In an instant, the iron-backed demonic eagle's head cracked open and blood splattered everywhere. It was killed on the spot. This is the evil Qi manifestation. Someone who has just entered the Qi transformation stage can use the evil Qi manifestation. But the key to killing this bird is the instantaneous burst of speed that caught it off guard. The elders of the Fu family were all shocked. After killing the iron-backed demonic eagle, Xianxu's eyes subconsciously looked at Yi Luofeng. Then, his expression changed. The iron abyss rhino was lying on the ground, barely breathing. Yi Luofeng revealed the sneer of a victor as she slowly raised the sword in her hand and slashed out an icy sword ray that was like a cold rainbow. A layer of faint cyan afterglow appeared on the surface of the sword ray as it slashed towards the rhinoceros head. This slash could definitely kill the iron abyss rhino. And while Xianxia was in the air, there was also a dying demonic tiger on the ground. It seemed that Yi Luofeng had won the bet. But in the next moment, something strange happened. Swoosh, a pitch-black shadow of a spear pierced the demonic tiger on the ground with a muffled, thunder-like sound as it tore through the air. Its baleful aura surged. Bang! The spear pierced through the head of the demonic tiger and it died on the spot. Almost at the same time, Yi Luofeng's slash had killed the iron abyss rhino. In an instant, the iron abyss rhino's head was cut open and blood splattered out. The rhino's limbs twitched, but it didn't die immediately. It struggled for a while and then died. "I'm sorry, I won." Xianxia had a smug look on his face. His laughter resounded throughout the area. Yi Luofeng stood in front of the corpse of the iron abyss rhino and was dazed for a moment. Her peerlessly beautiful face was suffused with a mix of green and red. Her breathing quickened, and the beautiful curves of her chest rose and fell slightly, showing the anger and resentment in her heart. Inside the barrier, the disciples of the Fu family, led by Fu Jing and Fu Hong, looked as if they had lost their souls and their self-esteem had suffered a great blow. They struggled in the face of the beast's attacks. And Xianxia and Fu Hong still had the time to bet with the strongest beasts. Outside the barrier, the elders of the Fu family were astonished. At that moment, they had subconsciously thought that Yi Luofeng would win. After all, Yi Luofeng was about to kill the iron abyss rhino with one slash, while Xianxia was still in the air and hadn't finished off the lesser heaven middle stage demonic tiger. No one had expected it. Xianxu's spear and Yi Luofeng's sword hit the target almost at the same time. However, the demonic tiger that Xianxia killed was already on its last breath. It was fatally injured and died with a single strike. The iron abyss rhino that Yi Luofeng killed had a trace of the bloodline of an ancient beast and had a strong body and vitality, so it died a few seconds later. In other words, Xianxia killed it faster. It was the small difference in details that caused Yi Luofeng to lose the bet. "I lost," Yi Luofeng said reluctantly as she glared at Xianxia with her clear and slightly cold eyes. Although she was indignant about her final defeat, she couldn't object. Indeed, she was more powerful when facing the iron abyss rhino. However, it was also difficult for Xianxia, especially when he had to deal with two demonic beasts, one of which was a lesser heaven middle stage demonic bird. More importantly, Xianxu's cultivation was much lower than hers. He had just reached the Qi transformation realm and the lesser heaven middle stage not long ago. "Senior sister Yi, the loser has to agree to a small request." Seeing this, Xianxia revealed a satisfied smile. His unbridled gaze roamed back and forth across the young girl's flawless, ice-cold face. What do you want? Yi Luofeng's face tightened and she had a bad feeling. Isn't a kiss a little too much? Isn't it too much to ask for a kiss? With a big smile on his face, Jinyu cracked his neck and sent two nearby dire beasts flying with a punch. He then made a request that he felt was not too much. As soon as he said that, Fu Hong, Fu Jing, and the other youths who were fighting nearby were dumbfounded. In the hearts of all the youths, Yi Luofeng had always been a cold and aloof goddess that had flesh of ice and bones of jade, and they didn't dare look at her directly or disrespect her at all. But Jinyu was shameless enough to make such a request. Suddenly, the eyes of the youths froze, and they looked nervous. What if, the icy fairy in their hearts kept her promise and agreed to his request? It was heartbreaking and infuriating. You. Shameless. Yi Luofeng gritted her teeth. There was a hint of coldness in her eyes. The girl's voice was trembling. There was an angry blush on her flawless face, like the reflection of the morning sun on a snow-white ice lotus. Shameless? I can see that senior sister Yi is not a person who keeps her promise. Jinyu shook his head and sighed. Yi Luofeng's face turned red and then green. She kept silent. On the contrary, she had always been a person who kept her promise, even if it was a small bet. When they made a bet, Yi Luofeng had held back. The loser had to agree to a small request, and it couldn't be too much. However, Jinyu had indeed made a request that was not too much. At least, it was not too much for Jinyu. She had lost the bet. At this moment, Yi Luofeng was about to make her move. Can we change it? Yi Luofeng's face tightened. She swung her sword and cut the two beasts into pieces. However, her tone was a little weak. No, I want a kiss. Jinyu shrugged, and his lips curled into a smile. Ever since they were teleported to Yunjiao Nation, Yi Luofeng had always been competitive and wanted to outdo him. This time, finally, Jinyu found the right opportunity. How could he let her go? You. Yi Luofeng's face turned red and white. She was struggling. She was annoyed. Was she really going to give her first kiss to this shameless guy, in the following period of time? Yi Luofeng fell into silence and ignored Jinyu. The two of them joined forces and quickly killed the postnatal demonic beasts that Fu Hong and Fu Jing were dealing with. The remaining vicious beasts within the spirit formation were naturally not worth mentioning. Under the attacks of Jinyu and Yi Luofeng, the two killing gods, they were quickly annihilated. Very good. The strength of the two foreign chamberlains is stronger than expected. Clan head Fu Yuan and the others clapped their hands and laughed. Jinyu and Yi Luofeng had actually managed to complete the seemingly impossible mission of killing the demonic beasts by gambling. With the insight of Patriarch Fu Yuan and the others, it wasn't difficult for them to see that Jinyu and Xianxia were still holding back. At least, the two did not use any of their trump cards. Uncles. With the strength of our hunting team, do we have any hope of winning the honor of Hunting King? Fu Yanzi said hopefully. Hearing this, the clan elders pondered. If it was in the past, we would have at least a 70% chance of success with two foreign dignitaries. Uncle Lin paused. But for this year's hunting conference, the teams from the competing clans are all extraordinarily strong. Uncle Lin sighed. The clan elders looked at each other. Finally, they gave a more acceptable chance of success. 30%. 30%, not only were the Fu clansmen shocked, but Jinyu and Yi Luofeng were also shocked. For this year's hunting conference, the main competitors are the marquee residents, Chu clan, Fu clan, and Wu clan. Uncle Lin explained. All the clansmen listened attentively. There were only a few of the strongest forces in Yunlai residence. Among them, the highest ruler was the marquee residence. Following closely behind, the three major clans, Chu clan, Fu clan, and Wu clan. Jinyu had a rough idea of this after staying in the Fu clan for a period of time. According to what he knew, the strength of the three major clans was close to that of the Chu country's Bone Demon Palace. They were at least far stronger than the three sects like Yunhui Gate. Because each of the three major clans had more than one returning origin realm cultivator. There were even more Qi transformation realm cultivators. Needless to say, the Marquis residence has always been the victors in the past hunting conferences. At the mention of the Marquis residence, the clan elders were fearful. After all, the Marquis residence was the place where the Marquis residence was located. Its jurisdiction was larger than that of the Chu country. This year, the Marquis residence is still the strongest opponent. They have invited the descendant of an ancient clan, Luohaochen. He is one of the top prodigies in the Yunjiao country's earth roll. Uncle Lin said solemnly. An earth roll prodigy. The Fu clansman gasped in surprise. There were earth roll prodigies in the entire Yunlai residence. However, there had not been any earth roll prodigies under the age of 20 in the past 10 years. Secondly, the Chu clan has invited the famous swordsmanship prodigy from the Sky Sword Academy, He Chiuyun. He is also an earth roll prodigy, and his swordsmanship has improved tremendously recently. Uncle Lin continued. Sky Sword Academy? That's one of the 4 major academies in the Yunjiao country. The Fu clansmen were in awe. I've heard of He Chiuyun before. I heard that he recently came to our Yunlai residence and defeated a Khanate stage martial arts grandmaster in 3 moves. He didn't even use his sword. Fu Yanzi looked at him with admiration. Not only was He Chiuyun talented in swordsmanship, but he was also a famous handsome man on the earth roll. The last competitor is the Wu clan. I heard that they have invited a mysterious puppeteer. He Debao has recently joined the Wu clan's side, making him even more powerful. Uncle Lin finished introducing the last strong competitor. Puppeteer, Qinyu felt his heart skip a beat. It was strange to him. Moreover, he was unfamiliar with the profession of puppeteer. I didn't expect to meet a long-lost sect like the puppeteer in this hunting meet. Yi Luofeng murmured. She seemed to know something about the puppeteer sect. Here's a file about several strong rival forces and the basic information of the members of each hunting group. Uncle Lin took out a pile of scrolls. Next. Everyone received a piece of information from Uncle Lin. Qinyu opened the scrolls. The contents included the rules and techniques of the hunting meet, as well as the basic information of each hunting team and the powerful members. Alright, there are 20 days left until the hunting meet. Before that, try to cooperate and understand each other. Fu Yuan waved his hand. Today's actual combat practice was completed successfully. In the remaining 20 days, apart from cooperating with each other, the youths could also cultivate and strive to improve. The Fu clan's residence. When returning to the guest elder area, Qinyu and Yi Luofeng walked side by side. Along the way, Yi Luofeng was silent. Qinyu smiled and said nothing. Occasionally, he would stare at Yi Luofeng's white teeth and red lips with a you-know expression. Soon, Qinyu followed Yi Luofeng to the bamboo forest. Miss Yi, there are no outsiders here. Can you fulfill your promise? Qinyu laughed out loud. Yi Luofeng's graceful figure suddenly paused, trying to suppress the anger and coldness on her face. Qinyu, don't go too far. Yi Luofeng's face was tense. Her voice was cold, and a layer of faint blue light appeared on her jade-like hands. Qinyu smiled faintly. Suddenly, he felt an invisible sword intent locking his mind. It seemed that this woman did not try her best in today's actual combat practice. Well, it's just a playful bet. If you don't fulfill your promise, I won't force you. Qinyu waved his hand, looking like he had given up. After that, he turned around and left the bamboo forest, feeling a little regretful. With Yi Luofeng's icy beauty that could captivate even the birds and beasts, as well as her cold demeanor, it was enough to make any hot-blooded man develop a bit of charming and gentle thoughts. Although Qinyu was tempted by this woman, he couldn't say that he liked her. Wait. Yi Luofeng suddenly stopped Qinyu. I, Yi Luofeng, always keep my promise. This bet is still valid, but Luofeng hopes to extend it to the next time. Yi Luofeng returned to her cold face. After that, she threw out a tattered ancient book. Qinyu took the ancient book and realized that there was a nameless technique recorded inside. This is an ancient technique to condense mental energy, called Heaven's Heart Refinement. This technique can stimulate the potential of the mind and resist the invasion of the demonic power. If it is used with the mother mind in your hands, it can have a miraculous effect on cultivation. This technique will temporarily be the stake of this small bet. Yi Luofeng's tone was ice cold, her face expressionless. Xianxia took the ancient book and quickly browsed through it. Very quickly, his face revealed a joyful expression. Previously, he had absorbed the power of the blood-soul flower bud, and there was still some blood-soul potential that he had not completely digested. Furthermore, he had obtained the moon spirit mine. His mental strength was strong, but it was not condensed enough, and he did not know how to use it. This Heaven's Heart refinement secret technique had solved Xianxu's urgent problem. This spell is barely enough to cover up the kiss this time. But I wonder, what is the continuation of the bet? Storing the book away, Xianxu grew even more interested in it. He could see it. Yi Luofeng did not use her trump card before. She was not willing to bet on this kiss, and wanted to continue to the next time. Let's bet on this hunting meet. Yi Luofeng's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of confidence and sharpness. Oh? What kind of bet? If I win next time, will that kiss be fulfilled? Xianxu chuckled. Let's bet on the glory of that person's hunting king. Whoever obtains the position of hunting king will be the winner. If you win, you can do whatever you want to Luofeng. Not to mention a kiss, even if you want Luofeng to repay you with her body, it won't be a problem. Yi Luofeng's eyes were clear as she looked straight at Xianxu. Oh? Xianxu couldn't help but exclaim. But then, he quickly raised an objection. The position of hunting king did not necessarily have to be between the two of them. There were 3 possibilities. First, Xianxu obtained the position of hunting king. Second, Yi Luofeng obtained the position of hunting king. Third, the third party obtained the position of hunting king. If the third party wins, then it will be a draw. At that time, Luofeng will fulfill this kiss and fulfill her promise. Yi Luofeng said in a low voice. Oh. Xianxu was surprised once again. This meant that Yi Luofeng really intended to keep her promise. Then what do I need to pay? Xianxu was not an idiot. A draw. Yi Luofeng promised to pay with a kiss. If Xianxu won, Yi Luofeng would be at his disposal, including marrying him, getting intimate with him, etc. From this, one could see Yi Luofeng's strong confidence. On the other hand, this woman definitely had a plan. If Luofeng obtains the position of hunting king, you will use the moon spirit ore as a bet and borrow it for 5 years. Yi Luofeng's eyes flashed, the complicated expression on her face was quickly replaced by a trace of determination. Xianxu was enlightened, Yi Luofeng indeed had a plan. She actually increased the bet, it could be said to be a crazy gamble. If Luofeng wins the senior hunter position, you will use the moon spirit mine as a wager and borrow it for 5 years. In the bamboo forest. Realization dawned on Xianxu as he stared straight into Yi Luofeng's clear and flawless eyes. Xianxu noticed the trace of determination on her beautiful face, and he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This bet was very beneficial to Xianxu. Because the top geniuses of Yunjiao country had gathered in this hunting meet. Yi Luofeng and Xianxu might not be able to win the senior hunter position. Even if they didn't succeed, Yi Luofeng had to keep her promise. Once Xianxu became the senior hunter, Yi Luofeng would be at his mercy, even if she had to marry him. Even if he won. Even if Yi Luofeng won, she didn't have to use the moon spirit mine for 5 years. 5 years? Xianxu came to a realization. Borrowing it for 5 years was in line with their previous agreement. It seemed that Yi Luofeng must be worried and wanted to return to Northern Plains as soon as possible. Why, with your history of creating miracles, you don't dare to accept Luofeng's bet? Yi Luofeng pursed her lips. Okay. Xianxu nodded and agreed even though he knew that she was trying to provoke him. Lady Yi dares to use herself as a wager and this bet is beneficial to me. If I don't, then I'm not a man. Xianxu smiled. Just like that, the two of them reached a new agreement. A man? Yi Luofeng sneered and glanced at the 16-year-old youth who was younger than her. However, Yi Luofeng had underestimated Xianxu. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so impulsive and used herself as a wager. Half a day later. Guest residence. In a cultivation room in the courtyard. Haha, although I didn't win Yi Luofeng's kiss, I got this heaven heart mental technique. It's a pleasant surprise. With a smile on his face, Jinyu sat down cross-legged with a tattered book in his hand. This old and tattered book was the ancient secret art that Yi Luofeng was temporarily using as a stake, heavenly heart refinement. This secret technique could cultivate one's mental energy and condense one's will and mind. When cultivated to a certain level, one's heart would be like a boulder, and they would be able to resist external demonic and illusory powers. They could even destroy and refine external supernatural powers. Jinyu had only skimmed through it briefly, but he already felt that this secret technique was extremely profound. The only regret was, this refinement of the heavenly heart was not complete. It only had the first part, and there was almost no active spiritual secret technique. The main content was to stabilize one's Tao heart and will and forge the heart of heaven. Thankfully, Jinyu did not plan to delve deeper into the mental domain. Right now, he wanted to use this technique to completely absorb the blood-soul flower bud's potential. In addition, his talent as a body cultivator and his powerful physical body could sometimes be targeted on the mental aspect. In this aspect, the heavenly heart refinement was more suitable for Jinyu. It was an ancient mental secret technique that was good at defending one's heart. After a while, Jinyu placed a large portion of his attention on the cultivation of heavenly heart refinement. In the end, the cultivation of this secret mental technique was much smoother than expected. In less than 10 days, Jinyu's heavenly heart refinement had reached the peak of the first level, and his use of mental energy was even more exquisite. One had to know. The peak of the first level of the heavenly heart refinement corresponded to the mental energy of the peak of the Hotian stage, and it surpassed ordinary people of the same level. While cultivating this secret technique, Jinyu stuck the moon spirit ore onto his body, his mind abnormally clear and calm. A trace of mysterious power that was like moonlight or a mountain spring cleansed and nourished his soul. Just as Yi Luofeng had expected, with the assistance of the moon spirit ore, cultivating the heavenly heart refinement would have a miraculous effect. A few more days passed. Jinyu felt the mental energy in his body continuously being stimulated, condensed, and increased. His mind consciousness captured a trace of a beautiful and transparent blood-colored crystal light in his body, which was slowly being absorbed and transformed by the heavenly heart refinement. Unknowingly, in Jinyu's mind, a blood-black halo of light gathered. This halo was about the size of a baby's fist and was the condensation of mental energy. Boom! The moment the blood-black halo condensed and formed, Jinyu's body shook. On the mental level, a domineering and surging murderous aura surged. At the same time, Jinyu felt that his 5 senses and 6 senses had suddenly stepped into a brand new level. Without needing to deliberately, the wind and grass within a radius of a few dozen feet, all kinds of odors and movements were reflected into his senses. Jinyu suddenly realized that his mental consciousness could extend out of his body and cover a radius of 10 feet. Even if he closed his eyes, this extension of his mental consciousness could be clearer than his eyes and see everything in the outside world. This is spiritual sense. Normally, only the chi transformation stage can give birth to spiritual sense and lead the body to comprehend everything in the outside world in a more subtle way. Jinyu was pleasantly surprised. Without a doubt, his heavenly heart refinement had stepped into the second level. The surging mental energy had already surpassed the middle stage of the Xianxia realm. To be able to progress so quickly, one reason was that the blood-soul flower bud was an item with great luck. The remaining blood-soul potential had yet to be completely absorbed. On the other hand, with the help of the legendary moon spirit ore, it would be twice the result with half the effort. When the heavenly heart refinement stepped into the second level, the cultivation of his mental energy calmed down. Then, the cultivation of the heavenly heart refinement focused on refining the heart and building the Tao heart. After the birth of spiritual sense, Jinyu also noticed something strange. The jade pendant on his body trembled slightly and produced a weak reaction. This jade pendant was left by Jinyu's father. Buzz, Jinyu's spiritual sense merged into it, and the jade pendant suddenly emitted a pure white holy light, emitting a vast and holy aura. Swish! The pure white holy light enveloped Jinyu's body, making him feel warm like he was bathing in a hot spring. In his ears, a woman's solemn and motherly murmur could be faintly heard. In an instant, Qinyu felt all the pores on his body relax, and his mind and consciousness felt refreshed and comfortable. In the dark, Qinyu felt as if his body was being cleansed and purified from the depths of his origin. It was as if he was receiving a blessing. He was shocked and suddenly thought of that familiar dream. A moment later, the pure white holy light on the jade pendant quickly disappeared, and Qinyu's mental energy was mostly depleted. What happened just now? Qinyu quickly closed his eyes and circulated his true qi to check his body. In the end, the Xianxia true qi had become pure, and all the filthy energy in his body had been removed. It's too magical. My cultivation didn't improve at all, but my body, blood, flesh, cultivation technique, true qi, and soul consciousness seemed to have become pure, Qinyu couldn't help but exclaim. The benefits it brought were many times stronger than the improvement of his cultivation. This would make Qinyu's foundation and realm more stable, and it would eliminate all the small flaws and hidden dangers at the current stage. Just like that, his future cultivation would be smoother, and his future growth potential would be greater. This jade pendant, and my birth, my parents. Qinyu held the jade pendant and murmured in his heart. Inexplicably, he had an idea. If one day, he was strong enough to protect himself on the continent, he would dig out the mystery of his birth. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed since that day of combat training. On this day, on an open-air square of the Fu family, a hunting team of 10 people gathered at the square. Qinyu, Yi Luofeng, Fu Hong, Fu Jing, Fu Yanzi, and other young geniuses were all there. The day of the hunting competition had arrived. In this team, the lowest cultivation level was at the peak of the late stage of the viscera refinement realm. If 2 or 3 of them joined forces, they could fight against an ordinary qi transformation or postnatal cultivator. Greetings, Patriarch. The group of young men and women, including the Patriarch and the elders, all bowed. They saw a white-haired old man in a white robe, surrounded by a layer of azure light, slowly floated down from the sky like a celestial being. This was the Patriarch of the Fu family, Fu Yangzi. Qinyu and Yi Luofeng had met each other once before. The Patriarch will bring all of you to participate in this hunting competition, Patriarch Fu Yuan said with a smile. After all, the hunting competition was a grand event that was held once every 3 years in the Yunlai residence. It was related to the glory and benefits of the clan. Every hunting competition would be led by an origin realm expert. Let's go, Evil Demon Ridge. The white-robed Patriarch, Fu Yangzi, said indifferently. Soon, a strange 2-headed bird that was over 100 feet in length descended from the sky with a strong stench. What kind of demonic bird is this? Qinyu was slightly shocked. The aura emitted by the strange 2-headed bird wasn't any weaker than a regular origin realm expert. This bird is my Fu clan's guardian bird. It can fight against a regular origin realm expert. It has a large capacity and is usually not used. Fu Hong, who was dressed in black armor, said proudly. Qinyu was speechless. With the ability of this bird, it might even bring a crisis to the Yunhui Gate. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the group of youths all jumped onto the back of the strange 2-headed bird. Whoosh whoosh. Flap, the strange 2-headed bird spread its wings and soared into the clouds. Nothing happened along the way. 2 hours later, the strange 2-headed bird carried the group into a wilderness filled with dense demonic qi and baleful qi. High up in the sky, Qinyu saw the occasional ferocious beasts and even demonic beasts in the mountains. In the sky, ferocious birds flew past. However, this strange 2-headed bird had an aura that was comparable to an origin realm expert, which scared off the flying beasts. This year's hunting competition will be held at the Evil Demon Ridge. There are many ferocious beasts here and they are much stronger than other places. Fu Yangzi introduced. The Evil Demon Ridge is one of the top 3 dangerous places in Yunlai County. If the hunting competition is held here, the casualties will be much higher than before. The youths of the Fu clan were filled with fear. That's right. Fu Yangzi's eyes flashed. The hunting competition will be held in a corner of the Evil Demon Ridge. In such a vast area, the guards of the Duke's residence can only eliminate demonic beasts of the origin realm. But they can't guarantee that there will be no accidents during the competition. Fu Yangzi said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Qinyu and Yi Luofeng looked at each other and their hearts skipped a beat. The evil demon ridge was a dangerous place. There were groups of ferocious beasts and all kinds of abilities. If they could only eliminate demonic beasts of the origin realm, then they couldn't eliminate demonic beasts of the Qi transformation innate realm or even the peak of the Qi transformation realm. One had to know. Some powerful ancient beasts of the Qi transformation realm had battle strength comparable to the origin realm. For example, the strange two-headed bird that everyone was riding on could bring the Yunhui Gate a crisis. This time's hunting competition is extremely risky and there are many uncontrollable factors. To be able to obtain the position of senior hunter, strength is one aspect and luck is another. The biggest difference between this hunting competition and the previous ones was that it wasn't held in a captive area. It wasn't just in the wilderness, but in a dangerous place like the evil demon ridge. Even a Qi transformation post-celestial expert would need half a day to run at a normal speed within a 300-mile radius. In such a large area, it was impossible to control everything with the manpower of the Duke Yunlai's mansion. There would inevitably be accidents. But expected. The danger and death rate of this competition would greatly increase. Each of you has a map in your hands. Next to the white-robed patriarch, Uncle Lin added, the patriarch will take you around the 300-mile radius to understand the actual terrain. The next half-day. The two-headed giant bird circled the 300-mile radius 2 or 3 times. Qinyu and the other youths unfolded the map in their hands and compared it with the actual terrain. The terrain is very special. The 300-mile hunting ground is surrounded by rivers on both sides, the north is the Big Valley, and the south is the direction where humans live. Qinyu had a rough idea. Surrounded by rivers on both sides, it was the natural boundary of the hunting area, which could prevent more accidents from happening. The south was where humans lived and were stationed. It seemed that the only variable was the Big Valley in the north, where there would be more fierce beasts and monsters. You should have a general understanding of the terrain. The closer to the Big Valley in the north, the more fierce beasts there are. The closer to the south, the safer. Uncle Lin said with a smile. If you want the position of hunting king, then you must get close to the Big Valley in the north. Yi Luofeng said. The patriarch Fu Yangzi had a look of admiration. Only by killing the Hotian level and above and obtaining the demon core in its body can you record the score. At this time, in the nearby sky, there were 2 sharp cries. Whoosh whoosh, a bronze dragon-carved flying carriage, 3 to 4 feet long, wrapped in a layer of light blue wind, roared in this direction. The front of the bronze flying carriage was pulled by 2 large birds with green feathers, roaring in the wind. It's the Wu family team. Fu Hong said in a low voice. Only to see. The bronze flying chariot carried 10 young geniuses and 2 or 3 seniors. Fu Yangzi, how have you been? On the bronze flying carriage, a bald middle-aged man with sharp eyes roared. Immediately, a violent gust of wind blew across the sky, forming a small storm. Not good. The disciples of the Fu family on the 2-headed strange bird could not stand steadily. If it weren't for the strong wind created by the flapping wings of the 2-headed giant bird, the strong wind created by the bald middle-aged man would have swept the group of youths away. Among the youths, only Qinyu and Yi Luofeng sat there calmly, completely unaffected. Fu Hong and Fu Jing had to circulate their true qi to stabilize themselves. The other youths were swaying unsteadily. Humph. Wu Tianxiao, you're testing the strength of my clan's disciples the moment we meet. Fu Yangzi sneered. Boom, a layer of boundless cool wind swept out from Fu Yangzi's body and enveloped the entire 2-headed enormous bird. The violent gale wave that violently collided with it instantly vanished into nothingness upon contact. Ha ha ha. These 2 young guests of the Fu family are indeed extraordinary. The bald man, Wu Tianxiao, let out a long laugh. His cold gaze swept past Qinyu and Yi Luofeng. His probing just now. Only Qinyu and Yi Luofeng were unaffected. At this time, the bronze flying carriage had already neared. The figures of the Wu family's youths entered their line of sight. Among them, Qinyu felt a pair of venomous eyes. It was a tall and sturdy man with a mole between his eyebrows. He looked to be in his 20s. He de Bao. Yu muttered with a calm expression. Before this, he had already found out that Debao had joined the opposing Wu family. His gaze swept over. Among the 10 geniuses of the Wu family, there were 4 Qi transformation post-celestial geniuses. Debao's middle stage post-celestial cultivation wasn't at the forefront. At the forefront was an ugly, skinny man in a black robe. His entire body was wrapped in a robe. This person's gaze was like dead ash as he indifferently scanned the Fu family. Even when he saw a beautiful girl like Yi Luofeng, his gaze only paused for a moment. This person is so strange. Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng glanced at each other. That ugly, skinny man gave off the feeling that he was Qi transformation post-celestial, but there was a strange fluctuation on his body that was erratic. This ugly, black-robed man is the puppet master that the Wu family hired with a lot of money. Uncle Lin reminded them telepathically. Other than the ugly puppet master, Debao, who was at the middle stage post-celestial, the Wu family had 2 early-stage post-celestial geniuses similar to Fu Hong and Fu Jing. Let's go to the camp, Fu Yangzi said indifferently, as if he didn't want to greet the Wu family. After saying that, the strange 2-headed bird turned around and flew to the flat peak of a mountain in the south. On the map, this place was marked as the starting point of the hunting meet. Looking around, on the flat peak, there were rows of simple houses that could accommodate thousands of people. Hunt. Hunt. Conference. The 4 words were carved on the white cloud flag that was hundreds of feet high, fluttering in the wind. At this moment, the starting point of the hunting meet was gathered with dozens of forces. Every force had 10 rookies as their representatives, and it was bustling with noise and excitement. As expected of an ancient country, the territory of the Yunlai prefecture is much larger than that of the Chu nation. Every force here has a genius at the Qi transformation stage. Chen Yu sighed. One had to know. In the 3 major sects of the Chu nation, a 20-year-old Qi transformation post-celestial could become the chief disciple. The Yunzhou ancient country had a vast territory and abundant resources. The Qi of heaven and earth was much denser than that of the northern plains. The cultivation culture was splendid and it had a long history. The overall quality of the geniuses here was much higher. Of course, Chen Yu had overestimated Yunlai prefecture. Other than the marquis residents and the 3 major forces, the other families' Qi transformation post-celestial geniuses were mostly invited guests or external help. The Fu family is here. The arrival of the strange 2-headed bird from the Fu family had alarmed many of the forces present. Someone from the marquis residence immediately came to receive the Fu family. Very soon, the 10 people from the Fu family were arranged to stay in a pavilion. There were only 4 pavilions on the peak, and the Fu family occupied one of them. The largest pavilion belonged to the marquis residence. Below it were 3 pavilions that were placed side by side. They were reserved for the Fu clan, Chu clan, and Wu clan. The Fu family's group took their seats. The gazes of the clans were directed toward Qi Nan at the same time as they began to discuss among themselves. The Fu family is a strong competitor for the position of senior hunter. Oh, that fairy-like icy beauty. She is the trump card of the Fu family in the competition for the position of senior hunter. The hunting youths of the nearby families were dazed and started to discuss in low voices. It was not only because of the Fu family's extraordinary lineup, but also because of Yi Luofeng's icy beauty. Even the nearby pavilions, the members of the marquis residence and the Chu family looked over. I can't believe there's such a stunning beauty in Cloudlai Manor. In the marquis residence's pavilion, a tall man with sharp eyebrows and fierce eyes exclaimed. The man praised loudly. He was very confident and did not hide the shock and admiration on his face. Brother Haochen, I have long heard that you are handsome and elegant. Could it be that you are interested in this icy beauty of the Fu family? A yellow-faced man beside him said respectfully. The yellow-faced man was at the middle stage of the postnatal realm. He was one of the 6 postnatal realm representatives of the marquis residence. Even he had to compliment the descendant of the ancient clan, Luo Haochen. Sigh, compared to this girl, the girls I knew before are like weeds. Luo Haochen sighed. Hee, it seems that Brother Haochen has fallen in love with this girl at first sight. Another elegant young man said. Luo Haochen did not deny it. He smiled calmly and walked straight to the Fu family's pavilion. He strode straight to Yi Luofeng. What does he want? In the marquis residence, the group of hunting geniuses were shocked. He is very confident. But he is a descendant of the ancient clan with a noble bloodline. What beauty can't he get? The youths were envious and jealous. Facing a beauty like Yi Luofeng, who was like an icy goddess, ordinary youths did not have the courage to pursue her. In the Fu family's pavilion. I am Luo Haochen from the Luo family, one of the 10 great ancient clans. I have long heard of Xianxia's great name. Luo Haochen cupped his fists and said confidently. So, you are the genius of the ancient clan? Yi Luofeng did not hesitate. Her eyes flickered as she sized up this formidable opponent. Luo Haochen's cultivation had also reached the peak of the postluminary level. Moreover, he emitted an ancient and mysterious aura, which made him look even more noble and extraordinary. He did not deliberately emit the aura, but Yi Luofeng and Qinyu both felt threatened. This person's aura is very similar to Lu Zhua's, Qinyu sized him up. However, Luo Haochen did not look at Qinyu. His eyes flickered and he did not hide the adoration on his face. He looked straight at Yi Luofeng and ignored the others. Yi Luofeng did not give in. Her icy eyes gradually turned sharp as she stared at Luo Haochen. Luo Haochen grinned. So, Miss Yi also knows me. If there is a chance, let's have a good fight. The chief hunter competition will start soon. Yi Luofeng said the last sentence and did not say anything else. Luo Haochen was also tactful. He smiled brightly and returned to the pavilion of the Duke's mansion without losing his elegance. Even though the conversation was not successful. Many youths were envious of Luo Haochen's face-to-face conversation with the genius girl. At the same time, in the pavilion of the Chu residence. This Yi Luofeng is interesting. Even Luo Haochen fell in love with her at first sight. A handsome black-haired youth with sparkling starry eyes watched the scene with interest. This youth had an appearance that even women were envious of. He had a clean and fair face, a sharp outline, and slanted eyebrows. There seemed to be an invisible sharpness in his star-like eyes, which gave him a lonely temperament. Many girls, including Fu Yanzi, were slightly infatuated. Their faces were slightly red as they secretly sized up the man. Does Brother Chou Yun also like this girl? If Brother Chou Yun were to fight, I'm afraid that even Luo Haochen would not stand a chance. The youths of the Chu family could not help but exclaim. He Chou Yun was a genius student of the Sky Sword Academy. At the same time, he was also the most handsome man on the earth roll of the Yunjiao nation. I'm just more interested in the sword aura on her. The black-haired youth smiled. Perhaps he had sensed it. Yi Luofeng's sharp and cold eyes suddenly turned and met He Chou-yun's gaze. Suddenly, 2 invisible sword shadows flashed in the air. Ding! Whoosh! An invisible sword shadow that looked like a star mark clashed with a transparent azure sword aura. There was the sound of wind and lightning. When Yi Luofeng and He Chou-yun's eyes met, the invisible energy of the swordsman clashed. At that moment, the two's robes fluttered and the sound of swords clashing could be heard in the air. Sword intent. Many of the young geniuses present felt an invisible sword chi penetrating their minds. They couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. In the air, the invisible sword intent clashed only lasted for a breath or two. Then, Yi Luofeng and He Chou-yun's figures swayed. Among them, Yi Luofeng's delicate body swayed slightly, and a trace of dark red appeared on her icy jade-like face. Qinyu, who was beside her, had a strange expression on his face. These two are not even 20 years old and they have already comprehended sword intent. Those who have comprehended sword intent before the origin realm are all rare sword Dao geniuses. He Chou-yun is an elite student of the Sky Sword Academy and is almost 20 years old. This Yi Luofeng is even younger and I have never heard of her before. There was a commotion on the peak. Including the older generation experts of the clans, they were all shocked. That Fu clan is so lucky to be able to pick up such a seedling. In the pavilion of the Wu clan, the bald middle-aged man Wu Tianxiao had a face full of jealousy and bad luck. In the pavilion of the Duke's estate, suddenly, a clear and majestic voice sounded, "Not bad, not bad." The quality of this year's hunting conference's geniuses is much better than the past. Hearing that, many people in the nearby pavilions were shocked. Unknowingly when, in the pavilion of the Duke's estate, a handsome middle-aged man wearing a luxurious cloud robe appeared. This person's eyes were deep and boundless, and he had a smile on his face. There was a formless majestic aura around him. "Greetings, Marquis Yunlai." There was an earth-shattering sound on the field. Whether it was the older generation geniuses or the new disciples, they all stood up and bowed. As strong as the head of the Fu clan Fu Yangzi and the Wu clan Wu Tianxiao both stood up and bowed. "This is Marquis Yunlai, the ruler of a prefecture." Jinyu was also one of the people who saluted. The mysterious heart's intuition told him that Marquis Yunlai was the most powerful person he had ever met. No need to stand on ceremony. Marquis Yunlai lightly waved his hand and nodded towards Fu Yangzi, Wu Tianxiao, and the other Origin Realm seniors. After some small talk, the hunting meet this time has officially begun. In the pavilion of Marquis Yunlai, a middle-aged man at the Qi Transformation Khanate realm let out a loud and clear voice that echoed throughout the mountains. Subsequently, this was the announcement of the rules. The hunting results will be calculated based on the demon cores obtained from the demonic beasts killed. The hunting range is limited to a radius of 300 miles. At the border, there are eye-catching white flags every 300 meters. Once you cross them, you will be disqualified from hunting. In the process of hunting, you can fight over the prey, but you are not allowed to fight to the death. The party that loses the fight is not allowed to pester you to death. In the end, the position of senior hunter belongs to a certain family's team. The individual senior hunter will pick the one with the highest result from the winning team. Soon, the rules were announced. At this time, Jinyu noticed the final rule. The individual senior hunter must be picked from the team that obtained the title of senior hunter. In other words, even if your individual result was number 1, if your team's overall result wasn't number 1, it would be useless. In conclusion, the position of senior hunter didn't just show off one's ability, it also required teamwork. Regarding the senior hunter's reward, the Xiantian realm middle-aged man paused. The crowd went silent. Some of the youths who were passionate about winning almost held their breath. Team Senior Hunter, every member of the team will be rewarded with 10,000 primeval stones, 1 demon soul pill, and can enter the Duke's Mansion's secret pavilion to choose a secret art. The crowd first announced the Team Senior Hunter's reward. The crowd was in an uproar. The youths were excited. 10,000 primeval stones is equivalent to 1,000,000 substandard primeval stones. Jinyu was slightly stunned. This was a huge amount of primeval stones even for a Qi Transformation Realm cultivator. Furthermore, the other 2 rewards, the Demon Soul Pill and the Duke's Mansion Secret Pavilion, also made the youths excited. The Demon Soul Pill was personally made by the Marquis of Yunlai. It is made from the blood and soul of a demonic beast. It can greatly increase the cultivation level of a Qi Transformation Realm or Postnatal Realm cultivator, and it can also strengthen one's body and soul. Yeah, normally a Qi Transformation Realm or Postnatal Realm cultivator can break through a small realm if they take this pill. Fu Hong and Fu Jing were both excited. Jinyu was also excited when he heard this. This Demon Soul Pill was indeed made by the Marquis of Yunlai, its effects were extraordinary. As for the Secret Pavilion, it was said that it had a collection of famous secret arts, enough to make some Qi Transformation Realm Xianxians and even Origin Realm cultivators interested. Furthermore, the above was just the surface of the reward. The family that obtained the title of Senior Hunter would have the right to decide the distribution of resources in the Yunlai Mansion for the next 3 years. Furthermore, the position of Senior Hunter would allow the family to gain a higher reputation, attract more talents, and strengthen the family's power. It could be said to have both fame and fortune. Individual Senior Hunter position, conferred the title of Baron, and given the right to recommend the first college of Yunjiao, Yunyang Emperor College. Also, you will have the chance to choose 1 item from Lord Marquis's exquisite treasure box. The middle-aged man announced loudly. Once again, there was a commotion in the crowd. This time even Fu Yangzi and Wu Tianxiao, who were Origin Realm elites, were shocked. The title of Baron. This means that you will become a noble of the Yunjiao nation, and have many privileges throughout the nation. Yunyang Emperor College was founded by the first Yunjiao Saint Emperor. It is ranked first among the 4 big colleges. Normally, only the royal family, relatives of the emperor, and the ancient clans have the chance to be admitted. The eyes of the youths were burning with passion. In the Chu residence's pavilion. Hee, I'm only very interested in the Marquis's exquisite treasure box. The handsome black-haired youth had a smile on his face. Brother Cho Yun, everyone knows that the Marquis of Yunlai's exquisite 100 treasure box has collected many rare treasures, and none of the treasures within are ordinary. It is deeply treasured by this Marquis. Who wouldn't be tempted? Even an origin realm would find it hard to resist the temptation. The Chu clan's postnatal prodigies couldn't help but exclaim. However, most of the new prodigies knew that it was almost impossible for that person to obtain the title of senior hunter. It was expected. Only the top prodigies like Yi Choyun, Luo Haochen, and Yi Luofeng could compete for the title of senior hunter. The hunting meet will last for 3 days and will begin tomorrow morning. The middle-aged Xiantian beside Marquis Yunlai announced loudly. The next morning, dozens of hunting teams from different clans were waiting in front of the cloud flags. Everyone's storage bags will be inspected to eliminate the existence of any demon cores. The Marquis' court sent some Qi transformation Xianxians to inspect personally. All the youths took out their storage bags. Among them, there was even a powerful spiritual sense of the origin realm that scanned everyone. Even though Chenyu had the pale silver crystal space, he never thought of cheating. On one hand, he was confident in his own ability. On the other hand, during the hunting meet, there would be Xiantian flying knights from the Marquis' court patrolling in the sky. The entire area would be under strict surveillance. Begin. A loud and clear voice resounded throughout the entire place. The hunting meet officially began. At the same moment, the 150 square kilometers of hunting grounds were surrounded by white flags. They all lit up, giving off a white, crystalline glow. These cloud-white flags were placed at intervals of 1,000 feet and were extremely eye-catching. At this moment, the white and cloud-colored banners reflected each other's brilliance, emitting a mysterious force that enveloped the entire hunting ground. Sky-peaking cloud pulse array. Fu Yangzi and Wu Tianxiao shouted at the same time. As soon as they finished their words, in the middle of the hunting ground, there were white curtains that were tens of feet wide. Behind each curtain, there was a shining flag. Suddenly, these white curtains lit up with some colors, revealing many images. The images on the curtains were focused on the hunting teams from different clans. Among them, the hunting teams from the Marquis' court, Fu clan, Chu clan, and Wu clan were focused on the entire hunting team. Yunlai Kingshore is generous. To be able to set up such an ancient formation, even though he's on top of the mountain, he can still control the situation of every hunting team. This also ensures that the hunting meet is open and transparent. Even if the Marquis' court wins, no one will question it. Some elders from different clans couldn't help but exclaim. In a short while, the white curtains showed that some hunting teams were already fighting with the fierce beasts in the evil demon ridge. The curtains of a bloody massacre had been drawn. Each hunting team tried to avoid the fierce beasts when they encountered them. If they couldn't avoid them, they would kill them as soon as possible. Because killing normal fierce beasts didn't have demon cores. The grade and quantity of demon cores were the only indicators of the hunting results. Look! Luo Haochen found a beast. On the hunting ground, one of the images on the white curtains attracted everyone's attention. Whoosh, they saw Luo Haochen, as if he was helped by God, his figure flashed and he pounced on a towering tree with lush leaves. Boom, Luo Haochen punched out, and a bright white fist light, like a shining flood dragon, smashed into a certain part of the towering tree. Hiss, suddenly, a green demonic snake jumped out of the towering tree and fled in terror. Die! Luo Haochen sneered. The bright white fist light, with a ball of heat, covered the green demon snake. The green snake demon hissed, and its body was instantly turned into a charred snake corpse under the terrifying high temperature. The green demon snake, whose strength was close to the late stage of the post-liminary realm, couldn't even block one blow from Luo Haochen. One punch to kill, Luo Haochen led the hunting team of the Marquis Court and got the first blood of the hunting meat. Soon, Luo Haochen stepped forward and took a demon core from the snake corpse. Not long after, on another white curtains, an exceptionally handsome black-haired young man waved a gigantic sword light that was as dazzling as the stars in the sky. It was 20 to 30 feet long. It was the leader of the Chu family, the most handsome man on the earth list, He Choyun. Puchi. A giant bear demon beast in the middle stage of the post-liminary realm was cut into two by the sword light. As expected of the elites of the Sky Sword Academy, this Black Ridge demon bear has thick skin and is famous for its defense. A normal Chi transformation realm innate expert might not be able to kill it in one strike. In front of the white curtains, some elders couldn't help but exclaim. It seems that He Choyun is the second person to get the demon core. An origin realm old lady of the Chu family smiled. No. It seems that there is someone in the Fu family who is slightly better than him. On the hunting ground, there was a sudden exclamation. Only to see. On one of the white curtains, a young man wearing beast skin armor opened his palm. Whoosh, a demon core with bloodstains fell into his palm. How is this possible? There are no demonic beasts nearby. Is he cheating? In the white screen, there were no signs of beasts around the young man, not even a ferocious beast. A bloodstained demon core fell into the young man's hand. It's Elder Chen. Uncle Lin couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice in the pavilion where the Fu clan was located. In the screen, apart from Qin Yu, there were also Yi Luofeng, Fu Hong, Fu Jing, and the other members of the Fu family. Fu Hong, Fu Jing, and the others were astounded. Yi Luofeng's eyes locked onto an inconspicuous silver-spotted iron bug. Just now, it seemed like this insect was the one that pushed the demon core that was even larger than its body into Qin Yu's hand. Since the bug was too small and had the demon core as a cover, it was easily overlooked in the white screen. I see. In the sky, a Khanate cultivator flying knight held a cloud flag. Wu Shi waved the cloud flag in his hand, and a misty white crystal light flashed. At the same time, the white screen zoomed in on the field at the top of the mountain. Everyone watching the battle could clearly see a bug covered in blood and minced meat. It was the Iron Moon bug. Its blinking compound eyes and adorable appearance made people unable to contain their fondness for it. It seems to be a rare Iron Moon bug and a mutated one. It's very difficult to cultivate this bug to the Qi transformation state. Once it succeeds, it'll be very useful. In the pavilion of the Duke's mansion, Monarch Yunlai looked interested. Then, the scene in the white curtain changed again. In the bushes a mile away from Qin Yu, there was a dead postnatal realm beast. From the marks on it, it was obviously bitten by an insect. Very good. The Fu family killed the second beast, second only to the Duke's mansion. Fu Yangzi revealed a smile. It was a pleasant surprise that Qin Yu had this inconspicuous bug. Go. Qin Yu waved his hand. The Iron Moon bug turned into a silver dot and quickly blended into the complicated mountain environment. Ever since the Heavenly Heart refining reached the second stage, Qin Yu's mental power had greatly increased. As a result, the distance between Qin Yu and the Iron Moon strange insect grew even further. Right now, as long as they were within 20 miles, Qin Yu would be able to share the Iron Moon strange insect's senses. Meanwhile, Qin Yu furrowed his brows and looked up at the sky, at the innate bird knight who was holding the cloud flag. The feeling of being monitored was not a good one. As such, it would not be easy for Qin Yu to make any secret moves. Luo Haochen, Qin Yu, and He Choyun killed the demonic beasts one after another. On the hunting ground, the hunting teams of various clans also encountered demonic beasts one after another. Amongst them, the He family's puppeteer, the ugly, skinny, black-robed man, also attacked. Hoo-hoo, the black-robed puppeteer waved his arm, and a black fog appeared before him. Within the black mist, a leopard puppet and a huge bear puppet appeared. The two puppets attacked together, charging towards a giant crocodile demonic beast at the edge of a pond. This giant crocodile demon beast had a cruel and bloody aura around it. Its cultivation had reached the late Hotian realm. It was much stronger than the demon beasts that Qin Yu and the others had killed before. However, When the leopard puppet and the bear puppet attacked, the giant crocodile at the top of the food chain was instantly killed. If Qinyu was there, he would definitely find that the puppets controlled by the black-robed puppeteer were extremely exquisite. The bear puppet was in charge of defense, and it repeatedly blocked the giant crocodile's movement and attacks. The leopard puppet was extremely agile. Its body was erratic, and it launched fierce attacks on the giant crocodile. In just a few breaths, the giant crocodile demonic beast at the late Hotian realm was injured in several vital parts of its body, and it soon died. From the beginning to the end, the giant crocodile demonic beast had no chance to escape back to the pond, and it was suppressed and killed. Although the Wu family puppeteer's speed of killing demonic beasts was slightly slower. However, the giant crocodile demonic beast that he had killed was the strongest, and the grade of the demon core was also the highest. Without a doubt, the Wu family's hunting team was temporarily ranked first. Except for the Marquis mansion and the three major clans. There were also some hunting teams from other clans, but they encountered demonic beasts, and it was quite difficult for them to fight. Some of the teams cooperated well, and they successfully killed the demonic beasts without any losses. Some of the weaker teams barely killed the demonic beasts, but they suffered heavy casualties, and they lost 2 or 3 people. In the blink of an eye, half a day passed. In the hunting area, there were already almost 10 hunting teams that had left the hunting area, and they directly gave up. The evil demon ridge was chosen for this hunting meet, and it is indeed more dangerous than before. Yes, there are endless ferocious beasts and demonic beasts in the evil demon ridge. Some of the teams that gave up just now were not defeated by the demonic beasts, but were attacked by the ferocious beasts, and they suffered heavy casualties. On the field at the top of the mountain, some seniors sighed. In just half a day, almost 10 hunting teams had given up. This was an extremely rare situation in all the previous hunting competitions. In the hunting area of the evil demon ridge, the Fu family's team was approaching the northern area in an orderly manner. According to Yi Luofeng, the closer they were to the north, the more demonic beasts there were, and the more chances they had to win the honor of hunting king. Ah! Our luck is so bad, we actually encountered a pack of ferocious wolves. Run! There was the sound of people running for their lives in front of them. They saw. In front of them, hundreds of ferocious wolves were chasing after a small hunting team. This hunting team was led by a man in light armor who was almost 20 years old, and he had just advanced to the Qi transformation state not long ago. 2 of the members of the team had already been eaten by the sharp claws and fangs of the ferocious wolves. Although the man in light armor was at the early postnatal stage, he could not fight against the pack of wolves, and once he fell into the pack, his life would be in danger. Guests, let's retreat, Fu Jing suggested. Once they were surrounded by the pack of wolves, although the Fu family's team was not afraid, it would be troublesome. No. There is a wolf king in the pack of wolves. Qinyu's sharp eyes were fixed on the depths of the pack of wolves, and there was an extremely large wolf with purple fur. This was not using the senses of the iron moon bug, but the bug was scouting in another direction. He could detect it so quickly because of the heavenly heart refinement, and his mental power was stronger than that of an ordinary connate cultivator. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Luofeng, who was beside him, had already turned into a white feather and flashed into the pack of wolves. Puff, a frosty sword aura swept past, and the ferocious wolves immediately died on the spot. After 4 or 5 breaths, Yi Luofeng floated to the head of the wolf king, waved the white jade sword, and slashed out a white frost sword arc. Puff. The head of the purple-furred wolf was cut off by Yi Luofeng's sword. After the wolf king was beheaded, the pack of wolves had no leader, and immediately scattered. Yi Luofeng expressionlessly took out a demon core from the body of the wolf. This woman, she is really fast. Qinyu shrugged his shoulders. In this half a day, the Fu family's team hunted a total of 5 or 6 beasts. Among them, Yi Luofeng's attacks were extremely fast, and her movements were amazing. Her attack power was strong, and she killed the beasts several times. Even though Qinyu had the help of the iron moon bug, he was still on par with this woman. Of course, this was also related to him not using all his strength. But he had to admit that under normal circumstances, Yi Luofeng's cultivation was higher, and the attack power of the sword cultivator had an obvious advantage. Xianxia was not in a hurry. The hunting contest lasted for a total of 3 days. The obtaining of the demon core not only depended on the quantity, but also the quality. For example, a demon core of the ancient beast level was worth a few of the same level. A demon core of the innate stage was worth a dozen ordinary chi transformation stage demon cores. As they got closer to the northern valley, in the evil demon ridge, the frequency of the appearance of postnatal beasts was gradually increasing. The strength of the beasts was also constantly increasing. Unknowingly, the night of the first day was gradually approaching. Haha, the main event has just begun. In the pavilion, a smile appeared on the handsome face of the Yunlai king. In the night, the vision of the hunting teenagers was greatly limited. Although human senses were greatly enhanced after reaching the chi transformation stage, they were far less adapted to the environment of the night than the beasts. Especially, some beasts that came out at night were the kings of the night. Ah! Hiss! In the evil demon ridge, muffled groans and screams could be heard from time to time. Deep into the night, the teenagers who were hunters during the day gradually became passive, and became the prey of the beasts. The hunting teams of a few families set up camp for the night, and lit up their lights. However, the lights in the night could drive away normal beasts, but it could also attract powerful beasts. Meow! A cold and drawn-out cry of a cat drifted over from the vicinity of a campsite. At the top of the mountain, on the white screen, there was a touch of gray cold light. Sigh. A few of the Origin Realm masters couldn't help but reveal expressions of pity and pity. Can we rescue them in time? It's the Dark Moon Lynx, it's too late. A few elders shook their heads. Then, 10 breaths later. Endless screams could be heard coming from the camp. Immediately, a team led by a postnatal realm prodigy was wiped out by an invisible Dark Moon Lynx. The strength of this lynx is comparable to the chi transformation stage innate stage, and its extreme speed is almost invincible in the night. Fu Yangzi murmured. The elders of the major families were worried. They were worried that their family's hunting team would encounter a terrifying night killer like the Dark Moon Lynx. Late at night, the shadow of death shrouded dozens of hunting teams. Beasts that hunted in the night appeared in the shadows. At this time, the Fu clan's team of 10 came to the top of a small cliff. On the side of the cliff was a raging river, and there was a cloud flag nearby, which was the boundary of the hunting ground. Not bad, this is the place. Xianxia and Yi Luofeng looked at each other and nodded. The terrain here was special, with the river behind them. Beasts and beasts could only climb up from the 2 sides of the cliff. Coincidentally, Xianxia and Yi Luofeng could each guard one side. Everyone, light up the torches, the brighter the better. Xianxia said in a deep voice. Light up the torches? This will attract even more powerful demonic beasts and even ferocious beast hordes. Fu Jing and the other youths changed their expressions. We need to attract beasts, otherwise how can we get the position of hunting king? Yi Luofeng snorted. The group of youths was speechless. However, Yi Luofeng and Fu Jing were the leaders, and they had to obey. Soon, 10 torches were lit on the top of the cliff next to the boundary of the great river, like the sun in the dark night. This scene was naturally reflected in the white screen. In the pavilion of the Fu clan. This is nonsense. Fu Yangzi, the patriarch of the Fu clan, said in a deep voice, his eyes filled with anger. Not good. They don't know how terrifying the evil demon ridge is. Uncle Lin's expression changed. Even if the 2 of them are Khanate cultivators, facing an army of thousands of beasts and terrifying chi transformation realm beasts, I'm afraid they will be completely annihilated. On the screen, Xianxia and Yi Luofeng's actions made the patriarch Fu Yangzi and the others furious and anxious. I can't believe these 2 would make such a stupid mistake. Are they careless or lack common sense? Uncle Lin heaved a long sigh. The members of the Duke's mansion, the Chu family and the Wu family looked at each other. Obviously, Xianxia and Yi Luofeng's actions were too risky. It was very likely that they would bring a disastrous crisis to the Fu family's hunting team. There was no lack of gloating gazes from the various families. After all, the Fu hunting team had performed well. They were a strong contender for the position of senior hunter. Maybe the Duke's mansion will have one less competitor. In the Duke's mansion's pavilion, an old man in an azure robe smiled. Not necessarily. Marquis Yunlai, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. The Fu hunting team's location is very special. They are on a high cliff with a river behind them. The beasts can only attack from below, which gives them a great defensive advantage. Everyone can see that. However, this defensive advantage is not worth mentioning in front of absolute numbers. The old man in the azure robe didn't think so. It was like 10 people could occupy a tall and sturdy city. However, what was the point of facing thousands of attackers? The evil beast's ridge was in such a situation. There were many beasts and they were extremely ferocious. If they were unlucky and attracted a Khanate-level beast, it would be enough to destroy the Fu hunting team. Unless there's someone in the Fu family's team who can hold the pass against 10,000 enemies by himself. However, Yi Luofeng, who has the highest cultivation, is a sword cultivator. She is not good at defense and is not suited for long battles. The old man in the azure robe shook his head. Indeed. But these two young guest chamberlains of the Fu family give me the feeling that they are not simple people. Marquis Yunlai's eyes flashed. Logically speaking, even Marquis Yunlai thought that the Fu family's team was digging their own graves and would most likely die. However, his experience and intuition made him feel that this might not be the case. Half a cup of tea later. The Fu hunting team on the screen attracted the attention of the Duke's mansion and many other families. Most of the people were waiting for the hunting team to kill themselves. Oh! Roar! Roar! At the top of the cliff, the light from the 10 torches attracted some scattered fierce beasts. However, before these fierce beasts could even approach the top of the cliff, they were killed by the Fu family's team. In the night wind, Qinyu crossed his arms and didn't even make a move. Yi Luofeng, who was at the side, also made very few moves. As expected, he's not simple. This youth's calmness was extraordinary. Looking at his position in the group isn't any lower than Yi Luofeng, who's at the peak of the post-liminary realm. Marquis Yunlai's eyes flashed. If this youth's strength was not inferior to Yi Luofeng's, this time, the Fu family's hunting team might really be a threat to the Duke's mansion. Roar! More and more ferocious beasts rushed to the top of the cliff. Not long after, there were 2 Hotian realm monster beasts mixed into the crowd of monster beasts. At this moment, in the Fu family's team, Fu Hong, Fu Jing and the others all felt the pressure. Thankfully, Yi Luofeng and Qinyu, who stood at the front, bore the brunt of the firepower. Among them, every time Yi Luofeng waved her sword, she could easily kill 2 or 3 monster beasts. As for Qinyu, he was even more strange. He still crossed his arms and moved his body from time to time, blocking the area with many monster beasts. Bang, 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 those monster beasts, as soon as they got close, were sent flying by the invisible bronze statue force shield. Some were killed on the spot, while others were bloody and half dead. Gulp. Gulp, one by one, the monster beasts turned into flesh balls and rolled down the cliff. Swish. Swish, Qinyu's figure flickered. Bang. Bang. Bang, he didn't make a move, but more and more monster beasts rolled down the cliff, smashing their heads and bleeding. In fact, most of the ferocious beasts were hit by the ferocious beasts above them when they were only halfway up the slope. Affected by the ferocious beasts, they became part of the rolling army. In front of the screen, the elders of the clan were dumbfounded. This kid is not like a human at all. He is simply a Tyrannosaurus in human form. Those monster beasts are like eggs hitting a stone, smashing to the ground. The scene in the screen was surprising. Humph. This is just the beginning, when the stronger monster beasts come up. In the Wu family's pavilion, the bald middle-aged Wu Tianxiao sneered. At this moment, 2 Qi transformation stage monster beasts barely reached the top of the mountain. One of the Hotian middle stage monster beasts was stabbed in the heart by Yi Luofeng's sword. The other Hotian early stage monster beast's head was smashed by Qinyu with a punch. 2 demon cores were in hand. However, Yi Luofeng chose the Hotian middle stage monster beast, and the quality of the demon core was higher. Chen Yu didn't care. He didn't want to fight for this moment. The two had just taken out the demon cores. They are coming. More monster beasts, and the monster army. Suddenly, Chen Yu's face was slightly cold. At the next moment, a dense crowd of small black shadows flew to the top of the cliff, revealing a faint red eye. That is, vicious rat. So many vicious rats. I'm afraid there are thousands of them. In the night, vicious rats as big as gourds were rushing to the top of the mountain. There are 4 monster beasts in the army of vicious rats. One of the monster kings is at the peak of the Hotian stage. Chen Yu said loudly. One of the Hotian middle stage is being entangled by my insect, and there are 3 more demon rats. Chen Yu's voice changed again. It turned out his insects had been acting as scouts at the bottom of the cliff all this time. There are too many vicious rats, can you do it? Yi Luofeng's eyes were cold. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of vicious rats had already reached the top of the mountain and were fighting with the other hunting teams. Yi Luofeng, Fu Hong, Fu Jing and the others were fighting with all their might. However, the number of vicious rats kept rising. After a few breaths, soon, hundreds of vicious rats, under the leadership of 2 of the demonic rats, pounced towards him. Danger suddenly appeared. Each vicious rat had the strength of the meridian soothing or viscera refinement stage. Many ants could kill an elephant. Humph! In the pavilion, the elders of the Wu family and the Chu family couldn't help but sneer. However, the smile on their faces soon froze as the content of the picture changed. In the picture, the young man in animal skin armor suddenly rushed to the area where the rats gathered, and even faced 2 rat demons. Roar! The young man opened his mouth and the vast sound wave was like a hurricane on the sea, setting off stormy waves and covering hundreds of vicious rats. In an instant, in front of the young man, hundreds of vicious rats exploded and died. There were also some rats a little further away, bleeding from their ears and noses, fainting on the spot, or spinning in dizziness. Just a roar. Near the top of the cliff, there was a vacuum fault. 2 nearby Hotian stage rat demons were shocked by the bronze lion roar, bleeding from their ears and noses, dizzy and unstable. Swish! Chen Yu's figure flashed and moved to one of the rat demons, smashing its head with a punch. The other one. As soon as it recovered, its head was cut off by Yi Luofeng's sword light. So, in this army of vicious rats, 2 of the 4 demon beasts had been killed. At the same time, whoosh! At the bottom of the cliff, the iron moonworm jumped out of the body of a middle-stage Hotian rat demon, and blood splashed. Of the 4 rat demons, 3 were dead. There was only one left, the peak Hotian rat king. The rat king was larger, comparable to a water tank, and its body was slightly slower. The death of many of its kind made the rat king angry and hateful, because one of them was its first mate. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh! The rat king led nearly 1,000 vicious rats to the top of the cliff. Can they resist? Yi Luofeng felt inexplicably weak. This was a group of over 1,000 ferocious rats. If they attacked recklessly, it would be enough to tear a peak post-liminary expert into pieces in an instant. Besides, there was a peak Hotian rat king among them. No problem. Chen Yu sneered and glanced at the thousands of vicious beasts. Bang! His body turned into a faint black shadow, and he took the initiative to rush to the army of thousands of rats. Whoosh! Roar! 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 The roar that was like a thunderclap was accompanied by numerous hurricane-like soundwave cyclones, and its baleful might was terrifying as it enveloped the group of ferocious rats. 3 roars in a row, every second, the roar would kill 200 to 300 vicious rats. With each roar, 200 to 300 rats were killed. The Rat King led an army of thousands of rats. Only a few of the 1,000 rats led by the Rat King were left. Most of them had been stunned by the bronze statue technique and its murderous aura and had lost their ability to fight. In other words, the Rat King turned around and became a general without an army. Since Chen Yu's bronze statue art had a wider range, it could only slightly affect the Rat King, and it couldn't hurt him. Squeak! The the Rat King screamed and turned into a shadow, pouncing at Xianxia. Clang! Xianxia took out his dark heavy sword and turned into a black ray of light, and the wind was like a wall, pushing the Rat King away. Sparks flew on the surface of the Rat King's body, but only a faint mark was left. This guy has such a tough body, and his strength is not bad either. Xianxia's body shook slightly, and a strange expression appeared on his face. The Rat King had reached the peak Hotian stage, and its strength was very close to that of the Iron Abyss rhinoceros. Suddenly, Yi Luofeng slashed out an icy sword light that was intertwined with a faint cyan light, and struck the Rat King's body. The Rat King felt threatened, and strangely, it dodged the attack. In the end, the sword left a bloody wound on its back that was so deep that bones could be seen. The Rat King was terrified, and it ran away. Roar! A terrifying sound wave suddenly descended, shaking the Rat King's heart. It felt a sharp pain in its organs, and its blood vessels were about to explode. This time, Xianxia had used his heart to store the power of the bronze lion roar, and the power was more concentrated. Even the powerful Rat King was stunned for a moment, and the blood in its body was messed up. Whoosh! Before the Rat King recovered, its neck was grabbed by a pair of bronze hands, and it was twisted. Crack! The Rat King's neck was broken by Xianxia. After all, the Rat King's defense was too strong, like Luzhua. It was rather difficult to kill them in one fell swoop using swords or fists. It was more effective to use this kind of primitive and barbaric method. Yi Luofeng, who was not far away, looked regretful as she watched Xianxia take out a high-quality acquired demon core from the Rat King's body. At this moment, the Rat King and the other rat demons were all killed, and the rest of the vicious rats soon dispersed. In this battle, 3 of the 4 rat demons were killed by Xianxia and the Iron Moon strange bug, and 3 demon cores were obtained. The quality of the Rat King's demon core was even higher. With such a rich harvest, the Fu family's hunting result was immediately ranked first in the hunting competition. Xianxia's individual hunting result was also ranked first in the hunting competition. He was temporarily the hunting king. End of chapter 205. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.